Volume 2. Chapter 101, Assassin Attack. Chapter 101, Assassin Attack. Translator, Editor. Rhodey's expression changed slightly. He looked at the servant and took a deep breath before asking, "Where is your master? Is he in that carriage?" The servant solemnly and respectfully nodded. Rhodey sighed and dismounted. He then followed the servant to the carriage. He calmed himself, gritted his teeth, and then opened the door of the carriage. A young woman was sitting on a soft fur in the spacious carriage. She was wearing a long, white silky dress. Her eyebrows were hazy like the distant mountains. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Rhodey and seemed to smile yet was not quite smiling. Rhodey immediately felt relieved and smiled. "So, it is you. Miss Micah, you have given me a fright." Micah gave a shallow smile. Her tone was still cold but her voice sounded eager. She then slowly said, "Your Excellency the Duke have made great contributions in the Northwest region. I am afraid you may have forgotten your promise." Rhodey froze for a moment before he remembered his original promise to visit her. His face turned red and then he smiled. "I have only just returned a few days ago. I have been busy in the past few days and did not have the chance to visit you." Micah laughed and said, "A few days ago, Your Excellency the Duke went to the brothel but you did not visit me." Rhodey's face turned red and he whispered, "That day, there were other people around. Besides that, I also bumped into the people from the Great Moon Kingdom. As a result, it was not convenient for me to visit you." Micah nodded and smiled. "Well, I do not blame you. However, you have returned for so many days, so I was worried about you and decided to come and see you. I was afraid that you have now forgotten this friend." Rhodey sighed and smiled. "Of course, I will not forget you. I will never forget my friends." Rhodey paused for a moment before continuing, "How are you these days?" Micah looked a bit gloomy as she slowly said, "Bayan came to find me several times but all of his attempts were stopped. Ever since you left for the Northwest, he is becoming bolder every day." Rhodey frowned and asked, "Bayan? Does he not know about your relationship with Seth?" Micah smiled and replied, "Do not forget that, right now, you are Seth. However, he is becoming more uncontrolled since you were in the Northwest region." Rhodey frowned and did not say anything. After that, Micah smiled and said, "I came to meet you today, not to discuss this matter. Even though I live in the Imperial capital, I do not have many friends. I knew that you had returned, so I decided to come and see you." Rhodey also smiled as he replied, "This is great. Anyway, I do not have any more business today. I remember that your wine is good. It is not easy to get to drink it. Today, I can go and savor it." Micah also smiled and replied, "Well, not only you did not act as promised when you came back, but you even tried to take advantage of me." Micah smiled as she ordered her servant to drive the carriage to the brothel. A servant had also tied Rhodey's horse to the carriage. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed. Rhodey felt relaxed. He was an impostor of the Duke and was tired of acting in the Imperial capital. He could only relax when he was with Nicole at home. As a result, he also felt happy meeting Micah. That was because she also knew his true identity, and he felt relaxed as he did not need to disguise his speech and manners. When they arrived at the brothel, Madame Sophie saw that Micah and the Duke were together. She put up a smile but secretly felt scared. She felt that the Duke was someone who attracted problems. Even a few days ago, there was a fight in the brothel that scared off a lot of customers. She hoped that there would be no problems this time. Rhodey also ignored her. He followed Micah into her room. Micah then took out the good wine, and both of them talked and laughed. They talked about the customs of the Northwest region. Rhodey felt relaxed in front of Micah. Although he talked about all things with Nicole, but, for some reason, he did not want to mention about his wonderful encounter with the Black Veil Saint. He wanted to hide his subtle feelings for Mouse from his lover. However, it was different with Micah. When he first met Micah, he had been in a little bit of reverie. However, he had experienced a lot of things in the Northwest region and that reverie had faded. The other party also knew his true self, and he felt close to her. As a result, he subconsciously told her everything. When Micah heard that, she was shocked and turned pale. However, she was cold-natured, unlike Nicole or Jojo who would turn pale and cry out in alarm. Rhodey's face was red as he slowly recounted his experience with Mouse. Micah just smiled and listened quietly. When Rhodey told about their separation, he looked a bit gloomy. Micah's feelings were slightly stirred up when she saw Rhodey's appearance and said, "The Black Veil Saint was right. Your position is now different and you would need to prioritize the overall situation." Rhodey gave a wry smile and said, "For a long time, I have not wanted to be the Duke anymore. I hope Nicole will be able to find Seth soon. Micah looked a bit sad. She sighed but did not speak. The two of them were silent for a while before Micah smiled and said, I have recently learned a new song but I have not finished learning it. The next time you come here, I will sing it for you. Rhodey smiled and replied, good. You dance well, therefore, your singing must be good as well. Micah sighed and said, I am just not sure when will be the next time you will see me. After that, she started to look lonely as she slowly continued, I have no friends here. I hide inside my room every day. After Seth left, nobody visited me anymore. What a joke. In the imperial capital, I have no friends. The only one that can be considered as a friend is just you. Rhodey raised his eyebrows and replied, in life, one friend is enough. Miss Micah, no matter what, I am just an ordinary kid. I admire your conduct and your experiences in life. I have already considered you as my friend. Micah smiled again as she raised her cup of wine and said, among the men whom I have met, you are the only person who calls me a friend. The others look at me as prey. Rhodey drank another mouthful of wine and smiled. Your words fill me with shame. When I first met you, I was also agitated for a long time. Both of them felt happy as they did not have any estrangement in their hearts. They felt great comfort in having such a trusted friend in the imperial capital. When the sun had set, Rhodey, who was feeling a little drunk, got up and asked to leave. Micah sent him out with a faint smile. She saw several of Rhodey's guards were already waiting outside the door. Although Rant and a few of the guards were dismissed, they continued to follow Rhodey from afar. When Rant saw Rhodey enter Micah's carriage and head towards the brothel, he gave a familiar laugh. He thought that the young master had not changed much, even though he was already a duke. They helped Rhodey get up on the horse. They noticed that the duke was happy and that his depression from the negotiations with the Great Moon Kingdom was already swept away. The guards laughed in their hearts but kept a respectful look. They slowly rode towards the duke's mansion. With the cold wind blowing at him, Rhodey gradually calmed down. He noticed that there were a lot of pedestrians around, pointing at him with respect. Some of them even stopped and saluted him. Rhodey was touched as he thought of the victorious mood of the citizens in the public square. The pitiful ordinary citizens thought that the empire would be stable as long as the Tulip family was around. However, how much could the Tulip family banner do? Rhodey was sighing when his mind suddenly gave him a faint sense of warning. He then heard Rant roar loudly and fiercely knocked into him. Rhodey was immediately knocked down from the horse. He then heard the sound of something was passed as Rant also fell from the horse. An arrow had struck Rant in the left arm. The arrow was extremely powerful to be able to pierce through Rant's arm. A few guards shouted and immediately surrounded Rhodey. They pulled out their swords and looked around attentively. The pedestrians on the streets were also in chaos. However, the guards stood firmly by Rhodey's side and did not allow anyone to get close. Rhodey got up from the ground and looked at the top of a distant building. He saw a figure with a longbow. With a flash, the figure disappeared. All right. He has already escaped. Rhodey spoke as he examined Rant's injuries. Rant was extremely strong-willed. Although his arm was bleeding and his face was pale, he did not even groan once. Everyone got back on their horses and the guards surrounded Rhodey. They then picked up the pace and headed towards the Duke's mansion. They hurried all the way back. When they arrived, Rant was immediately sent for treatment. Nicole felt extremely nervous when she heard of the attempted assassination. After everyone had left, Rhodey pulled Nicole's hand and whispered, "Do not worry. I am fine." Nicole started to calm down and then she asked, "Did you see who it was? In the Imperial capital, who would want to assassinate you? Is it the Lionheart family or is it the Great Moon Kingdom?" Nicole then paused and knitted her eyebrows. Both seem unlikely. Even though Caroline is cunning and does not get along well with us, he would be more sensible rather than take such drastic action. The Great Moon Kingdom would also not do such a thing as they are trying to have peace negotiations. Rhodey thought for a moment and then his eyes lit up and said, "I know who he is." He took a breath and continued. "Do you know a man named Dark? He seems to be a subordinate of your father. When I met him in the Northwest region, he seemed to have a hatred for the Tulip family. However, when I asked Sieg and the others, they apparently did not know who Dark is. Do you know this person? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 102, Journey to the Southeast. Chapter 102, Journey to the Southeast. Translator, Editor. Nicole had no impression of the name Dark, so Rhodey gave up pursuing. Sieg, Gordon and all the other people who were with the late Duke could not recall that name. Even Nicole had never heard of Dark. Rhodey could not understand. Dark was an expert at archery and had a deep hatred for the Tulip family. How could those people have not heard of him? Did Dark deceive me? But his eyes showed extreme hatred and anger, and that did not seem to be fake. After thinking for a long time, Rhodey still had no clue. Therefore, he could only order his guards to be more attentive. News of the Duke being attacked by an assassin broke out. The news spread all over the imperial capital. That day, a lot of people had witnessed the incident on the street. Abbas 11 immediately ordered for the security soldiers to thoroughly investigate that incident and find the assassin within 10 days. Apparently, His Majesty was so furious that he summoned and fiercely scolded the commanders of the security soldiers. When Rhodey heard that, he gave a wry smile, thinking that His Majesty was angry not because an assassin attacked him but because the assassin did not manage to kill him. The one that ended up experiencing hardships were the public security soldiers. Battalions of soldiers had to patrol the streets, day and night. They walked through every street in the imperial capital and left no stones unturned. Every pedestrian on the streets became an important suspect. According to the Duke, the assassin used a long bow and arrows. That caused inconveniences to all the shop owners of weapon shops in the imperial capital. What? You did not sell any bows and arrows? What about last year? What about the year before last? What about 3 years ago? How can you be sure that the assassin, who intended to assassinate the Empire's greatest duke of the Tulip family, did not take a few years to plot that attack? What if the assassin bought the bow and arrows 3 years ago? Please show us all the transaction records from 3 years ago. There are no records? In that case, very simple. We shall handcuff you and you can follow us back to explain. What? Your shop had never sold bows and arrows? That is still not good. The assassin had failed with the bow and arrow this time. Next time, he may use a sword. Stop talking nonsense and take out your transaction records from 3 years ago. What? You do not even sell swords here? You manufacture wheeled ballistae for the Empire? That is terrible. If that hateful assassin had obtained the large-scale weapons of mass destruction, then it will no longer just be a matter of safety for the Duke of Tulip family. Even the imperial capital may suffer a large-scale terrorist attack. Stop talking nonsense and take out the records or follow us back to explain. What did you say? You do not sell swords or any kind of weapons? How did you get arrested? Who are you? Shit. Your shop sells soy sauce? Which idiot arrested you? Everyone that had gone in or out the city gate in the past 3 days were all brought back to the security bureau. All the inns and clubhouses were also investigated several times. The prisons in the security bureau were quickly filled up. It was no longer possible to squeeze in those large groups of suspects in the already crowded prisons. The commander of the security soldiers felt helpless. But, finally, he had a good idea. He ordered for the doors and windows of the toilets, kitchen, stores of the security bureau to be replaced with iron doors and windows. Finally, they managed to create enough space to house all the remaining suspects. When the soldiers in charge of interrogation saw so many suspects, they immediately sped up the interrogation. Their eyes almost popped out and their chin already dropped to the ground. They could only brace themselves and work overtime to intensify the interrogation. The interrogation lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The soldiers dug out all information of their ancestors. In addition, they also found out when they entered the city, where they visited and how they went. However, after many sleepless nights, the security officials were disappointed with the results. From the suspects, they had uncovered a lot of culprits for old crimes. For example, 7 years ago, one of them stole a horse from a viscount's home. There was the leader of a bandit group who escaped from a fight between 2 factions 6 years ago. There was also a person who had kidnapped the Earl's concubine 5 years ago and had become a shopkeeper that sold soy sauce. It could be said that this was a splendid achievement. After the strict investigation, the public security had greatly improved. Groups of overworked public security soldiers were patrolling the streets. It was the first time in hundreds of years since the death of Abbas the Great that safety had returned to the imperial capital. Honesty and stability prevailed throughout the imperial capital as many small swindlers and abductors were also arrested. In the future, that large-scale operation in the imperial capital would go down in history to have achieved a very high evaluation. Even though it did not achieve its original purpose of capturing the assassin, the improvement of the public security was obvious to everyone. When that was reported to His Majesty happily gave the order for the large-scale strict investigation to be carried out regularly every year. His Majesty also considered extending that throughout the empire. As such a strict investigative operation managed to strike at a large number of criminals, it was later referred to by the future generations as crackdown. After releasing all the innocent people, the commander of the security forces gritted his teeth and gave them another command to find the assassin by hook or by crook. Therefore, those public security soldiers who had endured all this until their eyes turned red, started to weep. Those soldiers who had patrolled every street of the city until their shoes wore out also wept. After 10 days of hard work and strict investigations by the team of public security, they finally came up with some good results. They arrested a total of 6 robbers, 10 rapists, 17 repeated offenders for thievery and 3 powerful gang leaders. Finally, the commander of the security soldiers, putting in a tremendous effort, took 2 days to write a voluminous 100,000 words long report. In the report, it was written that the arrested criminals were accomplices of the assassin. At the same time, he reported that the plot to assassinate the Duke had been planned for a long time in an ambitious conspiracy. The purpose was to eliminate the meritorious Duke of the Tulip family and subvert the rule of the empire. In the report, the commander of the public security argued from many different points of views and elaborated on each and every one of them. Finally, he arrived at the shocking conclusion. It was not just an assassination but a premeditated scheme by domestic and foreign forces to subvert the rule of the Radiant Empire. After the report was submitted, the commander of the security soldiers immediately called his subordinates to prepare a coffin. He invited the priest, personally selected a burial ground, and prepared some poison wine. Once His Majesty had finished reading the report, he would immediately commit suicide. But he had not received any news from the imperial palace. The commander felt perturbed for 2 days and then finally received a commendation order from His Majesty the Emperor. Effectively, the commander had been miraculously given a second lease of life. He found out later that because his report was too long and profound, all the ministers, including His Majesty the Emperor, did not have the patience to even read half of his report. Therefore, they approved the report. Even the soldiers of the imperial capital shed happy tears for him. One morning, a carriage followed by a dozen warriors wearing civilian clothes slowly left the imperial capital through the south gate. When the garrison soldiers saw the documents containing the customs clearance, they immediately stood straight. They saluted in the most dignified manner towards the person in the carriage. The group then left the imperial capital. After traveling for more than 10 miles, the window of the carriage opened to reveal the heroic face of the Duke of Tulip family. Looking back at the disappearing outlines of the magnificent walls of the imperial capital, Rhodey smiled and said, "Are we on our way to the mountains in the south now? I heard that the mountain barbarians do not like to bathe. I wonder if this is true." Rant replied while on the horse, "Your Excellency the Duke. We have left the imperial capital. For your safety, you should not open the windows. The terrain here is more difficult, and it is more dangerous, especially if someone ambushed us with arrows." Rhodey nodded and closed the windows, but he sighed in his heart. If he had brought the wolf fawn with him, he would not have to feel so oppressed, hiding in the carriage. The wolf fawn had officially been separated from the central cavalry by His Majesty. The missing numbers lost in the northwest were replenished. This new cavalry was now no longer part of the lightning god's whip and instead was directly placed under Rhodey's command. Although the soldiers were reluctant to be separated from what the Empire considered their most elite army, it was even more glorious to become the cavalry regiment serving the Empire's god of war, the Duke of Tulip family. When His Majesty the Emperor readily agreed to Rhodey's request, he had considered the fact that this 20,000 cavalry would not be of much help in the south. The mountain barbarians were not like the people of the grasslands. They divided themselves into hundreds or thousands depending on the size of their tribal camps. They were scattered around the vast complicated hilly terrain of the southeast region. The wolf fawn may be powerful, but their cavalry would be less effective in the vast regions of the mountains. On the rugged mountain with steep terrain, the advantage of cavalries was lost. The Emperor and Marquis Geraldine knew about this. That is why the Emperor pretended to be generous and gave the wolf fawn to Rhodey. Geraldine had initially objected to this. Abusing his power as the military minister, he looked for excuses to reorganize the wolf fawn and therefore delayed them for another few days. He wanted to make things as inconvenient as possible for Rhodey. However, His Majesty was pleased about the success of the peace negotiations and ordered Rhodey to immediately go to the south. Rhodey could not delay his departure. Therefore he took a group of guards from the Tulip family and started his journey to the southeast hills. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Surprise Attack. Chapter 103, Surprise Attack. Translator, Editor. The road to the south took them through the beautiful scenery of the mountains. Rhodey had never been to the south and greedily took in the scenery. As a result, they slowed down imperceptibly. Rhodey and the others went from province to province using the highway as they headed towards the southeast. He had started to relax as he traveled from one scenic spot to another. Rhodey was not anxious to hurry to the southeast region as there was nothing urgent over there. The last time, there had been a war in the northwest region, and the war was something that could not be avoided. Naturally, he had to work day and night to resolve the crisis. However, this time, he was just sent to be a phony commanding officer, and the job was going to be extremely boring. In the evening, Rhodey did not manage to reach a small town because they had traveled too slowly. As a result, they had to spend the night outdoors. Rhodey looked at the sky and gave a faint smile. I think it is better to spend the night on the fields. With so many people, we should not be afraid of getting attacked by wolves. A guard that initially came from the south laughed and replied, Duke, you must be joking. There aren't many wolves in the south. However, the climate here is damp, so we will need to be careful of snakes and insects. The guards were all originally soldiers in the army and were naturally proficient in setting up camps while on a march. Very quickly, they had already started a fire and had also set up a few tents. After Rhodey had eaten, he chatted with his subordinates until it was night and then entered the tent to sleep. Everyone was asleep except for 4 guards. The 4 guards chatted and drank over the campfire as the night started to pass. Rhodey slept in his tent, and from time to time, he could hear the sounds of the insects. The damp climate of the south was not suitable for him, especially when it was almost winter. The damp cold was like a sharp knife piercing into his bones. Sleeping inside a tent in an open field was a problem since the tent felt humid and stuffy. It took quite a while before he could fall asleep. The night soon ended and the eastern sky started to turn bright. Rhodey was still sound asleep when he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. Soon after that, there were angry yelling and hurried footsteps. There was also the sound of swords being unsheathed. Rhodey immediately got up and ran out of the tent. He saw that the campfire had been extinguished, and a guard was lying down on the floor. Stuck in his shoulder was a wolf fawn arrow. The guard's eyes were closed, and he seemed to have fainted. The guards that were sitting at the campfire were suddenly shot at with an arrow. The other guards had quickly identified that the arrow was shot from above one of the trees. They were well trained and had already drawn their weapons. They then rushed into the woods, under cover of the dense foliage, towards the tree. Rant saw Rhodey come out from the tent. He immediately notified several guards to surround and protect Rhodey. After a short moment, a few of the guards returned from the woods looking depressed. Apparently, they did not manage to catch the assailant. A guard handed him a white cloth containing a message. The words were written in the language of the Empire. I will follow you. Once I have the chance, I will slit your throat with a knife. I will pierce your heart with an arrow. Rhodey's face sank as he read the words. He gritted his teeth and tore the cloth apart. The other guards were also furious. They were all warriors who valued honor. That was why they felt angry when the assassin played tricks on them. His subordinates carefully examined the guard who was injured. They found that the guard could not wake up. Feeling helpless, they waited until it was dawn. After that, they traveled to a small town and looked for a doctor. They found that the arrowhead was laced with an anesthetic from the northwest region. This anesthetic was extremely powerful. The guard was not injured, but he would not be able to wake up in 2 days. Even after he woke up, he would still be unable to walk for a few more days. Rhodey sighed and could only leave the guard behind in that town. He also paid the doctor a lot of gold coins. Everybody stayed in the town for the night. This time, Rant had ordered for the guards to be on alert. 2 more people were committed to the night watch and even a secret sentry was set up. However, that night, nothing strange happened. After dawn, Rhodey ordered to continue the journey. They did not dare to sleep in the wild and rushed throughout the day so that they could reach the next town before nightfall. Rhodey did not want to risk revealing his identity. So, he went to an inn and booked the whole inn for the night. That night, the inn was also heavily guarded. However, around the middle of the night, another guard was shot by an arrow. He was pushing a door open when he heard a piercing sound and found an arrow sticking out of his thigh. Hearing the miserable cry of the guard, a few of the other guards immediately pulled out their swords and quickly identified the direction of the arrows with their sharp eyes. Rant took a few people and immediately gave chase, but the assailant had already escaped. When Rant came back, there was another cloth with a message. It was written in a bold handwriting. The next one could be you. Rhodey gritted his teeth hatefully. Fortunately, Dark was reluctant to hurt the innocent. In those 2 days, his 2 arrows had not caused any fatal injury but only caused the guards to lose their mobility temporarily. Rhodey felt helpless. Once again, he left the injured guard in the town and continued to hurry on ahead. Although the group had taken extra precautions, Dark continued to remain elusive and his skill in archery was matchless. The arrows he shot could fly further compared to arrows shot by an ordinary person. Even if Rhodey could block the arrows, it would be difficult for them to detect it. Every time someone was shot by an arrow, the guards would give chase, but Dark would have disappeared without a trace. Dark was a hunter of the grasslands. Hunting cunning wolves every day had sharpened his skills incredibly. He was invincible when he used that same skill for surprise attacks. Rhodey's group traveled for another 2 days, and another 2 guards were injured during those 2 days. He saw that only 11 of the original 15 subordinates remained. Rhodey secretly gritted his teeth. He understood that Dark wanted to slowly eliminate his subordinates. At that rate, nobody would be left by his side even before he could reach the southeast. Rhodey was furious as he had never been outmaneuvered so badly since his journey to the northwest. Rant also looked pale. He wanted to find the assassin and immediately kill him. The next day, Rhodey ordered for the group to travel slowly. They had deliberately slowed down and traveled until it was dark. After that, Rhodey ordered for them to camp in the wilds. He saw that the sky had started to turn dark and whispered to Rant, "Rant, take a look at the surrounding terrain. Do you see that hill slope?" Rant nodded as he glanced at the slope. He then frowned and asked, "Your Excellency, is there a problem?" Rhodey raised his eyebrows as he replied, "The surrounding terrain are all on low ground except that hill. If I were to hide in that hill, I would have a good panoramic view of this place. He. If I were an assassin and I wanted to find a place to snipe with arrows, that hill would be the best place." Rant's eyes lit up as he said, "Your Excellency. Do you mean?" Rhodey nodded and said, "Tonight, that assassin will definitely come and attack again. I believe that he will choose that location to shoot his arrows. Take 2 people with you and quickly hide in the hills. If you see him, act immediately. If we wait until he shoots before we chase him, we will absolutely not be able to catch him." Rant was pleasantly surprised and showed admiration as he repeatedly nodded his head. He quickly gave an order, and the 3 guards left in large strides. Rhodey had made ample preparations. That night, nobody slept. However, they entered their tent and pretended to sleep so that they could lure the assailant. They did not even leave a guard outside. Early the next morning, they heard a sharp whistle at the hill in the distance. A group of guards immediately sprang up and rushed towards the hill. Rhodey ran the fastest and reached the hillside in a short moment. He then saw Rant with 1 foot stepping on a person. His broadsword was placed at his back. The man was trembling at Rant's feet and begging for mercy. Next to the ground was a set of bow and arrows. Rhodey saw that the man was not Dark and thought to himself, "Was I wrong? The assailant is not Dark?" He then listened to Rant's report and found out that when the man went up the mountains, Rant and the 2 other guards ambushed him. However, before any action could be taken, the man saw their swords and immediately threw himself on the ground in fear. He was captured easily. When Rant placed his broadsword on the man's back, the man became even more frightened and begged for his life. The guards frowned, but Rhodey felt puzzled. He coldly asked for the man's head to be lifted up and carefully questioned him. The man knelt on the ground. His tears streamed down as he stammered, "I am just a person from the village. Earlier today, a stranger gave me a gold coin and asked me to climb up this mountain in the evening with a bow and arrow. I thought that he was suspicious and did not dare to agree, but he said that, if I did this, he would give me another gold coin the next day." Rhodey stamped his feet in frustration. He saw the pale man and noticed that he was wearing a simple farmer's shirt. Rhodey then waved his hand so that Rant would release him. Suddenly, there were 2 whoosh sounds. Before the sound disappeared, a breeze of wind could be felt. Rhodey reacted quickly and raised his sword. After that, a ting sound could be heard as the wolf-fang arrow slammed into the wall of the hill. There was a cry as one of the other guards was also hit by an arrow. Everyone immediately surrounded Rhodey and protected him. They clenched the swords in their hands as they looked around vigilantly. In the distance, below the hill, stood a silhouette. The man was holding a peculiar longbow as he looked at Rhodey and the others on the slope. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Duke of Tulip! Do you think you can deceive me with your trap?" Rhodey's mind stirred as he recognized Dark's voice. He gently pushed Rant, who was standing in front of him, and walked out as he shouted, "Dark! You are being too sneaky. Didn't you say you want to kill me? Why are you hiding? Come and fight me in the open. If you can beat me, my life is yours." Dark gave a long laugh and then he replied coldly, "I am not stupid. Duke of Tulip. I may hate you, but I know that I am no match for you. Anyway, I am here for vengeance, not to compete with you. I will sneak around, or whatever, as long as I get to kill you. Wait for me to take your life." Rhodey was extremely angry. He suddenly picked up the bow and arrow on the floor, knocked an arrow and shot at Dark. However, the two of them were very far away and the bow in Rhodey's hands was just an ordinary wooden hunting bow. The arrow only flew for a short distance before it lost its momentum and dropped to the ground. Dark laughed loudly. His voice was full of pride and mockery. Rhodey was furious and pulled the bow again only to hear a snap. He had used too much force in his rage and the bow had broken. Dark's laughter gradually stopped and he coldly shouted, "Duke! I do not want to kill needlessly. Otherwise, your subordinates would have died long ago. Even tonight when your men are standing on top of the hill. They are just live targets." Having said that, Dark sped away as he laughed. His figure soon vanished in the distance. Rhodey was furious. When he was in the northwest, he had no problem dealing with thousands and thousands of enemies, with their innumerable swords and weapons. But he was helpless with just this one single assailant. He felt both angry and ashamed. The guards felt depressed. They waited until it was daybreak before they journeyed on. Their faces were glum. They, the glorious warriors under the Tulip family banner, had been outmaneuvered by that lone assailant. They could not speak along the whole journey. That afternoon, they arrived at a small town. Rhodey sent the injured guard for treatment. He stayed back in his room to think of a way out of his dilemma. Andy had been silent all this while. For this journey, Rhodey had not brought along Andy's skeleton. Otherwise, with Andy's superior magic skill, solving this problem would have been an easy matter. However, Rhodey and Andy once had a detailed discussion. Andy's energy was limited. The more it was used, the less Andy had left. When all his energy was used up, his soul would just vanish. That was why, in these 200 years, he was mostly asleep. Even after he got to know Rhodey, he normally limited his skeletal movements. Using the God Smile connection enabled Andy to minimize the depletion of his energy. Rhodey was still depressed when Andy suddenly cried, "There's a way. Maybe it will work." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, 10-Year Agreement. Chapter 104, 10-Year Agreement. Translator, Editor. Everybody stayed in that town for 2 days. The guards had started to think of asking the local garrison to help escort the Duke as well. If there were hundreds of soldiers escorting, even the brave assassin would not dare to attack. However, that idea was rejected by some of the guards even before it was proposed. They all had the same thoughts. They were the dignified guards of the Duke of the Tulip family. If they could not protect the Duke from a single-handed assassin and had to resort to getting help from the local garrison, then they would be ridiculed. If that happened, they would be better off committing suicide than die of shame. Rhodey spent a long time in his room. When he came out, the haziness on his face had gone. He ordered his soldiers to stay in town for 2 days. He also did not to leave any soldier to guard outside his room at night. Dark was actually hiding among Rhodey's traveling group. He hid in an abandoned attic near to the place where the group was staying in. In the past 2 days, Dark stayed in the attic as he observed the movement of Rhodey and his group. He watched passively as strict precautions were taken. They did not leave any guards to watch at night and they also did not leave the room much for outdoor activities during the day. Rhodey hid in the room and all daily requirements were delivered to him. For 2 days, Dark did not manage to find any opportunity to attack. However, Dark had excellent patience. In the grassland, he often needed to pursue a wolf for several days before he could kill it. He would also not feel tired from the hard work. In fact, he was more energetic as the target was his enemy. He would not feel agitated even if he needed to wait for 20 days to gain an opportunity. Moreover, the Duke would not be able to hide in the town forever. On the 3rd day, at around noontime, Dark noticed something strange. He saw that the door of the room where the Duke was staying in had opened. Dark thought that the Duke was about to continue his journey when they took out 2 horses. However, only 2 of Rhodey's subordinates were on the horses. The 2 whipped their horses and rushed off towards the south. After waiting for a while, another 2 horses appeared. 2 guards rode the horses and headed towards the east. Dark waited for a while more and once again, another 2 guards on horses came out from the yard. Those 2 rode towards the north. Dark was bewildered. After all, he was only one person. He hesitated for a long time and finally decided to change his tactic. Anyway, it would not be wrong to continue following the Duke. However, in the afternoon, when the guards who left earlier did not return, Dark's heart was filled with mysterious doubts. When Dark was feeling confused, a carriage finally came out. The remaining guards were riding their horses and guarding the carriage on all sides. They surrounded the carriage and headed southwards. Dark gritted his teeth and waited for the carriage to move further away before leaving the attic. He covered his tracks before pursuing the carriage. All along the way, Dark noticed that the carriage was moving extremely quickly. Dark sneered in his heart. What's wrong? Running away in fear? Dark followed from the back as he sneered. He then saw the carriage move faster and faster. Suddenly, it turned into a small path. Thinking of using the small path to get rid of me? Dark sneered. I can even chase the most cunning wolves, let alone so many people. He did not hesitate and immediately followed the carriage. In the distance, Dark saw the horses and the carriage quickly entered a small grove. Dark vigilantly observed from behind for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and followed the carriage as well. After running a few steps, he noticed that the distant carriage had stopped in the middle of the woods. Those few guards were missing. Dark frowned and became more vigilant. He hid behind a tree and observed carefully for a long time. Suddenly, he realized. They had abandoned their carriage and escaped on horses. Although he thought of that, he still carefully jumped from tree to tree and slowly approached the carriage. When he was at the front, he saw that the carriage door was open and that the carriage was empty. Dark felt surprised and angry as he whispered, "Well played." The Duke of the Tulip family had actually run away. He then jumped down the tree and looked at the horseshoe prints on the floor. However, he felt something suspicious after looking at them. The horseshoe prints on the floor showed that the guards had scattered in all directions. Dark hatefully took out his scimitar and ferociously slashed at the carriage. His face had turned pale. While he was feeling angry, he suddenly heard a voice coming from a distance. "Mr. Dark. Are you looking for me?" Dark quickly turned around and saw a person standing next to a tree looking indifferent. That person was the man he wanted to kill, the Duke of Tulip family. Dark's heart was beating fiercely. He looked around, and his heart turned cold. He saw that he was surrounded by several groups of soldiers with 2 soldiers in each group. They had blocked him from all directions. They held their swords as they slowly approached him. Dark's expression changed as he immediately took out his longbow and shot an arrow at Rhodey. From far, he heard Rhodey laugh coldly and dodged the arrow by moving behind a tree. The arrow missed its target. Dark was shocked as he understood that it was a trap. They had lured him into the woods and made him unable to use his bow and arrow effectively. In the dense woods, the power of the bow and arrow was greatly reduced. He noticed that Rhodey's guards were slowly getting closer from all directions using the trees as covers. The encircled space around him was getting smaller. Taking a deep breath, he threw down his bow and took out his scimitar. He fiercely shouted, "Come on!" The guards had already completely surrounded Dark, but they did not approach any further. Instead, they gnashed their teeth and glared at Dark as they waited for the Duke's order. Once the order was given, they would rush forward and cut Dark to pieces. Rhodey sighed. He separated the guards and walked to the front. He looked at Dark with a trace of frustration and said, "Mr. Dark. Long time no see." Dark snorted coldly. He then slashed at an empty space and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want my life, come and take it." Rhodey frowned and lightly said, "Since the start, Mr. Dark is the one aiming for my life. I have never taken the initiative to provoke you." Dark spat as he stared at Rhodey and shouted, "I already said I will kill you. However, I ended up being trapped by you today. There is nothing left to say." Rhodey pondered for a moment. He then looked at Dark's face and frowned. "Mr. Dark, that day, in the What Fortress, you said that my father killed your brother. What happened? I have asked the old soldiers in the army, but they do not seem to know you. Can you tell me what actually happened?" Dark's expression changed. His eyes were full of resentment and he gritted his teeth. He asked, "Why are you asking all this?" Rhodey gave a faint smile and replied, "Whatever the case, you had saved my life. If it were not for you, I would have died in the Northwest Grasslands." "Fine." Dark hatefully said, "Nothing bad will happen even if I tell you. My brother was one of the captains of the cavalry, serving under your father. As for me, I did not have any important post in the military. Naturally, no one would know me. On the other hand, your father was the commander-in-chief of a large army and had killed a countless number of people. Naturally, he would not care about the name of a captain's little brother." "Oh?" Rhodey nodded and then asked, "So, why did your brother die?" Dark's eyes turned red as he stared at Rhodey and said, "In a battle, my brother was late in providing support according to the specified time by the late Duke. This caused the other barracks to suffer heavy losses. The late Duke was furious and executed my brother according to the martial law." "Humph. He was just late." However, the Duke refused to listen to my brother's explanation. The enemy had dispatched small groups of armies to obstruct all along the way. My brother did not rest as he took his soldiers and fought for 200 miles, but he eventually reached the late Duke. But your father still said he violated the military order and executed him. My pitiful brother. When he was executed, he was still covered in the fresh blood of the enemies. Was that his reward for fighting desperately for the nation? Dark's voice choked as he finished speaking. His sharp eyes glared at Rhodey. Rant was alarmed and slowly stood beside Rhodey. He raised his broadsword and looked at Dark vigilantly to prevent any unexpected attack. Rhodey was sad. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He was ignorant as to what happened then. However, he had been in the army for some time and had learned from Sieg and the others that the late Duke was very strict and strictly enforced military law. When Sieg and the others talked about it, they had an anxious look on their faces. Having heard Dark's story, he believed that most of it were true. Rhodey had experienced a lot of killing and understood that military orders must be obeyed and that kindness must not be shown. Although he felt that the late Duke was too cold-hearted, he understood that the late Duke also did not have a choice and had to hold the captain responsible. After thinking for a while, Rhodey slowly said, Mr. Dark, you can go. What? Before Dark could speak, Rant had already cried out. Dark's expression changed. He looked at Rhodey gloomily and said, Duke of Tulip family. What tricks are you up to? Are you planning to use some ways to punish me? Rhodey shook his head. He waved his hand to tell Rant not to speak. After that, he looked at Dark and continued, Mr. Dark. That day you saved me and my companion. By right, I owe you 2 lives. I spared your life once in what fortress and paid back a debt. Today, I will spare you again. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. Dark looked confused as he gritted his teeth and said, You are really letting me go? Rhodey nodded and sighed, Although you hate me, but I do not hate you. Although you had attacked me in the past few days and have injured my guards, but you did not kill them. This shows that you do not slaughter innocent people. Had you killed a single person, I will not let you go today. Dark shook his head in disbelief. He still looked fierce and said, Duke of Tulip family. You better not say these kinds of words. Even if you let me go, I will definitely not let you go. When I see an opportunity, I will still come and kill you. Rhodey nodded and suddenly smiled. He said, Mr. Dark. I will spare you your life today, but you have to promise me one thing. Without waiting for Dark to speak, Rhodey continued, Do not give me any trouble for 3 years. After 3 years, if I am not dead, feel free to come and find me. I will give you an opportunity for a fair fight. What? Dark sneered as he heard this. He was about to open his mouth to refuse. Rhodey immediately replied, Dark. I may be saying too much, but you are also a person of the Empire. You should know my identity and my current influence in the Empire. Ryuenthal is glaring at the Empire from the northwest region. The southern mountain tribes are constantly causing disorders. The northern Roland continent armies are also getting ready to fight. Turbulence is everywhere. Problems may arise at any time. Think of the consequences if I were to die right now. With the presence of the Tulip family war banner in the Empire, the enemies from all areas will not dare to create chaos. However, it will be a heavy blow for the Empire if the Tulip family war banner falls. There will be chaos. Millions of ordinary citizens would be caught up in the flames of war, and countless families will fall apart. Dark, are you cold-hearted enough to ignore this? After saying those last few sentences, Rhodey's expression turned serious. Dark's body trembled fiercely, and his eyes showed a confused expression. Rhodey's voice was like a hammer pounding on his heart. He thought of the consequences mentioned by Rhodey. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. His face turned extremely pale. Rhodey coldly said, Mr. Dark. You are also a warrior and are full of righteousness. Do you have the heart to see these things happen? Suddenly, Dark raised his head and looked straight at Rhodey. He asked without sounding afraid, Duke of Tulip family. In this case, what do you mean by 3 years? Are you saying you can solve all these in 2 years? Rhodey sighed and replied, I do not know, but I will do what I can. In Rhodey's heart, he secretly thought, 3 years? I am afraid, I cannot solve these problems even in 10 years. However, after 3 years, I will stop being the Duke of Tulip family. Then, when I am gone, you can go and take revenge on the real Duke of Tulip family. Dark's eyes showed determination as he forcefully threw his scimitar on the ground. He then loudly said, Fine. I promise you. After that, he looked at Rhodey and coldly said, Are you not afraid that I will go back on my promise? Are you not afraid that once I am gone, I will come back and try to assassinate you? Rodi laughed and replied, I judge people with my own eyes. If I have judged you wrongly, I deserve to be killed. He then thought in his heart. You dare to come again? I have already repaid my debts. If I were to catch you again, I will no longer be lenient. I can easily harden my heart and kill a few people. Dark nodded and turned to his left without looking at Rodi. Rodi gave a signal with his eyes and a few guards opened the way and allowed Dark to leave. Dark walked for about 100 steps, then he suddenly stopped and turned back. He then loudly said, Duke of Tulip family. I am afraid that 3 years will not be enough. I will give you 10 years. I am full of resentment, but I am not heartless. After that, Dark left in large strides. Rodi gave a wry smile when he heard that. 10 years? This is good. 10 years later, go and take revenge on the real Seth. You actually hate the Duke of Tulip family. I am just an imposter. Somewhere in the imperial capital, someone felt a sudden cold shiver on his back in the middle of his sleep. He then rolled over and went back to sleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, The Welcome Ceremony. Chapter 105, The Welcome Ceremony. Translator, Editor. The rest of the journey went well. Rodi and his group eventually arrived at the Purple Leaf City in the southeast. The Purple Leaf City was located in the southeast of the empire. It was the capital city of Sierra Province. This city could accommodate millions of people and was the largest city in the southeast. The city was built 200 years ago, during the era of Abbas the Great. In those years, Abbas the Great went on an expedition all over the continent and had conquered the south. In order to defend the stability in the south, he put in great efforts to build that city. The city walls were at least 10 li long. The walls were tall and strong. Even the lowest part of the wall was about 15 meters high. The width of the city's walls was almost comparable to the walls of the imperial capital. The walls were wide enough to accommodate 4 horses walking side by side on top of it. Below the walls was a several meters deep moat that was connected to the Purple Leaf River. As the city was originally used as the first military fortress in the southeast, the military facilities on the city's walls were all complete. In the Purple Leaf City, they had all kinds of armament and had ample reserves. Their food supply was enough to provide for 100,000 soldiers in the army for 3 years. After 200 years, the city had developed water transportation as it was located at the riverside of the Purple Leaf River. As the Purple Leaf City was also the capital city of the Sierra Province, the businesses and commercial trades in the city were flourishing extremely well. After 200 years of peace and prosperity, that city had developed into the largest city in the southern region. In the empire, it was referred to as the southern capital. Before Rodi arrived in the city, the governors general of the 3 provinces in the southeast had already gathered in the Purple Leaf City. They waited to greet the Southeast Special Envoy sent by His Majesty. After all, he was the Special Envoy sent by His Majesty and was also the Duke, the heir of the Tulip family. The Tulip family was the most prominent family in the empire. When the Tulip family's name was referred to anywhere in the empire, it could easily shake an entire region. After they had received the report, the 3 governors general immediately brought a large number of people out of the city to grandly greet Rodi. Rodi and his subordinates saw a large group of people standing at the entrance of the city from a distance. The guards of honor, by the roadside, wore colorful clothes and looked full of enthusiasm. The governor-general of Sierra stood in the middle. After all, he was the head of the local officials in the city. The governors-general of the other 2 provinces stood on either side. They headed towards Rodi's carriage with smiles on their faces. Before Rodi's guards could act, one of the governors-general immediately opened the door of the carriage while another rushed to help Rodi get down from the carriage. They were surprised when they saw Rodi. Since they were located in the southern region of the empire, before they received the order, they had inquired about the Duke. They knew that the Duke had just inherited the title not long ago and was still very young. However, they still could not help but feel shocked when they met him in person. They never expected the Duke to be really so young. He did not seem to have even reached 20 years old. They felt even more unconvinced and thought, this young Duke is the commander-in-chief who had defeated 100,000 soldiers of the Grassland Army in the northwest? Looking at the young Duke carefully, he still does not seem to be such a person. Sierra's governor-general that stood in the middle was a cunning and deceitful person. When he saw the young Duke, he felt very relaxed and thought, a young man like him will have a limit even if he is powerful. As long as I coax him well, then everything will be simple. The other 2 governors-general flattered Rodi and said things like young and promising and having a bright future. Rhodey had heard those compliments thousands of times before and did not care anymore. Fortunately, Rhodey had experienced many occasions like that. He just knitted his eyebrows and laughed a little. After that, he joined them in flattering others. Everyone played the drums and trumpets as they welcomed Rhodey into the city. A lot of ordinary citizens came to watch the excitement as they knew that the Empire's distinguished Duke of the Tulip family had arrived. They craned their necks and watched from afar. They did not dare to approach as the ferocious soldiers would whip the ones that got too close. The citizens felt angry, but they did not dare to say anything. They could only point their fingers from afar. Rhodey observed the scene and secretly frowned. He coldly looked at the Sierra's Governor-General and saw his proud smile. Rhodey's gaze gradually became cold. When they arrived at the Governor-General's mansion, the servants led Rhodey's subordinates to the side for them to rest. A large number of distinguished personages were waiting in the main hall of the Governor-General's mansion. Rhodey walked into the hall, and the three governors-general bowed and followed suit. The powerful distinguished families swarmed Rhodey. Rhodey raised his spirit as he tried to cope with them. He listened to the endless amounts of compliments and simply smiled in reply. Rhodey saw that those influential people looked extremely fat. They had a greedy gaze and a respectful expression. None of them looked like good people. Everybody made a racket for a long time. Rhodey thought that it was in bad taste and could not help but yawn. Sierra's Governor-General's eyes lit up. He saw Rhodey yawn and immediately said loudly, "His Excellency the Duke have traveled far and must be tired. Now is lunchtime. This humble subordinate has already prepared the food. Your Excellency the Duke, please enjoy it." He then clapped his hands and two side doors to the main hall opened at the same time. Two groups of young and charming women wearing bright and colorful clothes slowly walked into the hall. Each woman carried a tray. On every tray were silver plates, some were big while some were small. Each woman served a table. When the plates were placed on the table, Rhodey was stunned. Rhodey saw the women came in one after another, carrying a variety of magnificent dishes. That was an eye-opener for Rhodey. He saw more than a dozen silver plates of various sizes, with all types of colorful dishes, placed on the table in front of him. Rhodey had never smelled or seen most of those dishes before. The food was obviously prepared by an expert. It looked extremely pleasing to the eye, and the smell stimulated the appetite. Those who ate it would definitely lick their fingers. Rhodey was amazed as the food served here could not even be found at the banquet in the Imperial Palace. After that, Rhodey saw two topless, robust men carry a huge wine barrel and placed it in the middle of the main hall. Rhodey looked carefully and noticed that the wine barrel was made of pure gold. After that, a beautiful woman wearing a short dress walked into the hall. She looked like she was about 20 years old. The dress that she wore exposed her slim arms and legs and revealed her fair skin. Her blouse was so short that her waistline was also exposed. She had a pair of pretty eyebrows and sparkling eyes which made her look very attractive. She walked in slowly and elegantly. She was barefooted and had a small golden anklet with bells on her foot. The bells jingled with every step she took. She slowly walked to the front of the golden wine barrel and filled a golden wine cup with the wine. She then walked to the front of Rhodey's table and slowly knelt down. As she offered the golden wine cup in her hand to Rhodey, she said with her sweet voice, "Your Excellency the Duke, please drink." Rhodey looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. He could not help but turned his gaze to Sierra's Governor-General at his side. He then lightly said, "You must have put a lot of thought into this, Governor." Sierra's Governor-General was happy. He nodded and laughed, "I don't dare to. Your Excellency the Duke. This is one of the most beautiful women in Purple Leaf City. Not everyone gets a chance to see her. However, we knew that the Duke of Tulip family is coming today, so we invited her to serve Your Excellency a drink." Rhodey nodded his head. He gazed at the beauty and gently received the cup of wine. Rhodey then looked around and loudly said, "Everyone. I have been appointed by His Majesty as the Southeast Special Envoy. I will be straightforward. I just hope that all of you can be of great help. Everybody do a proper good job, and then I can go and report back to His Majesty." After some applause, everybody raised their cups of wine and finished the wine. Sierra's Governor-General's face was smiling. His eyes twinkled in splendor. He whispered to a servant beside him. The servant then immediately walked out the main hall using the side door. A little while later, they heard a clear and melodious sound. Both of the doors at the side entrance gradually opened. A rolling platform was pushed into the main hall. Sitting on the platform was a young woman in a white dress. In front of her was a harp that was as tall as a person. She gently plucked the strings of the harp with the slender fingers of her delicate hands. The harp immediately produced a beautiful and pleasant music. The sound of some light footsteps entered the main hall from both entrances. There were about 20 young women. They were all beautiful and charming. They slowly walked to the side of the nobles and gently sat next to them. Those young women spoke softly in a sweet voice. Some of them helped the nobles refill their wine while others gently embraced the nobles. Suddenly, Rodi was stunned as he never expected that the mansion of the proud and dignified general governor of the empire would be like that. That place was supposed to be used to handle official and important matters, but right now, it was not different from the brothel in the imperial capital. While Rodi was still shocked, a young woman wearing a red dress slowly sat next to him. She gently smiled at him, as her soft and fragrant body moved closer. That Sierra's governor-general looked pleased with himself as he embraced a woman. He secretly thought to himself. Fortunately, I had inquired about the Duke's preferences after receiving His Majesty's orders. Fortunately, the Duke was also someone who also loves wine and was a pleasure-seeking person. He must be very satisfied with my preparations. Just when Rodi was still confused and unable to respond, a guard outside the main hall suddenly shouted, "The regiment commander, Camus, has arrived." Rodi immediately became clear-headed and pushed away the young woman in a red dress next to him. The sound of leather boots could be heard, and then an old military officer wearing the uniform of a senior commander strode forward into the hall. He looked like he was older than 50 years old. He was tall, robust, and had broad shoulders. Although his hair had turned gray, his back was still straight. The regiment commander, Camus, walked forward into the main hall. The movements of the surrounding people that were enjoying the wine were sluggish. Camus gave a strange and humble gaze towards the surrounding people. Camus' gaze was indifferent as he looked around. Suddenly, his eyes showed astonishment. He walked to the middle of the main hall and kicked to knock over the golden barrel of wine. The smell of the wine spread throughout the main hall. The crowd was shocked as Camus stood in front of Rodi. His eyes looked straight at Rodi as he casually said, "Southern Legion Regiment Commander, Camus, greets Your Excellency the Duke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 106, The Chaos in the Southeast. Chapter 106, The Chaos in the Southeast. Translator, Editor. All the nobles and officials in the main hall turned pale with fright when they saw Camus violently kick over the golden wine barrel. They did not dare to say anything because of Camus' status. Instead, they secretly took a look at the expressions of the Sierra's Governor-General and the Duke. Sierra's Governor-General showed an unpleasant expression, but the person in front of him was a commander that commanded hundreds of thousands of soldiers. As a result, he did not dare to get angry at Camus even though he was the Governor-General. His facial muscles continued to tremble and he could not help but look at Rodi. Rodi was excited in his heart, but he showed a calm expression. He thought of the information about Camus, which he had obtained from asking Sieg and Nicole. Camus was the regiment commander of the Southern Legion. At that moment, he was 53 years old. When he was 18, he had obtained the title of a Grade 1 swordsman. He was an ordinary citizen and had joined the military after he graduated. At first, he served as the deputy commander of the 1st Cavalry Regiment in the Northwest. After that, he was promoted to commander. When the late Duke of Tulip was appointed as the regiment commander of the Northwest Legion, Camus was promoted as the deputy regiment commander. After he was transferred to the Central Cavalry, he continued to serve as the late Duke's assistant and became the deputy regiment commander of the Lightning God's Whip. Even though he was born as an ordinary civilian, he became one of the Empire's highest-ranking officer within 20 years. After that, the Emperor had bestowed the title of Baron onto him. 3 years later, he became an Earl. Since the founding of the Empire, not including the people that founded the nation, there were less than 10 people who started off as an ordinary civilian and then rose through the ranks and obtained the title of an Earl. Camus was resolute and courageous. He also knew how to use tactics. His only shortcoming was that he was extremely proud. He had served as the aide of the Duke of Tulip for 20 years. However, Camus finally severed his relationship with the late Duke for some unknown reasons. Originally, Camus could be considered the second-best commander after the late Duke of Tulip. However, they suddenly had a falling out due to some unknown reason, and Camus had resigned from the Lightning God's Whip. Eventually, Camus was transferred to the south and was appointed as the regiment commander of the Southern Legion. In the last 5 years, ever since the death of the late Duke, he had never returned to the imperial capital. It was not a secret to the nobles that the regiment commander, Camus and late Duke of the Tulip family were on bad terms. This time, the Emperor had chosen to send Rodi to where Camus was instead of anywhere else. This would probably make things even more difficult for Rodi. A few years ago, the Southern Hill tribes had staged a rebellion. This fiercely shook the three southeast provinces. The Sierra province was located nearest to the mountains. After hundreds of years, their blood was mixed as the people intermarried with one another. As a result, many of the residents were descendants of the mountain tribes. That rebellion nearly engulfed the entire Sierra province. Camus relied on his own marvelous military ability. He cleverly used various tricks to sow discord between the mountain tribes and defeated them one by one. Finally, the mountain barbarians were driven back to the mountains. However, Camus was not a bloodthirsty person. After he had crushed the rebel forces, he took advantage of the hatred between the mountain tribes and separated them. He also skillfully balanced the power of the three provinces. This was especially true for the Sierra province, as 30% of the locals in the Sierra province were the mountain tribes. There was an intense hatred between the people of the empire and the mountain tribes. The situation in the southeast only stabilized because Camus was watching over these provinces. In the last few years, the people of the grasslands had separated from the empire and formed the Great Moon Kingdom. As a result, the mountain tribes were greatly influenced and many ambitious people thought of emulating the Great Moon Kingdom. They wanted to break away from the empire's rule. However, Camus' presence in the south deterred the mountain tribes from doing anything rash. Rodi really admired and respected the regiment commander Camus. After all, he was not really the Duke of Tulip family and did not know about the enmity between Camus and the Tulip family. As a young soldier of the empire, he just revered and respected Camus. Taking a deep breath, Rodi spoke in a calm voice, "Your Excellency Camus, please have a seat. I just arrived in the Purple Leaf City today. I was wondering when to pay you a visit at the Southeast Barracks. However, you are already here." Camus just nodded his head. He then looked at Rodi and coldly said, "Your Excellency the Duke, I am not here to drink wine. I just have an important matter to discuss with the Governor General. In my opinion, there is no more need to drink the wine. Everybody is dismissed." Camus turned his body and directed that last sentence to the other nobles. "Important matter?" Rodi frowned. Camus calmly looked at Rodi and the Governor General as he coldly said, "Governor General, please give the order. Starting from today, the Purple Leaf City will be on alert. The whole of Sierra Province will be on alert, and all the defenders must be ready for combat. My Southern Legion will also cooperate with the native defenders. I had received the latest news that the mountain people are beginning to move." "What?" The Governor General immediately stood up and stammered, "No. This cannot be. The day before yesterday, the elders of the tribes just came to visit me." Camus sneered and mocked him, "And he also gave you a few beautiful mountain women. Am I right?" "Nonsense. There was no such thing." The Governor General's face turned red, and then he said respectfully, "Since Camus said that there are important matters to discuss, the banquet shall end here now." "Your Excellency the Duke, is that all right with you?" Rodi stood up and loudly replied, "I was entrusted by His Majesty. Since there is an important military task, this must not be delayed. The banquet will end right away." Since the Governor General and the Duke had spoken, the guests in the hall immediately got up and started to leave. Some of them were shocked and frightened by what Camus said earlier. They were afraid that something serious was about to happen. There were even some that had already planned their escape from the southeast and had already figured out how to protect their property. The young women who accompanied them to drink wine also left the main hall. In a short time, the only people left in the main hall was Rodi, Camus, and the three governors general of the southeast provinces. Camus looked serious and spoke sternly, "Governors General, the current situation is very complicated. According to the latest information I received, 19 mountain tribes held an assembly 10 days ago, at the Flame Tribe's Nine Sons Mountain. The 19 mountain tribes had already elected the Flame Tribe's Wuya as the tribal chief." "Tribal chief?" Sierra's Governor General's expression changed as he loudly shouted, "Are they crazy? According to the decree of the empire, the tribes are not allowed to appoint a tribal chief. They are even forming alliances now. Do they want to start a rebellion?" The other two governors general's expression also changed. Camus looked at the silent Rodi and slowly said, "Rebellion? 10 years ago, they had already rebelled once. That was nothing, but this time, they have blatantly violated the empire's decree by forming an alliance and electing a tribal chief without permission. Humph. It seems that their leader is a very brave and ambitious person." Sierra's Governor General gritted his teeth in hatred and said, "Bastard. According to the decree of the empire, the tribes are not to elect a tribal chief, and the tribes must honor His Majesty as the tribal chief. They dared to do this, are they not afraid of being executed? I will immediately report to the imperial capital." Camus looked at him with disdain and simply said, "This incident had already happened. The news that I received had not changed and it was delayed by 10 days. Right now, the most important thing to do is to restrain the soldiers and make preparations. If I am not wrong, they will raise their flags in less than a month. The situation in the south is complicated as many of the defenders are also mountain people. This is why it is more important to stabilize the troops now. The two of you, Governors General, please rush back to your respective provinces. I will immediately dispatch the Southern Legion to give assistance. Camus paused for a while and slowly said, right now, the problem is like a raging flame. With a small spark, the cities will start to burn. Currently, the Purple Leaf City has 30,000 defenders. Among them, 10,000 are mountain people. Governor General, please send someone to keep a close watch on them. Also, give the order for them to shut down the barracks and make sure that they do not contact anyone from outside. Sierra's Governor General was trembling nonstop and said, could it be that these guys are going to turn renegade? I will immediately mobilize the garrison and immediately arrest them all. Idiot! Camus scolded in his heart. Arrest? They have 10,000 infantries and are well equipped. How are you going to arrest them? Your 20,000 undisciplined defenders would easily be routed by the ferocious mountain people in just 2 encounters. Rodi thought for a moment and then he slowly spoke, Governor General, in my opinion, we should not hastily arrest them right now. Now that the mountain tribes have formed an alliance, the first thing they will do is to contact the mountain soldiers in the southeast. These soldiers may be affiliated to the Empire but ultimately, they are still foreigners. If someone incited a rebellion, there will definitely be some of them who will follow. However, if we suddenly arrest them first, those who did not plan to revolt will also be forced to revolt. Sierra's Governor General immediately laughed and said, yes. Your Excellency the Duke is right. In this case, what do you suggest? Rodi secretly frowned and said, just follow Camus' idea and give an order to shut down the barracks. Nobody is allowed to enter or leave without permission. Nobody is allowed to get in contact with anyone from the outside. After that, mobilize the army as a deterrence. Having said that, he looked at Camus and asked, Your Excellency Camus, how many soldiers can you take out from the Southern Legion? Camus showed a complicated expression as he looked at Rodi. He thought deeply for a moment and then he replied. 50,000 is the maximum. I can't take out any more soldiers. I need to retain enough troops for the southeast. This is because when the mountain tribes finally start their rebellion, the Southeast Legion would be at the front lines to put down the rebellion. Rodi nodded his head and said, I heard before arriving in the city that there are 2 large infantry units in the Sierra province. One of them is stationed in the Purple Leaf City. The other one is divided into 5 units, with 1,000 soldiers each, and were stationed at various regions in Sierra province. Am I right? Yes. Sierra's Governor General immediately nodded his head. He then bowed and said, Your Excellency the Duke is clear in understanding the minute details. Rodi calmly nodded his head and thought in his heart. I originally came to the south to do my job. If I had not gathered any information in advance, I will just end up being fooled by all of you, corrupted officials. He then looked at the other 2 governors general. The other 2 immediately noticed him and replied, I have 4,000 mountain army in my garrison. I have 5,000 people at my place but they are all reserve army. Rodi secretly sighed and could not help but cursed in his heart. These useless garrisons. They knew that the mountain barbarians are ready to create trouble and yet they still dared to recruit so many mountain people as their defenders. It is obvious that if these mountain people want to revolt, they may even provide weapons to the enemy. They are really extremely stupid. Rodi did not know that there had been no wars in the south for 10 years and the military discipline had become lax. The officers were corrupted but were not overboard because of Camus' presence. As a result, they could only skimp as much as possible by hiring the mountain people. The military salary of the mountain people was much lower than the soldiers of the empire. There were a lot of cases like this. In order to fill their pockets, the military officers did not care that much. They had always thought that the mountain people had already surrendered for so many years and would no longer revolt. There were even those that yelled the nonsensical slogan, utilize barbaric methods to rule the barbarians. They did not know that that method was feasible only if it was applied under an extremely strong central leadership. That was because there was a strong army that could be used as a backup as deterrence. That must also be supplemented with appeasing methods to support it. However, the current strength of the empire was weak and the defenders were scattered. The swords in their hands were blunt and yet they still shouted the slogan of utilize barbaric methods to rule barbarians. Moreover, they took the initiative of giving swords to the enemy. Naturally, the enemy would use the swords against them when the need arise. According to Rodi's rough calculation, in the 3 southeast provinces, the local garrisons had about 100,000 defenders, out of which 30,000 were mountain people. The ratio of population was also about at this level. However, when Rodi thought of false military reports and embezzlement, his calculations might not be accurate. Rodi did not want to bother that much. Speaking as a duke, he requested the other 2 governors-general to leave Purple Leaf City and return to their respective provinces. Camus had brought 10,000 of the Southern Legion's cavalry when he was on the way to the city. And the cavalry was waiting outside the city. At his own discretion, he had earlier already dispatched 20,000 soldiers to the other 2 provinces in the southeast to assist the local governors-general. After Camus had briefed them, he immediately left the city. When he left, he casually nodded his head to Rodi, but he did not look at Sierre's governor-general at all. After Camus was gone, Sierre's governor-general felt unhappy. He coldly snorted and said, "This Camus. He did not show any respect for Your Excellency the Duke, at all." Rodi calmly smiled and thought to himself, "Camus not showing respect for me is a small matter. I think you are angry because he did not show respect for you." Rodi calmly spoke, "The current situation is urgent. His Excellency Camus is busy with important matters." Sierre's governor-general tried to flatter Rodi, so he just laughed awkwardly. That afternoon, an order was passed from the governor-general's mansion. The Purple Leaf City was taking strict precautions. Rodi took Rant with him and quietly looked around the streets. He saw the local defenders running around the Purple Leaf City in a disorderly manner. Besides that, many of the local defenders took the opportunity to blackmail the merchants and extort money. When Rodi saw this, he secretly gritted his teeth. This kind of army does not even need to wait for the mountain tribes to start a rebellion. As long as there is a mutiny from the mountain defenders, the Purple Leaf City will immediately be lost. Rodi looked at the huge city walls that were like a fortress inside in his heart as he thought. What is the use of tall city walls? With lousy personnel, the walls are just decoration. Looking at the behavior and actions of the 3 governors-general and the other noble officers, saying that they can properly manage the place is a joke. If it was not for Camus watching over the southeast, half of the money used to construct the walls would have entered the pockets of the corrupted officers. It is similar to what fortress? A wall that is supposed to be 12 meters tall is actually less than 10 meters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Mutiny. Chapter 107, Mutiny. Translator, Editor. In the evening, Rodi sternly rejected a dinner banquet with the Sierre's governor-general. Instead, he ate in the government office. Sierre's governor-general had initially prepared a large house for Rodi to stay in before he arrived in the city. However, Rodi was not interested in staying in the big house when he saw the current situation. Instead, he insisted on staying at the backyard of the government office. The government office had a front yard and a backyard. The front yard was where all the local officials handled the government affairs. The backyard was the residence of the governor-general. However, the governor-general disliked the backyard as it looked extremely miserable. The governor-general rarely lived there. It was said that the governor-general had another mansion in the Purple Leaf City. However, Rodi felt that the residence was peaceful and quiet. In the middle of the night, Rodi suddenly heard a racket of noisy footsteps and woke up. He ran out immediately. He then saw Rant already rushing towards him. Rant said, "Your Excellency the Duke. The mountain people at the barracks have all started a mutiny. They have already detained their regiment commander. Right now, His Excellency Camus and his army have surrounded the barracks and is currently confronting them. The other defenders of the Purple Leaf City have already gathered outside." Rodi frowned and immediately wore his uniform. He took 10 of his guards with him and rode the horses out of the city. Along the way, Rodi could not help but frown when he saw the soldiers of the Purple Leaf City in big and small groups, running around in disorder. Rant was a straightforward person. When he saw the disorderly local soldiers, he whispered to Rodi, "How do the military officers lead their soldiers? How do they go to war with these soldiers? If an enemy were to launch a surprise attack, they will collapse immediately." Rodi shook his head and sighed. If it was not for Camus' warning, it would have already been a disaster. When he arrived at the city gates, he saw that the gates were closed. Many of the defenders, regardless whether they were common soldiers or officers, were seized with terror on the walls. Rodi frowned. He sent one of his subordinates to question them, and then he found out the truth. The information that Rant obtained earlier was wrong. The fact that there was a mutiny at the barracks was true, but the barracks were not surrounded. The place that was surrounded was the city gates. Camus and the Southern Legion were confronting them at the gates. Those mountain soldiers had kidnapped an officer of the Empire. They then gathered at the gates, fully equipped, and made a fuss about wanting to meet with the Governor-General. Rhodey took rant up the walls, and along the way, the defenders could be heard saying that His Excellency the Duke had arrived. Hurriedly, the soldiers moved out of the way while the smart ones immediately looked for their commanding officer so that they could report that to them. Rhodey stood on the walls and looked down. Rhodey saw about 10,000 infantry wearing the uniform of the Empire's local garrison. They formed a phalanx and were armed with weapons as they gathered murderously outside the city. Behind them, there were a large number of soldiers wearing the uniform of the Southern Legion. The Southern Legion soldiers encircled the garrison soldiers. Both sides had already drawn their weapons. With one wrong word, they would end up fighting each other. The forest was on fire and the night was as bright as day. Although the mountain people were wearing the Empire's uniform, they were easy to differentiate from the people of the Empire. The mountain people were taller than the people of the Empire. They had dark skin. Their noses were flatter and their eyes were more brown. The mutineers' formations were neat and orderly. With a glance, it could be seen that these people were regularly trained and were very different from the other garrison soldiers of the Empire who were disorderly. At that moment, an officer was arguing with one of Camus' soldiers at the top of his voice. The others were silent as they glared in anger. That officer who was shouting was wearing the uniform of a commander. At a glance, he was a mountain soldier. It was not known as to what that man had said to the Southern Legion. Without saying much, he waved his hands and two mountain soldiers immediately dragged out a man. The man had his arms tied behind his back and a rope looped around his neck. The clothing of the person was disarrayed. Although he was wearing the uniform of the Empire, he had a dispirited and terrified expression. The mountain officer shouted in a language that Rhodey could not understand. Rhodey did not know what he said, but the other mountain soldiers burst out in an earth-shattering cry. Rhodey frowned. He grabbed an officer beside him and whispered, "What did they say? Why are they shouting?" That officer was frightened and stammered, Your Excellency, they said that if we do not agree with their request, they will immediately kill Tui and then fight us till the end of life." Tui? Is he the regiment commander for the mountain soldiers? Rhodey frowned and let go of the officer. He looked back at the mountain soldiers below. They were getting more and more emotional. Their torches revealed their angry expressions. Their swords flashed under the light, and some of them had already aimed their bows at the cavalry of the Southern Legion. Rhodey looked at a spot with torches and saw a person astride a black horse near the Southern Legion. Camus was wearing a full set of armor. He squinted his eyes and gave off a murderous aura. He lowered his head from his horse and said something to an officer beside him. After that, the officer obeyed and immediately shouted, "Soldiers that are causing disorder, listen well. His Excellency Camus have given you all the chance to lay down your arms and return to the barracks within 2 hours. Otherwise, it will be considered as the violation of military orders and offenders will be killed on the spot." The officer shouted in the Empire's language and repeated in the common language of the mountain people. His words caused an uproar with the mountain soldiers. Camus' subordinates did not care. They raised their lance and shouted, "Soldiers! The command! Line up!" All the cavalrymen raised their lances as they pointed them at the mountain soldiers. "Advance!" That officer shouted loudly. The cavalry formation started to take one step forward. Its oppressive momentum could be felt by everyone. The clamoring mountain soldiers also started to quiet down. They gritted their teeth as they looked at the dark mass of cavalry in front and the long lances in their hands that, together, looked like a forest of trees. The leader of the mountain soldiers was not an idiot. He knew that it would be difficult to defend a cavalry charge in an open terrain. On top of that, the opponent was Camus' elite cavalry. He showed a distressed expression and shouted, "Your Excellency Camus! We have always respected you. Do you really want to kill us mountain people?" The shout was unyielding and filled with resentment. That officer glared at Camus, and his eyes were filled with rage. He then heard Camus said, "You are all soldiers of the Empire. Naturally, I do not want to kill you. As long as you put down your weapons and return to the barracks, I will take responsibility for you." Everyone had heard those words clearly. That officer hesitated. Camus had prestige in the southeast and had always kept his words. He was generally revered by everyone. However, the officer also knew that Camus was usually firm. If Camus had decided to kill, he would give the order and would definitely not spare anyone. If that officer acted recklessly, he and his companions would definitely be dead. While he was hesitating, another mountain soldier loudly shouted, "What nonsense! The people of the Empire only knows how to oppress us. Let us fight them. These words came from within the mountain soldiers. That person was hidden in the crowd and could not be found. Those words were like pouring oil on fire. Almost immediately, many of the agitated soldiers immediately shouted, "Fight! Fight!" The hearts of Camus and Rhodey started to feel heavy. Rhodey felt a sense of dread as if someone had just deliberately provoked the mountain soldiers. The mountain tribes had probably already infiltrated the barracks. Helplessly looking at his excited subordinates, the leader of the mountain soldiers could only grit his teeth and loudly said, "Your Excellency Camus. It is not that we do not believe you. This Tui always oppressed us too much. We have not received our salary for 2 months already. Just the day before yesterday, a few of our companions went to reason out with him, but they were beaten to death. We cannot take this kind of treatment. Tui is the Governor General's nephew. If we let him go today, we will be dead tomorrow. That's right. We cannot let him go free. Cannot let him go." Countless voices shouted out and caused a commotion. Camus looked gloomy. He took a deep breath and loudly shouted, "I have already heard about Tui. Release him and I will handle this. I, Camus, have been in the South for over 10 years. Have I ever lied to you before?" This loud declaration caused everyone to shut up and start to relax. They all knew that Camus was strict but was also fair and true to his words. Now that Camus had made a promise, he would not go back against his words. There was a moment of silence before that voice uttered another sentence, "Do not be fooled. The people of the Empire are cunning. Let us fight." Before he could finish speaking, Camus suddenly roared loudly, "Who is that trying to be sneaky? If you have the courage, come out and talk to me directly." Camus' sudden voice was loud like thunder and interrupted that person. Camus gazed around and said, "Come out and talk to me. Tonight, you, mountain people, were brave enough to kidnap a commanding officer. This is a crime punishable by death. However, you do not dare to come out and talk to me?" The mountain soldiers who heard that shouted as well, "Go out and speak with him directly. What is that to be scared of? The mountain people are not cowards." Everybody's eyes focused on one person as the mountain soldiers slowly moved away to reveal that person. That man was wearing the Empire's uniform and was standing in the middle. His face showed a strange expression. That man looked like he was about 30 years old and had a dark complexion. His eyes showed confusion and fear. Camus snorted coldly and asked, "Didn't you have something to say? First state your military rank." The person stammered and could not give a reply. The leader of the mountain soldiers was also puzzled and frowned. "What camp are you from? Just answer His Excellency's questions. Do not be afraid. Do not sully our mountain people's name." The man looked around and said with a red face, I am from the second camp." "Nonsense." Camus interrupted him and said, "Where is your commanding officer? Ask him to come forward." As soon as Camus finished his words, a majestic mountain soldier came out and looked at the man before loudly saying, "Your Excellency, Camus. He is not one of my men. He is one of our companion's family member." "Humph." Camus gave a cold smile. "He is not a soldier, so how did he enter the barracks? He even dares to wear the military uniform and carry weapons. This is a capital offense. The disturbance you had caused tonight must have been led by him." With those words, the other soldiers beside him gave a strange expression as they looked at the spy. That night, it was this man who had incited everyone to fight with Tui's subordinates. When this got out of hand, Tui came to suppress. He then caused a bigger fuss and attracted many mountain soldiers. Finally, under the pressure of the recent oppression they were facing, a mutiny was incited. That night, they rushed to the city gate demanding to see the Governor General. During the chaos, he had also put on a uniform and followed them. However, nobody was too concerned about him. Camus narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly, infiltrating the army and deceiving others. "Arrest him." 2 of his cavalrymen acknowledged and immediately dismounted. They strode towards the mountain soldiers. That person's eyes shifted, and he screamed, "I am a mountain person. Do you want to kill all of us?" Those words immediately caused a commotion. A few of the mountain soldiers who were standing at the outer areas of the crowd immediately took out their swords and brandished at the 2 cavalrymen. They prevented the cavalrymen from getting closer. The man continued to shout, "The Empire have oppressed us excessively. Are the people of the mountains going to let them take advantage of us forever? Kill them. Rebel! Rebel!" Those words reminded the mountain soldiers of the oppression and humiliation they received, and more soldiers started to make an uproar. The original leader of the mountain soldiers was still rational, but his companions had already started to make an uproar. He sighed and his face gradually sank. Although he was with the group that caused trouble, he only wanted justice and did not really want to rebel. However, when he looked at the current situation, he knew that this was not something that he could control. The mountain people were, after all, foreigners. They were doughty simpletons. Coupled with the chaotic situation that night, half of the soldiers had lost their calm and started to cause trouble. Although the other half of the soldiers were still clear-headed, but with the yelling of their companions, they gradually lost their calm. Rhodey looked at that from afar and felt anxious. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Rant and said in a low voice, "Not good. Order all the soldiers on the walls to get ready. Archers, get ready." Rant resolutely went down and transmitted the orders. He was the attendant of the Duke. Although the soldiers on the wall were still panicking, they reluctantly lined up and prepared themselves. Rhodey looked at the disorderly soldiers and shook his head. He thought that if they were to totally rely on those soldiers and without the support of Camus, the city would be lost that night. In this sudden mutiny, even though the soldiers had already closed the city gates, they had not raised the drawbridge over the city moat. If the mountain soldiers were to really break out fighting, there would be a siege. It was going to be really dangerous without the support of Camus soldiers from outside the city. We need to think of a way to get rid of that spy. Unfortunately, the instigator was very cunning. He stayed within the protective military array of the mountain soldiers and would absolutely not move a single step out of it. Rhodey started to calculate in his mind the distance between him and that person. Rhodey wondered if he could kill that person with just one shot of the arrow. Just as Rhodey was thinking, suddenly a sound of the air being pierced could be heard. After that, there was a miserable scream as the spy's forehead was struck by an arrow. He fell down with his head looking at the sky. Bright red blood, mixed with white brain discharge, was flowing out on the floor. The other mountain soldiers were frightened and they backed away. Rhodey was also shocked at the sudden development and immediately looked at the top of the gates. He saw a figure on top of the roof. The figure's clothes fluttered in the night breeze. He held a strange longbow in his hands. From afar, the figure nodded at Rhodey before turning around. He then jumped off the roof and disappeared into the night. Dark! Rhodey could not help but shout. He had not expected Dark to follow him. Dark had kept his promise not to assassinate him, but Rhodey did not expect Dark to help out. Seeing that trouble was about to start below the city walls, Rhodey did not bother to think about other things. He turned his attention back to the two groups below the city walls. Camus was also surprised, but before he could react, the mountain soldiers started to shout. One of them shouted out, "The people of the Empire have begun to kill." They started to kill. Fight back! Fight back! Rebel! In the state of chaos, the mountain soldiers took out their swords and rushed towards Camus cavalry. Stop! Rhodey suddenly shouted loudly from the top of the city gates. At that crucial moment, he used his fighting energy. He stood on the very edge of the brick of the walls. He was so loud that everybody could clearly hear him even though the crowd was noisy. His voice was like a hammer pounding on their hearts. Everyone was startled and could not help but looked up at the city walls. With only the light from the torches around him, Rhodey fearlessly stood on the walls. A pale golden flame could be seen around his body. His golden hair fluttered in the wind as he gazed across the crowd. The arrogance of his body was like a bewitching flame, making Rhodey look like the killer god in the night. Rhodey roared, "People below the city walls! Listen! I am the Empire's Duke of Tulip family. I am the special envoy for the Southeast, sent by His Majesty the Emperor. The mutiny you have incited tonight is a crime, punishable by death. I and Camus want to be lenient and give you a chance. But you are all still gathered here. Do you really want to start a rebellion? Have you all considered the consequences of rebelling? Most of your family are in the city. Don't you know that the entire family of the rebels would be executed according to the law?" In the silence, Rhodey's words spread throughout the crowd. Everyone was startled after listening to what he said. Those noisy mountain people immediately calmed down. The mountain people and the mountain tribes were slightly different. The mountain people had lived in the city and had been under the rule of the Empire for many years. Most of their families also lived in the city. They already had different lifestyles compared to those that lived in the remote mountains. As a result, their hearts felt heavy when they heard those words. Rhodey purposely paused for a moment before he loudly shouted again, "You all gathered here and caused trouble, to seek justice? Fine. I will give you justice." After that, Rhodey grabbed a bow and arrow from a soldier next to him. He gave a cold groan as he pulled the bowstring. They then heard the sound of the arrow flying. The arrow was wrapped in a faint golden flame as it flew down the walls. The sound of the void had the same momentum as the thunder. After that, there was a piercing sound. Everyone cried out in alarm as the tied-up Tui gave a blood-curdling scream. The arrow wrapped in golden flame struck him and his chest exploded. Flesh and blood flew in every direction, and the man died a very gruesome death. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. Even Camus did not expect Rodi to do such a thing. Rodi put down the bow and coldly looked at the mountain soldiers below the city walls. He saw that they were all in disbelief. Rodi gave a wry smile and loudly said, "I have given you your justice. Now I will count to 10. In this time, I want everyone to drop your weapons, line up and head back to the barracks. If not, that person will be considered a rebel, and his whole family will be executed." Everyone looked at one another. The leader of the mountain soldiers then pushed aside the crowd, stepped forward and knelt down. He then bowed his head and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency the Duke, for bringing justice to us. However, word of this incident has already spread. Kidnapping a commanding officer is also punishable by death. We do not mind leaving on condition that Your Excellency can guarantee not to pursue this incident. Otherwise, everyone will also die." Speaking up to that point, the man stood up and silently looked at Rodi. Rodi snorted coldly and loudly said, "Military law of the Empire states that you are all guilty and should be executed. However, I will give you all two choices. Your first choice is to drop your weapons and return to your barracks. I will only look for the leader in this incident, and I will spare the rest. Your second choice will be to pick up your weapons and fight to your heart's content. However, once you have rebelled, I will order the soldiers in the city to execute all of your family members without sparing a single life." Without sparing a single life. Those words rang in the hearts of the mountain soldiers. They thought of their family members in the city and immediately became soft-hearted. Rodi did not hesitate and started to count. 1. The mountain soldiers below the city walls looked at one another. 2. The mountain soldiers looked at their leader. Their leader was sweating and his facial expression was gloomy. 3. Rodi continued to shout coldly without hesitating. "Archers, get ready!" Rand shouted. A row of soldiers immediately stood on top of the walls. Each of them held a bow and arrow in their hands and aimed towards the city walls below. 4. Rodi's cold voice came again. "Your Excellency the Duke." The officer shouted, "Don't go back on your words. If everybody were to go back, you will spare them. You will only punish the leader." Rodi coldly replied, "If you can trust General Camus, do you think I, the Duke of Tulip family, will lie to you?" The officer was shocked and remembered the Duke's fame. He then gritted his teeth and took a deep breath before shouting, "Everybody put down your weapons." Rodi nodded his head and no longer continued counting. The mountain soldiers looked at one another until, finally, the sound of the first weapon dropping onto the floor was heard. When the first person had dropped his weapon, the others immediately followed and dropped their weapons. The clattering sound went uninterrupted. A few of the unyielding and tough soldiers also dropped their weapons when they saw the others gave up and that the situation was hopeless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Negotiation. Chapter 108, Negotiation. Translator, Editor. Seeing that the rebels have laid down their weapons, their leader gave them the order to line up. Following Camus' orders, the Southern Legion dismounted, surrounded the mountain soldiers and led them to the barracks. 2 rows of cavalrymen followed them from both sides. They were heavily armed and gave off the impression that they were ready to fight. Rodi looked at the defenseless rebels below the city walls and for some unknown reason, suddenly had a fearsome thought. Now that they have dropped their weapons, let's execute them all to prevent any potential problems occurring in the future. The thought was so sudden that Rodi himself was shocked and started to have cold sweat. Shit. Why did I suddenly have these kinds of thoughts? Rodi cursed in his mind. Andy took no heed and spoke in his mind. Why do you care? Right now, the rebellion of the mountain tribes is imminent. With the presence of the mountain soldiers, the other soldiers would not be able to relax. Once the mountain tribes openly rebel, these empire's mountain soldiers would become extremely dangerous. Whether they will rebel or not is anybody's guess. Perhaps, it is better to take advantage of the fact that they are unarmed at this moment and kill them all. Nonsense. Rodi frowned. How can I indiscriminately kill innocent people? Rodi then heard Andy laugh. What's wrong? Why are you so agitated? I did not give you this idea. You thought it up yourself. Let me tell you. The late Duke would have done this. He is someone who would take preventive measures. As you know, the success of a general is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers won. Let us say they refuse to surrender. What would you have done? Would you really execute their family? Didn't you say that you would not spare a single life? Just now you said it so resolutely, but now you are being soft-hearted. Listening to Andy's words, Rhodey just gritted his teeth and did not reply. He could not help but think. What will I do if they did not surrender? Will I kill their family members? According to the imperial decree, they must be executed, but, will I kill them? Suddenly his heart stirred as he felt a sharp glare directed at him. Rhodey looked back and saw Camus looking at him from below the city walls. Camus squinted his eyes and showed a profound gaze. A ruthless smile present on his lips. When Camus saw that Rhodey made eye contact with him, he gently signaled at the mountain soldiers who were returning to the barracks. Camus' eyes had a questioning look. Rhodey was very disturbed. He understood Camus' intentions and the meaning behind the look Camus gave him. Camus had asked himself a similar question. To kill or not to kill? Rhodey took a deep breath and inhaled the cold air of the night. He forced himself to calm down and then he looked at Camus and shook his head. Camus gave a wry smile and gently whipped his horse. Together with his subordinates, he escorted the mountain soldiers back to the barracks. Rhodey was confused. After a short while, he saw that both parties had completely departed and they only left behind 2 corpses in their pools of blood. Let's go back. Rhodey said softly. Let us go back to the Governor General's office. Dispatch someone to tell the Governor General to come and see me. During that entire incident, the Sierra's Governor General did not show up at all. Rhodey was calm but angry. He wanted to fault that Governor General. He is one of the highest ranked officers. How could he just hide in fear? Rhodey and his subordinates had just reached the entrance of the Governor General's office when he saw a carriage protected by bodyguards heading towards the office. Rhodey could recognize that it was that Governor General's carriage and immediately felt gloomy. Sure enough, the Sierra's Governor General got down from the carriage the moment it stopped. He then approached Rhodey and said, Your Excellency the Duke, I heard you were looking for me and I immediately rushed over. Rhodey was angry when he saw him and did not dismount from his horse. He spoke coldly, Have you received the news? Your nephew Tui had embezzled the soldiers' wages and had slaughtered them indiscriminately. He had caused the mutiny and was executed by me. The Governor General was startled. He immediately lifted his head to look at Rhodey. His expression changed. A trace of anguish could be seen on his face as he hung his head and said, Your Excellency the Duke, Tui's mistakes had caused the mutiny and he deserved the punishment. Rhodey snorted and said, You are actually very understanding. He then paused for a moment before coldly continuing, Just now a disaster almost started outside the city gates. Where were you during that time? As the Governor General, could it be that you were still sleeping at home? The Governor General started to have cold sweat. He did not lift his head as he softly said, I received the news late, so. Rhodey felt furious and wanted to denounce him loudly. However, he had to suppress his anger and warned himself. This is someone else's land. I only have a few guards with me. I do not have any soldiers or power. The situation here is too complicated. Even though this person is a hateful person, he is still the Governor General. If I were to suddenly become hostile to him, the stability of the province will be threatened. Taking a deep breath, Rhodey replied, Governor General, it is fortunate that tonight's incident did not end up as a big problem. You better restrain your soldiers and have them carefully watch the city gates. Take essential precautions. Right now, both of us are in the same boat. If the southeast is stable, then both of us would have no worries. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. He then paused and continued softly, Do you know Reuben from the northwest? He had the title of Earl, but because of his failure, his title was stripped. Besides that, he was also locked up in the martial court. Governor General, do you have as much power and influence as Reuben? That will be all for tonight. Right now, Camus is making sure that the mutinying soldiers return to their barracks. I suggest that the Governor General can allocate some soldiers to speed up preparations and provide support. After finishing what he had to say and without looking at the Governor General, Rhodey entered the government building. He left the Governor General standing at the same spot. The moment Rhodey entered the building, he immediately called for Rant and whispered, Take additional precautions. Tonight, we killed the Governor General's nephew. Although the Governor General did not have a fallout with me, after all, we are now in his territory. In another 2 days, when the Wolf Fong arrives, we would not need to worry anymore. Rant left after receiving his orders. Rhodey felt physically and mentally exhausted. When he thought of what happened that night, he was confused. He shook his head and went back to his room. Rhodey was agitated. When he remembered the thoughts he had earlier, he felt afraid. When did I become so bloodthirsty? Is it true that people will change after they have killed a lot? He then heard Andy laugh. Kid, you do not need to feel strange about it. After all, you have been the Duke for quite some time. These kinds of thoughts are normal as most leaders are usually cruel and ruthless. You were not wrong to have those thoughts. Rhodey helplessly asked, do you think those thoughts are normal? Don't you think that it is too cruel? Andy's voice was full of disdain as he replied, cruel? I am different from you. I am not a human. I am just a skeleton. I do not care about how many people are killed. With you as an exception, I would not bat an eye even if everyone in the world is killed. Rhodey shook his head as he disagreed with Andy's words. However, he was unable to tell which parts of Andy's words were wrong. Feeling drowsy, Rhodey finally fell asleep. At dawn, Rhodey heard the faint sound of people talking outside the door. After that, the door was gently opened. Light footsteps accompanied by the crisp ringing of bells drifted in. Rhodey sat up from his bed and saw the woman dressed in red from yesterday's banquet entering the room. She held a silver pot in her hand and looked flushed as she walked to his side. She was still wearing the small, short red dress, exposing her forelimbs and small waistline. Her foot had an anklet with small bells. The bells gave crisp jingles with every step she made. Rhodey frowned. How did you come in? The woman hung her head and said softly. Your Excellency the Duke, the Governor-General is the one who sent me here to serve you. Rhodey was startled and then he gave a wry smile. The Governor-General is really considerate in that area. That woman smiled. Although her face still looked flushed, she boldly looked at Rhodey and whispered, the Governor-General has good intentions. Although you already have people to serve you, but they are all rough men. You will need women for some other matters because we women are naturally more attentive. After that, she handed Rhodey a wet towel. He could not get angry at her, but instead, he sighed and then accepted the towel from her. Suddenly, Rand pushed open the door and walked in as he said in a muffled voice, Your Excellency the Duke, General Camus is here to see you. He is waiting for you in the front hall. Rhodey immediately removed the towel. Rhodey rushed out with Rand, without sparing a glance at the woman and so, had missed the change in her expression. Camus still had a cold expression. He only nodded when he saw Rhodey walk into the front hall. Rhodey saw that Camus looked quite haggard. Apparently, Camus did not sleep the previous night. Although Camus did not have a pleasant attitude towards him, Rhodey knew that Camus, the commander of the Southern Legion, was the only one that could help him in the southeast. General Camus. You are very early. Rhodey smiled. Camus coldly replied. This is only natural. Did Your Excellency the Duke sleep well? Rhodey replied, General must be blaming me for being lazy. However, I do not have a single soldier with me. I am only a phony special envoy, so I can only sleep at home. Camus gave a sarcastic laugh and said, just a phony special envoy? Your Excellency's actions last night showed a lot of power and wisdom. With one command, you managed to get the soldiers to surrender. It looks like His Majesty was not wrong in dispatching you here. Rhodey sighed and said, General Camus, I know you have some grudges with my family. But the late, my father had already passed away. Please forget all your feelings of resentment. This time, I have come to the south and I would need a lot of your help. Camus' expression changed and he lightly said, What resentment? You are the Duke and His Majesty's special envoy. I am just the commander-in-chief of the local army in the southeast. If you have any instructions, just say it and nobody would dare to defy you. Rhodey just shook his head as he knew that years of grudges cannot be solved within a short period of time. He reluctantly smiled and continued. What is the condition at the barracks outside the city? The mountain soldiers have been paid and are now in the barracks. I have already stationed some soldiers to secure the barracks. After saying that, Camus showed an anxious expression as he continued, these soldiers are only temporarily stable. When news of the combined tribal rebellion is out, I am afraid, after that, Camus' eyes showed a murderous glint. Rhodey nodded and said, someone had secretly provoked them to mutiny last night. However, we do not know any of the current news about the mountain tribes. Camus sighed, I came here to talk to you about this matter. All right. Rhodey said as he laughed, in that case, I will call the Governor-General over to discuss this together with us. The Governor-General? That good for nothing, Camus sneered. He then looked at Rhodey and said, Seth. Let us speak the truth. An old man like me is too lazy to talk in circles. The Governor-General here is just a good for nothing. If not for the two of us, I am afraid we would have lost Purple Leaf City before dawn due to last night's incident. What is the purpose of discussing things with that useless person? Rhodey felt awkward and somehow managed to laugh without speaking. Camus waved his hand in disapproval. Although I do not like your tulip family, I am not stupid and also not devoid of sense. The current situation is complicated. I have also seen that your actions are not much different compared to your late father. The mountain people wants to rebel? They better ask if my sword will approve of it or not. Rhodey nodded and said, all right. In that case, why did General Camus come and visit me so early in the morning? Camus walked forward 2 steps and whispered, the Flame Tribe has dispatched someone to see me. They said they intend to negotiate with us. Negotiations? Rhodey opened his eyes wide as he said, they have already gathered the chiefs together and would probably start their rebellion in the next few days. What do they want to negotiate at this time? Camus suddenly smiled and said something that surprised Rhodey. Your Excellency the Duke, you must have missed the news. I received news this morning that Wuya of the Flame Tribe, their newly elected chief, was attacked by an assassin. He was attacked the day before yesterday and is now seriously injured. His chance for survival is uncertain. Translator's footnote. 1. Ijiang Changming Wan Guku. The original line, Ijiang Gongcheng Wan Guku, is a Tang dynasty poem which says that a general's success is built on the sacrifice of 10,000 soldiers. The minor variation, fame, and success, does not alter the meaning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Peaceful South Plan. Chapter 109, Peaceful South Plan. Translator, Editor. What? Rhodey jumped from his chair. Camus also laughed and said, isn't it hard to believe? I was also surprised, but the information is reliable. It looks like God is protecting the Empire. Rhodey thought carefully and asked, even if that Wuya is seriously injured, why would they immediately admit defeat and ask for peace? Camus sighed. Speaking of which, I really admire Wuya. This person is strong, unyielding, smart and cunning. Normally, the mountain people are all simple people. However, Wuya, at the age of 20, had already become the head of the Flame Tribe. He then used some unknown ways and made the Flame Tribe more prosperous. After that, he conquered the neighboring tribes and the Flame Tribe became the most influential tribe in the mountains. I heard that in the coalition of the 19 tribes, there were many that opposed him. However, he somehow managed to force them all to submit to him. The people of the mountains are simpletons by nature. They are brave and ruthless. They will not serve others so easily. However, all 19 tribes have now submitted to him. I am worried that if he is allowed to develop and combine the strength of all the other tribes, he would become another Ryuenthal in less than 3 years. If that happens, another large kingdom would be founded in the mountains. Rhodey could not help but ask, is this Wuya really so formidable? Camus gave a wry smile as he replied, he is certainly a formidable person. However, for some reason, he was attacked by an assassin and almost died. Although the mountain tribes are united under his rule, the barbarians are still unable to break away from their ruthless nature. Wuya is unable to manage the Flame Tribe because of his injuries. The other tribes started to fight amongst themselves and called for the re-election of a new chief. Wuya is injured and cannot battle with us. Now he can only temporarily give in and negotiate with us. Rhodey thought for a moment before asking, in this case, do we really negotiate with him? Isn't it better to send troops into the mountains to surround and suppress them? We would stabilize the situation in one fell swoop. Camus shook his head and smiled coldly. Seth, you think too simply. If it is possible to go into the mountains to surround them, I would have done so years ago. The mountain is large and if we cannot find the enemy, we would only end up walking in circles. The mountain people have lived there for hundreds of years and the mountains are their territory. 10 years ago, there was a rebellion in Sierre. After I quelled the rebellion, I led troops into the mountains hoping to destroy them in one swoop. In the end, laugh if you must, I almost lost my life in the mountains. Oh? Rhodey showed an expression of disbelief. He did not expect the arrogant Camus to acknowledge his own failure. Camus coldly looked at Rhodey and continued, there are many paths in the mountains and the paths are narrow and winding. It is difficult to travel using those paths as only one person could pass through at a time. Besides the paths is the bottomless abyss. Some of these places are filled with lush forests. In the humid weather, there are a lot of poisonous insects. There is also the poisonous miasma in the evening which can be fatal. The mountain people are familiar with the terrain and will not fight outright with you. They will hide in the mountains and wait for you to tire out. Then, they will ambush you repeatedly before retreating into hiding again. Rodi looked imposing as he thought to himself. He then asked, "So, General Camus, are you suggesting that we negotiate with them? What are the conditions set by them?" Camus slowly said, "They want the Empire to recognize the status of the mountain's tribal chief. The mountain people are willing to declare itself a vassal of the Empire. However, the mountains will be the territory of the mountain people." Impossible. Rodi immediately shook his head. How can we decide such things? Even if we were to agree, His Majesty the Emperor would not agree. On top of that, we are merely commanders-in-chief of the southern region. We do not have the right to decide such things. Camus' expression did not change and he lightly said, "I obviously know that. This is why we should just oblige and pretend to negotiate with them." Wuya was stabbed probably because the other mountain tribes are dissatisfied with him. There is also disunity among them. We could sow internal discord. I heard that Wuya is on the verge of death. The mountain people are more concerned about physical strength. Although Wuya is smart, he is now unable to fight those who go against him. We just need to take this opportunity to provoke and create disorder among them. The worst that could happen is that the tribes will merge and elect a new chief. As long as the chief is not Wuya, they would pose no threat. A bunch of barbarians who only know how to shoot arrows will never be a threat. I am only wary of the talented Wuya who is very clear-headed. His strength was also so outstanding that he was said to be the strongest amongst the mountain people. He was the one who initiated the proposal of asking the Empire to acknowledge their chief while declaring themselves as the vassal of the Empire. These are not ideas the barbarians could think of. It would be too much of a threat to the Empire if Wuya continued to lead the mountain soldiers. Rodi sighed. Fortunately, he had been attacked by an assassin. But, how could a person of his ability get injured by an assassin? Is there really someone from the mountain people who can assassinate him? Camus shook his head and replied, "I do not know. Whatever it is, this is beneficial for us. I still think we should go and negotiate with them. We should find a chance to sow discord. If this does not work, then we can offer them some benefits and cause more chaos in their current crisis. As long as Wuya falls from power, I will no longer need to heed the rest of the mountain tribes." Rodi thought for a moment and then he could not help but point out, this is not a bad idea. However, it is just a temporary solution. Even if Wuya falls from power, the rise of the mountain tribes would only be delayed for several years. In the future, there may be a second or even a third Wuya. By then, the same problem would arise again. Camus looked at Rodi with a complicated expression. He was silent and thought to himself for a long time before saying with a smile, "Follow me." After that, he took Rodi's hand and dragged him out of the Governor-General's office. Standing at the entrance of the office, Camus pointed to the pedestrians on the streets. Although there was a major upheaval the night prior, that seemed to have no effect on the city. With the implementation of martial law, there were fewer pedestrians on the streets than usual. However, the Purple Leaf City was still the main city in the south. As a result, there were still a lot of pedestrians on the streets. "Do you see those people?" Camus' tone sounded deep. "Among those people are some that are from the Empire, some of them are mountain people and some of them have mixed blood." Rodi nodded, looking puzzled. Camus slowly explained, "Before I was 30 years old, I only understood that the opposing side is the enemy and that the sword is the best weapon. However, when I came to the south, I have gradually learned a lot of things that I had never known." Rodi looked at Camus silently and patiently waited for him to continue. Camus sighed and continued, "The mountain people are brave and ruthless. This is part of their natural instincts. It is not possible to conquer them with the sword. Kill them? How many of them can you kill? There are millions of mountain people. Are you going to kill all of them? This is absolutely impossible. Even if you use a strong force to subjugate them, they would still be able to cause disorder. A few hundred years ago, Abbas the Great had conquered the southern region. The mountain people who lived on the plains were all chased into the mountains. At that time, the population of the mountain people was less than 200,000. However, after a few decades, they still managed to cause trouble. They had constantly caused trouble in the southeast and soldiers were always sent to destroy them. If the empire is a giant, then the mountain people are like a giant's flea. It would suddenly appear and cause disturbance. Once you hit it, it would run away and hide. This is why the mountain people cannot be dealt with the same way as the people of the northwest region. The mountain people will never surrender. However, they can be assimilated. Look at the people on the streets. In the last few years, the mountain people have integrated with the people of the empire to the extent that there is hardly any difference between the two. Aside from their facial features, they are already similar in the way they dress, the way they apply makeup, their lifestyles, and their habits. For this kind of people, the more you oppress them, the more they would refuse to surrender. When they become strong and powerful, they would remember their grievances and oppose you with hatred. Camus bluntly said, Seth, during the era of Abbas the Great, one of your ancestors, the late Duke had killed a lot of people in the Northwest. The grassland people of the Northwest were killed in a bloody massacre by your ancestor. The grassland's rivers ran red with blood. The result? They hid in the grasslands and harbored their hatred. They refused to have any dealings with the Empire. He. You also saw what happened in the Northwest after they had gained power. However, the mountain people are different. Although they had been conquered for a long time, they were still willing to integrate with the Empire. After more than 100 years, the only pure-blooded mountain people left are those tribes who live together in the mountains. The rest of them have already been assimilated. 10 years ago, when I arrived to suppress the riots, I did not kill too many people. That was because I knew that there was no benefit in killing more of them. That would only deepen the hatred between both sides and made the problem even more difficult to resolve. The only solution to the problems in the southern region was to wait. I must wait for the mountain people to integrate with the people of the Empire until the mountain people became people of the Empire. Rhodey heard that and was suddenly enlightened. He looked at Camus with surprise and replied, General Camus. I did not expect you to have thought so far ahead, but, according to what you said, how many years is required to solve this mountain problem? Camus gave a wry smile, I do not know. Perhaps 1 or 2 generations. I have been here working hard for 10 years. However, the few governors general who were dispatched by the Empire, they view the mountain people as barbarians. They are afraid of the mountain people and hate them to the core. Here I am, trying to appease the mountain people, but the governors general antagonized them and all my efforts were in vain. Sigh. Rhodey was silent for a long time before saying, the sword can only provide a momentary, not permanent, peace. General Camus. I finally understand your intentions. Camus lightly said, after hundreds of years later, there will no longer be any division of the mountain people and the people of the Empire. Then, the South will be able to have peace. Rhodey's mind stirred and he asked, what about the Northwest? Can the Northwest use the same method to resolve their problem? Camus shook his head and sneered, the mountain people are different from the grassland foreigners in the Northwest. The people of the grasslands are naturally aggressive. They believe in the wolves. They ride horses from a young age and once they become fit and strong, they would naturally expand their borders. However, the mountain people are different. Although they are brave and ruthless, they are not as aggressive. They are like the bears of the mountains. Although ferocious, as long as they have sufficient territory, they would not venture outside. They are attached to the mountains and are reluctant to leave. All they want is their own territory. Camus paused for a moment before continuing, besides that, they now have the intentions to build a nation and have stood up in defiance of the Empire. If that happens, assimilation would no longer be possible. However, if you want to use force like how Abbas the Great suppressed the grasslands, with the Empire's current strength. After that, Camus stopped speaking and did not continue. Both of them felt dejected. After a long time, Camus sneered again and said, I have said so much that I almost forgot my purpose of coming here. This negotiation must be done. However, the current question is who would be the one to go. As he said that, Camus intentionally or unintentionally looked at Rhodey. It then dawned on Rhodey. In the southern region, the most influential people were Camus, that governor-general, and himself. For the negotiations, sending an unimportant person with a low position would not only be useless but also displayed insincerity. However, Camus was absolutely unable to leave. After all, he was commanding the Southern Legion and was a deterrent to the attacks of the mountain people. The governor-general was a bungling oaf and nothing good would come out of it if he went. The only person that could go would be Rhodey himself. After thinking for a while, Rhodey smiled and replied, General Camus, I understand. Looks like I have to take a trip to the mountains. Camus looked serious and sternly said, I want to warn you that this journey will be incredibly dangerous. After all, the mountain people are ready to rebel. If they were to suddenly turn hostile, you may lose your life. Rhodey's heart shook and then he slowly laughed, I am the Duke of the Tulip family. I will not so easily lose my life in the mountains. I would also like to meet this Wuya. I want to see him for myself and find out why he is so highly regarded by you. You said that he is another Ryuenthal. Last time when I was in the Northwest, I did not have the chance to meet Ryuenthal. This time, I must not miss this opportunity. Camus gave Rhodey a glance and slowly replied, good. However, you must be careful. Wuya is regarded as the best warrior of the mountain people, yet he was attacked by an assassin. That assassin must be very powerful, and I am afraid it will not be so easy to deal with him. Pausing for a moment, Camus sighed and slowly said, Seth. I had met you when you were younger. To tell you the truth, all these years when I heard of your actions in the imperial capital, I thought that the Tulip family would be over in this generation. I did not expect that when we finally meet. He looked at Rhodey with a profound expression and said, This was not expected of your family. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Chief of the Flame Tribe. Chapter 110, Chief of the Flame Tribe. Translator, Editor. Rhodey and Camus chatted for the whole morning. After that, Camus went back to the barracks outside the city. Before leaving, Camus mentioned about the management of those mountain soldiers. Rhodey thought for a moment and then he replied, Just watch them for now. As you have said. There would be no benefit in killing more people. Camus lightly asked, Is that so? However, you had a murderous glint in your eyes last night. Having said that, Camus left. Rhodey sat down for a moment. He felt stirred by Camus' final words. He could not help but think. This Camus looks fierce and boorish, but his heart is bigger and he is wiser. After that, Rhodey could not help but smile. Camus is a famous general of the Empire in this generation. He is second only to the late Duke of the Tulip family. Naturally, he is very formidable. He thought to himself for a moment and dispatched someone to go and summon Sierre's Governor-General. That Governor-General looked anxious and afraid. He did not dare to look into Rhodey's eyes. Rhodey sighed as he knew the reason was that the Governor-General was afraid of him. The Governor-General was afraid that Rhodey may pursue matters related to his nephew. Although Rhodey was disgusted, he still managed to show a gentle expression and say a few comforting words. Rhodey did not say anything about the negotiations. Instead, Rhodey talked about dispatching a person to meet the leader of the mountain tribes to persuade the tribes to pledge allegiance to the Empire as an attempt at a peaceful solution. As he talked, Rhodey looked directly at the Governor-General. This caused the Governor-General to sweat profusely due to fear. With a sullen expression, he claimed that he was physically weak and might not be able to adapt to the atmosphere of the mountains. The Governor-General also said that he was busy and might not be able to find the time to travel into the mountains. Rhodey gave a cold smile and said, This matter does not need the Governor-General to be present. After all, I am His Majesty's special envoy. For matters related to appeasement, I should be the one going to show our sincerity. That Governor-General felt greatly relieved and pretended to discourage Rhodey from going. He said that the people of the mountains were cruel and malicious. He said that the Duke's health is priceless and should not be risked. The Governor-General carried on until Rhodey felt tired listening. Rhodey then said, It is either you or me. That frightened the Governor-General to the point where he did not dare to dissuade Rhodey any longer. Finally, the Governor-General wished Rhodey success and said, The Duke's reputation has spread far and wide. I am sure that those barbarians will be cautious and pledge allegiance to you. After saying that, the Governor-General quickly left. After more than 10 days of rest, the situation at the barracks outside the city was finally stabilized. The mountain soldiers no longer caused trouble. Camus contacted Wuya's men and then Wuya dispatched one of the leaders of the Flame Tribe to the Purple Leaf City to meet Camus. Camus then brought the leader to meet Rhodey. That leader's name is Wu Yu. He was big and tall. He had a brown face and brown eyes. He also looked valiant. He knew how to speak the common language of the Empire, but his pronunciation was not too accurate. When Camus told him about the Duke's intentions to see their chief, Wu Yu was surprised. Wu Yu had also heard of the Duke of the Tulip family's reputation. He did not expect that such a big shot would personally go and negotiate. When he saw Rhodey's young and handsome figure, he revealed an expression of doubt and disdain. He did not expect the Duke of the Tulip family to be so young. The mountain people were mostly big-sized warriors. On the other hand, Rhodey looked young and had the handsome face of a playboy. Although Rhodey could be considered tall and quite robust in the Empire, he was still considered relatively small-sized by the standards of the mountain people. When compared with Wu Yu, even though they were about the same height, Wu Yu was much more muscular and robust than Rhodey. From Wu Yu's point of view, Rhodey's giant-like bodyguard rank deserved more respect. The guards that Wu Yu brought were also tall and robust. All of them wore wolf skin over their bodies and carried longbows on their backs. They smeared some strange oil paint on their faces which made them look ferocious. Rand could not bear the sight of them, but he just followed Rhodey closely, remaining vigilant. On the same day, Rhodey took Rand with him as they followed Wu Yu to the mountains. Rant had originally requested Rhodey to bring more people with them, but Rhodey refused. Rhodey gave a faint smile and told Rant, "We are entering their territory. If they want to harm us, there will be no use even if we were to bring more people. We cannot bring an army into the mountains, right? Are we there to fight or to negotiate?" Looking at Rant's puzzled expression, Rhodey continued, "Come to think of it, Wu Ya was able to unite all the mountain tribes. He must be a heroic figure. Naturally, he is unlikely to make things difficult for an envoy. This will be degrading for him." They traveled southwards from Purple Leaf City on their horses. After a day of traveling, they arrived at the southeast barracks. Rhodey replenished his food and water at the barracks before following Wu Yu into the mountains. The way to the mountains was via a canyon, south of the southeast barracks. After walking on a trail from the canyon for a day, they finally entered the mountains. The terrain in the canyon was extremely dangerous. The narrow path only had enough space for 2 horses to squeeze through. The path was uneven and was full of all kinds of large and small rocks. The horses could only advance slowly. The mountain people did not ride horses. Instead, they led the way on foot. They only wore straw slippers made from wild grass, but they were able to progress through the mountain road as if they had wings. By nightfall, they finally exited the canyon on the southern side and followed a small trail to enter the mountains. Rhodey and Rant finally abandoned their horses. The horses followed their instincts and would find their way back. The 2 of them then followed the mountain people to walk on foot. Along the way, Rhodey saw that there were a lot of trees and the roadside was full of unknown weeds. The trees were so dense that they could blot out the sun almost entirely. Rhodey and the others only walked for a while, but their trousers were already sodden with the dew and the saps of the weeds. One of the mountain people led the way with his sharp longsword. He hacked at the branches that blocked their way. Rhodey felt a bit uncomfortable when he breathed in the humid air of the forest. The further they progressed into the mountains, the sturdier the trees became. Some trees were so big that its girth needed 2 to 3 people to be able to hug it. Rhodey could not help but sigh. However, Wu Yu proudly declared, "This is nothing. The largest tree at our place would require more than a dozen people to hug it." At night, everybody stopped to rest. The mountain people's camping method was also very unique and strange. They did not allow Rant to start a fire. They said it was too dangerous to start a fire in the mountains. Rant asked them loudly, "Without any fire, how do we prevent the wild beasts from attacking?" The mountain people grinned. They hastily created traps with some ropes and sharp branches. They then took out the strange oil paint and smeared it all over their exposed skin. After that, they looked for a large tree. Those tall and strong mountain people then climbed the trees like monkeys and casually slept on the branches. Rhodey and Rant looked at each other. Neither of them knew how to climb a tree to sleep there. Even if they were to climb the tree and sleep on it, they would be afraid of falling off the tree when they rolled in their sleep. The mountain people did not bother to help them. Instead, they looked at the 2 of them with a gloating expression and waited for the 2 of them to make a fool of themselves. Rhodey said nothing. He and Rant sat down under a big tree and leaned against the tree trunk. They then closed their eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, a cold wind was blowing. The chirping cries of birds could be heard. In the distance, there was also the continuous, faint howling of wild beasts. From the bushes, there was the assorted singing of various wild insects. All those sounds made Rhodey extremely disturbed. In the middle of the night, Rant could not help but jump up and attempt to catch and kill the mosquitoes that bit him. These movements roused the mountain people from their sleep. They all pointed and laughed at Rant. Rant became angry and unsheathed his sword. He then argued with the people on the trees. Rhodey also stood up. He suppressed the anger in his heart and stopped Rant. After that, he looked up at Wu Yu and coldly said, "Wu Yu, when you came to the Purple Leaf City, we showed you proper hospitality. We are now in your territory. Is this how you mountain people treat your guests?" With those words, Wu Yu's laughter immediately stopped. Although it was not visible in the dark, Wu Yu's face showed shame. He shouted to the others on the tree in the mountain people's language and they gradually stopped laughing. After that, Wu Yu jumped down from the tree and walked up to Rhodey before saying, "You are right. This was my mistake. This is not how we mountain people treat our guests." He then took out a small package containing the oil paint they used to smear on their faces. He then said in a low voice, "Apply this on your body and the insects will not bite you." The oil paint had a strange smell. Both Rant and Rhodey pinched their noses and desperately smeared the oil paint all over their exposed skin. Although the smell was unpleasant, the mosquitoes avoided it and stopped disturbing them. When morning dawned, the mountain people leaped down from the trees. The first thing they did was to kneel down as a group, facing south. They mumbled some kind of incantation. Their pious expression was filled with religious fervor as if they were worshipping God. Rodi was curious and could not help but ask Wu Yu. Wu Yu's attitude towards Rodi also improved and explained that they were worshipping the guardian spirit of the flame tribe. As for the name of the guardian spirit, Wu Yu only knew how to say it in the language of the mountain people. The name had a bunch of strange pronunciations that Rodi could not help but make Rai smile. With that, they walked for several days. The forest became thicker and the mountain ranges could be seen. The towering green mountains could be seen in the far west. The birds were flying in flocks. Early in the morning, a white fog could also be seen gathering around the peaks of the mountains. The appearance of wild animals in the forests also became increasingly more frequent. Wild boars, wild deer, and wild rabbits started to appear one after another. Those animals did not seem to be afraid of people. When the animals saw Rodi and the others, they simply retreated a few steps back and observed them from afar. Rodi and the others had already finished eating the supplies that they packed. However, the mountain people were born hunters. All of them were good at archery. The arrows they used were different from the arrows used by the Empire. The arrows they used were not made of metal. They were made with the fangs of animals. The mountain people could also move easily in the mountains. They were energetic and they knew the terrain well. Rodi secretly contemplated. If they fought a war here, the Empire would suffer a lot of casualties. Camus' words were not an exaggeration. Originally, the mountain people did not think highly of Rodi and Rant. One day, however, they changed their minds. Everybody was at a small stream on top of the mountain and had caught a few fish. Thereafter, they wanted to start a fire to cook the fish. Rodi thought it was strange that the flame tribe seldom used flame. Rant then went to the edge of a brook to chop some firewood. They saw him pull out his broadsword and then they heard a loud sound. The tree that was as big as a person's waist was immediately chopped into two halves. That made the mountain people awestruck as the tree came crashing down. Everyone, including Wu Yu, was stunned. After a while, they all started to shout. They ran up and took a close look at Rant. They then enthusiastically hugged Rant and muttered a few words that Rant could not understand. They all had expressions of admiration, surprise, and curiosity. Some of them even grabbed Rant's sword to examine it. Wu Yu then explained to Rodi that even the most powerful person among their mountain people would need several swings of an axe to chop down that tree. Rodi's heart was stirred and could not help but ask, "What about your leader Wu Yu? How powerful is he?" Wu Yu immediately showed a pious and respectful expression as he seriously replied, "Our chief, Wu Yu is a warrior bestowed unto us by God. He is an avatar. He is our guardian angel. How can we compare with our God?" Rodi did not believe in it, so he casually laughed. Wu Yu noticed that Rodi did not believe him and immediately became angry. He loudly argued about the greatness and terrifying strength of their chief, Wu Yu. At last, Wu Yu impatiently shouted, "Our chief is the greatest. Last time, we fought a battle against the Silvermoon tribe. Our chief summoned the mountain god's tremendous axe and flattened the Silvermoon tribe and their homes on the hills. This is a true story. A lot of warriors from the Flame tribe witnessed that. I also clearly witnessed that." Rodi's heart stirred as he looked at Wu Yu's honest and impatient expression. With a blank expression, he asked, "What sort of weapon is the mountain god's tremendous axe?" "Miraculous. It is truly miraculous." Wu Yu showed a marveled and respectful expression. After that, he solemnly said, "Our chief stood on a mountain and shouted a few words. After that, he suddenly grew several times larger, as though he was a giant. The chief then reached out and pulled an axe out from the sky. Before we could see anything clearly, the chief had swung down his axe. The Silvermoon tribe and the mountains were flattened. Flattened. There was nothing left. Men, women, children, the elderly, houses, trees, and even stones. Everything disappeared. Rant and Rodi both thought of something. They could not help but exchanged a look with each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Heavenly Abode of the Mountains. Chapter 111, Heavenly Abode of the Mountains. Translator, Editor. Rodi realized that Wu Yu's power was definitely extraordinary. It was probably a kind of magic or sorcery. That being said, the ability to turn into a giant was not something that Rodi had ever heard of before, even in large-scale magic or sorcery. On the other hand, destroying an entire mountain was nothing surprising. After all, Rodi had already experienced a spell as terrifying as that during his encounter with the Black Veil Saint Mouse. However, could a tribal leader of the so-called barbarians actually have the power of a high-level magician or sorcerer? It is possible. Master Autumn that was held in high regard by the Empire could do something like this. However, Master Autumn was also only recognized as the most promising candidate to become the next sacred swordsman and a master grade warrior. Although Rodi heard that Wuya was the strongest warrior of the mountains, he only expected Wuya to be at the level of a high-level warrior of the Imperial Army. As the mountain people live in the wild, their warriors are usually just strong and ferocious people. Rodi only expected Wuya to be around Rant's level. As a result, Rodi felt overwhelmed by Wu Yu's words. If Wu Yu's words are true, the chief of the Flame Tribe is already one of the strongest people on the continent. Wuya is unlikely to be a sorcerer. That is because the entire Radiant continent does not have many sorcerers. On the other hand, sorcerers prosper in the northern Roland continent. It is also difficult to believe that Wuya is a magician. All the high-level magicians work for the Empire, while other magicians are usually found in religious posts. It is unlikely that the tribal leader of the barbarians would be able to learn spells. It is also unlikely for the tribes to be able to understand the ancient language of the incantations. In that case, Wuya should be a master of warriors. Could it be possible for him to have reached the rank of sacred swordsman? Could a person wearing the skin of animals and a bone necklace, smeared paint on his face and spoke barbarian language be a sacred swordsman? Rant could not help but whispered to Rodi, "Your Excellency. The words of the mountain people may not be true. If this Wuya is so formidable, how did he almost get assassinated?" Rodi nodded and then asked Wu Yu about this incident. However, Wu Yu claimed that this was caused by the evil magic of the other tribes. Wu Yu then proclaimed his belief that the chief would recover and lead them to crush these tribes. He spoke so excitedly that he ended up speaking quickly and also reverted back to the mountain people's language. Rodi, who heard this, only ended up confused. After walking for 10 days, Rodi and Rant were already lost. They were shrouded by so many trees that they could not even see the sky. They only continued to follow the mountain people. The mountain people followed a winding path to cleverly avoid the poisonous swamps. The mountain people knew the mountains like the back of their hand. It was like they were in their own bedroom. Rodi secretly thought to himself that if it was just Rant and himself, they would more likely to die falling into the poisonous swamps than to die fighting. When evening approached, they finally left the mountainous path and entered an open space. They could see the thick foliage of grass and a canyon at a distant mountain peak. Wu Yu then shouted, "We are almost there. Once we reach the canyon, there will be a small road that will lead us up the mountain. After we cross that mountain, we would reach home." The mountain warriors were all excited and shouted loudly. Some of them even somersaulted. Rodi could not help but ask, "Small road? Why do we not pass through the canyon?" Wu Yu immediately showed a fearful expression and replied, "You cannot go there. That is the Death Canyon. It would lead you to the Dead Forest. You cannot go there. If you enter the Dead Forest, you can never return." "Oh?" Rodi was surprised and could not help but ask, "There are actually places on this mountain that even the mountain people cannot approach?" Wu Yu looked at the canyon in fear. All the tribes know about this taboo and none would dare to enter. It is said that there is a demon in there. We will never go there. Rodi could not help but loudly asked, "What about your chief? Didn't you say he that came from the heavens? Is he also afraid to go in there?" Wu Yu replied softly with a complicated expression. The chief had dispatched people to explore the Dead Forest before, but none of them returned. "If you enter that canyon, you will never come out." Listening to these words, Rodi could not help but glance at the canyon. He saw a trail in between the two mountains. There were only stones and not a single blade of grass could be found on that trail. That location was different compared to the other mountains. The canyon was completely silent and not even the sound of birds could be heard. It was really like a dead location. Rodi demanded to enter the canyon and the mountain people all stood at a distance looking frightened. Rodi ignored them and entered the canyon together with Rant. Suddenly a cold wind blew from the canyon and made both men shiver. This had really surprised them. The climate in the mountains was warm and humid, but the wind blowing from within the canyon was like the cold winter wind of the northwest region. The trail was also covered in a dense fog. "Your Excellency. Something seems to be strange here," Rant could not help but say. "Your status now is different and you cannot risk it." Rodi smiled and replied, "I am only curious. Let's go." The mountain people felt relief when they saw Rodi and Rant turn around. They then quickly pulled the two away from the canyon. They followed a small road on the left and found a winding path up the mountain. This road was a secret entrance and without the help of the mountain people, Rodi would never be able to discover this road. He saw Wu Yu push away the withered trees to reveal a road leading towards the mountain. Wu Yu felt excited. He withdrew a small bone from his garments and blew it. Not long after that, a sharp whistle sounded. After that, there was the faint sound of footsteps as hundreds of mountain warriors came running down the mountain. Most of the mountain warriors were dressed in animal skins. A few of them wore linen clothing that they somehow weaved. All of them wore straw sandals. They held simplistic short spears in their hands, but they also carried bows and arrows at their backs. At that moment, Rodi did not dare to ridicule the mountain people's simple and crude weapons. On his journey here, he had learned how powerful the mountain people could be. This was especially when they used their bow and arrows. Rodi did not know what the mountain people laced their arrows with, but they were able to easily kill the majestic black bears of the mountains in one shot. Coupled with their skillful archery, they would be unparalleled. Hundreds of the mountain warriors casually stood in front as they were immediately followed by a tall and robust man from behind. That man wore the skin of a leopard and a feathered crown. He held a long wooden cane in his hand. His face was painted with red paint as if he was a ghost. He looked at Rodi and Rant with his pair of brown eyes. Wu Yu had already walked up to the crowned man. He lowered his head and said something in a very respectful manner. The man nodded and then he raised his wooden stick and shouted loudly. The mountain warriors that heard his shout also raised their spears and made an uproar. Once they had quieted down, Rodi took a deep breath and walked up to that person. After that, he said, I am the Empire's Duke of the Tulip family. I came from Purple Leaf City and greet Wu Yu of the Flame Tribe. After he finished speaking, he opened up his arms and prepared to embrace the other party according to what he learned of the mountain people's customs. Wu Yu then whispered from the side. This is not the elder of our tribe. This is our elder shaman. Rodi froze for a moment and then he laughed. In that case, I greet the elder shaman. The elder shaman nodded and smiled at Rodi before turning around and walking away. Wu Yu then laughed and told Rodi. You may not understand this, but shamans are not supposed to embrace others. He greeted you earlier when he raised his cane. Rodi laughed and replied, so that is what it was. Let's go. They continued to follow the mountain path until they reached a dark cave. A few warriors standing at the entrance bowed their heads when they saw the shaman. They then showed their surprise and hostility when they saw Rodi and Rant. The shaman did not bother to clarify and continued to lead the crowd further into the cave. There were torches lined along the walls of the cave. The smell of burning fat assailed their nostrils and it flooded the narrow passageway. The faint sound of water dripping could also be heard in some places. Rant vigilantly followed behind Rodi as he looked around the cave. After about half an hour, they saw something bright. Rodi looked up and saw that they were about to reach the end of the cave. He sighed and thought in his heart. This place is really well hidden. It's no wonder that the mountain people could survive for hundreds of years and the Empire were never able to subdue them. When they exited the cave, they entered a valley with a village with stockade fortifications. The walls and houses were all made of wood. When the wooden gate opened, all the mountain warriors started to sing. A crowd of mountain people came out from the wooden houses and gathered. All of their clothes were coarse and crude, regardless of age or gender. All of them also seemed to possess a weapon. Some of the women had daggers tied to their feet. A lot of children also approached but remained at a certain distance. They were all shouting and pointing. Rodi guessed that this valley could sustain about 30 to 40,000 people. Just as soon as he thought of that, Wu Yu told him loudly, this is the village that our flame tribe has lived in for more than 100 years. The shape of the village is like a gourd. This is only half of it. Turn at that corner and you will find a place that is much bigger. Rodi walked down the street and turned to find a village that was indeed much bigger than the one in front. The mountain people in that area were very sturdy and had large hands and legs. Rodi could hear the sound of clanking coming from a row of cabins. There was also a chimney on the roof that was giving out smoke. Rodi whispered and asked, what is that place? Wu Yu smiled and replied, that is the forge. There is no shortage of iron ores on the mountain. All of the tribes make their own iron tools. Their work is also comparable to the Empire's weapons. At the walls of the valley, they saw water gushing out of the walls. Located near the walls was a small pond with a few soldiers standing next to it. There were also a few women who carried jars as they lined up to collect water. Wu Yu explained in a strange manner, this is our source of water. When the chief ascended the position, he ordered for a few guards to stand guard here. Everyone had to line up to collect water and nobody was allowed to bath in this pool anymore. The chief has made many good decisions, but this rule is a little bit weird. Rodi gave a supercilious look as he thought. The whole valley only has this much water. Naturally, they must be careful with it. Wouldn't it be bad if they had bathed here as well? I have not met him, but Wu Ya has already given me a favorable impression. I will also stay here for a few days. If the mountain people had bathed in this water as well. Rodi could not help but give a strange expression as he replied, I think your chief is right. Let me ask you. When the chief rose to power, did the number of sick people decrease? Wu Yu stared with wide eyes and felt extremely puzzled. How did you know? They soon arrived at a row of buildings built on top of a huge wooden platform. There is a long flight of wooden steps that led to a large wooden building. The large wooden building was more exquisite compared to the others. There were banners made with animal skin draped in front of the building. Several large guards stood outside the entrance. The front entrance was also enormous. The curtains hanging at the entrance blocked Rodi's view. When Rodi approached, he found out that the curtain was made by strings of small and large shiny crystals. This chief is really a dignified person. The gates of the imperial palace were only made of gold. However, a mere tribal chief had actually made his curtain out of precious crystals. The warriors who stood at the entrance walked forward and exchanged a few words with Wu Yu. After that, Wu Yu turned around and told Rodi, the shaman asks you to wait for a little while. He has entered to speak with the chief and the chief would summon you soon. Rodi nodded and stood on the wooden platform. Rant stood close to Rodi and vigilantly looked at the surrounding mountain warriors. While Rodi was waiting, he suddenly heard Andy's surprised voice. There is a strange feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Prophecy. Chapter 112, Prophecy. Translator, Editor. What? Rodi was shocked to hear Andy's surprised voice. In his mind, Andy was a skeleton that would be able to stay composed even if the sky started to fall. It was very rare to see him surprised. There was a moment of silence before Andy replied, strong. Very strong. There is some kind of energy. Shit. It is not any kind of magical or spiritual energy. Kid. You have to be careful. There is someone ridiculously powerful inside. What is it? Rodi was also serious. I do not know. Andy sounded helpless as he replied, I can't see through to the inside. The see-through spell is also useless. There is a very powerful person inside. It is someone who is more powerful than anyone you have ever encountered. Could it be the chief? Rodi asked, is he more powerful than you, old Mark and Mouse? I do not know. Andy sounded very serious. However, that is probably true. From the vibrations, it is likely that this person can use domain force. What? Rodi could not help but speak out. He then took a deep breath and continued to stay silent. The people around him also looked at him in surprise. The mountain people thought it was strange that the people of the empire would suddenly shout for no reason. After that, Rant asked in a whisper, Your Excellency. Is something wrong? No. Nothing. Rodi gave a serious expression and shook his head. After that, he secretly said, Domain force? Andy. Did you say domain force? Didn't Mouse say that after reaching the level of domain force it is almost like reaching the level of God? Andy gave a strange laugh that sounded uneasy. The level of God? Didn't the mountain people say that their chief had descended from the heavens? At this moment, the shaman appeared from behind the curtain and faintly said something. Wu Yu immediately shouted after that, Duke of Tulip. Please come in. Rodi looked at Rant and said, Wait here for me. He then stepped forward and walked through the curtain. The interior of the wooden house was very large. Rodi felt that something was wrong and soon realized that this house did not have any windows. The room was filled with a strange plant-like smell. There was a copper stove in the room. There was a lifelike snake sculpture on top of the stove. Smoke slowly rose from the snake's mouth. On a platform not far from there was the figure of the famous Chief Wu Ya who was sitting cross-legged. Rodi was surprised that the mountain people's strongest warrior, the chief, looked extremely weak. Although Wu Ya was just sitting there, it was clear that he was not tall. In fact, he was small-sized even when compared to Rodi. Wu Ya was different compared to the other mountain people. He was wearing white linen clothing and his face was clean and beardless. His face also did not have the painting of the mountain people. The more startling thing was that Wu Ya's face was white. It was white and a little bit transparent like a block of ice. His face was so strange that it was unlike the face of a human. On the other hand, it was more like a jade carving. At that moment, Wu Ya's eyes were closed and he was just sitting with his back leaning against the wall. Suddenly, Rodi felt his eyes glow. At the same time, Wuya, who was in front of him, was also wrapped in a glow. A light was moving around the body as if the person was on fire. His body was shining as if he was a flame illuminating the area. Rhodey knew that Andy was using the see-through spell with his eyes. The light moving around Wuya was that person's fluctuating energy. Suddenly Wuya opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold and did not have a single trace of emotion. He looked at Rhodey so coldly as if he was a god looking at an ant. "Are you watching me?" His voice was light. It was in the language of the Empire, but the voice was calm and devoid of emotion. "What?" Rhodey's expression did not change. "Chief Wuya. What are you talking about?" Wuya slowly closed his eyes and gently repeated. "Duke of a distant land. You are watching me. Why?" Rhodey was secretly afraid and Andy was disturbed. "He can detect me." Rhodey cleared his throat and slowly replied, "Chief Wuya. I was watching you because I did not expect the famous chief of the Flame Tribe to have this kind of appearance." Wuya's voice was still extremely cold as he asked, "I noticed that your body has a fluctuation of magic. Duke. Are you a warrior or a sorcerer?" "Warrior," Rhodey involuntarily replied. He felt a strange feeling. It was as if the chief of the mountain people gave out an extraordinary pressure. Wuya's light voice sounded infinitely majestic. It was as if Wuya could see through Rhodey with just a glance. Wuya raised an eyebrow as he continued to look at Rhodey. "Warrior? In that case, the magical fluctuations in your body must be because you possess a magical treasure. I heard that the Radiant Empire's Tulip family was the most formidable family. Is that your family?" Rhodey tried to calm himself down and walked forward a few steps. He then smiled and said, "Chief. You invited me here for negotiations. I believe it is not to talk about my Tulip family. Now that I am here, isn't there something more important to discuss?" Wuya was silent for a while and then he nodded his head and agreed. "All right. Duke, please sit." After Rhodey has sat down, Wuya slowly started the conversation. "Duke. If you are here, you must have brought your conditions. There is nobody else besides us right now. Please speak directly." Rhodey was startled and did not expect that Wuya would be so direct. He thought for a moment and then replied, "Chief Wuya. I would like to take the liberty to say that we cannot comply with your demands. Before anything else, the uniting of the tribes and the election of a chief is something that His Majesty the Emperor would never accept. Since hundreds of years ago, the law made by Abbas the Great stated that the tribes cannot elect a chief. This action is undoubtedly a challenge against the Empire." Wuya smiled and asked, "Since all of you cannot accept the demands, why did the Duke travel here?" Rhodey took a deep breath and replied, "I came to persuade Chief Wuya to give up this intention." Wuya looked at Rhodey and asked again, "Duke. Do you know my intentions?" Rhodey gave a cold smile and answered, "Chief Wuya is ambitious. You want to unify the tribes of the mountains and establish a foundation." Wuya was silent for a moment. After that, he started to laugh. Wuya's white face seemed to glow as he slowly replied, "Unite everyone and establish a foundation? Looks like all of you think that way as well. Am I wrong?" Contrary to Rhodey's expectations, Wuya shook his head and replied, "You are wrong." "Oh?" Rhodey did not expect Wuya to deny it. "Duke. Frankly speaking, I have no interest in uniting the mountain tribes. I also do not want to establish a foundation." Wuya's tone was very calm. "I don't even care about the title of chief." Rhodey frowned and said, "Chief Wuya. I am afraid I do not quite understand your words." Wuya opened his eyes and looked at Rhodey. "Duke. Why do you not understand? Haven't you already made up your mind that your objective here was to find ways to stop our opposition? To find my assassin, destroy our unity and overthrow my authority?" These words were mentioned casually and calmly. However, the words rang like thunder. Even if Rhodey could stay calm, he would not be able to stop his cold sweat. Rhodey's expression started to change. "You do not have to be surprised." Wuya gently waved and lightly declared, "I have already understood your intentions the moment you walked into the room." Wuya then gave a smile. "I forgot to tell you. I can read minds." "What?" Rhodey could not help and finally whispered, "You can read minds?" High-level magicians and sorcerers have similar abilities. However, it was used to listen to another person's heartbeat and breathing as they talked. This was generally used to determine if that person is telling the truth or if he was lying. To be able to read another person's mind would be God's magic. Wuya's voice remained calm and cold. "Duke. Do not be so surprised. Woya sighed and continued, for me, I am not interested in power and influence. That, Rodi gritted his teeth. In that case, why do you want to unite the mountain tribes and take the position as chief? Isn't your actions contradictory and only for the purpose of that objective? Woya looked gloomy and shook his head. You are wrong, you are all wrong, they are also wrong. Uniting the mountain tribes? Do you mean like the people of the grasslands in the northwest that established their own country to fight the empire? Ridiculous. Humans fighting each other is so pointless. Humans? Rodi could not help but ask. His breathing had also become heavier. Could it be that Chief Woya is not a human? Woya showed a confused expression. He was hesitant for a while before he shook his head and gave Rodi a surprising answer, I do not know. Rodi's mouth turned dry and he wanted to laugh wildly. He wanted to laugh at Woya's crazy words. However, his heart felt heavy. Somehow managing a smile, Rodi asked, Chief Woya, what is the meaning of your words? Woya shook his head and replied, I do not know. However, I can tell you that I have no interest in fighting the Empire. If I wanted to fight you, I would have done it a long time ago. The Southern Legion would not be able to stop me. Rodi was silent for a moment before he coldly asked, what exactly do you want? A promise. Woya opened his eyes and demanded, I want the Empire to ensure that no one would enter the mountains. What? Rodi looked at the chief of the mountain people in surprise. You only want that? Rodi secretly thought. If he really only asked the Empire not to step into the mountains, it would not be difficult for the Empire to accept. The Empire had no interest in the mountains. However, is that really the objective of the possibly ambitious chief? Rodi asked again, Chief Woya. I am afraid I do not really understand your words. I hope you can give me a complete explanation. Woya slowly stood up and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and then his cold voice resounded around the house. The voice was like a distant singing. Shackles of the millennium have decayed. The devil's eye shall gaze at the earth. The blood of the Empire will eventually solidify. Its vicious curse will taint the radiance of the surface. They will spread evil throughout the land. They will bring calamity to the world. God's blood will wash away the temple. The thorns of the withered flower will be the end. The song was recited as if it was a magic spell. Rodi felt depressed and afraid when he heard this. However, he did not know why he was afraid. Suddenly, Andy's voice screamed in his mind, prophecy. He speaks of a prophecy. What? Rodi could not help but stand and glared at Woya. Woya gave a wry smile and spoke in low spirits, yes. It is a prophecy. Rodi froze for a moment and pointed at Woya, you. What did you say? You could listen to. Woya gave a smile as he looked at Rodi and lightly said, I was wondering. Why are there two souls in your body? Woya saw that Rodi was at a loss for words before slowly continuing, Duke. I know you are not an ordinary person. I hope you keep the words I have just said in your mind. Rodi took a deep breath and asked, Chief Woya. That, prophecy? What is the meaning of the prophecy? How do you know of it? Woya shook his head and replied, find the meaning to the prophecy yourself. Perhaps the other soul within you might know something. Woya then gave an unfeeling smile and continued, I just want to tell you that I hope that in the future, the Empire would not send anybody into the mountains. I will also keep the mountain people in the mountains. The mountain is our world. We will not go out. However, none can enter. Otherwise, I will not show mercy. Rodi's face turned pale as he murmured, the vicious curse will stain the radiance of the surface. They will bring disaster and calamity everywhere. Is the radiance the radiant empire? What is the curse? What is the disaster? Woya shook his head and replied, I do not know. I only hope that the mountain people would be able to escape. The mountain people only live in the mountains. The mountain is our home. If there is a disaster, let it happen outside the mountains. Rodi was agitated and shouted, nonsense. Nonsense. Woya simply laughed and replied, I was speaking nonsense? In that case, what benefits would I obtain from that? Is there anything from what I said that would inconvenience the Empire? Rodi became silent. What would the Empire lose by agreeing to those terms? The Empire must not enter the mountains? What a joke! Since centuries ago, the Empire was never interested in the mountains and only wished for the stability of the cities in the southern region. The strange chief's demands are for the Empire to not enter the mountains. He wants the mountains and the Empire to be completely separated. Could it Could it really be to escape the disaster in the prophecy? If he speaks nonsense, why would he lie to himself? The more Rodi thought, the more confused he became. His breathing started to become heavier. When Rodi somehow managed to calm himself, Rodi asked again, in that case, Chief Wuya, why did you try to unite the mountain tribes? Why did you try to incite a rebellion from the mountain soldiers in the army? Wuya shook his head and answered, the union of the mountain tribes is inevitable. The empire is like a strong magnet that would attract the mountain people. The mountain people would then slowly become a part of the empire. If this goes on, the disaster in the future would definitely plague the mountains. A united mountain nation is the requirement so that it would not get assimilated by the empire. As for the incitement of the rebellion, those were not due to my orders. That was not ordered by you? Rodi shook his head. You are the person recognized as the chief of the mountain people. If it was not ordered by you, who else could it be? Wuya slowly walked to the copper stove and placed his hand on the mouth of the snake. He allowed the white mist to spray onto his palm. With a complicated look on his face, he said, you people of the empire have a more complicated way of thinking compared to us mountain people. How is it that you still do not understand? There are also mountain people that are ambitious. When they are strong, it is hard for them to forget about the hatred from many years ago. They do not mind spilling blood. I do not like it, but I cannot convince them. Can't you see it? I am currently a weak patient. Rodi lowered his voice and asked, patient? Wuya could not possibly have fallen sick. Is it true that you were attacked by an assassin? Wuya showed a complicated expression and thought for a moment before denying, no. That is not true. No one can assassinate me. At the very least, nobody on the mountain can do it. My weakened state is because of the Death Canyon. You might have seen it on your way here. A few days ago. I secretly tried to enter it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Sneak Attack in the Night. Chapter 113, Sneak Attack in the Night. Translator, Editor. Rodi felt depressed after talking to Wuya. Wuya had spoken in riddles, and most of what he said sounded strange. Finally, Wuya stopped talking after he said that he just came back from the Death Canyon. This conversation also left Rodi in shock. All the plans that had been discussed before he arrived were now useless. When a person could read your mind, any kind of strategy would become ineffective. Another important fact was that Wuya was not attacked by an assassin. That meant that the possibility of splitting up the mountain tribes would be low. After Rodi was led by a few mountain warriors to rest in a clean wooden house, he sat down to think. Rodi also conversed with Andy in his mind. What is the meaning of that prophecy? Rodi asked as he thought of the disaster and the curse. Andy's voice sounded dull and dry as he replied, how would I know? Do you actually believe in the prophecy? Have you already forgotten about the prohibition placed by Abbas the Great? Prohibition, Rodi muttered and then shook his head as if he was trying to shake off the confusion in his mind. Rodi naturally knew about that prohibition. Among the practitioners in this world, there were warriors, magicians, and sorcerers that sought to control and manipulate energy. However, 200 years ago, during Abbas the Great's era, there was another kind of practitioner. This practitioner was different compared to warriors, magicians, and sorcerers. They were like the most devout religious practitioners. They do not pursue power or wealth or even preach their doctrines to the masses. Their only purpose was to comprehend the will of God. Their practice was really simple. They were usually born with the talent to become great magicians, but then they felt it beneath them to become just powerful magicians. All day long, they would conduct research on God from all angles to prove God's existence. In the eyes of other practitioners, these people were not only crazy but also stupid. This was because these practitioners did not put their innate talents to good use but only wasted time on useless ideas. These people often had a few strange guys that would spend half their lives meditating and would one day suddenly declare that they had heard God's instructions. After that, they would say some incomprehensible ideas. Rodi had read about these incidents during his time in the Imperial Academy. He had also found a lot of these records in the books of the Tulip family. Among those were also records of the more famous ones. In the Empire year 107, one of the most famous practitioners of the Empire suddenly got up one morning and ran to the streets to shout out that he had received the words of God. The largest religious church of the Empire would be destroyed in 3 days because God is angry at his representatives' corruption. Naturally, his outrageous words were regarded as the words of a mad person. The practitioner was caught and locked up. 3 days later, that practitioner was to be executed by burning at a stake in front of that church. Presiding over the execution was the Pope. It was said that when the practitioner was being burned to death, the practitioner did not even protest or beg for help. Instead, he laughed as he looked towards the sky. While he was burning, a fierce wind blew. The wind was so strong that the people nearby could not keep their eyes opened. The wind blew the burning firewood into a fireball that moved towards the church. The empire's largest church with hundreds of years of history, the Prometheus Church, was a building that was older than the empire itself. However, it was burned into ruins. Countless magnificent murals and other things were destroyed in the fire. Even the bishop of the church had perished in the fire. The official records of the empire stated that the Prometheus Church was old and made of timber, which was why it got destroyed in an accident. Another interesting record was that during the ascension of Abbas the Great, a practitioner declared that the empire would unify the continent. However, he also said that Abbas the Great would become an unprecedented tyrant. He then said that the debt of blood would be repaid by later generations. As the practitioner had a special status, he was not killed. When Abbas the Great rose to the throne, the empire had finally conquered the entire continent. However, the war that lasted 17 years had reduced the population by nearly 3 million people. There were also several 100,000 people of the grasslands that were ordered to be slaughtered by Abbas the Great. After the people of the grasslands who had a population of over 1 million was subjugated, only less than 400,000 people remained. Besides that, while the empire was conquering the south, they were suddenly invaded by the northern Roland continent. This started a second war with the Roland continent. The Roland continent's sudden invasion caused the empire to fall into a crisis. The Roland continent's knights had captured the Westwood province and were less than 5 days' journey away from the empire's capital. At that time, the entire capital fell into a panic. All the nobles urged Abbas the Great to stop the conquest in the south. They wanted to request for peace negotiations with kingdoms in the south and send the armies to the north. The situation was so urgent that it caused Abbas the Great and the empire to waver. However, a practitioner then declared the will of God. He said that the empire would be able to win the war against the invaders from the Roland continent and that the Tulip family banner would defend the empire. Finally, the Duke of the Tulip family, leading 100,000 of the Lightning God's whip, had completely defeated the Northern Roland coalition army of 200,000. The Northern Roland invaders ultimately fled back to their continent with less than 30,000 soldiers remaining. Not only were the invaders repelled in this battle, but the coalition was also destroyed. The political situation in the Roland continent also experienced a great change, and it was no longer able to unite and become a threat to the Radiant continent. On top of that, the one that helped the Duke of the Tulip family to win that war was the sudden rise of the great sage Dandong. It was also because of Dandong's support that Abbas the Great managed to conquer the entire Radiant continent. Among Dandong's techniques were deception, entrapment, division, and incitement to sow discord in the various kingdoms on the Radiant continent to destroy their unity. After that, the kingdoms were all destroyed one by one, and the continent was finally united. These records made some readers paranoid and break out in cold sweat. It somehow felt like the god had a pair of invisible hands to control everything. The practitioners then became a target of hatred, fear, and discrimination. However, none dared to belittle them. As these practitioners tended to look at the stars and hope that the stars would give them God's instructions, they were soon called astrologers. However, these practitioners also liked to gather on top of the empire's tallest building, the White Tower, to look at the stars. That is why these practitioners were also known as the White Tower magicians. After the empire had won the second war against the northern Roland continent, the status of the astrologers greatly improved. Many people gradually started to believe in the crazy words of these astrologers. Although they were still considered crazy, their words often came true. These words were soon known as prophecies. However, there was a great change in the empire during the later years of Abbas the Great. It was during the later years of Abbas the Great when both the Duke of Tulip and Dandong, who had helped him conquer the continent, had passed away. It was said that Abbas the Great also had an astrologer in the palace. One day, the astrologer and Abbas the Great had a long talk at night. Nobody knew what was said, but the astrologer's words had greatly angered the greatest emperor of the empire, and his head was immediately chopped off personally by the emperor. When morning came, the palace maid saw the head on the floor and almost fainted in fear. Abbas the Great was still there, lost in thoughts, sitting in the pool of blood. 3 days later, Abbas the Great declared that all the astrologers in the empire were rebellious. At the same time, he somehow managed to reach an agreement with the Pope, and the next day, the astrologers were declared as heretics. Almost all of the astrologers were massacred by the empire's soldiers and religious law enforcers. For a full month, people were killed or burned at the religious stake every day. During that time, some people were hanged to death daily. Almost all of the records by the astrologers were also seized and burned. It was as if Abbas the Great had gone mad. Not only did he execute all the astrologers, but even those that opposed these commands were executed. Finally, Abbas the Great ordered a prohibition. In the future of the empire, there will be no astrologers, and there will be no prophecy. All heretics will be burned to death. Facts had proven that a lot of things were very fragile in the face of the imperial sovereignty. After a few years, there were no more astrologers in the empire. After the lunatics had disappeared, there was nobody left to make any crazy prophecy. The empire then strived to suppress public opinion by prohibiting the people from discussing this. Abbas the Great had also burned all the records of the astrologers and their practicing methods. As a result, no one practiced as astrologers anymore in the empire. Now, after 200 years, the word astrologer was forgotten by the people. Nobody mentioned the word prophecy anymore. Any magician that spoke of prophecies was treated like a plague and would immediately be killed. Do you know what that palace astrologer had said to Abbas the Great? What kind of terrifying prophecy was it? Rhodey could not help but ask Andy. Andy sank and said, "How do I know?" However, it is clear that what the astrologer said to Abbas the Great was not good. Even though all the astrologers were talented people, they did not know how to use their brains. They did not know what they could say and what they could not say. The prophecy from today as well. If this prophecy was said during that time, Abbas the Great would have definitely destroyed the tribe. Rhodey remained silent. The prophecy stated by Wuya constantly weighed on his mind. He sighed and then spoke out, "All right. Let's sleep. We will meet with the other mountain people tomorrow." In the middle of the night, Rhodey was lying down on a wooden bench when he suddenly felt cold. He turned over and got up. As he sat on the wooden bench, he felt his neck turn cold. He could not help but reach for the sword at his side. It was quiet and dark in the wooden house. However, there was a window, allowing the stars of the night sky to brighten up the inside of the house. Rhodey's eyes looked around and did not see anything abnormal. However, the uneasiness in his heart continued to grow. He could not help it. He got up and walked to the window. Wuya had ordered the mountain people to prepare this house on this high terrain. The house was built on a tall wooden platform and the situation in the valley could be seen from the windows. At night, the noisy people of the Flame Tribe have quietened down. Occasionally, a few people were walking about. The straw sandals they wore made little sound. Rhodey sighed and secretly ridiculed himself for feeling odd for no reason. Shaking his head, he went back to lie down on the wooden bench. Something is wrong. Rhodey felt a bone-piercing chill crawling up his back. That feeling made the hairs on his skin stand. He subconsciously lowered his hand and then heard a cracking sound. The wooden bench had split into two. Rhodey, half kneeling, held the sword in front of his chest vigilantly. Had he not evaded quickly enough, his head would have already been rolling on the floor. The surrounding was still quiet and Rhodey's heart was racing. The attack suddenly came from the left. The wind swooshed and a cut appeared on his clothes. Rhodey had also sidestepped to avoid the sword. But this time, Rhodey's skin was also cut. His blood was dripping. There was a neat cut on his clothes. It seemed that the sword was very sharp. "Who is this?" Rhodey cried out in a soft voice. He then kicked the wooden bench to the side and rushed to the wall. He looked at the surroundings as he placed his back against the wall. **T. What happened? The other guy is invisible? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, True God Kara. Chapter 114, True God Kara. Translator, Editor. The house seemed extremely quiet and calm. In the house, Rhodey shouted loudly for Rant several times. However, there was no reply from the outside. "Bastard!" Rhodey cursed and his heart sank. It was possible that Rant was already dead. In the dark, Rhodey again felt a strong wind in front of him. He quickly raised his sword in front of his face. He then heard the sound of metal clashing. After that, Rhodey felt a heavy force hit his chest, and he tumbled to the floor. Without having the time to panic, he immediately got up from the ground and looked around as he gritted his teeth. "Andy! What's going on?" Rhodey desperately asked the skeleton. "An invisibility spell. A strange invisibility spell." Andy hastily and loudly replied, "I cannot see him with my see-through spell." "You must be careful." "Careful my ass." Rhodey could not help but curse. How was he supposed to fight something he could not see? He was worried about Rant's safety and continued to shout. However, it remained completely quiet outside of the house, and there was not a single reply. Rhodey was secretly surprised. There was the sound of fighting, and he had also repeatedly shouted. This should have already alerted the mountain people outside. Yet somehow, nobody came to check up on him. Is Woya trying to kill me? Rhodey's mind was struck by this idea and then denied it. This was Wuya's territory. If Woya had the intention of killing him, he would not be able to escape. Woya would not need to use this kind of sneaky approach. He quickly thought of a solution as he vigilantly looked around. Since his opponent was invisible, he listened attentively. Feeling another cold wind rush, Rhodey gritted his teeth and his sword suddenly burst into a pale golden light. Rhodey quickly gathered his fighting energy. His whole body was wrapped in a pale golden flame as he rushed forward. He heard the sound of metal clash again as his move succeeded. However, before he could take any further actions, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. After being ferociously hit, Rhodey grunted. He moved backwards, again and again, groaning softly. The blood in his chest had started to churn and had gathered in his throat. Rhodey gritted his teeth so that he would not cough out blood. He then knelt down and closed his eyes as he could not see his opponent anyway. He listened carefully as he relied on his outstanding responsibility that he had acquired when he trained with Instructor Carter. When he heard a faint sound from the right, Rhodey suddenly opened his eyes. He slashed before his opponent could sneak up on him. The sound of metal clashed as Rhodey's sword was blocked. At the same time, Rhodey opened his mouth and spat out the blood. He heard a cry as the blood slammed to a stop in midair and revealed the face of a suspicious person. "Humph! Let's see if you can still run!" Rhodey shouted angrily. Now that he could see his opponent, Rhodey's reactions were faster. Rhodey struck consecutively and pushed back his opponent. He could hear the sound of metal clashing as he attacked. After that, he heard the sound of metal breaking as a section of a dagger dropped to the ground and revealed its shape. Rhodey shouted. The long sword in his hand transformed into a golden flame as he slashed downwards. The man had tried to block with the remainder of his weapons only for it to fly out of his hands. That man spat out a mouthful of blood and his body staggered back a few steps. Rhodey placed the sword at the man's neck and ordered, "Kneel." Suddenly Rhodey felt a cold and sharp pain at the back of his neck. He then heard a cold husky voice coming from behind him. "You kneel." The voice sounded indifferent, but it was in the language of the Empire. There were two of them. He placed his sword closer to the man's neck and coldly demanded, "Put down your sword, or I will kill your companion first." The cold voice behind him replied, "Go ahead. Since we are here, we have already prepared to throw away our lives." Rhodey secretly applied more strength into his sword. The sharp blade cut the person in front of him, and the blood that flowed out gradually revealed more of that person's body. That person grunted silently. After that, Rhodey felt a pain in his neck as he felt the other person behind him cut a little more into his skin. That voice repeated coldly, "If you do not kneel, I will cut your head." Rhodey sighed and slowly let go of the sword in his hand. After that, he slowly knelt down with one knee. The man in front of Rhodey then picked up Rhodey's sword and placed it at Rhodey's neck. Rhodey closed his eyes and coldly asked, "Who are you?" The voice behind him said, "Duke of Tulip. We came here to discuss something with you." "Discuss?" Rhodey sneered. "If I had not avoided the first attack quickly enough, my head would have long been chopped off already." He paused for a moment and then asked, "What about my guard? Have you killed him?" "No," the voice replied calmly. "We came here to discuss things with you. How could we kill your men? He is still resting next door. We did not do anything to him." He paused for a moment and noticed that Rhodey was puzzled. He then explained, "We have already isolated the sound from your room. The people outside would not be able to hear our fight. There is no point calling for help." Rhodey felt relieved and coldly asked, "All right. What do you want?" The voice behind him was still cold, but this time, it revealed a hint of agitation. "Duke, I want you to help us eliminate Wuya." "What a joke." Rhodey cut him off. "Eliminate Wuya? How can I even help you? How am I supposed to eliminate Wuya?" The voice behind him did not care about Rhodey's flat refusal and continued, "If you help us, I promise you that the mountain people will pledge allegiance to the Empire, forever." Rhodey's heart stirred as he asked again, "Who are you really? Can you promise us that or not?" The voice snapped back. Rhodey laughed. "Are you a child? Do you think that this is something that can be settled with a few words? The voice ferociously replied, "Be a man. Decide whether you will agree or you will not agree. There is no need for so many words. If you do not promise us this, I will cut off your head." Rody could not help but coldly said, "Inexplicable." He suddenly thought of an idea and bravely tested it out. "No wonder Woya extinguished your tribe." "What?" The man behind Rody cried out. His voice became louder and sharper. It no longer sounded as hoarse as before. Rody noted that the voice sounded familiar. "What did you say?" The man's voice sank. "I dare you to say it again." Rody was sure that his guess was correct. He purposefully replied coldly, "I said that your methods are too foolish. No wonder Woya was able to eliminate your tribe." Rody could feel the sharp sword at his neck tremble. He smiled and continued, "It is good that your hands are still stable. The two of you have swords placed at my neck. If you tremble too much, my head would be sliced off." The person behind ignored Rody's remark and coldly asked, "You? How did you know?" Rody snorted and replied, "If you want to beg me, you need to show some sincerity. I am the Empire's Duke of Tulip. Have you ever heard of anyone coercing the Duke of Tulip?" The person behind Rody stayed silent as he thought to himself for a moment. After a while, he finally sighed and slowly said, "It is our mistake. However, you must not turn around." Otherwise, after saying that, the person behind him took the sword away from Rody's neck. Rody felt secretly relieved as he looked at the person in front of him. That person looked back at Rody for a moment before removing the sword. Rody stood up and patted off the dust from his body. He then coldly demanded, "Give me the sword." The man was surprised and looked behind Rody inquiringly. The person that was behind Rody then coldly said, "Give it to him." After that, the man no longer hesitated to return Rody's sword. "All right. Duke. Can we start the negotiations now?" Rody thought for a moment and then replied, "Fine. Speak." A sigh came from behind before saying, "Duke. We are from the Silver Moon clan." Rody felt that he had heard of the similar name Silver Moon tribe before. After that, he remembered that he heard of it being mentioned by Wu Yu when Wu Yu was telling him about how powerful their chief was. He remembered that the chief had supposedly used a terrifying spell to destroy a tribe. That tribe's name was Silver Moon. "All right. Now please tell me what you want." Rody's tone of voice was not friendly. The man then slowly said, "Duke. You probably do not know that there is a fundamental difference between our Silver Moon clan and the other mountain people." He paused and seemed to hesitate for a moment before revealing a surprising fact to Rody. "Our Silver Moon clan are not really mountain people." "What? We are not mountain people." The voice sounded a bit sad. "The people of the Silver Moon clan are just a group of people that have lost their homes over 1,000 years ago and are lost and drifting around." "Please elaborate," Rody replied. He thought that it was strange as there had never been news of foreigners living in the mountains. The man behind Rody slowly continued. "Duke. Have you heard of the mythical war that happened 1,000 years ago?" These words surprised Rody. He could not help but blurt it out. "Are you talking about the God and Devil War?" "God and Devil War?" The man sneered. After that he slowly said, "That name is really just like that shameless fellow. God and Devils? Ha ha ha." Rody's mind started to buzz as he remembered about that day with Mouse. He remembered that Mouse had accidentally spoken about the war 1,000 years ago before closing her mouth and refusing to say anything more. It was as if saying anything about the war was prohibited. Rody was confused as he replied, "Please elaborate more." The man collected himself and slowly continued. "We, the people of the Silver Moon clan, are not mountain people. We are just survivors from that war. It is just that we escaped to the mountains and integrated with the mountain people after 1,000 years. That is why we are also seen as mountain people." "What happened after that?" That person suddenly became very serious and replied, "According to the ancient legends of our tribe, the war 1,000 years ago had almost destroyed everything. Countless races became extinct in the war. Our tribe that initially lived on the continent was destroyed." "Wait." Rody stopped him and asked, "What are you saying? Are you saying that you are all people of the Radiant continent before being destroyed?" "Yes." The man revealed a kind of pride as he replied, "Thousands of years ago, our clan were the masters of the continent. We have built a huge city and we were an extremely magnificent civilization. We had cities at the rivers, mountains, and even the skies. The Kara clan had occupied this entire continent. We did it under the protection of the almighty god Kara. Everything on the continent belongs to Kara and us. In our language, Kara means silver moon. The man became more excited as he spoke, and his voice became louder. His tone was also full of cherished memories and pride. Rhodey became more and more frightened. Kara? The Kara clan? Rhodey's face had changed. He knew the name Kara. In fact, there was nobody on the entire continent that did not know the name Kara. Legends say that Kara was extremely powerful. It was born in the heavens and was capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was capable of flattening the mountains and filling up the oceans. The lightning of the heavens was his servant and the flame of hell was his slave. The name Kara was recorded in all the religious books on the continent. Almost all the religious books spoke of Kara in an awe-inspiring manner. It was to the extent that even the most powerful magician would turn pale on hearing his name. All the churches also had murals of Kara. The image of a mural from the church immediately appeared in Rhodey's mind. In the picture, there were thick layers of clouds with Kara standing between heaven and earth. Kara's upper body was human while its lower body was the body of 6 different monsters. Kara held a silver sword in one hand and a giant flaming hammer in the other hand. His mournful howl seemed to fill the space between heaven and earth. A spear stabbed into Kara's chest and the green blood flooded the earth. The first sentence of the Book of Creation, the church classic, stated that the radiant God had killed the devil. Its flesh and blood had turned into dust, and its heart was forever imprisoned in hell. In the language of the Empire, Kara did not mean silver moon, but devil. Rhodey cried out, "You are the devil's clansman?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Summit of Evil. Chapter 115, Summit of Evil. Translator, Editor. Devil? Devil? The man spoke hatefully. The devil. Ha! If we are the devils, are those guys gods? Ha 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 ha. This is really just like them. His laughter suddenly stopped as his voice turned cold. In the Radiant God's teachings, wasn't there something like the 5 great sins of the devil? Cruelty, greed, deceit, fear, what else? Haha, in the end, who is the devil? How many heathens have been burned at the stake every day? Is that not cruelty? Who collected so much of the so-called atonement tax? What is so good about atonement tax? How many ordinary civilians have lost their last piece of bread or coin from this? Meanwhile, the so-called servants of God in carriages and wear silk clothing. They live in the largest houses and have lots of gold coins in their pockets. Is that not greed? There is also deceit. The so-called scriptures made them look like honest and merciful servants of God, but they bully and oppress the populace. They even describe themselves as charitable and merciful. Is that not deceit? After that, there is fear. Enough. Don't speak anymore. Rhodey spoke out helplessly. He faintly knew that this person was right, and he was also unable to refute his claims. The man laughed and asked, "Duke, is there anything else you want to know?" Rhodey thought for a moment and asked in a soft voice, "That God and devil war, what happened at that time?" There was a moment of silence before the voice slowly said, "I do not know much. There are a lot of things that only the tribe elders would know. To begin with, these things have nothing to do with you. How about we discuss your cooperation? Speak. What do you want?" "We, the Silvermoon clan, have already been in the mountains for thousands of years. We have been here longer than the history of the mountain people. However, we did not deal much with the others. The mission left to us by our ancestors are to survive in the mountains and wait for the revival of the true god Kara. The rise of the mountain tribes has caused us to lose our tranquility. A lot of things have changed in the past 1,000 years. Outsiders have all also started to consider us as the people of the mountains. Even the mountain people thought of us as one of the largest tribes. All this while, our Silvermoon clan has guided the mountain people forward. We are the ones who made them strong, that is, until the emergence of this Wuya." Rhodey laughed and replied, "I understand now. You consider yourselves the servants of Kara and are more noble than the people of the mountains. That is why you consider the mountain people your servants. However, a wise person has suddenly appeared and the servants no longer listen to you. Am I right?" Rhodey's words were so impolite that the person behind him became speechless. After some time, he fiercely said, "Duke, please do not forget. We are the only people who can help the Empire right now. If you wait for Wuya to unify the people of the mountains, there will be a second great moon kingdom." Rhodey just shrugged and thought to himself, "That is unlikely." After speaking for a long time with Wuya, he believed that Wuya was not an ambitious person. There was also the prophecy that was weighing down on his mind. Wuya does not seem to have that ambition stated by you, Rodi carefully replied. Duke. You may think that the mountain people do not need to be feared. You may think that Wuya does not have the ambition, but what about the future? What about after Wuya's death? The mountain people would be united under the rule of Wuya. However, would they be satisfied with being confined to within the mountain regions after 10 to 20 years? Rodi laughed and retorted, all right. In that case, would there be no threat if the mountains are left in your hands? After you control the mountains, would you be satisfied being confined to the mountains? Do you not want to leave the mountains and restore your former glory as Kara's clansman? We will not. What? A soft sigh came from behind before the man repeated, I said we will not. Rodi smiled and did not speak. The man lightly said, if you do not believe us, we can swear in the name of Kara. Rodi laughed and answered, swear? Let me tell you. I do not believe in gods. Much less the devil. The man was silent and hesitated for a moment. He soon made up his mind and said, all right. We will not leave the mountains. This is because the Silver Moon clan has our own mission. The man took a deep breath before speaking in a dignified manner. Our mission is to follow the will of the true god Kara, to defend against the summit of evil. What? What do you mean by the summit of evil? The man chuckled before he replied, that is the canyon you saw on the way here. Rodi's mind sank as he remembered the feeling when he stood at the entrance of the canyon, like a cold knife stabbing into his heart. He could not help but shiver as he murmured, Summit of Evil? That is an interesting name. The man said again, you are the Empire's Duke of Tulip. As long as you can support our Silvermoon clan, we are willing to ally ourselves with you. As long as you can help us defeat the Flame Tribe and Wuya, we will abide by our promise. The mountain people will no longer leave the mountains. Rodi felt strange as he heard these words. When he was on the way to the mountains, he had thought of methods to make the mountain people yield and stop their rebellion. However, after he arrived, things had developed beyond his expectations. The biggest problem was solved with little effort. Whether it was Wuya who was initially thought of as ambitious or the Silvermoon clan, they both promised that the mountain people would not leave the mountains. The biggest problem was actually so easily solved? As Rodi thought to himself, he suddenly remembered something and asked, how many people does the Silvermoon clan have? I heard that during the battle with the Flame Tribe, Wuya had exterminated you all on his own. The man sneered and replied, our Silvermoon clan is the largest tribe in the mountains. We have 4 large villages, with a total of 150,000 people. Wuya had destroyed one of our villages and killed one of our elders, together with over 30,000 people. The whole of the Silvermoon clan had sworn in the name of Kara to kill Wuya. Kill? Rodi could not help but coldly replied, although I have not seen Wuya's power firsthand, I heard that he was capable of destroying an entire village on his own. A breeze came from behind as the man waved his sword. He then spoke emphatically, Kara's people cannot be insulted. Even if are down to the last men, we will kill Wuya. He then took a deep breath as he tried to calm down and spoke, we also know right now that Wuya is seriously injured and does not have much strength. Oh? Yes. We dispatched a few people who were the most remarkable at concealment to try and assassinate Wuya. Although they all had failed, one of them returned with news that Wuya is currently very weak. Rodi nodded and thought to himself. No wonder there is news of Wuya being seriously injured by an assassin. The news of the assassination is true, but the injury was not the result of the assassination. Thinking for a moment, Rodi replied, I cannot promise you such an important thing right now. I still need to negotiate with your leaders. The man behind him also agreed. We also do not expect the Duke to immediately promise us tonight. We just hope that you will not immediately agree to cooperate with Wuya. We will send someone to contact you. Rodi coldly replied, good. I assume that if I intended to cooperate with Wuya, you would not allow me to leave this room alive. The man laughed. Is the Duke still dissatisfied about what happened earlier? We were just testing your strength so that we know we are making a strong alliance. After a moment of silence, the man who was standing in front of Rodi disappeared in a burst of light along with the blood on his face. Rodi then turned around to look behind him. It was empty and did not show signs of any shadow. The 2 people of the Silvermoon clan were like ghosts. They came and went without a trace, leaving behind Rodi alone in the room. Rodi felt physically exhausted. He had suffered 2 consecutive blows and even vomited blood from the earlier fight. In fact, it was not a light injury. After that, he had kept a calm face as he talked to the man and at the same time forcefully suppressed showing his own injuries. Once the 2 men had left, he felt his stomach roll about, and relaxing the control on his body, he sank to sit on the ground. At dawn, Woya had dispatched 2 mountain women to serve Rodi. The 2 of them had entered Rodi's room and saw Rodi sprawled on the ground, asleep. The room was a mess and the wooden bench was broken. Traces of battle could be seen in the room. Rodi woke and jumped up. He laughingly said, "Do not be surprised. I am accustomed to fighting people in my dreams." The 2 mountain women then saw his wounds and the blood on his clothes before screaming. That day, Wuya introduced Rodi to the other tribal leaders. These leaders more or less glared at Rodi with hostility. Rodi secretly thought of the words of the Silvermoon clan. Although Wuya did not have any ambition, he would not remain as the tribal chief of the mountain tribes forever. He was only a single person and would die in the future. The mountain people who hated the empire would eventually rebel. On the other hand, the Silvermoon clan was different. As long as the Silvermoon clan survived, they would be able to control the mountains. As Rodi thought about it, he could not help but look at Wuya. He saw Wuya's pale face and cold expression as Wuya calmly looked at the people present. Rodi suddenly remembered and cursed in his heart. Wuya is able to read minds, and it would be impossible to hide what happened last night from him. He would know what I think just by looking at me. This is extremely bad. The other tribes were noisy as they made a big fuss. Some thumped their chests, some stomped their feet, and some just glared angrily at Rodi and rant. The words shouted were probably not very good or polite words. However, Rodi could not understand them and decided to ignore them. Wuya coldly looked at the restless tribal leaders and stood up. All of them immediately turned quiet the moment they saw their tribal chief stand up and looked up towards him. Wuya's tone was cold and detached as he spoke something in the language of the mountain people. Beside Rodi was the mountain warrior Wuyu. Wuyu had been ordered by Wuya to be a translator for Rodi. "Everybody quiet down. Since I am the tribal chief, you all must listen to me. This is the Empire's Duke of Tulip, the Empire's most powerful warrior. His presence here is not to declare war against us but to negotiate for peace. I know that some of you do not want to negotiate for peace. Some of you insist on fighting the Empire and attacking the Purple Leaf City. I also know that some of you do things behind my back. You secretly contacted the people outside the mountains and incited the mountain soldiers to revolt. I also know who is the culprit. When I became the tribal chief, everybody had vowed to obey my orders. Now, someone had betrayed me. This person must be punished." There was an uproar as a few old men stood up and shouted loudly. They probably did not say any good words, and Wuyu also did not translate it for Rodi. Wuya coldly asked them, "Do the few of you want to become a newly elected tribal chief? That is fine. As long as someone is able to defeat me, I will let that person become tribal chief." The angry old men immediately stopped shouting. They glared at each other with displeased expressions. One of them seemed more intelligent and argued. Wuyu interpreted his words for Rodi. He said that the land outside was originally a part of our mountain. However, that land was stolen from us hundreds of years ago. Now that the mountain people have united, we must take back our land. Even the tribal chief should not object, otherwise, that person is unworthy to be the tribal chief. Rodi snorted coldly. Wuya gave Rodi a glance and smiled as he continued, "You said that I am unworthy to be the tribal chief. In that case, tell me. Who is worthy of being the tribal chief?" Although Wuya was smiling, his eyes were cold and there was an invisible presence coming out of his body. The presence was filled with murderous aura. One of the few people that stood in objection could not help but sit down. Wuya slowly repeated, "Now the mountain people have elected me as chief. That means that my words are orders. If I say fight, then fight. If I say to make peace, then make peace. Those that intend to object will need to ask the sharp end of the Flame Tribe's spear." Rodi sighed. He realized that negotiating with the mountain people did not require tact, grace, or strategy. You could only work from a position of strength. Only the strong will dominate. When a few of the people who had objected started to cool down and to back down, one of them suddenly shouted loudly. Wuyu once again translated the contents to Rodi. He said that the tribal chief is bluffing. He said that the chief had been seriously injured and that they do not need to be afraid of him. He then asked for the re-election of tribal chief so that the strongest of them could lead the mountain people. Wuyu paused for a moment before cursing, "This old shithead." Andy suddenly sneered in Rodi's mind and said, "This fellow is doomed." Rodi also nodded and thought that according to Andy's words, Wuyu was definitely as powerful or even more powerful compared to the Black Veil Saint, Mouse. With this kind of strength, it would be impossible for any of the mountain people to defeat him. Wuyu's face sank and became furious. He then said, "All right. You can oppose me as the tribal chief. In that case, go back to your tribe and prepare for battle. The person who called for the re-election immediately walked to the entrance. He looked back at his two partners and loudly shouted a few words. However, the two of them seemed to hesitate as they felt fear when they thought of Wu Ya's strength. The man standing at the entrance spat ferociously before walking out. The other tribes also looked at each other in dismay. When they saw the angry tribal chief, they lowered their heads. Rodi looked at the crowd and suddenly realized. Wu Ya is using me. If it was in accordance with Wu Ya's words that Wu Ya had no ambition for the outside land, there would be no need for a peace discussion. If he did not leave the mountains, the Empire would also be unable to catch him. However, he purposefully looked for Rodi to have a peace discussion so that he could rein in the other tribal leaders that oppose him. He then took the opportunity to eliminate the other tribes that opposed him. When Rodi thought of this, he looked at Wu Ya with a surprised expression. Andy's voice slowly rang in his head. Boy. It looks like you finally understand. You must understand that a person in a high position needs more than just individual strength. This Wu Ya can be considered to be an excellent leader. If the Silver Moon clan was not here, Wu Ya would be able to conquer the mountains much more easily. Rodi started to have a strange feeling. He then noticed that Wu Ya was looking at him. Wu Ya's eyes were fixed on Rodi's face, and then he smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Wu Ya's Secret. Chapter 116, Wu Ya's Secret. Translator, Editor. The various tribes did not dare to oppose Wu Ya. However, they still looked at Rodi with hostility, which made Rodi feel uncomfortable. At noon, they held a banquet as a show of hospitality to the guests, according to the customs of the mountain people. Numerous exotic dishes were served at the largest open space in the valley. Although the mountains had an abundance of food, the cooking style of the mountain people was simple. No matter what game they caught, it was just roasted and then sprinkled with exotic spices. Rodi ate for a short while and then noticed that a few of the people from the other tribes were looking at him with hostility. As expected, they later approached Rodi carrying a large bottle of wine. Since the tribal chief did not allow them to make trouble for the two people of the empire, they intended to get them drunk instead. The mountain women played a rhythmic tune with all kinds of strange, locally made, percussion instruments. There were also mountain people that wore fur clothing. They were at the center of the valley and were dancing in circles while holding each other's hands. Some of them had roasted deer legs in their hands, others had wine bottles. Everyone was drunk and jolly. Rodi was watching these people shouting and hollering. He gave a wry smile as he looked towards Wu Ya. However, he found that the chief Wu Ya had already left some time ago. Rodi sighed and pushed Rant away. Rodi had been sitting at the side as he enjoyed the peculiar dance of the mountain people. On the other hand, Rant had a huge body and an outstanding capacity for alcohol. He only shook a little after drinking a dozen bottles of wine but was still calm and sober. Rodi was surprised. He had also tasted the wine brewed by the mountain people. The wine tasted sour, bitter, and peppery. It was extremely difficult to drink. With nothing to do, Rodi quietly left his seat and took advantage of the chaos to walk away. None of the mountain people were alerted because they were busy enjoying the banquet. The other places in the village had very few people. But they constantly pointed at Rodi because of his foreign appearance. Rodi unknowingly walked towards the houses with chimneys. He then heard some clanking sound coming from inside. Feeling curious at how the mountain people make their weapons, Rodi could not help but walk inside. The building has large doors and windows for ventilation. However, Rodi still felt a rush of heat waves when he walked in. There were no lamps in the room, but there was a huge burning stove in the middle of the room, constantly spewing out hot flames. He could see many half-naked men working with hammers and many different kinds of tongs. There were also some crudely crafted weapons at the side, ready for further remolding. Rodi smiled and felt that there were no differences between the blacksmiths of the empire and the blacksmiths of the mountain people. A few of them saw him but returned to their work without giving any strange reaction. One of them put down his hammer and walked over. He looked at Rodi and shouted in the language of the empire. You. Weapons. Want? Rodi froze for a moment before asking, you know how to speak our language? The man loudly replied, sometimes, I buy things, go to your place, learn. After he finished speaking he smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. Rodi had never met such friendly mountain people since entering the mountains. The other mountain people had always looked at Rodi with hostility. However, the mountain blacksmith seemed to treat Rodi kindly. Rodi was impressed. Rodi returned a smile and casually picked up a long sword from a shelf. He then looked at the blacksmith inquiringly. The blacksmith laughed loudly and replied, "This, good sword. You want 2 wolf pelts." Rhodey nodded. He knew that the mountain people were behind the times and still used the barter system. There was no such thing as money. Rhodey brandished the sword and looked at its sharp edges. He saw that the edges were really sharp and smiled. "Your weapons are not bad." The blacksmith immediately looked proud and said, "Mountain, best iron ore. Purple Leaf City's iron ore is bought from us." "Not the best." Rhodey looked at the weapon and asked, "Are there any other weapons?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "Better ones?" The blacksmith smiled and replied, "Yes. Prepared for strong and mighty warriors." The blacksmith took Rhodey into an adjacent wooden house. There was nobody else in that house. Rhodey then saw some longbows on the shelf. Rhodey picked one up to test it. Rhodey also picked up a strange-looking dagger. He then smiled and asked, "Do your people use swords?" "Sold to outsiders." The blacksmith took the dagger from Rhodey's hands and then took a piece of wood from a corner of the room. He then chopped the wood with the dagger, and the wood split into 2 easily. After that, he returned the dagger to Rhodey. Rhodey was filled with admiration as he looked at the sharp edge of the blade. A cold air seemed to come from the bluish blade. Rhodey waved it a little and found that its size and weight was comfortable. Rhodey liked it and smiled. "I want this. How much is it?" he asked. After that, Rhodey took out a few gold coins from a small bag. Rhodey then saw that the blacksmith shook his head and smiled. Rhodey then gasped and smiled. "Do you not want gold coins? I don't have any pelts to give you right now." The blacksmith then approached Rhodey and said, "If the Duke likes the sword, I will give it to you." "What?" Rhodey was surprised as he exclaimed, "For me? You know who I am?" The blacksmith then smiled and whispered, "I am General Camus. Rhodey was shocked and immediately looked at the door. He saw that there was nobody outside the door and then he looked back and whispered, "What did you say?" The blacksmith replied, "Duke. I am one of General Camus' subordinates. I am here specially to transmit information to the general." Rhodey took a deep breath and asked, Are you a mountain person?" The blacksmith whispered, "I have the lineage of the mountain people. However, the general was the one that raised me from a young age. A few years ago, the general sent me into the mountains to mingle with the tribe." Rhodey felt uncertain and asked, "Wouldn't anyone doubt you?" The blacksmith smiled and replied, "In the past few years, Wuya had merged many different tribes. The current Flame tribe also had many people from other tribes. That is why I am not afraid of being suspected." Rhodey nodded, and the blacksmith whispered again, "Duke. The general has given me instructions to speak with you when you are here. However, it is not convenient to speak here. I also cannot have too much contact with you. Take this. This is the information I discreetly obtained the 2 evenings ago." The blacksmith then gave Rhodey a wooden tube and continued, "This is Wuya's secret. Go back and study it carefully." "Wuya's secret?" Rhodey was shocked. The blacksmith then spoke softly and said, "Wuya suddenly became weak a few days ago. Apparently, he was severely injured by an assassin. I have already informed the general. However, these days I noticed that he would go to the shaman every 3 nights as if he had to rely on the shaman to help him. During treatment, he is unable to take care of other things. I took the opportunity 2 nights ago to sneak into Wuya's room and found something." Rhodey's expression changed as he asked, "You sneaked in?" The blacksmith showed a proud expression and replied, "I was raised and trained by the general. Wuya's guards did not notice me at all." After that, there was the sound of footsteps outside and the blacksmith expression changed. He whispered, "Someone is coming. Keep this properly." He then deliberately spoke loudly. "We have good things in here. If you don't believe it, you can try." 2 mountain warriors then opened the door and entered. Their faces showed that they were drunk. They shouted a few words towards the blacksmith. The blacksmith also laughed and replied. Their expressions changed when they saw Rhodey. That expression turned into disdain when they saw the dagger in Rhodey's hands. Rhodey also did not speak and walked out. One of the warriors behind Rhodey then scornfully spat in his direction. If the tribal chief did not give the order, they would have already caused trouble for Rhodey. Rhodey returned to the banquet. Although he was worried about the possible contents of the wooden tube, he knew that he couldn't act rashly in broad daylight. He patiently stayed on at the mountain people's carnival. Several people from the other tribes were already intoxicated and some of them had taken off their shirts and were wrestling each other. People at the sides were cheering for the wrestlers. Wu Yu, who was supposed to help translate for Rody, was also shouting in a drunken state. He had not noticed that Rody had left and returned to the party. Rody continued to drink for a while. The carnival that started in the afternoon had continued until the evening. Rody used the excuse of drinking too much to retire early. He made Rance stand guard in front of the door while he sat in his room and opened up the wooden tube. Rody then took out a small piece of rolled-up cloth from the tube. There was a strange pattern drawn on the cloth. Rody looked at it carefully and realized that it was a map of Wu Ya's room. The map showed the positions of the guards, the entrance, and also the door to the room. On top of the map were wavy thick lines pointing to the top. After that, there was a circle boldly outlined. Rody also had doubts in his mind as he tried to recall Wu Ya's room. Wu Ya, as the elder of the tribe, lived in the largest building in the village. On top of that, he lived in the highest location on a tall wooden platform, allowing him to look down at most of the village. The platform leaned against the walls of the mountain in its construction. The house was constructed in the same way. Rody compared this image with the drawing in his hands. He realized that following in the direction of the thick lines, the circle was located behind the wall on the map. What is this? He could not help but murmur. Andy laughed in his mind. What else could it be? It is most likely a secret entrance. Rody shook his head and replied, so, what if it is a secret entrance? Where does this entrance lead to? Should we go and investigate this? The current situation is uncertain. If we are too hasty, we may offend Wu Ya, and that is a bad idea. The two of them discussed for a while, but Rody could not come to a conclusion. He then went to sleep in low spirits. The next morning, the various tribes once again had a meeting with Wu Ya. Rody, as the Duke of the Empire, would naturally need to attend. The mountain people started to become noisy again. Rody understood that Wu Ya needed him to prevent the other mountain people from attacking. Rody felt exploited by Wu Ya, but he needed to play his part for the peace negotiations. Rody looked at Wu Ya, dressed in white, sitting quietly on the platform looking pale and white like jade. Rody thought that Wu Ya looked strange. He seemed different from 2 days ago. Rody felt that there was something different about Wu Ya, but he could not tell what. While he was thinking to himself, Andy suddenly shouted in his mind, I know. He seems to have become older. Rody once again looked at Wu Ya and saw that he really looked a bit different. If Wu Ya looked like a 30-year-old man 2 days ago, the Wu Ya yesterday would look like a 34 or 35-year-old man. The Wu Ya in front right now looked like he had aged another 2 to 3 years. He is growing old too quickly. Andy's voice sounded a bit strange. No wonder I always thought that he looked weak. Rody then whispered to himself, this must be something that happened when he entered the Death Canyon. He must also be visiting the shaman every 3 days because of this. Andy replied, this is strange. I have never heard of any magic or sorcery that could make people age like this. Even when a sorcery causes people to age quickly, it is not as slowly as this. That sorcery would make the person age a few dozen years in a day. Maybe he has a way to counteract the spell, or maybe it is not a spell that you know of. Rody shook his head. He looked at Wu Ya again and saw that Wu Ya's eyes were closed. It seemed that Wu Ya felt disdain towards the noisy and endless argument of the various tribes. Andy suddenly asked, boy. Something seems strange here. Should we give it our attention? Rody maintained his calm expression but secretly laughed. Andy. Aren't you usually the most curious one? Tonight, Wu Ya would go and see the shaman. We might as well go and see what are the secrets of the person the mountain people call their avatar. Ha, you need to be careful. That night, you had fought against the 2 Silver Moon warriors. The lies you gave would only trick a child. Wu Ya would definitely know about it. If you want to take risks tonight, it is your choice. However, do not blame me if I do not save you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Monster. Chapter 117, Monster. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rody crouched and slowly snugged to the pillars below the wooden platform to evade the mountain warriors. It would be wrong to say that God was not helping him. That night, there was no moonlight, and not even a single star could not be seen. The only light came from the surrounding torches. The 2 mountain warriors did not notice any changes. They only felt a gust of wind blow by. The flames on the torch flickered twice, but everything seemed normal. Rody was holding the pillars that were supporting the wooden platform. He slowly climbed the pillars and occasionally looked at the 2 mountain warriors below him. His heart could not stop palpitating. If either one of the warriors decided to look up, they would immediately see him. Rody climbed faster since he felt nervous. The wooden platform was about 7 to 8 meters high. When both of his hands reached the top of the wooden platform, he looked up to see the situation up there. He saw 2 mountain warriors guarding the entrance of Woya's home. They held short spears in their hands and were alert. Rody sighed as he hanged onto the wooden platform with his hands. He slowly moved to the side of the platform. His movements were extremely slow as he was afraid of making noise. The wooden platform was big. Rody took almost an hour just to move from the front to the side. Even though Rody was strong, his arms started to ache. Seeing that there was nobody on the side of the platform, Rody quickly arced his body and jumped up. The wooden platform was old and had been under the sun and rain. As a result, when Rody landed on the platform, the wooden platform squeaked. Rody felt tense and his body stiffened. He strained his ears for a long time before he heard the movements quieten. He then relaxed and quickly tiptoed to the side of the building. He looked at the 2 warriors guarding the entrance from the side. Rody gave a wry smile as he wondered how the blacksmith could manage to secretly sneak in. Rody thought he would ask the blacksmith if he had the chance to. Rody pondered for a moment. He then gathered his courage and tapped the walls of the building. The 2 guards heard the tapping sound and they looked at each other. One of them then took his short spear and walked to the side of the building. The moment he turned the corner, he felt a large hand grab his neck. He was unable to resist the person who forcefully pulled him towards the corner. From the other side, the other mountain warrior heard his companion give a soft cry before turning silent. He could not help but call out to his companion. However, there was no response. Clenching his short spear, the warrior ran towards the back of the building. He then tripped over something on the floor. The guard stumbled forward and saw that he had tripped over his companion's short spear. While he tried to balance his body, he saw a hand holding the short spear. Just as he was about to call out, he felt a pain in his neck and fainted. Rody sighed in relief and thought to himself. Lucky. If the 2 warriors managed to shout more, they would have attracted more mountain warriors to come. However, it seemed that the mountain people were really simple-minded. Rody looked at the 2 warriors that he had knocked out. Those few days, he was treated well by the mountain people. He was provided with good food and comfortable lodging. Woya also did not treat him unfairly. Rody felt that it was not right to kill Woya's men. He sidled along the wall until he arrived at the entrance. Gently pushing aside the gem curtain, he entered the building. The copper stove in the middle of the house was still emitting a white mist. The room was dark, and there was no light anywhere. Rody had been to the room twice in the last 2 days. Both times, he had felt that the room was weird but he could not tell what. This time, he had the blacksmith's map and now he could understand what was strange. Rody slowly walked to the wooden shelves on the wall. After that, he followed the instructions in the map, and gently pushed away a small cabinet. He then grabbed and forcefully pulled a piece of concave wood from the wooden wall, revealing a dark hole in the wall. As expected, according to the instructions on the map, except for the wall next to the mountain, the remaining 3 walls of that wooden house were hollow inside. Rody carefully walked through the hole in the wall. The space between the walls was like a narrow channel. There was just enough space for a person to squeeze through. Rody groped his way forward in the dark. He turned a corner and walked a bit further. Soon, he touched a very large boulder in front of him. Rody knew that he had followed the hollow gap in between the wall and finally arrived at the back of the wooden house. At that moment, he was standing at the side of the mountain wall. The surrounding space was also a little bit larger. Rody took a deep breath and smelled a kind of rotting matter. It was a very unpleasant smell. He forcefully pushed the boulder to no avail. Rody knew that the blacksmith had found this place that day. However, he could not proceed further, so he had turned back. Rody was curious about the secret passage in Woya's room. Rody felt around the wooden wall, but he could not find any crevices. He then closed his eyes and started to gather his fighting energy. When Rody suddenly opened his eyes again, his body emitted a pale golden holy light. The flame seemed to wrap around his body and illuminated the dark space. In front of Rody was the mountain wall with a shape that looked like a circular hole. A tall boulder was blocking the opening. Rody stretched out his hands and placed them on the boulder. He exerted himself and slowly pushed the boulder. He then heard the sound of the boulder moving as he managed to create a small gap. Rody gasped for breath, and after that, he pushed again to increase the size of the gap. He made sure that the gap was big enough for him to squeeze through. Rody withdrew his fighting energy. Right now, he was in a dangerous situation. He dared not rush because he was not sure whether Woya had noticed his aura. There was no light in the cave. In the first 2 steps, he could still see something. However, the further in he went, the darker it became. Rhodey could not even see his fingers when he stretched his hands. As he felt his way through, he noticed that the walls were unusually moist. Evidently, the moisture was caused by water vapors. As Rhodey continued, he felt that the cave became more and more narrow. In the end, he was not able to stand up straight and was only able to crawl forward. He cursed Woya and was thinking of retreating. However, he could not help but think, if Woya could crawl past this, why can't I? Not knowing how long he had crawled, Rhodey felt his palms and knees stinging in pain. Presumably, Rhodey's pants also had holes in it. The cave was very strange. The cave occasionally led up, then down, sometimes left and sometimes right. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of Rhodey. He was excited. He sped up and crawled to the exit. He moved too vigorously and only realized that the exit was on the edge of the mountain after his body was halfway out in midair. Rhodey was caught off guard and fell down. Fortunately, the hole in the mountain was not too high. It was only a drop of a few meters. Rhodey crashed onto the ground. He was injured from the fall, but he did not dare relax. He quickly turned over and jumped up. Rhodey looked around and he was shocked. He was clearly in an empty space, surrounded by mountains. The space had a perimeter of at least a few 10 meters. It was as if he was in a bucket. He looked up and saw that the walls became narrower towards the sky. As it got closer to the top, Rhodey could see the sky outside of the cave. The tunnel that Rhodey had just escaped from was about 8 meters up on the walls of the mountain. The ground was full of potholes and stones. However, the stones on the walls looked odd. The stones were a little bit transparent and seemed to glow. The light lit up the cave and made the surroundings clear. The only way out was the huge pitch-dark hole on Rhodey's left. The wind started to blow as Rhodey composed himself. He then made a wry smile and commented, "This place is really scary." Andy warned Rhodey in his mind, "Boy, you must be careful. I sense something strange here." "What is strange?" Andy's voice sounded uneasy. "Think about it. The channel in Wuya's room was so strange. He must have a big secret here. However, don't you think it was too easy for us to come in here? The boulder may have blocked the way, but that boulder could only block an average person. Wuya's cave is so secretive, which means there is obviously something important in here. How could people break in so easily? If it were me, I would have placed more defensive spells here. Besides that, there are only 2 ordinary warriors outside the house, guarding. From the channel up to here, have you encountered any guards obstructing the way?" Rhodey nodded and agreed. "That makes sense." Rhodey looked back at the black hole on the left and he heard the sound of faint blowing wind from inside. In the middle of the night, the wind that came out of the cave made a ghastly sound. Those that heard the sound could not help but tremble. It seemed like the wind was crying. Rhodey subconsciously took out the dagger given to him by the blacksmith and held it firmly in his hand. After that, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw hard into the cave. "What are you doing?" Andy yelled. "You don't understand this?" Rhodey laughed. There is a saying in Dandong's Sunflower Treasure that says toss a stone to find out what's ahead. This is to test whether there is anything dangerous inside that cave or not. There was a clanking sound made by the stone thrown by Rhodey. The stone tumbled around and the sound slowly became softer. Behind that cave was obviously a steep slope. When Rhodey heard the sound, he was dumbstruck, and the back of his neck felt cold. After hesitating for a moment, Rhodey picked up a handful of broken stones from the ground and held them in his hands. He walked in big strides toward the cave. "Why do you pick up these stones?" Andy asked, "What is the purpose of such small stones?" Rhodey laughed and replied, "I heard that there are many snakes in the caves of the mountains. If I were to encounter any snakes, I will throw these stones at them. Although the stones are small, but with my wrist strength, it is enough to crush their heads." Just when Rhodey was a few steps away from the entrance of the cave, he suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar from the cave. Rhodey was frightened and immediately turned around and ran back, even before Andy could shout quickly retreat. Rhodey ran out to the side of the cave and vigilantly looked back at the cave. He then heard crashing sounds coming from the entrance of the cave. It was as if something was causing the stones of the mountains to fall in succession. After that, there was a hissing roar and suddenly, a triangular head appeared. A long red tongue came out and slammed into where Rhodey was hiding. Rhodey cried out and immediately jumped away. When Rhodey landed, he frantically rolled away, ignoring the pain he felt from rolling on the uneven rocks on the ground, scrambling and crawling until he reached the rock wall. He was in time to see the large triangular head retreat. "Just now, what kind of monster is that?" Rhodey could not help but exclaimed. Andy's voice was no longer smooth. I did not see clearly, but, it was like, snake. There was another hissing roar as the whole cave started to tremble. A monster then came out from the cave. Its body was as broad as the giant tree that Rhodey saw that needed several mountain people to hug it. It was covered in thick scales. The scales were all over the place. The stones on the mountain walls came crashing down. It was a giant snake. That huge snake came out of the cave. It coiled the lower half of its body into a circle. The upper half of the snake's body stood upright and its 10 pairs of eyes emitted a green light as it looked at Rhodey. Wait a minute. 10 pairs? 10 pairs of eyes? Rhodey looked up at the snake and almost sat down on the ground. That giant snake's upper body was like a normal snake's body. However, at the front, it separated into 10 heads. Each head was triangular in shape and covered in thick crimson scales. Each head opened its mouth and its long tongue flicked about endlessly. Its hissing sound would chill one to the bones. Rhodey could not retreat any further as he had already reached the edge of the mountain wall. He raised his head to look at the large, strange snake with many heads in front of him. Rhodey's mouth was also wide open. What the hell is this monster? Rhodey could not help but shout. The hand holding the stones that were intended to smash the snake's head had loosened and the stones had dropped to the floor. It was ridiculous to use those small stones to fight that huge guy in front, that big snake. Translator's footnote. One toss a stone to find out what's ahead, Tushi Wenlu, is a literal translation for a Chinese proverb. It means test the waters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Gate of the Abyss. Chapter 118, Gate of the Abyss. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Preposterous. Andy shouted in Rhodey's mind. This is a mythical beast. What's the name? Jormungandr 1? Right, it is known as the Fong of the Pit too. It is definitely not just any large snake. Rhodey shouted, what Jormungandr? Stupid old skeleton. What did you say? Before Rhodey could finish, he felt a sudden violent gust of wind coming in his direction as one of the snake's heads scurried forward. Rhodey hastily jumped out of the way and heard a loud rumbling sound. The snake fiercely lunged at the location Rhodey was just standing at and crashed the stones on the mountain wall into bits and pieces. Before he could stand firmly after dodging, he heard the wind rushing on his left. He immediately started to roll in fear. Another head of the snake had ferociously punched into the ground and left a huge crack. The large snake slowly approached and caused many small stones to fall. Move back. Move back. Andy shouted in Rhodey's mind. Rhodey was just about to open his mouth to refute Andy when Andy shouted again, shut up, kid. Keep quiet. Move back. This fellow is blind. He cannot see you. Do not make any sound. Rhodey immediately shut up. He supported himself on the wall of the mountains and retreated back to a corner of the cave. After that, Rhodey saw the giant snake gradually uncoil its huge body and slowly moved around the cave. Its 10 heads felt around to examine the surroundings. Occasionally, it bumped into a stone and caused it to fall. What in the world is this? What do you mean by Jormungandr? Rhodey lowered his body and secretly asked Andy. Andy's voice sounded strange as it replied, I heard of that during the time I spent with my master. Jormungandr, the Fong of the Pit. It is the legendary mystic dragon's 9th son, a high-ranked mythical beast. Rhodey saw that the giant snake was gradually coming closer. It had occupied at least half of the cave that had a 100-meter radius. The whole cave seemed to shake. Rhodey could not help but ask, why is there a mythical beast on the Radiant continent? Haven't they gone extinct during ancient times? How the hell would I know? Andy answered in annoyance and then warned Rhodey, be careful. Even though this thing is powerful, it is blind. As long as you do not make a single sound, it will not be able to find you. Blind? Rhodey swallowed his saliva as he looked at the giant snake from a distance, twisting its body all over, with its 10 pairs of eyes emitting a green light. Are those terrifying eyes really blind? Listening to Andy's words, Rhodey cautiously moved behind a rock. Just as he was feeling relieved, he heard Andy said, let me think of a way to deal with this thing. Those days, when Master went to the Roland continent, he had encountered this kind of creatures. I heard that even though it was strong and could breathe out a strong fire, it should still have a weakness. Weakness? What weakness? Wait a minute, Rhodey suddenly turned stiff and gritted his teeth. Did you just say that this creature, can breathe out fire? Before Rhodey could finish his words, he saw the huge snake had stopped twisting around. It had recoiled into a lump. Its 10 heads stood up and every single head opened its mouth. From each mouth, the two-pointed tip of a snake's tongue could be seen. Suddenly, there was a loud sound bursting from the mouths of the snake. It was like the howling of a wild beast. After that, one of the heads stretched out and shot out a wave of red flame that was 10 meters long. Wherever the flame went, the stones were burnt black. Rhodey was so surprised that he almost fell onto the ground. Shit! This monster should only exist in storybooks. Why is it breathing flames right in front of me right now? As one of the heads breathed out fire, the other heads also rose and started to breathe out fire. Rhodey immediately felt the heat waves coming from the cave. More than 10 flames were continuously wreaking havoc in the cave. The flames burned the stones in the cave until they were scalding hot. The snake continued to breathe out fire, and the flames gradually got closer to Rhodey. The flames were about to burn the location where Rhodey was standing. Suddenly, one of the snake's heads appeared about 10 steps in front of Rhodey. Its green eyes were right in front of Rhodey. Rhodey did not dare to breathe out and bravely withstood the hot flames. He firmly gripped the dagger in his hands. As soon as the snake head opened its mouth, Andy quickly shouted, "Quickly use your fighting energy." Sure enough, the snake gathered its power and flames shot out from its mouth. The flames shot straight to where Rhodey was hiding. Rhodey gritted his teeth, and his body was suddenly wrapped in a pale golden flame. He held his dagger and used his energy to form a shield large enough for himself. The flames clashed at the shield and immediately dispersed. Rhodey's body shook from the violent force, and his hair and eyebrows felt like they were singed. Fortunately, the snake heads could not breathe fire for an extended amount of time. It stopped before attempting to breathe out fire elsewhere. Rhodey stopped his fighting energy. His heart was beating heavily, but Rhodey did not dare breathe. After breathing out flames numerous times, the snake started to get anxious. It started to toss about, and its head started to slam against the mountain wall. It roared and slammed the mountain wall, leaving large cracks. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm. Although the sound was soft, Rhodey could hear it clearly as he was fully on the alert. That sound actually came from the entrance of the cave that Rhodey had climbed out earlier. Someone is here. Rhodey was surprised. However, the snake's reaction was faster than Rhodey. Before that person's cry of alarm had stopped, one of the snake's heads had already ferociously slammed against the entrance of the cave. There was a loud sound when the entrance of the cave was slammed into. The originally small opening of the cave had become much larger. From a distance, Rhodey could see a black figure standing at that entrance and giving out another scream. That giant snake was blind, but its hearing was fine. One of its heads stretched and shot out its long tongue. The tongue curled up the victim's legs before biting its victim. After that, there was a scream. The lower half of the person's body was caught in the snake's mouth and was being pulled out of the entrance. However, there was another person in the cave. That person held his companion tightly and desperately tried to pull his companion back. The person that was bitten by the snake did not die immediately and continued to scream in fear. Fortunately, the snake's mouth only had 2 lower fangs and did not have any other teeth. Besides that, the mouth of the snake was too big in comparison to the man. Its 2 lower fangs did not sink into that man's body. Instead, the snake only closed its mouth on him and forcefully dragged him out of the cave. The snake was extremely powerful, and the 2 people were unable to withstand its pull. Not only did the snake swallow the victim that it was biting, it also managed to drag out the victim's companion to the entrance of the cave. He then fell down the mountain wall. That snake was extremely fast. As soon as the man had landed on the ground, another snake head had already lunged forward. After that, there was a large explosion as the man quickly rolled out of its way, and a hole immediately appeared on the ground. The figure pulled out a dagger, but Rhodey did not see him do anything. Suddenly, the whole person's shadow faded away. When Rhodey saw that, he immediately realized these people were from the Silvermoon clan. After the figure disappeared, Rhodey listened carefully and could still hear that man's light footsteps. On the other hand, the snake was more alert and plunged its head down at a spot. There was another sharp clash sound as it turned out to be an empty spot. Rhodey placed his head on the ground to listen more clearly, and then he heard a whacking sound. A figure immediately appeared. The snake had swung its head across and flung the man into the sky. He landed right in front of Rhodey. The snake noticed the movements and turned 2 of its heads to look at Rhodey. This time, the snake was clever as it kept its 2 heads low on the ground and slowly approached from 2 different directions. Rhodey gave a wry smile and gritted his teeth. He jumped out from his hiding spot and rushed forward to the figure. He found that the figure was covered in a black robe. The material of the robe was similar to the one used by the Black Veil Saint. The figure's long and black hair covered the figure's face, but it seemed like the figure was a woman. At that critical moment, Rhodey did not think. He picked up the woman and quickly ran. He hurriedly threw the stone that he had picked up earlier at the mountain wall. There was a clash as the stones hit the distant mountain wall above. The two heads of the snake immediately rushed and slammed into the mountain walls. Rhodey took that opportunity to run out of the cave. The snake continued to thrash out from behind Rhodey. However, Rhodey deliberately lightened his footsteps. Even if occasionally there was a little bit of sound, it would be masked by the sound of the stones crashing from the mountain walls. When Rhodey entered the pitch-dark cave, that huge strange snake was still thrashing outside in the mountain pit. Rhodey followed the cave path and ran down it. It was dark and Rhodey could not see the path. As a result, he stumbled a few times. With that large monster behind him, he had to ignore the pain. Rhodey could not help but think to himself, I wonder if I could cut off its heads with the half-moon slash. Although Rhodey thought of it, he knew he could only use the half-moon slash 3 times at most. On the other hand, the giant snake had 10 heads. Even if he were to cut down 2 or 3 heads, he might not be able to kill the snake. If he were to fight using that little bit of fighting energy, he would be exhausted in the end, and he would perish quickly. Rhodey ran for quite a distance. Unfortunately, he did not know if the path he took would lead him to something else. After all, that giant snake came from that cave. He was afraid there may be some strange creatures below. If he were to enter the nest of the snake, even with just one such creature, he would probably lose his life. That giant snake behind him had already occupied the valley of the mountain. As a result, Rhodey could not turn back. He could only run forward. Suddenly, Rhodey tripped on some stones. This caused him and the person he was carrying to roll down the tunnel of the mountain. Rhodey finally stopped rolling after about 10 meters. After that, he struggled to get up. He felt pain all over his body. In the dark, he grasped wildly with his hands. Suddenly, his left hand managed to catch something. He gave a hard squeeze and realized that he was holding a person's leg. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was the leg of the Silvermoon clansman. However, Rhodey felt strange that there was something at that person's leg. When he touched it, he found that it was a small, metal bell. Rhodey felt something familiar about the bell, but he was dizzy and could not recall what it was about. A chilly wind blew in the cave. Rhodey feared that the snake would follow the cave tunnel to come back. He struggled to stand and then carried that person with him. He continued to move down the tunnel. Just now, when he was running for his life in a haste, he had not paid much attention to the person he was carrying. He now realized that person was unusually light, soft, and had a delicate figure. The body also had a light faint fragrance. She's a woman. Although Rhodey was sure that she was one of the 2 Silvermoon people that had looked for him, he could not tell if she was the person whom he injured or the person who stood behind him without showing her face. After walking for some time in the dark, Rhodey felt like this mountain was endlessly lone. Rhodey was already tired for the night. He was also carrying someone and was quite breathless. He could not help but ask Andy in his mind. Just now you said that the huge snake was the Fong of the pit. What do you mean? Andy's voice only resounded in Rhodey's head. However, when Andy spoke in the extremely dark and cold night, it became a bone-chilling experience. That monster is a high-ranked mythical beast, the legendary Mystic Dragon's 9th son. According to the legends, the Mystic Dragon was amongst the most powerful beings created by the gods. However, it betrayed the gods and got sealed in the abyss of hell. The snake we just saw was the 9th mythical beast created by the Mystic Dragon. According to the myths, the Mystic Dragon created 9 powerful mythical beasts to be its subordinates to challenge the gods. However, the Mystic Dragon was not as strong as the gods. That was why all the mythical beasts he created had a flaw. That snake was the 9th mythical beast created, and it had defective eyes. That snake was known as the Fong of the pit, which meant the tooth that guards the abyss of hell. Wait. Rhodey suddenly stopped and asked, the tooth that guards the abyss of hell? Rhodey spoke in an unnatural tone of voice. If the snake was guarding there, does that mean that path would take us to hell's abyss? Was that where the Mystic Dragon was sealed? Kid, are you afraid? The skeleton laughed in Rhodey's mind. Rhodey snorted and replied, nonsense. I cannot even defeat a snake, let alone a dragon. Translation footnotes. 1 or you er man gangda. Not knowing what it is, I used Google Image to find many snakes, wolves, knights, anime characters, robots, the Kraken, and finally found a card that says Jormungandr the Serpent. This monster sure looks like the Hydra. But its name says otherwise. At the same time, there is another monster in Chinese mythology, the nine-headed Shangliu, which is not the Hydra. 2. Fong of the Pit. Taken from the same Chinese name of a dagger in World of Warcraft. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Deep in the Canyon. Chapter 119, Deep in the Canyon. Translator, Zenobi's editor. When Diane woke up, she felt that her lips were dry. Her mouth was filled with the smell of blood mixed with a sweet and sour taste. The bones in her body seemed broken. Every time she moved a little bit, her chest started to hurt. Suddenly, she remembered that she and one of the elders had secretly followed the Duke of the Tulip family into a cave. When she thought of that, her facial expression changed. She recalled seeing her companion getting swallowed by that terrible monster. She was also hit hard and had then fainted. Her vision that was initially blurred began to clear up. She then saw the Duke of the Tulip family looking at her with a smile. Diane was surprised and immediately woke up. As she tried to support herself up, she felt a pain in her chest. However, the pain only helped to make her sober. Rhodey coldly looked at her and said, "So it was you. I did not expect you to be from the Silvermoon clan. You sneakily hid in the Purple Leaf City and even dared to hide by my side. No wonder you stayed behind me that night. Were you afraid that I would recognize you?" Diane gave a cold smile and said, "Fine. Since you have seen me, I have nothing left to hide. What you said is correct. The day I met you in the Purple Leaf City, I had already made up my mind to get close to you. It was just that the idiotic Governor General asked me to serve you a drink and to attend to you, which gave me an excuse." She looked around and saw that only the two of them were sitting in the middle of the cave. The surrounding walls had numerous big and small black holes. She frowned and asked, "Where is this place?" Rhodey gave a wry smile and replied, "I do not know. I carried you and ran away from that snake. After that, we ended up here. You see." Rhodey slowly stood up and pointed at one of the tunnels. He then lightly continued, "We rolled out from that hole." When Diane heard the word snake, she showed an expression of fear. She trembled as she asked, "That monster, what is it?" My companion." Rhodey immediately interrupted her and said, "Stop your wishful thinking. Your companion is dead. I have no way of saving people from that snake's stomach." Diane shook her head inside. She then looked up at Rhodey and said, "Duke of the Tulip family, don't you have anything to ask me?" Rhodey gave a wry smile and replied, "What is there to ask? You are someone from the Silvermoon clan. It is normal for you to hide in the Purple Leaf City to execute your plan. Although I do not expect you to secretly follow me, I also do not think that there is anything strange about it. As for the others, let us leave here alive first before we talk about it." Diane nodded. Although she did look very well, but after hesitating for a little, she managed to whisper, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Rhodey pretended that he did not hear her words as he blankly looked at the numerous holes around him. He had a worried expression on his face. After a while, he smiled and said, "It looks like we cannot use the same way back, especially if we do not want to meet that snake. The problem is that I have no idea where to go from here." Rhodey looked helpless under the dim light. Diane shook her head and replied, "We obviously cannot go back that way. That strange creature is too powerful. The two of us will not be able to defeat that snake. We might as well randomly pick a tunnel and resign ourselves to fate." Rhodey looked at her and said, "You don't seem to be bothered. Your companion is already dead. Don't you really care?" Diane gave a wry smile. Her pale face showed an indifferent expression. "For the revival of the great Kara clan, we have already sworn to sacrifice our lives for the god of Kara." Rhodey pursed his lips and secretly thought to himself, "You all don't care about life and death, but I care about it a lot." In desperation, Rhodey closed his eyes and randomly picked a direction and then a tunnel to go through. Diane could not help but laugh at Rhodey's actions. Rhodey glared back and seemed to say, "If you have a better idea, go ahead and try." The two of them did not dare wait too long as they were afraid that the snake might reappear. Rhodey bent down to once again carry Diane. Diane struggled a little before realizing that her injuries were not light. After that, she stopped resisting. Rhodey coldly said, "Stop struggling. Do you think I want to carry you? HMMP. I don't give two hoots." The path the two of them took became narrower as they traveled. Rhodey secretly felt uneasy while Diane stayed silent. Rhodey then said, "It is better that the road has become narrower. That way, even if that snake were to catch up with us, it will not be able to get in here. Isn't this better?" Both of them did not speak much as they both felt uneasy. Fortunately, they did not encounter any danger even though the path was rugged. Not knowing how far they had traveled, Rhodey felt very tired and started to sweat. The sweat flowed down his face and dropped onto Diane's face. She did not say anything but secretly felt moved. She then sighed and suddenly asked, "Duke of the Tulip family, why did you save me earlier? I was already injured. If you had left me behind, you could probably run away faster." Rhodey felt irritated and could not help but glare at her. "Do you want to die? If so, just tell me. I will immediately drop you." As he said that, he started to walk faster. Moments later, the cave started to become brighter. Rhodey turned a corner and saw a light. There was also a light breeze blowing towards them. The air was cold and fresh. Rhodey cheered and quickly walked to the entrance of the cave. Outside the entrance of the cave was the mountainside. In front of the cave was an open space surrounded by mountains. The sky looked gray and was covered in fog. Rhodey looked carefully and saw that he was at the end of a canyon. The canyon path led out towards his left, flanked by the mountain walls. However, it was not certain as to where the canyon led to. A fog covered the canyon, and visibility had been reduced to about a few steps only. The exit of the cave was in the canyon. There was more space on the other side, but it was difficult to determine where the path would take them to. In any case, they had finally walked out of the mountain wall. Rhodey could not help but feel happy. While holding on to Diane, he jumped out of the cave as he continued and laughed. "It looks like our luck is quite good. We managed to leave that place by randomly picking a road." Diane looked at the mountain wall of the cave that they had just left. Suddenly, she gave a deep sigh. "We do not seem to have left, but rather, entered." "What? Look at the wall of this mountain." After hearing what she said, Rhodey looked at the wall of the mountain. He found numerous big and small tunnels on the wall, and one of the tunnels was the one they had taken just then. "What's going on?" Diane lightly said, "Did you not notice? How many tunnels were there when we were in the mountain?" Rhodey shook his head. Diane frowned and continued. "You did not pay attention, but I counted. There were 14 tunnels. You randomly picked one, but count now, how many tunnels are there?" Rhodey looked around for a moment and then softly replied, 13. "That's right. When we left, there were 14 tunnels. Now, there are only 13 tunnels. That is, one tunnel is missing. Don't you think it is strange that all the 13 tunnels are in one location?" Rhodey's face sank as he replied, "You mean to say that all the 13 tunnels are traps, and only one is an exit? However, we did not take the correct one?" Diane nodded and sighed. "You just only realized?" Rhodey was silent for a moment before he frowned and said, "Whatever it is, we are now outside of that cave. As long as our direction is clear, we will certainly get back to the Flame Tribe." Diane looked dejected. "Get back? Do you think that the tunnels are natural? I believe someone dug out those tunnels. Those man-made tunnels were meant to make people lose their way. 13 of those tunnels lead to one place. Do you think that is a good sign?" Finally, Rhodey became silent as he knew that the woman had made sense. Andy whispered in his mind, "What this woman said makes sense. Boy, I suggest you better turn back. I feel that there is something wrong about this place." Rhodey sighed. He carried Diane and turned back into the tunnel. Just as soon as he reached the entrance of the tunnel, he heard a faint hiss coming from the tunnel. Rhodey's expression could not help but change as he exclaimed, "That huge snake." Diane stammered, It has gone back. It has gone back to that large cave." Rhodey gave a wry smile and said, "Since it has gone back, we cannot go back unless we want to encounter it." The surrounding was quiet, and the two of them looked at each other. Rhodey then asked, "What should we do? Should we go down the canyon or use the other side?" Diane looked restless as she replied, "I do not know, but I feel that something is very wrong. I grew up in the mountains and have never seen such a quiet place. There are no birds in the sky or animals on the ground. There are also no trees. This entire place feels dead." Rhodey shivered and commented, "That sounds so frightening. I do not believe." Even though Rhodey was scared, he carried Diane and walked towards the canyon. The moment he walked 2 steps forward, he felt a burst of cold wind. It was not winter, but that cold wind was like the prickly cold wind of winter. Rhodey suddenly realized and could not help but softly say, "I know now. This is the other end of the Death Canyon. We have entered the Death Canyon." Diane was so startled that she almost fell from Rhodey's arms. She trembled and asked, "Did you say that we have entered the summit of evil?" Rhodey froze for a moment. After that, he remembered that when the Silvermoon clan visited him that night, they said that the Death Canyon was known to them as the summit of evil. Rhodey then asked, "Which way should we use? Didn't you say that the Silvermoon clan is a guardian for this place? Do you know the circumstances here?" Diane suddenly shouted, "Get out! Get out! We must leave this place. This is the command of true God Kara. Nobody is allowed to enter this place. Leave quickly." She twisted and turned her body in Rhodey's arm, panic gripping her. Rhodey hugged her tighter and shouted, "Stop struggling. I am leaving. Do you think I like this place?" Rhodey said as he walked towards the canyon in large strides. However, his thoughts and his actions were completely different. That night, he originally had wanted to find out Wu Ya's secret. He had sneaked into that secret entrance but did not expect it to turn into an adventure that would lead him to the Death Canyon. Rhodey then recalled that Wu Ya had admitted to having a serious injury as a result of entering the Death Canyon. Rhodey could not help but feel cold as Wu Ya was not seriously injured. According to Andy's speculation, Wu Ya was a victim of some kind of spell that made him age rapidly. If Wu Ya, who was so powerful, had ended up in that kind of predicament, Rhodey did not have any intention to try his luck. He walked without stopping and entered the canyon. The canyon was wide with two large cliffs on both sides. The canyon path was rugged with some kind of fog in front. However, the fog became thicker as Rhodey went in further. After some time, Rhodey could barely see anything and his visibility was only about 10 steps ahead of him. Really evil. Rhodey was secretly vigilant but he did not slow down. Suddenly, there was a light sound of something collapsing in front. It was the sound of something falling down on the ground. Rhodey was shocked. He stopped walking and strained his ears to listen, his face serious. He heard the crashing sound approach him. Although the sound was not loud, it was certainly getting nearer. Rhodey put down Diane and took out his dagger. The mountain people had said that the Death Canyon was extremely frightening. For many years, as long as a person walked in there, he would not come out alive. There was no guarantee that the Death Canyon had no strange and ferocious beasts. The giant snake he saw that night was frightening enough. On top of that, not only did Rhodey enter the Death Canyon, but he was actually standing in one of the deepest parts of the canyon. Diane squatted on the floor with an expression of anxiety and fear. Her face was deathly pale. She subconsciously grabbed Rhodey's clothes and trembled. There were two strange squeaks. Rhodey finally saw the thing that was crawling on the ground, in front of him. The moment he saw it, his hair started to stand on end. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Bloodthirsty Spider. Chapter 120, Bloodthirsty Spider. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Spider. Diane almost fainted the moment she saw it. It was an extremely large spider. The thing that was crawling toward Rhodey was as large as a wash basin. Its 8, long, yellow, hairy legs were as thick as Rhodey's arms. Its 8 legs were crawling nonstop, rubbing against the gravel on the path and making a strange noise. Diane was a woman, after all. She was frightened of such furry creatures and immediately screamed. Rhodey was also stunned. Cold sweat appeared on his head, and he could not help but murmur, "Spider, what the hell? I have never seen spiders as large as a wash basin before." Seeing that the spider was rushing towards him faster than ever, Rhodey quickly stooped to pick up an egg-sized stone and threw it hard at the monster. There was a loud clang sound. The stone struck the back of that large spider, causing it to roll away a little before stopping. But the spider was none the worse for it. It merely shook and hissed at Rhodey with a strange sound. What the hell? The spider can hiss. Rhodey glared at it. Its shell must be very hard. The strength I used just now was enough to break an ox's bones. After shaking its body, that spider then started crawling towards Rhodey again. It was so fast that Rhodey was surprised. In a hurry, Rhodey responded by kicking the spider. He felt as if he was kicking a stone. With that kick, that spider flew up, somersaulted twice in the air and then landed on the ground. After that, the spider got up again. Its front legs pointed towards Rhodey and made threatening gestures. Seeing that the spider was cautiously approaching again, Rhodey held his dagger and harshly shouted, "Shit. Come on. Large insect. I am not afraid of you. Let us see if your shell is harder or my blade is sharper." Rhodey then glanced at Diane, who was trembling violently beside him. She was also clutching more tightly onto his clothes. Rhodey could not help but pat her and shout, "What are you afraid of? If it dares approach, I will cut it into several pieces." Rhodey suddenly paused. He could hear loud crashing sounds of the spiders from the surrounding areas. The sounds were destroying Rhodey's confidence. Large shadows began to show up in the surrounding fog. Following that, numerous spiders crawled out of the fog in front of Rhodey. They too were as large as a wash basin. Those long and hairy legs crawled all over as the spiders surrounded Rhodey and Diane. Ah! Diane screamed. Her voice was full of horror and fear. Rhodey swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, I am finished. It seems like I won't be eaten by the snake, but instead, I will be eaten by spiders. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his fighting energy and was instantly wrapped in a pale golden light. He swept around with his dagger as he spun around and drew out a golden circle in the fog. The spiders closest to the circles fell down. Their hard shell was broken by the golden fighting energy. Some had their limbs broken, some were immediately sliced into two, revealing their red and green insides. When Rhodey saw that, he was scared and nauseated, but he did not dare to stop moving his hands. He berated in a loud voice and brandished his dagger, continuously driving away the approaching spiders. The surrounding huge and hairy monsters continued to gather and grew larger in number. They did not fear death and crowded together. Occasionally, there were a few spiders that were swept away by Rhodey or had their abdomens sliced open. That immediately caused a few other spiders to jump at them while many more continued to give an itch-inducing hiss. What the hell? Are these really spiders? Shouldn't spiders be on trees? As more and more spiders rushed in, the amount of space Rhodey could control became smaller. There were times that a few of those monsters got past Rhodey's guarded area and landed near his feet. Those spiders were immediately kicked away by Rhodey. The dagger in Rhodey's hands was too short. It was inconvenient to bend down and slash the spiders at his feet. Rhodey was sweating from tension and fatigue. He had been running around the entire night carrying Diane, and he had traveled for quite a long distance. At the moment, he was using his fighting energy in desperation, but the consumption of that energy was also quite high. He soon noticed his fighting energy becoming weaker and the golden light becoming dimmer. He was depending on Andy to warn him about which direction the spiders were coming from and was barely resisting the attacks. Rhodey was breathing heavily when Diane suddenly shouted, "Sit down beside me." He looked down and saw that at some point in time, Diane had drawn a small circle. She was sitting in the middle of the circle, with her legs crossed. Her face was as white as paper, and she was sweating profusely. In front of her was a squarish crystal-like object placed on the ground. Diane's eyes were shut. Her two hands were at her chest with her index finger pointing upwards. "Quickly!" She shouted again when Rhodey did not respond. The moment Rhodey heard her, he stopped thinking and immediately sat down. Diane suddenly opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the crystal-like object and then she shouted, "Move back!" The crystal-like object suddenly burst into brightness. A dazzling red light then burst out within the circle. The spiders near the circle shrieked and retreated. The spiders that were in the circle immediately scurried away as if they were being burned. More and more spiders continued to gather outside the circle, but not a single one dared approach the circle. Rhodey and Diane turned pale just by listening to the unending hisses and the occasional nipping sound of the spiders. They felt that even their nightmares were never as frightening as that. Although they knew that the spiders dared not cross the red circle, the threatening screeches of the numerous huge spiders were still bone-chilling. "Good." Andy's voice sounded relieved. "Fortunately, that woman knows a little bit of magic. These bloodthirsty spiders are just low-ranked mythical beasts. There is nothing frightening about them. However, they always appear in groups and becomes problematic. These low-ranked mythical beasts could only bite with their fangs. It will be alright as long as you are careful when they fly up." Rhodey immediately turned stiff. His hands and legs turned cold as he shouted, "What did you say? These strange monsters they can fly?" Before Andy could reply, one of the spiders suddenly shook. After that, a pair of wings suddenly appeared at the top of the spider's shell. The wings started to flap and the spider flew towards Rhodey. The red circle on the ground could not stop it. Rhodey was quick to respond. He waved his dagger while sitting on the ground and cut the flying spider into two. It fell onto a group of spiders and then the spiders pounced on it. Diane quivered and almost cried, They can fly." Rhodey gritted his teeth, "Damn it. Let's fight." Rhodey stood up and held his dagger with one hand. He then gathered all of his fighting energy, and his body started to emit a golden flame. The light was very bright and dazzling. The pale gold color was also becoming more intense. Rhodey's body was soon wrapped in the golden light. Rhodey suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed Diane off the ground and shouted, "Go to hell." the golden light on his body suddenly burst out. Countless rays of golden light scattered like arrows. All the spiders that were struck by the light were crushed. All the other spiders immediately scattered and backed away. Immediately, an open space with a radius of at least 10 meters was available. The ground was covered with the dead bodies of the spiders and a strange stench filled the spot. The golden light had also immediately faded. Rhodey's body shook as he could barely support himself. He then whispered, "Quickly run. To the left." Sure enough, after sweeping out those spiders on the left, a large opening could be found. The two of them supported each other as they ran towards the opening. However, after they had just walked a few steps, the spiders surrounded them again. There were many spiders, and all of them did not seem to fear death. When he saw that the opening had been sealed off by those hairy monsters, Rhodey showed a trace of despair and gave a wry smile. "That's it. I am going to die here, today. However, I just never expected to be eaten by spiders." Diane also gave a wry smile and whispered, "The true god Kara will protect my soul." Rhodey pursed his lips and cursed, "Pray to your god only after you're dead and buried in the ground." Diane raised her eyebrows, but before she could speak, a cold voice came from behind. "Lord Duke. You seem to be enjoying yourself at my place." When Rhodey heard the voice, he turned around and was shocked. Rhodey saw Wu Ya's white figure slowly approached from behind him. Wu Ya was covered in a white ball of light. He slowly walked into the group of spiders. The spiders acted as if they had encountered their worst enemy. Wherever Wu Ya went, they would retreat to avoid him. They did not dare approach the white light around his body. Occasionally 1 or 2 spiders would get too near. Before they could actually touch Wu Ya, they would come into contact with the white light. Immediately, the spiders would hiss as they were burned to ashes by a white flame. Wu Ya was like a flame moving in the snow. Wherever he went, the snow would melt. As he slowly approached, he had casually swept the numerous groups of spiders to clear out a path. Wu Ya slowly stood in front of Rhodey. The surrounding groups of spiders stayed a few meters away. Wu Ya then looked at Rhodey without expression and lightly said, "Lord Duke, please come with me." After that, he glanced at Diane, who was beside Rhodey. Wu Ya did not mention anything about Rhodey sneaking into his room, nor did he rebuke or interrogate Rhodey. Rhodey showed an embarrassed expression. He supported Diane and immediately followed Wu Ya. Gradually, they used the road they came from to go back to the open space at the end of the canyon. They had arrived at the cave exit used by Rhodey and Diane earlier. The spiders initially followed closely from behind. However, once they reached the end of the canyon, they seemed to have bumped into an invisible wall. They stopped there and did not step out of the canyon. "Those spiders, what happened?" Rhodey could not help but comment, "It looks like they only dare remain at the canyon." Wu Ya turned around and glanced at Rhodey. "Lord Duke, you think this is strange? Let me tell you why." He then stretched out his hand, opened his palm and shot out a flame from the middle of his palm. Wu Ya then gently shook his hand and that flame flew out and landed in the middle of the group of spiders. The spiders were shocked and immediately scattered. In the rush of the spiders, some were pushed out of the dense fog in the canyon, and an extremely strange scene appeared in front of Rhodey. The few spiders that were pushed out of the dense fog barely had the chance to crawl back in before their bodies stopped. The spiders' bodies gradually petrified starting from its legs, and within a short moment, they had turned to stone. "Has Lord Duke seen it clearly?" Wu Ya smiled and asked. However, the smile was indifferent and did not have a single trace of emotion. Rhodey opened his mouth to take a few deep breaths before he replied, "Abnormal. Everything here is abnormal." Wu Ya nodded. "Well said." He then paused and said softly, "Let's go." Diane then asked, "Go where?" "The cave is on the right." Wu Ya gave a smile and replied, "Cave? I did not say we are going to the cave, nor did I say that we are going back that way." Rhodey's expression changed and he asked, "Chief Wu Ya, what did you say?" Wu Ya looked at an open space in the distance and lightly said, "Weren't you interested in this place, Lord Duke? Since you have put in so much effort to come here, you might as well go in and take a look. Just as well, I have recuperated for so many days and had planned to go to this summit of evil, to take a good look inside. What is in this restricted area of Kara?" Wu Ya showed a strange gaze as he finished speaking. Andy's voice suddenly reached Rhodey. "Boy, have you noticed? He seems to have become younger. He seems to have reverted to when we first saw him." Wu Ya glanced at Rhodey and Diane before he lightly said, "Since all of us are interested in this place, we might as well go in together. Lord Duke, do you agree? Do I agree? At this moment, is it possible to disagree? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Samsara River. Chapter 121, Samsara River. Translator, Zenobi's editor. The sky had turned bright. The terrain had also become more open as the mountains on both sides gradually spread out. Weeds could be seen on the ground that should have been barren. Wuya, who was wearing a pair of hemp shoes, led the way. Along the way, he did not say a single word, and he also seemed to ignore the hostile glares of Diane. Rodi looked worried as he followed Wuya. Diane was injured and she looked pale. She also still had some bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. Rodi frowned and could only pull her along. The faint sound of rushing water could be heard ahead. Rodi and Diane were both surprised when they heard the sound. The two of them had experienced all sorts of dangers since last night and felt bitter. The ground had started to level out. The surface of the ground was also no longer covered with hard stones. The soft soil was easier to walk on. They followed down the path and found a small river. The river did not look deep and some exposed boulders could be seen on the water surface. The river was washing over the smooth stones, making a gushing sound. The river was not wide. It looked more like a small stream. Diane could not help but exclaim happily. She walked faster and wanted to move ahead. However, Rodi felt that something was strange and stopped her. Wait! Look! They saw that Wuya, who was in front, was standing several meters away from the small river. His hands, which were originally clasped behind him, were now at his sides. Something is wrong, Rodi whispered. Diane's face turned red when Rodi pulled her hand. She struggled a bit for Rodi to release her hand as she asked, "What is wrong?" Wuya took a deep breath and then slowly opened his hands and mumbled something. Suddenly, the ground started to tremble. Diane was not prepared for it and almost fell down. Cracks formed on the ground at Wuya's feet. As the quakes continued, the cracks extended further to the front. The cracks became larger as the quakes became stronger. During the earthquake, the current of that small river also vibrated. The originally calm river was now surging forth. The water was rapid. As the earthquakes continued, bubbles appeared in the river as if the water was boiling. After that, a rumbling roar could be heard and the river water suddenly exploded. Water splashed everywhere. Numerous flopping sounds could be heard as small silver things jumped out of the river. After that, numerous palm-sized fish fell on the river bank. The fish had silver scales. When they fell on the ground, they did not die immediately and kept flopping on the ground. Wuya lowered his hands and the earthquake gradually stopped. The cracks in the earth also slowly closed up. However, the air still felt moist after the incident at the river. "Let's cross the river now. Just be careful of the fish," Wuya said and continued to walk forth with his hands behind him. Rodi and Diane looked at each other in shock. Just how powerful is Wuya? Coughing a little, Rodi and Diane continued to follow Wuya towards the river. Wuya had already stepped into the shallow river. The water reached up to his calf, wetting the lower part of his clothing. As Rodi walked, he curiously looked at those small fish that were still flopping on the ground. Rodi was surprised and unprepared when one of the struggling fish suddenly jumped up. It opened its mouth in midair and shot a pallid light towards Rodi's forehead. Rodi ducked and stretched out both of his arms, trying to catch the fish with his fingers. However, the fish fell to the ground, and its body immediately turned into a silver liquid. Rodi was horrified when he saw that he had caught a needle that was half as long as his fingers. The needle gleamed coldly like metal. It was incredible how that fish could spit out that kind of thing. Wuya said suddenly, "Be careful. If you were hit by that needle, you would become a fish." Those words made Rodi burst into a cold sweat, and he immediately threw away the needle. He quickly caught up with Wuya, walking in large strides. Diane felt weak in her knees, but she dared not slow down. She followed closely behind Rodi. The river was not as shallow as it looked. Rodi pulled Diane along as they crossed the river. Their shoes were soaked and their feet felt slippery and uncomfortable. However, knowing that the river was home to those terrifying little fish, they did not dare to linger. However, Wuya was not worried and lightly told Rodi, "You do not need to worry at the moment. The sorcery I just used has made all the fish come out of the water. It would be a while before the fish from the upper stream start to gather here again." Rodi could not help but ask in a soft voice, "Earlier, you said that if a person was hit by the needle, he would become a fish in the river. Does that mean that these fish were originally?" "They were originally people," Wuya answered calmly. However, it was his next few sentences that made Rodi turn cold. These hundreds of years, there were countless people who yearned for the secrets of this valley. The world is big and there are many strong people. Did you think that the spiders in the canyon can stop them all? When Wu Ya saw that Rodi did not speak, he continued, even during the era of Abbas the Great, tens of thousands of people were dispatched on an expedition to find the legendary Summit of Evil. It was not known as to where Abbas the Great obtained the information that there was a magical artifact in there. As a result, almost half of the tens of thousands of expeditionary army died in the mountain while most of the other half were killed by the spiders. The rest all turned into fish when they crossed this river. In fact, it is not only the people of the empire that attempted this. There were also many mountain warriors who took this risk. The result was that none of them survived. Just look at his river. Nobody knows how many ghosts still linger here. Diane trembled as she heard that. She could not help but loudly reply, I don't believe it. How big is this river? If it was according to what you said, wouldn't this river have tens of thousands of fish? How can such a small river have so many fish? Wu Ya suddenly laughed and lightly replied, little girl of the Silvermoon clan, you have a point. Didn't your clan have a record of the Samsara River? When a fish kills a person, it will become river water. The person who is killed will then become a fish until it kills another person. After that, the fish will become river water again. A fish for a fish, a person for a person, and a life for a life. This is the cycle. Wu Ya sounded cold and foreboding. Diane trembled and said, then, just now, you killed countless people. Wu Ya shook his head and replied, I only helped them to reincarnate. We are going ashore now. Be careful. Wu Ya whispered and no longer spoke as he took the first step on the other side of the river. Rodi pulled Diane and once again stepped on solid ground. He had a strange feeling. The moment he crossed the Samsara River, he felt that he had finally survived a disaster and was grateful that he was given a new lease of life. Suddenly, Rodi heard a buzzing sound and the scene in front of him changed. It seemed like the whole space was transformed. The empty space in front of him was torn open. After that, Rodi saw a huge and extremely dense forest in front of him. In the strange forest, there were dense trees with twisting vine, and there were countless weeds on the ground, about half the height of a person. The howling of some unidentified wild beasts and chirping of birds could be heard in the forest. Those sounds, together, made the surroundings seem much livelier compared to earlier. Rodi felt like he had just stepped into another world. What? What is going on? Rodi's mouth opened for a moment before asking. Diane had a complicated expression. Her eyes flashed and she did not know whether to be happy or afraid. She then murmured, Is this the legendary Forest of Death? Diane shivered and could not help but lean against Rodi. Wu Ya no longer showed an indifferent expression. He took a deep breath before saying in a low voice, well, I have finally reached here, again. He then looked at the sky. His facial expression changed and then murmured, I need to be fast. I only have half a day left. Wu Ya's words were so soft that only he himself could hear. However, his tone of voice still sounded dignified. Rodi was shocked when Wu Ya slowly turned around. Wu Ya's expression was no longer indifferent, instead, it had a hint of excitement. Both of you, welcome to the entrance of the Summit of Evil. From here onwards, you will have to rely on yourself for your own safety. I cannot protect you anymore. Hopefully, God will bless and protect the three of us so that we can get out of here alive. As Wu Ya slowly said those words, he struggled to show a small smile. However, the smile seemed strained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Wu Ya's True Colors. Chapter 122, Wu Ya's True Colors. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Rodi pulled Diane along and followed Wu Ya as closely as possible. He had just seen a small bird perched on a flower. That flower, which was as large as a bowl, suddenly closed up, as if it was a mouth swallowing the bird. After that, they no longer dared to approach those strange plants. Wu Ya had already told them their destination. It was at the center of the forest. Legend said that in the center of the forest, there was a tree. The tree was as large as a small mountain and was tall enough to reach the skies. However, the tree could not be seen until one had reached the foot of the tree. That tree was the gate to the Summit of Evil. Wu Ya said those words with a grave expression. His words did not sound very natural. Wu Ya then smiled and lightly said, This is something I just heard about. I have never entered this place before. Wu Ya then glanced at the pale-faced Diane and coldly said, For the situation in this area, perhaps that little girl from the Silvermoon clan might know more? I know that her clan has lots of legends about this place. Isn't that right? Diane then coldly glared at Wu Ya as she accused, "Is obtaining those ancient records the reason you exterminated our clan?" Wu Ya stared at Diane for a while and then continued to walk forward without answering. It was not easy to travel in that dense forest as there were no paths. Lush plants constantly blocked the way forward. When Rhodey entered the mountain, he had seen how the mountain people traveled through the mountain forest. Usually, one of the mountain people would carry a machete and lead the way. As he walked ahead, he would swing his machete left and right, clearing the branches and bushes that blocked the way and create a path. However, Wu Ya did not need to do that. As he strode in front, his body emitted a white light. All the plants that touched the white light would immediately wilt. There were also some plants that were immediately pulverized. Thus, as Wu Ya went by, he would create a path behind him. This kind of superb cultivation made Rhodey and Diane exclaim in astonishment. However, Andy reminded Rhodey to be careful. This Wu Ya had been here before. Despite his incredible strength, he had to retreat in defeat. We still do not know what was the strange spell that caused him to age rapidly. Stop! Rhodey suddenly shouted and pulled Diane to a side. Wu Ya, who was in front, glanced at Rhodey with a knowing look. "Lord Duke. You noticed too?" Rhodey replied, "Yes." Diane frowned and then asked, "Notice what?" Rhodey shook his head and replied, "An hour ago, I already had a strange feeling. I felt something was staring at us." Diane shrugged her shoulders. She immediately looked around and trembled before saying, "Don't talk nonsense." "Where is it?" Rhodey closed his eyes and whispered, "It's definitely there somewhere." Wu Ya also nodded and said, as expected of someone who fought against thousands, "You are really sensitive. I also noticed it, but you were faster." Diane gritted her teeth and asked, "What is it?" Rhodey did not reply and coldly looked at Wu Ya. Wu Ya shook his head and replied in a low voice, "Don't look at me. I don't know either." Just as soon as Wu Ya finished saying that, a howl from the forest suddenly pierced the air. Following that howl, more howling sounds came from all directions as if they were responding to one another. All of them turned wary. They then heard the sound of a muffled rumbling, and the ground seemed to shake. Another faint muffled sound was heard, and then all the surrounding plants started to tremble. "What is that?" Rhodey looked around vigilantly. The rumbling sounds did not stop, and the vibrations of the earth became more and more violent. The sounds came from all directions and they seemed to be getting closer. "What is approaching us now?" Diane turned pale. Wu Ya took a deep breath, put his hands together and closed his eyes. From his body, a huge and transparent shadow rose. The shadow was several times his size. It was as if Wu Ya himself had become a phantom several times larger. The large image of Wu Ya suddenly opened its eyes, and they shot out a brilliant ray of light. After that, the shadow dissolved, revealing Wu Ya still standing at the same spot. He then opened his eyes and said, "I saw it. It is a Fenrir dot." Before Rhodey could speak, Diane had already turned pale. "What is Fenrir? What does it mean?" Diane whispered, "In the language of our Silvermoon clan, Fenrir means gigantic monster." "Gigantic monster? What gigantic monster?" Rhodey continued to ask loudly. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and a large tree in front crashed not far from them. It was then accompanied by a long howl. A huge figure then appeared in front of the three of them. Gigantic monster? Rhodey was stupefied looking at the large monster. That monster had a height of over 10 meters, a ferocious face, and long messy crimson hair and beard. Behind the monster was a scaly dragon tail. Its colossal body was wrapped with what looked like some broken armor. Wherever that giant monster treaded on, it crushed out an open space. It carried a large hammer in its hands and was looking straight at Rhodey and the others. The monster howled loudly and swung its hammer. The hammer shot out a fierce gust of wind as it smashed towards the three of them. "Run!" Rhodey shouted as he pulled Diane to the side. There was another large rumble. A tree was swept down at the location where the three of them had initially stood. The hammer had slammed ferociously onto the ground and created a deep crater. The earth shook. Rhodey staggered and was unable to keep his balance. He fell while holding Diane, and they both tumbled to the ground. Rhodey felt and heard another gust of fierce wind. A huge shadow fell from the sky. The hammer had started swinging downwards. Rhodey held Diane on the ground and roared loudly. His fighting energy burst out. It was as if his body had become a golden light. He exhausted all the energy in his body and lifted the dagger in his hand towards the falling hammer. There was a loud explosion as the golden fighting energy repelled the black hammer. Rhodey spat out blood, and the dagger in his hand also broke apart. The giant monster also roared loudly. It once again raised its hammer and smashed down at Rhodey. Diane responded immediately and pulled Rhodey along. She ran away as swiftly as an arrow and jumped onto a tree a short distance away. But the violent quake caused by the hammer when it smashed on the ground caused both of them to fall off the tree. When they fell, Diane landed on Rhodey, causing him to cough out more blood. Wuya shouted from afar, "Quickly run! Run to the middle of the forest. Do not turn back." Diane struggled to pull Rhodey up and they ran away in terror. She heard Wuya's voice, followed by a burst of fire being shot into the sky. After that, there was a roar and the gigantic monster fell down, crushing several trees. In a hurry, the two of them had not taken any precaution. When that gigantic monster fell, it dropped its large hammer right in front of Rhodey and Diane. The impact caused both Rhodey and Diane to fall. They noticed that the shaft of the hammer was as broad as a person's waist. They then looked back and saw a shocking scene. That snake with 10 heads was in the distance. Its 10 heads were stretched out, bobbing about. Its large body had already crushed the surrounding small patches of trees. The large snake hissed loudly and started to breathe out fire. Lying on the ground was the gigantic monster whose body was charred. Its body kept trembling as it struggled to get up. More roars could be heard, and several more strange creatures crushed the surrounding trees and approached from a distance. The large snake held its position. Its 10 heads rose up and hissed in protest at the approaching strange creatures. The large monsters all raised their heads and roared back angrily. One of the monsters swung its hammers and struck one of the snake's head. The head fell down sideways and crashed into a tree. However, another of the snake's heads struck the large monster's chest. The large monster roared, staggered backward and fell. The remaining large monsters approached in big strides. The heads of the snake opened their mouths and breathed out fire. One of the large monsters used its hand to ward off the flames. It then gave an earth-shaking shriek before it fell, right onto the snake's body. The snake hissed in pain as another hammer came down. It smashed into the snake's body, causing a loud impact sound. Some of the snake's rigid scales immediately broke, and the snake rolled on the ground in pain. It then wrapped its body around the large monster. Both the snake and the large monster fell down and twisted together. The roar of the monster and the hissing sounds of the snake did not stop as they fought. One of the large monsters dropped its hammer and used its hands to seize the tail of the snake. It struggled to separate the snake from the body of the other large monster. However, it did not take precautions against a snakehead that breathed fire out into its face. That large monster screamed. Its crimson-haired face was immediately burned. Releasing the snake's tail, it used both its hands to cover its face and continued to scream. It then staggered aimlessly towards Rhodey and Diane. Rhodey and Diane exclaimed and frantically escaped. The large monster clutched its face and could not see anything. It then tripped over the body of its collapsed companion and crashed. Rhodey and Diane continued to exclaim and retreat. They saw a huge shadow falling towards them. Even though they were already running frantically, the large shadow was getting closer. With a loud bang, the large monster fell right in front of them. Both of them thumped on the ground, feeling extremely exhausted. Diane suddenly shouted, "Wuya! Where is Wuya? Shouldn't that snake be in that cave? How did it appear here?" Rhodey showed a strange expression and then said softly, "Do you still not understand? That huge snake is Wuya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 123, The Strong Supports the Weak. Chapter 123, The Strong Supports the Weak. Translator, Zenobi's editor. The large monster fell about 3 meters in front of Rhodey and Diane. Its head was turned towards Rhodey and the dumbstruck Diane. Its crimson-haired face had been charred. One of its eyes was also burned and had become blind. Suddenly, the gigantic monster gave a strange groan. One of its big red eyes slowly opened and stared at Rhodey and Diane. Rhodey quickly dragged Diane and shouted, "Stop daydreaming. Run!" The large monster stared blankly for a few moments before roaring. Its huge body slowly stood up and started to chase Rhodey and Diane. It no longer paid attention to that distant large snake. Diane was so afraid that she no longer turned around to look. She tried to run as fast as she could, spurred on by the thundering footsteps behind her. The ground trembled with each step taken by the large monster. But Diane was injured. She was also extremely exhausted, and her legs were getting weaker. So actually, she was literally being dragged by Rhodey as they ran forward. The large monster roared furiously and refused to give up chasing the two small preys. Rhodey and Diane had been running with all their strength. Although they were running very fast, it seemed to make no difference. The large monster was able to keep up with them with his huge strides. They were unable to shake off their pursuer. Fortunately, they were smaller and more agile than that large monster. Rhodey pulled Diane, turning left and right as they ran in the jungle, weaving in and out of the trees. Luckily, the trees hindered the large monster. However, the large monster with its enormous strength often pushed down the big trees with just one hand. Besides that, the large monster seemed angry and would not give up the chase. Rhodey gradually felt that he could not take it anymore. His body was almost broken after that monster's hammer strike. At that moment, he felt his chest tightened and his lungs burning. Rhodey found that it was becoming more difficult to breathe. The number of trees in front of them decreased. Suddenly, Rhodey was shocked when his foot stepped into an empty space. He then fell before he had the chance to scream. Diane was being pulled by Rhodey all this while. Suddenly, she felt him stop for a while before feeling another strong pull forward. As both of their hands were slippery from the sweat, she lost her grip on him. She then saw half of Rhodey's body trapped in a small quagmire. As Rhodey struggled, he slowly fell in deeper and deeper. He clawed wildly, but there was slush all around him, and he was unable to hold on to anything. Gradually, the quagmire had reached Rhodey's chest. Diane shouted in fear, "Don't move! This is the mountain marsh. You must not move. The more you struggle, the faster you will sink." Diane then lay down on the floor. Half of her body stretched over the quagmire as she grabbed one of Rhodey's hands and shouted, "I will pull you up. Be sure not to struggle." Most of the victims that had fallen into the quagmire were never seen again. Both people and animals would sink faster when they struggled. They would struggle until they were completely submerged. Fortunately, Diane was from the Silvermoon clan and had grown up in the mountains. As a result, she was familiar with nature. Diane grabbed hold of Rhodey's hand. However, before she had the chance to pull Rhodey out, a tree came crashing down and the fearsome monster loomed into partial view. Diane was frightened as she could not get Rhodey out even though she had used all her strength to pull him. Rhodey's chest was already submerged in the quagmire. He felt suffocated. He then shouted, "It's all right. Don't worry about me. Run quickly." Rhodey looked resolutely at Diane. She gritted her teeth for a moment and then took out that crystal-like object she previously used to drive away the spiders. The crystal-like object still had her blood on it. Holding the object in her hands, she whispered something that Rhodey could not understand. Rhodey was then surprised to see that Diane had started to fade until she became totally transparent. If it was not for the fact that Rhodey was still holding her hand, he would really have thought that she was gone. Hands. Suddenly, he looked at his own hand. He was shocked to see that his hand that was holding Diane's was also disappearing, inch by inch. First, his palm, followed by his arm and finally, his shoulders started to disappear. Rhodey felt like his whole body was soaked in cold water. His eyes seemed to be covered by mist, and everything around him looked like it has a layer of water over it. It felt like he was underwater. The large monster that was chasing them had knocked down another 2 more large trees. It was now in full view. Its large head looked around. It searched around the place with its remaining eye but could not find the 2 small preys. The gigantic monster roared nonstop towards the sky as he stomped around the place angrily. Those trees around it were also smashed in his anger. The fearsome monster was roaring angrily and jumping up and down, not far from Diane. However, Diane did not dare make any sound. Even when some of the branches from the smashed trees fell onto her, she did not dare groan in pain. Finally, the monster went somewhere else to vent its anger. The ground once again trembled with every step that the huge monster made. Diane felt relieved when she saw the figure disappear into the dense trees. She gradually loosened her grip on the crystal-like object. The invisibility spell stopped, and her figure gradually reappeared. However, she felt desperate when she looked at Rhodey. Originally, Rhodey was submerged up until his chest. However, when Diane looked again, she saw that most of Rhodey's head, including his nose and eyes, had also been submerged. Only his golden hair remained visible. One of Rhodey's arms had completely disappeared in the quagmire, while the other arm was still being held by Diane. Diane gritted her teeth and forcefully pulled Rhodey by his arm. However, it was not easy to pull a robust figure like Rhodey out of the quagmire. Besides that, she was also injured, extremely exhausted, and had spat blood a few times that day. Sweat completely covered her head when she finally managed to pull half of Rhodey's body out of the quagmire. Rhodey's body, his eyes, and nose were covered in black mud. He was unconscious. In her desperation, Diane had overexerted herself and felt her chest hurt. She tasted something sweet in her mouth and spat out some more blood. She felt anxious and almost cried. She could only think of one thing. I must not let him die. She continued pulling his heavy body, putting all her strength into the effort. After some time, she finally pulled Rhodey out of the quagmire. She dragged him to the side where the ground was solid. Diane felt her body grow weak, and she could hardly move. She felt drowsy and was about to lose consciousness. However, she gently bit on her own tongue. The pain brought her mind back to focus. She hurriedly wiped the dirt away from Rhodey's face and then gently patted it. However, Rhodey's eyes remained closed and there was no response. Diane shouted loudly, but in a panic, she had shouted in the Silvermoon's language. Seeing that Rhodey still could not wake up, Diane felt anxious and fiercely pounded on Rhodey's chest several times. That made Rhodey move a little. After that, a mouthful of sludge spurted out from his mouth. It just so happened that the sludge all spurted onto Diane's face. Rhodey then turned his head to one side and started to cough violently. A mixture of saliva, mucus, and sludge then spurted out from his nose and mouth. The coughs were lung-piercing, but they finally allowed Rhodey to breathe. Rhodey then gasped for breath as he turned around to look at Diane. He saw that Diane's face was full of sludge. The sludge had been spurted out by Rhodey. She glared at him with a mixture of happiness and anger. Rhodey was surprised and then remembered that she had just saved him. After that, he could not resist laughing when he saw her charming face covered in sludge. Although Diane was angry, she was relieved that Rhodey had regained consciousness and the gigantic monster had already run off elsewhere. Looking at Rhodey's funny expression, she also could not help but laugh. The two survivors felt relaxed and laughed for a long time. Diane then realized that she was leaning on top of Rhodey, and she quickly sat up. She blushed, but fortunately, her face was covered in sludge and was not noticed by Rhodey. Is it safe now? Rhodey asked as he laughed. Diane frowned and shook her head. She then replied, I do not know. In this hell of a place, is there anywhere that is really safe? Rhodey then spat twice more and suggested, let us look for a place to wash. My mouth and nose are full of sludge. The sludge is very smelly. Rhodey then felt nauseated when he thought of how old the sludge was. She snapped, wash ourselves? Where can you find water here? Did you see any source of water from the moment we walked into this forest? Diane, after all, was a girl. Her face was covered in mud and she was now a little angry, so she vented her anger on Rhodey. Rhodey struggled to stand and gave a wry smile. I don't know. Let us walk further inside first. If there is no water, then we will just have to endure it. Diane took a deep breath and then she asked, what about Woya? Shall we wait for him? Him? Rhodey sighed and replied, let us not wait for him. It is not like we can help him with anything. With his supernatural powers, his survival is up to fate. Diane had been busy running, but now that the situation was calmer, she remembered that Wuya was transformed from that large snake. Her expression changed and she trembled when she recalled that terrible giant snake. Rhodey also frowned and said to himself, Wuya was actually transformed from a snake. Yes. Its name is Jormungand, Fong of the Pit, Guardian of the Abyss. Holy cow. I even thought he went to the shaman for healing, but he was actually cultivating as a snake. Andy laughed in his mind. Why are you so stupid? Think for yourself, how could a mere mountain shaman, who only knew how to mystify, be able to help Wuya? Rhodey felt angry and knocked his forehead as he secretly said, bullshit. If you knew, then why didn't you say so earlier? You are just trying to act smart. There was a moment of silence before Andy continued. However, Andy's voice was no longer modest and he sounded dignified. Boy. I felt curious. There was an unusually strong energy coming from Wuya. That power was almost at or even surpassed the realm of domain force. However, the strength that he had shown tonight, although powerful, was far from the strength of someone who had obtained domain force. He has not obtained yet? Rhodey was surprised. He then responded to Andy, old fellow. You call this, has not obtained yet? Didn't you see that he could create an earthquake just by casually muttering a few lines of incantation? The earthquake then caused the fish to jump out from the river. The light emitted from his body could even burn down those plants that came into contact with him. On top of that, he could even transform into a giant snake with 10 heads and the heads could breathe out fire. He, alone, was able to get rid of so many strange creatures. Even with that superb ability, you are saying that he still has not obtained domain force? Of course not. Andy spoke with disdain. Do you think domain force is something so simple? You idiot. If this can be considered domain force, then there would have been plenty of people who could have done it several hundred years ago. Besides them, your little lover, the silly Black Veil Saint, could also do what Wuya did tonight. The only difference is she cannot transform into a snake. The moment Andy saw that Rhodey was silent, he continued, the so-called domain force is the goal of high-level practitioners. It is almost close to the existence of God. Just look at Wuya. Just a few monsters and he was already having trouble. Right now, we do not even know if he is still alive. Do you think that with his current ability, he has obtained the domain force? Rhodey then complained, but you were the first to say that he had obtained the domain force. Andy then sighed and his voice became more solemn, that is why I am surprised. According to what I saw, Wuya is definitely very strong. However, it is only at the level of a senior practitioner. If he really is the Feng of the pit, then he is only a high-ranked mythical beast. He only displayed a strength befitting a high-ranked mythical beast and is still very far from the realm of gods. Rhodey shook his head and asked, so, what happened? Andy was silent before he slowly replied, there are two possibilities. The first is that he has the treasure of somebody who had comprehended domain force or that person's crystallized condensed energy. However, this is unlikely. A practitioner that has comprehended domain force has achieved a level of existence close to God. Why would he condense his energy into a crystal for someone else to use? This is actually a suicidal behavior. What about the other possibility? The other possibility is, Andy spoke slowly in a low voice, that he is carrying an actual magical artifact. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, 2 Drops of Fresh Blood. Chapter 124, 2 Drops of Fresh Blood. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Magical artifact? Rhodey froze for a moment. Magic. Andy immediately interrupted Rhodey's thou GHTS and said, I know what you are thinking of right now. There are several magical artifacts that are being kept in the religious places of the imperial capital. However, I can tell you that those magical artifacts are fakes and are used by the religious teachers to deceive the foolish believers. Real magical artifacts can split the heaven and earth apart, and can cut into mountains and split the ocean. Rhodey grinned and asked, so what if he has a magical artifact? What shall we do now? Shall we move ahead or go back? How are we going to get out of this hell of a place? How are we going to get out of this forest? Andy suddenly gave a weird laughter and said, boy, have you not thought of the reason why Wuya wants to come here? Rhodey froze for a moment. He had been busy running for his life and never had the leisure to think about this. Now that Andy had asked him, all kinds of thoughts started flashing in his mind immediately. Wuya is the large snake. The large snake is what the myth calls the Feng of the pit. He is also supposed to be a mythical guardian of the abyss. The powerful mystic dragon, which had once betrayed the gods, was supposed to be in the gates of the abyss. Is this the place? Is the gate of the abyss in the middle of this deep forest? Is this the place where the mystic dragon is imprisoned? It is possible. Nobody had ever heard of such a scary place before. After that, Rhodey frowned and continued to think. Something does not seem right. If this is the place where the mystic dragon is imprisoned and Wuya is the legendary guardian of the abyss, then he should be guarding this place and preventing more people from entering. Why did he want to risk coming here twice? Andy also murmured, you are right. Something is definitely wrong. There is also another point. Wuya is the chief of the Flame Tribe, but he is only about 30 years old this year. On the other hand, the ninth child of the mystic dragon, the Feng of the pit, is already thousands of years old. Seeing Rhodey suddenly shaking and nodding his head, Diane could not help but ask, what are you thinking about? Rhodey was suddenly awoken by what Diane said. He then had a thought and asked the girl of the Silvermoon clan, your clan is the guardian of this place. Did you know that the summit of evil is in this canyon? What is the secret of this place? Diane froze for a moment. She did not expect Rhodey would ask that kind of questions. Her expression changed as she whispered, the secret, only the elders know. All the ancient texts are also something that only the elders can read. I do not know that much. Why do you ask all this? Rhodey shook his head and whispered, I just want to find out more about this strange place. I want to know why Wuya tried so hard to come here. Before Rhodey could finish his sentence, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. Why ask her? I will tell you myself. Rhodey and Diane were surprised. They turned around to look. Not knowing when, but Wuya had already arrived behind them. Although his voice still sounded cold, Wuya actually looked embarrassed. He no longer had the proud and cold expression. His originally spotless white linen clothes were now torn and stained with blood. The left side of his chest had a large patch of blood and it was still dripping. His face looked green and white. The white parts of his face were also almost transparent. There were some bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Just now, when he spoke, his tone was cold. It was obvious that he was unstable and lacked confidence. Looking at him carefully, it was also obvious that he was fidgeting because of his wounds. He was feeling a little weak. You want to know, right? I can tell you. Wu Ya sounded conceited as he continued. What you had thought of earlier is correct. I am Jormungandr. As you said, I am the ninth son of the mystic dragon, the Feng of the pit. Rhodey's face changed when he realized that Wu Ya told them everything and did not hide anything. Meanwhile, Diane, who was beside Rhodey, exclaimed, "Ah!" They both looked at Wu Ya with a peculiar expression. You wanted to know what is at the end of this forest? Poof. The summit of evil is just what the Silver Moon clan calls it. These are all words from that fellow, Kara. Let me tell you. Deep in these woods is where His Majesty, the great mystic dragon, sleeps. Those words shocked Rhodey and Diane. Finally, Rhodey understood. Sure enough, it is true. Wu Ya slowly walked over. He seemed to be severely injured, and his movements were unstable. However, Rhodey sensed an oppressive feeling as Wu Ya slowly approached him. After all, Wu Ya was a mythical beast. Wu Ya arrived in front of Rhodey and slowly sat down. He then whispered, I am the mystic dragon's ninth son. When His Majesty was defeated, he was sealed in this forest. After that, I was also captured and my knowledge was sealed. My originally prideful self became a mindless mythical beast. What the hell? How can I, Jormungandr, be compared to lesser creatures? I am a high-ranked creature created by the mystic dragon. However, they had used magic to keep me here. They made me guard this forest, which is what you call the Gate of the Abyss. Humph. Despicable. They actually made the son of the mystic dragon guard the mystic dragon's prison. Wu Ya spoke in an agitated voice. Those despicable enemies had captured me after defeating His Majesty. Not only did they seal His Majesty, but they had also placed a seal on my consciousness. For 1,000 years, I was a wild beast with no self-awareness. However, I woke up 3 decades ago. I realized that I am different from the other inferior creatures in this forest. I am the proud son of His Majesty, the mystic dragon. I am supposed to be dominating high above the others and not supposed to be just a simple snake, slithering around and biting others. Finally, Rhodey sighed and asked, so, the moment you woke up, you immediately looked for a way to revive the mystic dragon. Is that why you changed your identity and became Wu Ya, the head of the flame tribe? Ah ha ha ha, Wu Ya gave a cold laugh. I did not transform into him. Rather, I fused with him. As a mere human, he should feel honored to be able to fuse with me, the great Jormungandr. Rhodey suddenly thought of something and asked, wait. That? What about the prophecy you were talking about? You requested for the Empire to not enter the mountains. What is the real reason? Wu Ya was silent for a moment before he replied in a soft voice, the reason I spoke that day is the real reason. The prophecy is true. However, I cannot tell you the source. Besides that, there is also a special reason why I asked you all to not enter the mountain. What is that reason? Wu Ya hesitated for a moment and then he sneered. There is no harm in telling you. The despicable enemy had sealed away the mystic dragon with a spell. Although the spell is powerful, high-level practitioners can still cancel it and revive the mystic dragon. However, the despicable enemy had also placed a vicious curse. His Majesty must wake up under certain conditions, otherwise, His Majesty would not be able to regain his original strength. He would become like me, a mythical beast without self-awareness. Rhodey nodded and coldly replied, so, you asked us to reach an agreement with you. You want our emperor to order the people of the empire not to enter this mountain? Wu Ya did not deny and replied, you humans have a lot of high-level practitioners. However, most of you obey the orders of your emperor. Rhodey thought for a moment and then he sneered. That is right. Everything can be conveniently justified. He then looked at the pale Diane beside him. He saw that she was looking at Wu Ya. She tightly held onto her precious crystal-like object, her eyes vigilant and fearful. She was just a girl for whom all these legendary things monsters had suddenly come to life. Naturally, she would feel frightened when she thought of all these terrifying monsters. On the other hand, Rhodey was not afraid at all. He had already been trained to have very strong nerves. He did not know what would be so terrifying about that large snake. After all, he had already met the skeleton, Andy and Old Mark, who were also monsters that were centuries old. Besides that, Andy had also said that Wuya had not obtained the domain force. Wuya was at most at the same level as the Black Veil Saint. Rhodey had already dared to risk his life to fight the Black Veil Saint last time. If that is the case, now that you entered this forest again this time, have you presumably found a way to revive the Mystic Dragon? Wuya's expression did not change as he replied, yes, I checked the ancient texts of the Silvermoon clan, which I snatched from them, and found a way to wake up His Majesty, so I need to take you and this girl together with me. Rhodey felt uneasy and asked, why? Wuya laughed, but both his laughter and his voice felt extremely cold. That is because, to revive His Majesty, I would need the blood of 2 practitioners. The 2 practitioners, one must be the descendant of Kara's clansman, the other one must be the descendant of Protoss. The people of the Empire are the descendants of Protoss, while this girl from the Silvermoon clan is a descendant of the Kara clansman. Wuya smiled as he spoke. Rhodey started to have cold sweat and gave a strained laugh. Blood? Ha ha. This is really such an ancient method. Wuya's expression did not change, and he simply said, do not worry. I do not kill indiscriminately. Once I have used your blood, I will let you go, as long as you have the ability to go back from here. Go back? Thinking of that river with those fish that could spit out needles and those horrific creatures, Rhodey sighed. Wuya no longer spoke and he slowly stood up. His condition seemed to have improved. He looked and nodded at Rhodey and Diane as an indication that they could continue to walk forward. Rhodey felt helpless. He knew that even if he tried to fight back right then, he would not be able to defeat Wuya. At the moment, he and Diane were seriously injured and also exhausted. Any intention to fight a legendary monster in that state was not courage, but suicide. Wuya walked in front, with Rhodey and Diane following closely behind. Their way forward that time was safe, and the terrible monsters of the forest did not appear. During this time, Rhodey had a complicated feeling in his heart. He did not know whether he was wishing for some powerful monsters to appear and kill Wuya or that he could safely reach his destination. From the spaces between the leaves, they were able to see that the sky was gradually becoming darker. The 3 of them had actually been walking for the entire day. Rhodey and Diane had been moving around since the previous day and were extremely exhausted. They have had nothing to drink or eat. The injuries on their bodies seemed to get worse as they staggered forward. Besides that, the 2 of them were still covered in sludge. Rhodey, who still had some sludge in his mouth and nose, was in a particularly sorry plight. Wuya saw that the 2 of them had slowed down and told them, it is better if you all walk faster. The forest is safer during the day and only a few monsters will appear. However, in the evening, more monsters will start to come out. Rhodey took a deep breath as he thought of the large monsters earlier. He could not help but give a wry smile and asked, daytime is safer? Having said that, Rhodey still believed Wuya. He began to walk faster as he pulled Diane and moved forward. As they walked in front, the number of trees started to decrease and finally, they arrived at an open field. Although the dense grass on the field only covered a small area, it reminded Rhodey of the grasslands in the northwest. We have arrived. Wuya stopped walking. He sounded excited. Didn't you say that there is a tree as tall as a hill? Rhodey asked as he opened his eyes wide. Wuya ignored Rhodey. He slowly lowered his head and placed both of his hands together. Then, he suddenly opened up his arms. Rhodey once again felt dizzy as the space in front of him became distorted. Just when he was stunned, he saw a crack in the space. Wuya started to sweat. He continued chanting and his mouth started to move faster and faster. The crack also slowly opened up and became bigger. Rhodey and Diane suddenly exclaimed when they heard a cracking sound. The crack had finally opened up and turned into numerous lights which immediately disappeared. Presented right in front of Rhodey was a huge tree trunk. That tree trunk was so huge that it was hard to imagine. The black trunk was like black iron. Rhodey sighed. Incredible. I once thought that the tree that needed 10 people to hug was large, but this tree will need more than a few hundred people to hug it. Scary, really scary. The tree was like a huge opened umbrella. The large branches spread in all directions. The astonishing thing was that its trunk, branches, and leaves were all black in color. Rhodey raised his head to look up. That tree was so tall that it was hard to imagine. Its trunk seemed to have pierced the sky. It was so tall that the eyes could barely see the top. Rhodey sighed and said, no wonder the mystic dragon was sealed for more than 1,000 years. With such a large tree pressing on it, not to say that it was unable to run, it could have even been crushed to death. Wuya stood at his side and felt relieved. He gently waved his sleeves, and both Rhodey and Diane felt a strong gust of wind. The wind carried them involuntarily to the side of the tree. The three of them then walked for a while to the other side of the tree. There they saw the stone statue of a huge monster. Behind the statue was a large stone gate. The statue was magnificent. It looked like a strange and fierce monster. However, Rodi did not know what it was. Its body looked like a lion crouching. Its thick mane was like a burning flame. However, it had the head of a man and long hair that hung down on both sides of its face. It had a serious face, and there was even a crown on its head. Woya then slowly said, "This is the place." He then coldly looked at Rodi. Rodi gave a wry smile. "You mean it is time to use our blood?" Woya nodded. He pointed at the statue and explained, "The two of you, go and smear your blood on the eyes of this statue. Remember to be fast." According to legend, the blood must be fresh and must not have left the human's body for more than an hour. Rodi had already stepped back, and he asked softly, "What would happen if we do not smear our blood?" Woya gave a cold smile and replied, "Why don't you go and try?" Rodi thought for a moment and slowly approached the statue. He stretched out his hands to touch the stone gate behind the statue. Suddenly, he heard a roar and the statue seemed to come alive and roared like a lion. At that same time, Rodi felt like his hands were struck by lightning. A great force knocked him out. He flew for quite a distance before falling hard on the ground. Rodi struggled for a while. He sat up and spat out a mouthful of grass. He then cursed, "What the hell?" Woya watched Rodi struggle to get back up and lightly said, "This is the place that was sealed by a spell. Naturally, nobody will be able to enter. The last time I came here, I tried to use brute force to break in. However, I ended up injured and had to shed my skin twice to recover." "Shed your skin?" Rodi suddenly understood why Woya looked so old 2 days ago. He sighed, "So you were shedding your skin. I thought someone had cast some kind of evil magic on you." Woya ignored Rodi, turned his attention to Diane and told her, "You go first. You just need to cut your finger and smear a little bit of your blood on one of its eyes." Diane's expression changed slightly, and she gave a weird look. She took a deep breath and then slowly walked towards the stone statue. When she reached the side of the stone statue, she took out a small curved dagger. Suddenly, with a soft shout, she held the dagger by its hilt and hacked at the stone statue. Woya watched coldly from one side as if he knew all along that she would do that. However, he never had the intention to try and stop her. The dagger in Diane's hands turned into debris before it could even cut the stone statue. Diane cried out as she was flung away. Incidentally, she landed beside Rodi. Woya coldly asked, "Are you satisfied now? Do you think you can stop me?" Diane struggled to get up and gritted her teeth. "I am from the Silvermoon clan. Our mission is to guard this place. I absolutely cannot allow you to revive the mystic dragon." Woya lightly replied, "Your Silvermoon clan is really stubborn. I knew from the start that you would not be so obedient. I had also wanted to destroy that stone statue the last time I came here. However, I was unable to do it. What makes you think you can do it?" As Woya spoke, he stretched out one of his hands. Diane shouted out in fear. She then floated and involuntarily flew towards Woya. Woya then grabbed Diane's neck as if he was holding a chicken. Diane struggled desperately. However, she was powerless before Woya. Woya then stretched out his other hand and, with one finger, gently drew something on Diane's neck. A shallow wound immediately appeared on her neck and blood started to flow out. Woya dabbed his finger on a drop of her blood and accurately flicked it onto one of the statue's eyes. After that, Woya released Diane and she immediately fell to the ground. Woya then said, "I already said I will not kill indiscriminately. However, if you were to create trouble, do you think that I, Jormungandr, do not dare to kill a Kara clansman?" He then looked at Rodi and said, "It is your turn." Diane suddenly jumped up from the ground and threw the red crystal-like object to Rodi. She then shouted, "Quickly run. If you use this, you can become invisible. He will not be able to catch you. You must not let him succeed." Rodi took the crystal-like object but he did not move. He coldly looked at Woya and then he looked at Diane before saying, "There is no use. Woya does not need to use his eyes. Weren't you injured by him on the mountain last night?" Rodi walked up to the stone statue in big strides. He used that crystal-like object to pierce his fingers. He then used a drop of his blood and smeared it on the other eye of the statue. The ground shook slightly, and the statue of the beast became distorted. After that, the stone statue came to life and its original crouching body stood up. First, it shook its shoulders. After that, it opened its big mouth wide and gave a long yawn. It lazily opened its eyes and looked at the three people in front of him, then gave a terrifying loud roar. However, these three people had already witnessed a lot of things during their journey. Even though the stone statue gave a mighty roar, they were not overly surprised. That stone statue looked somewhat dispirited and had a helpless expression. It then sighed. Ah, it has been a few hundred years since I last had visitors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Strange Human-Faced Lion. Chapter 125, Strange Human-Faced Lion. Translator, Zenobi's editor. There was a faint sigh and the voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. It has been a few hundred years since I last had visitors. Wuya's normally cold face looked agitated. He could not help but walk 2 steps forward. Aren't you the large snake? The stone statue looked at Wuya and laughed. Why are you here? Wuya glared at the stone statue and demanded, enough nonsense, gatekeeper. Open the door. The stone statue opened its mouth and roared loudly. A strong wind blew out, causing the grass to sway. Wuya's clothes also fluttered, but his face remained indifferent. Damn you! You dare call me a gatekeeper? The stone statue bellowed, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. You long-tailed snake, you dare call me that? Wuya looked at him and coldly said, enough nonsense, you weird-headed lion. I have already fulfilled the conditions to wake you up. Quickly open the door. Wu, the stone statue gave a soft roar and slowly sat down. He then said, fine. In that case, answer my question correctly and I will let you pass. Questions? Wuya frowned. What questions? I still need to answer questions? Rodi quietly walked a few steps forward and stood a distance away from the side of Wuya. He laughed loudly. Wuya, don't you know the teachings of God? If you want to pass through the Sphinx, you must answer its riddles. Bastard! What did you say? Wuya became angry. What teachings? You are just a Protoss watchdog. Sphinx raised its head and roared loudly. Its roar was so loud that Rodi could not help but cover his ears. Insolent large snake! If you dare insult me, the Sphinx, again, I will eat you up. It then growled loudly from its throat. Well. Enough nonsense. Do not disturb my rest. Whoever can answer my question, I will let him in. Wuya shouted loudly, no. This is not right. The ancient texts of the Silvermoon clan did not say anything about this. Sphinx ignored him and shouted, what animal walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon and 3 legs at night? The more legs he has, the slower and weaker he is. The moment Rodi heard the first sentence, he was already laughing to himself. This riddle again. It is the same riddle as the one in the records. Doesn't this guy know how to change the riddle after hundreds of years? In accordance to the classics about the god in the church, the Sphinx was a mythological animal that guarded the gates. To get past it, one must first answer its riddle. According to the records, that Sphinx's favorite question was the one he just asked. Rodi waited confidently for Sphinx to finish its riddle. While Wuya was frowning and thinking, Rodi hesitated for a moment and answered, humans. The answer is humans. Sphinx roared loudly. After that, it angrily whispered, correct. This human has given the right answer. You may enter. As soon as it finished that sentence, Rodi felt like he was grabbed in midair and involuntarily pushed towards the stone door. Wuya roared in anger, bastard. I am the one who was supposed to go in. His figure flashed as he rushed towards the stone door. Sphinx roared again. Before Rodi could clearly see what actually happened, there was the sound of a large explosion and Wuya was thrown back. Sphinx's voice then resounded again, those who have not answered the riddle are not allowed to go in. Wuya got up from the ground, looking extremely angry. He gave a shout and his body was immediately wrapped in a white light. His body transformed within the dazzling light. Wuya's figure got bigger and bigger. Finally, with a roar, Wuya disappeared. In its place was a large snake, with its 10 heads, hissing at Sphinx. One of the snake heads opened its large mouth and shot out a stream of fire at Sphinx. Sphinx responded with a resounding roar. The invisible sound waves extinguished the flames. Sphinx then shouted, how dare you, a despicable snake, be rude to me, the great Sphinx. Even the mystic dragon had to be polite to me. After that, Sphinx roared again and the snake was struck by lightning. The snake was flung away, and it severely crashed into some trees at the edge of the grassland. The large snake hissed and turned back into a human. Wuya then struggled to get up from the ground. Before he could stand firmly, he spat out blood. Wuya then glared at Sphinx. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a small and shiny square-shaped object. Rodi immediately heard Andy shout, this is it. I can feel that the strong aura comes from the top of this thing. Shit. I initially thought that it was Woya's aura. Sphinx looked disturbed and commented, Dragon's Tooth. You actually have the mystic Dragon's Tooth. Woya was ghastly pale and had a ferocious expression. He no longer looked like the calm chief of the Flame Tribe. Woya glared at Sphinx. He slowly stretched out his hands, wrapping the Dragon's Tooth in his palms. In a burst of fire, the Dragon's Tooth in his palms was transformed into a sharp longsword. Sphinx, are you going to let me in? Woya whispered as he held the hilt with both hands. Rhodey could feel the imposing, oppressive presence even from behind the stone statue, smacking him right in the face. The murderous intent gave off a very violent aura, even stinging his skin. Sphinx looked up and roared, Do you think I, the Great Sphinx, would fear you just because you have a dragon's tooth? You are just a despicable snake. I am God's most loyal servant. Bring it on. Woya gritted his teeth and shouted, No matter what, I am definitely going in there today. To hell with you. Woya did not seem to take any action. But suddenly, his body disappeared from that place. In a flash of white light, he reappeared in front of the Sphinx and with that dragon's tooth giant longsword, he proceeded to slash down on the Sphinx's head. Sphinx let out a thunderous roar and a white light screen appeared in front of it. The light covered the entire giant tree, together with Sphinx and Rhodey inside. The flaming sword had slashed onto the light screen and caused a strong shockwave, but it was unable to penetrate it. Sphinx roared again. Woya took 2 steps back, caught his breath and then spat out some blood. After that, he threw himself forward as he slashed again at the light screen. Sphinx roared even more violently but the light screen seemed to be dimmer now. Woya did not step back this time around, even though he spat out blood again. Woya's face was deathly pale. The veins in his skin were clearly visible, giving his face a hideous and fierce look. Boy, why are you still watching? Quickly go in. Andy reminded Rhodey. He immediately ran to the stone gate, and it opened automatically. At that moment, Rhodey heard a loud crash behind him. However, he did not dare to look back and quickly rushed inside the giant tree trunk. The moment Rhodey walked in, the gate immediately closed behind him. There was no light inside the giant tree trunk, but Rhodey could faintly feel the vibrations from outside the tree. Woya and Sphinx were still battling fiercely outside. Since he could not see, Rhodey felt his way around. There were walls on both sides. He pushed ahead as he groped with his hands, stumbling into open space. He then kept going forward step by step in the dark. However, he stepped into a void and fell down. That hole in the tree was actually a passageway. The slope Rhodey fell on was also unexpectedly steep. He rolled all the way down and bumped so much that he ached all over and was extremely dizzy. His body was already weak before this. So, even though he managed to grab 2 withered vines along the way, he could not hold on to them and could only continue to roll down. Finally, Rhodey rolled into a pool of water at the bottom. He accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of water before he stood up. The pool of water was not too deep and only reached up to Rhodey's thighs when he stood up. However, the water was extremely cold. Rhodey trembled from the cold as a faint wind blew onto his wet body. In the dark, he slowly walked against the direction of the wind. This time, he was more alert and tested his footing before walking forward as he was afraid of falling and rolling down again. After a short distance, Rhodey had stepped out of the pool and onto dry land. A strange thing happened. Rhodey's injuries that had soaked in that pool of water started to feel better and now no longer hurt. Instead, they started to feel itchy. Rhodey did not hurry ahead. He returned to the pool of water and sat there, totally immersing himself. He then started washing away the sludge in his nose and mouth. It felt extremely comfortable and there was no longer a disgusting taste in his mouth. His mind even felt extremely refreshed and his whole body felt lighter. It was as if he could fly. There is something weird about this water. The moment Rhodey thought of that, Andy spoke, Boy. This seems to be holy water. You are bathing in holy water. Such good fortune. Even the Pope never had anything this extravagant. Holy water? Rhodey froze for a moment. He then took off his clothes and carefully touched his wounds. Instead of wounds, he found that the skin was smooth and his injuries had healed. It really is holy water. Rhodey sighed. When he was injured in the army, they had treated him with holy water. However, holy water is extremely valuable and was something that ordinary people could not afford to use. Holy water was not only used to treat injuries but could also be used to replenish the magic power of sorcerers and magicians. Rhodey sighed and gave a wry smile. Unfortunately, I am neither a sorcerer nor a magician. This holy water cannot replenish my fighting energy. After that, Rhodey stood up and walked away, shaking his head. After walking a little in the dark, Rhodey saw some light in the distance. Rhodey then asked, "What is that? Could it be the mystic dragon?" Andy then replied in his mind, "What do you think? Aren't you the one that cut ahead of the line and entered earlier than Wuya? Are you trying to be a dragon slayer?" Rhodey replied, "I don't know. Kill the dragon? Don't joke around. Who am I to think that I can kill a dragon? Especially since the dragon here is the mystic dragon that even challenged the gods. Even Wuya could easily kill me, let alone the mystic dragon." So you still know your place, boy. What were you trying to do by entering this place?" Rhodey shook his head and was caught off guard when he knocked the side of a wall. He gave a wry smile as he nursed his head and replied, "I told you. I do not know. I just wanted to prevent Wuya from entering. If he manages to revive the dragon, would we still have a future? Have you never read the religious classics? Mystic dragon. His name has the word mystic and would probably not be a good thing. Point 1 Don't you think that there would be chaos if he enters the human world?" Ha 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 ha. Andy laughed heartily. "You really have a lofty way of thinking, but what will you do now? How are you going to get out of here?" Rhodey shook his head and replied, "Doesn't matter. Let us go in first before we talk about it. Maybe the dragon is asleep and I can get rid of it with one stroke of my sword." "I think you are going to get killed." Rhodey lightly replied, "If I am courting death, then so be it. Either way, it is good as long as Wuya cannot get in here. That way the mystic dragon cannot be revived." Andy was silent for a moment before asking, "Boy, are you serious about this? Are you not afraid of death?" Rhodey continued to walk as he replied softly, "Who is not afraid? However, we must keep moving forward. Once we can no longer move forward, we will die. In short, I will not stand by and just watch Wuya revive the mystic dragon." "I really can't tell if you are a great man or just an idiot," Andy muttered. The light in front of him started to get nearer. Rhodey's footsteps also became lighter and lighter. After a few more steps, Rhodey was shocked. The passageway was filled with magnificent radiance. A variety of colorful gems could be found on both sides of the walls, on the ground and even the ceiling. These gems emitted a dazzling brilliance and each of them was the size of an egg. Rhodey's mouth gaped open for a long time and then he sighed. "Good heavens! There are so many gems here. If we brought them outside, we could make a fortune." Rhodey could not help but lightly hold onto the uneven walls. Putting his hands around a gem, he pulled lightly and it came off the wall. Rhodey then exclaimed as he looked at the gem in his hands and smiled. "Andy, I am rich. Do you think this gem is worth 2,000 gold coins?" Andy sneered. "You are the Duke of the Tulip family. A mere 1 or 2,000 gold coins is nothing to you." Rhodey gave a supercilious look and replied, "What Duke? I am just an imposter. When I stopped becoming a Duke, this gem would be extremely valuable." Rhodey thought to himself for a moment and then he kept the gem at his chest. After that, he thought of pulling out more gems when he suddenly gave a wry smile and said, "I am really stupid. Right now, I do not know if I would survive. What is the use of these things?" Rhodey then laughed and continued forward without looking anymore at the gems on the wall. After walking for a while he asked, "Andy, why do you think there are so many gems here? I heard that dragons are greedy beings. They like sparkling things like diamond, gold, and various other gems? This place is where the dragon is imprisoned. This is where they put him to sleep. In fact, for this so-called imprisonment, the gems were placed here to coax the dragon to sleep. Have you seen people who coax their children to sleep by letting their children hold their favorite toy? They used the same principle to coax the dragon to sleep." Rhodey took a deep breath and gave a wry smile as he said, "I hope that the dragon does not think that I stole his toy from the gem I grabbed. I know that children are absolutely relentless against people who take their toys." The passageway slowly moved down the further they went. More and more gems could also be found on the walls. Finally, the walls were completely covered in gems. The gems were also larger and shined so brilliantly that people could hardly keep their eyes opened. Rhodey suddenly stopped and shouted, "No!" Andy was shocked and angrily said, "Have you gone mad?" Rhodey stood still with a pale face and whispered, "I suddenly remembered Sphinx's words." "Have you noticed it?" "What words?" "That Sphinx said a lot of things." Rhodey took a deep breath and replied, his first sentence. "The words he said when he just woke up." Andy coldly replied, "What about that sentence?" "I remember that he said that this was the first visitor he had in a few hundred years." "What is wrong with that?" Rhodey gave a peculiar expression. His voice was also a little bit strange. Have you not thought about it? Andy. His first few words were a few hundred years. Andy was silent for a moment and then his voice also started to sound weird. That's right, according to the legend, the mystic dragon should have been sealed thousands of years ago. The Silver Moon clan had also guarded this valley for thousands of years. However, Sphinx's words were. Rhodey whispered, "It has been a few hundred years since I last had visitors." Then it dawned on him, and he said with a tremulous smile, "That means a few hundred years ago, someone was here." Translator's footnote. One mystic dragon in the Chinese Ra is Mo long. The Mo can mean magic, mystic, or evil. As Wuya had accused that it was just like his despicable enemies to call that place the summit of evil. It implies that Wuya does not consider himself or his parents/master evil. Hence, the dragon's name cannot be Evil Dragon. At the same time, Mo could also mean evil and is obviously not a good thing as claimed by Rhodey. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, History's Strongest Fatty. Chapter 126, History's Strongest Fatty. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Walking down the passageway, Rhodey saw the exit in front. However, Rhodey did not know what he would find the moment he walked out. Would it be a sleeping dragon or something else? Rhodey took a deep breath and slowly walked out. The moment he stepped outside, he immediately felt like he had hit an invisible whirlpool. His body involuntarily bounced a few steps back. Ha! Boy, be careful. This looks like a boundary. Andy warned vigilantly. Rhodey took a deep breath and concentrated as he started to walk out again. He then felt a force assaulting his body. He tried to push himself forward and felt as if he was facing the wind. He also felt like he was wrapped by a layer of warm water, and that feeling was very comfortable. Andy called out in his mind, "This boundary is weird, boy, you." The voice in his head stopped as if a knife had cut away Andy's voice. Rhodey suddenly felt the force holding him vanish. He felt himself plunge forward a few steps and thus entered that cavern. Taking a good look, he noticed that this cavern looked similar to the cave he was in when he was attacked by the large snake. However, this cavern was a little bit bigger. The cavern was full of large and small boulders. The first thing that Rhodey saw in front of him was a pile of gems that were piled up like a mountain in the cavern. The mountain of gems emitted a dazzling light and almost blinded Rhodey. He quickly looked away and did not dare to look directly at the gems. When he turned his head, he immediately saw that at the distant edge of the cavern was not a wall, but rather a gap. It was a gate to the abyss. After that, Rhodey heard a faint roar and could not help but walk forward. Standing in front of the abyss, he looked down. With that look, Rhodey could not help but breathe in the cold air. He gazed into the abyss and found crimson magma surging turbulently. The magma was not throwing out flames. Instead, it was raging, back and forth, and emitting traces of smoke. Strange, Rhodey could not help but murmur. The magma is just underneath, but why is it not hot standing here? Rhodey thought to himself and called out to Andy, but he did not get any response. Rhodey started to feel uneasy and repeatedly called out to Andy. However, there was still no response. Shit. Is this because of that boundary? Rhodey nervously looked around. However, this was a dead end. Other than the gap he entered from, there were no other exits. The ceiling had some strange stone bells, hung upside down, and glimmering faintly. The surrounding wall was also full of large gems. The whole cavern was like a legendary storage for treasure. Hey! Rhodey shouted, "Is anyone here? Whether you are a person or a beast, answer me. Is there anyone here?" Rhodey whispered, "Anyone here? What about that dragon?" Rhodey suddenly looked back at the abyss and thought, maybe the mystic dragon is in that abyss. Maybe it is really hiding inside that blazing hot magma. Rhodey thought for a moment and walked back to the abyss. He then picked up a stone and wanted to drop the stone into the abyss. Rhodey stretched his hands out, but just before he dropped the stone, he heard a languid voice behind him. "I would not do that if I were you." Rhodey looked back and saw a person, lazily half lying down on a boulder. Who? Rhodey discarded the stone and walked towards the man behind him. However, he was vigilant. There was no one on that boulder earlier. Where did he suddenly come from? That man stood up on the boulder and stretched his waist. After that, he loudly said, "Interesting. After so long, someone has finally come down here. How come that lion let you in? Did you defeat him?" He looked at Rhodey for a moment. After that, he shook his head and said, "No, you are not strong enough." You definitely would not be able to defeat that old lion. Hey, how did you come in here? As he spoke, the man jumped down from the boulder. His body was like a goose that slowly floated down and stood in front of Rhodey. He then looked at Rhodey and smiled. Hi. My name is Sky One. Who are you? Rhodey stared at the person in front of him. The man had just jumped down from a boulder that was 7 to 8 meters high. Instead of falling, the man floated down like a leaf. That already stunned Rhodey. However, such gracefulness did not suit Sky's chunky appearance. Rhodey did not want to say that he was too fat, but he was like some animals who only knew how to eat and sleep. In fact, pigs were thinner compared to him. His 2 short legs were like tree stumps and his waist looked like a bucket. His neck was so short that it was almost hidden. His head was large enough to make others ignore his obese body. Rhodey swore to God, even though he never believed in God, that he had never met anyone whose head could be so big. His face was flat like the bottom of a cauldron. His pair of eyes were so small that people could barely notice them as they just looked like 2 thin cracks. As for his nose, one could barely recognize it as a nose. It was as if his nose had caved in after being punched and only 2 holes remained for respiration. His mouth was so wide that it was scary. Rhodey was sure that if the man laughed, his smile would reach from ear to ear. It was amazing for such an extremely fat person to have such a light and graceful movement. Rhodey found it hard to comprehend because he could not imagine an obese person, the size of 7 to 8 pigs combined, casually floating in the air. My name is Rhodey." Rhodey froze for a moment before saying his name. Sky carefully looked at Rhodey and laughed. "Boy, how did you get in here? You spoke in the Protoss language, then you must be a descendant of Protoss, right? Good. The ones I hate are Kara's people. You are not one of Kara's people. Very good." As he spoke, the man circled around Rhodey and then he pulled Rhodey by his hand and led him to a mountain of gems. Rhodey felt like a helpless puppet being pulled by Sky. He heard Sky laugh. "Boy, I have not met anyone for many years. This is very good. Take any gem you like. Consider them my gift to you." Rhodey finally recovered from the shock. He broke away from Sky's grip and retreated a few steps. He then asked, "What are you? Are you a human or are you that mystic dragon?" Sky froze for a moment before he laughed out loud. He laughed as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke ever. He pointed at Rhodey and gasped for air. "Did you said that I am the mystic dragon? Do you actually think that I am that reptile? Do I really look like that overgrown lizard?" Before Rhodey could reply, Sky stopped laughing and raised his neck. "Don't compare me to that overgrown lizard. I am a real human. I am a human like you." At that moment, the fatty lowered his voice and showed a puzzled expression. He then said to himself, "Huh? Am I really the same? It seems like there are some differences. Humans cannot live for a few hundred years. Does that mean I am not human? Ah, this question gives me a headache." Rhodey exclaimed. A few hundred years? Did you just say that you have lived for a few hundred years?" Sky responded, "Of course. I have been in this cave for a few hundreds of years, and I am still not dead." Rhodey's mouth hung open and he thought to himself, "Monster. Monster. Another monster. Why do I keep encountering monsters that are several hundred years old? Then, how did you survive these past few hundred years? What have you been eating and drinking? Why are you here?" Sky pursed his lips and replied, "What did I eat or drink? Hoof. Once you have reached my level of skill, there is no need for those things. As for why I am still here, you must first tell me the reason you are here." Rhodey gave a wry smile. He understood that this man had been in here for several hundred years and was not able to talk to others in an orderly way. Rhodey thought for a moment and told Sky about what had happened to him. When Sky heard the story, he became high-spirited. When he heard about Woya fighting Sphinx, he showed a curious expression and asked, "Really? That large snake was really fighting that old lion and it was hard to determine the winner? It seems like that snake's cultivation was also quite good." Rhodey kept quiet and looked at Sky. Sky then asked, "In that case, why did you come here?" "Ah, it must be to kill the dragon. Am I right? I know a lot of people who had nothing better to do than to look for trouble and try to kill the dragon. They just want to show off. However, your strength is too weak. You will not be able to fight that dragon." Sky carefully looked at Rhodey again and murmured, "No, you cannot. The difference is too big. The dragon's flames will burn you to ashes. Your fighting energy will be of no use. You have not practiced how to condense the air. You do not even have the abilities to escape. Terrible. Rhodey could not help but frown, and he asked, "What about you? Why are you here?" Sky laughed and replied, "Me? Last time, I had heard of this legendary place and came here out of curiosity. I had also encountered the spiders and the large monsters outside. They were interesting but were too weak. The lion at the entrance was no threat to me. In the beginning, he was guarding the gate and did not want to let me in. He insisted that I get him someone's blood. I was impatient and beat him up until he cried for mercy. After that, I forced my way in." "You beat up Sphinx until he cried for mercy?" Rhodey looked at the fatty in front of him. Sky certainly did not look like a master. Sky's eyes grew wide and exclaimed, "You do not believe me? Ha, very simple. Let us go out right now and I will beat up the lion in front of you." Rhodey gulped. He felt like everything he had encountered that day were all inconceivable things. Right now, the large snake that had cultivated for 1,000 years could not deal with that lion. **T. Both of them were legendary mythical beasts. However, the fatty in front of him said he could make the Sphinx cry for mercy. Sky then became dejected and sighed. "Although I came in here, I did something wrong. I heard that there is a mystic dragon here. I wanted to see how powerful was that legendary figure who could challenge the gods. As a result, I forced my way in, but something bad." Rhodey became frightened and asked, "Did the mystic dragon escape?" "Of course not." Sky glared at Rhodey and continued, "I am here. How could it escape?" He paused for a moment and his face showed a helpless expression. "That reminds me, it makes sense why the lion did not want to let me come in here. According to the lion, the blood of 2 different clansmen must be offered and an ancient spell must be chanted to revive the mystic dragon and restore its power. Unfortunately, I was impatient. I did not know how to chant the spell, and I did not even know where to find Kara's clansmen. Kara's clansmen had supposedly gone extinct 1,000 years ago. Where was I supposed to find them? That was why I had no choice but to force my way in. What was the result?" Sky gave a wry smile and said, "The result was that the mystic dragon had been revived, but not quite." Sky sighed and continued, "Legend says that the mystic dragon was strong enough to challenge the gods. However, if it was not revived the proper way, it would not be as strong and would only be a mythical beast without a sense of self." Rhodey felt his heart jump wildly and could not help but ask again, "So, you revived it?" Sky gave a wry smile and replied, "Yes, revived." Rhodey could not help but whisper, "Oh my god. You really revived it. Who are you? Don't you know the consequences of reviving the mystic dragon?" Sky shook his head and replied, "What consequences? I have been here for hundreds of years doing nothing but sleeping. When I was awake, I would ask the dragon for a fight as a form of exercise. I didn't feel anything wrong. Just to fight, as a form of exercise?" Rhodey's expression looked like he had just been cut by a knife. Translator's footnote. 1 Tian, Sky, Lai, Violent. Pronounced Tian Li. The closest name I got from baby names is Thierry, which still sounds very far off. A Google image search found several things I cannot recognize and a sword that seemed like Kamen Rider weapon. After more searching, I found that it was the weapon of Solar Pyro Warrior? From Armor Hero. The weapon's name had another 2 more characters besides Tian Lai, but it ended up as something like Armor Penetrator. I decided to just use Sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Powerful Domain. Chapter 127, Powerful Domain. Translator, Zenobi's editor. "You don't believe me?" Sky seemed greatly insulted. He suddenly raised his voice and cried out, "I am Sky. Who do you think I am? Why should I lie to a boy like you? You wait." Before Rhodey could speak, Sky swung his arms. Rhodey then felt himself being thrown back by a powerful force. He crashed hard onto the ground. Sky put both his hands on his chest and suddenly a human shadow appeared. The shadow looked as if his body had been enlarged several times. Rhodey felt his body shake. It was as if a powerful force had distorted the space in front of him. The powerful force was like a large and invisible hand, violently tearing Rhodey's body. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he was unable to move his whole body, not even a single finger. He could feel a severe pain all over his body and could feel like his heart was being torn to pieces. He could not help but groan in pain and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Sky then suddenly said, "Ah! I forgot that your strength is too weak and cannot withstand my domain." He then shot out a light to cover Rhodey. Rhodey suddenly felt that the powerful force that was tearing his body apart had suddenly disappeared. He breathed heavily and felt like collapsing. At that time, Andy, who had been cut off, suddenly spoke in his mind. Domain force. Boy! This is domain force. Andy continued to shout, this guy is really a top-ranked practitioner. He has already obtained domain force. Shut up, Andy. Rhodey could not help but reply in a soft voice. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Andy helplessly replied, this stupid cavern has a boundary. All my magic does not work properly here. Our connection also relied on the magic in your mask. However, as a result of that fatty's domain force, the boundary was broken. Rhodey took a deep breath. He looked at Sky not far from him and showed a complicated expression. Is this really the domain force? At that moment, Rhodey felt as if he had returned to the time when he was just a low-ranked warrior in the Imperial capital. The time when he saw Master Autumn's display of swordsmanship and exclaimed in astonishment. In the past 6 months, his strength had grown so much and he even became famous in the Northwest region. As a high-ranked warrior, he was already considered a master in the eyes of the ordinary people. Even if he encountered high-level practitioners like the Black Veil Saint, Rhodey believed that he would at least have the strength to fight back even if he could not win. However, the moment he saw Sky summon a domain force, Rhodey felt extremely powerless. That made him feel empty and uncomfortable. When he was facing Sky, he was just an extremely low-leveled practitioner. A master of domain force could easily kill him by just lifting a finger. Just now, Sky only made some motions and he was almost killed by the pressure from the domain force. Sky's entire body was covered in a flaming aura. The flaming aura was far more vibrant compared to Rhodey's holy light. Besides that, the flame was also pure silvery white. The white flame flickered and Sky's entire body emitted an extremely strong power. His fatty image had disappeared and was replaced by a proud-looking world's greatest master. There was a continuous rumbling sound as the stones on the floor broke into pieces. The large boulder also could not withstand Sky's domain force and was broken into pieces. There were countless pebbles that quietly floated above the ground and were suspended in midair. There was a strange formation as Sky stood in the center with many dazzling gems surrounding him. It was like he was surrounded by a strange battle formation. Sky suddenly looked up and shouted. Rhodey felt a violent quake that rammed his body. His ears suddenly felt a very sharp pain and Rhodey could not help but cover his ears. Sky continued his shouts as he raised one of his legs and he forcefully stomped on the ground. The whole cave trembled from the impact. The stone bells which were at the ceiling of the cavern started to fall down. Sky's loud laughter filled the cavern and he shouted, "Come out!" Sky once again forcefully stomped his foot on the ground. The cavern vibrated incessantly. Rhodey was unable to stand firmly. He staggered and held on to a boulder beside him for support. Suddenly, Rhodey heard a roar coming from the abyss. A huge wave of magma splashed 10 meters high from the abyss. The red magma had splashed all over. The high waves of magma splattered at the surrounding boulders and they started to emit black smoke. Waves after waves of magma continued to be tossed up. The waves became more and more vicious. Suddenly, there was a resounding long howl in the cavern. A huge figure separated the waves and jumped out of a pool of magma. It then landed heavily on the ground, right in front of the abyss. When the figure jumped up, he spilled a bit of magma which emitted a sizzling sound. The huge figure had a long neck and a massive head. It opened its big mouth and roared loudly. Then it lowered its head. Its 2 red eyes glared at Sky as it continued to growl angrily. Rhodey opened his mouth wide as he watched the confrontation between Sky and the huge monster. Is this the legendary Mystic Dragon? The Mystic Dragon really lived up to the name of dragon. Its heavy body had a long tail. The long tail was spiky like a meat tenderizer. Its huge body was covered in black scales, with a pair of large wings on its back. It breathed heavily and brought along waves of violent wind. On its large head was a sharp horn. Unlike the rest of its body, the horn was white. It stood on 2 legs and brandished its claws at Sky. It also opened its mouth to breathe out fire. The Mystic Dragon was much bigger than the large snake that Wuya had transformed into. However, Rhodey had some doubts. That was because he could not see any differences between the legendary Mystic Dragon and an ordinary dragon described in books. Was this really the Mystic Dragon that once challenged the gods? Idiot! Don't tell me that you cannot see? Andy could not help but call out. What? Where is the dragon standing right now? It is standing right in front of that fatty. It is standing inside the domain field, but the domain field doesn't seem to affect him at all. Rhodey then realized and understood. Under the powerful strength of the domain force, the surrounding several meters high boulders had all broken into pieces. The whole cave was also shaking. The dragon ignored all that and brandished its claws as it slowly approached Sky. However, as it breathed out fire, it vigilantly observed Sky. It was apprehensive of Sky and it did not immediately charge forward. "Be careful, this guy is getting angry," Sky suddenly shouted. Sure enough, the giant dragon suddenly flapped its wings violently. It caused two huge wind blasts which were like the sharp edges of a knife as it slashed out in all directions. Even the huge boulders were shattered into bits. The two blade-like wind blasts charged towards Sky and he coldly said, "This trick again." Sky stretched out one of his hands and a solid-looking light shield appeared. That shield was completely different from the light shield that Rhodey formed with his fighting energy. That shield was not just sparkling but was solid as well, like a crystal. Andy whispered, "This is the energy transformation that was once stated by Master. This domain force master can really do it." There was a loud sound that made Rhodey feel dizzy. The two blades collided against Sky's shield. The collision caused the surrounding walls and gems to break into pieces. The mystic dragon lowered its body, stretched its neck and opened its mouth. After that, the dragon breathed out a crimson flame. Sky then shouted, "I will block it." The shield in his hands magically became larger. It became large enough to hide the whole of Sky's body behind it. The crimson flames splashed on the shield. Sky's body seemed to flash. Although his body did not move, it was as if he was being pushed back by an invisible force. The ground at his feet also started to crack. The mystic dragon roared and continued to breathe out flames. Sky's body shrunk behind the shield and then he shouted again, "I'll block. I'll block. *T. I will block." After breathing out flames about 10 times, the dragon started to become exhausted. Its imposing aura also started to grow weaker. The stones on the ground surrounding Sky had all been charred. Sky then laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Big lizard, are you out of breath? Now, let me teach you a lesson." The large shield in his hands transformed into a long giant hammer. Sky then sprang up from the ground and instantly jumped in front of the mystic dragon. He then hammered the mystic dragon's head. The earth shook. Rhodey was amazed to see Sky move at a speed his eyes could not follow. Sky appeared just below the mystic dragon's nose. He then saw Sky ruthlessly hammer the mystic dragon's head. Even though Sky was huge and fat, he was much smaller in comparison to the mystic dragon. It was like a tall and fat mouse standing beside a lion. Besides that, the giant hammer was only like a toothpick to the mystic dragon. Have you ever seen the effect of a person being hammered by a toothpick? A huge black figure flew out and crashed into the wall. The impact caused the cavern to shake violently. At that moment, Rhodey almost thought that the cavern would collapse. The large mystic dragon was sent flying by a toothpick. The mystic dragon then stood up from the ground and shook its head. It roared at Sky in anger. Sky felt proud of himself and laughed heartily. "Big lizard, was it comfortable, just now? Ha ha." However, that time Sky had laughed too early. He saw a shadow flashed by as the mystic dragon swung its tail. Sky was struck mercilessly. Before he could even cry out, he flew out and crashed into two boulders. Sky felt like a fly being hit by a fly swatter. Sky shouted as he climbed out of the pile of gravel. He then shouted angrily, "Good one. You actually learned how to bluff. Prepare to be punished." Even without reciting any incantation, the stones on the ground started to float. When Sky waved his hand, a countless number of stones severely pelted at the mystic dragon. There were big and small stones. The small stones were the size of an egg while the big ones were the size of several people. The sound of the stones pelting the mystic dragon could be heard. The mystic dragon received concentrated pelting from the stones. Although the stones could not smash through the thick scales of the mystic dragon, it was enough to make the dragon roar in pain. Sky seemed like he was addicted to it. He kept waving his hand to pelt more stones onto the mystic dragon. As he did that, he laughed. As Rhodey continued to watch the scene, he heard Andy whisper in his mind, "Boy, did you see that? This guy does not use any skills or magic to move the stones. Although this could be done with magic, he would need to chant an incantation. It would absolutely not be as easy as the way he did it." Rhodey's eyes lit up as he asked, "Andy, what happened? Is this because of the so-called domain?" Andy whispered back, "Boy, this is indeed the domain. Once a person obtained the strong domain, his energy would surpass all the other practitioners. More importantly, they would be considered close to the existence of God." Andy paused for a moment before continuing. The so-called close to the existence of God meant they could create a domain with their own abilities. Everything in this domain would obey the commands of the master of this domain. In this domain, the master is God. He would easily be able to do anything in his domain. Rhodey's heart started to race and his depression was swept away. He had a new intention as he watched Sky playfully fight back the mystic dragon. He could not help but loudly say, "Andy, I have decided. I definitely want to obtain a powerful domain." Andy was silent for a moment and then he laughed bitterly. "This won't be so easy. Don't you know that all the people with powerful domains were all mythological figures? The Empire had not even seen one in centuries. To be able to reach the rank of a sacred swordsman, which is similar to that of Black Veil Saint, is already at the top." "Oh?" Rhodey gave a stubborn expression. Andy sighed and continued, "Do you know this? According to the legend, those people with powerful domains were all strong people that showed disdain for the world and were never defeated." Unfortunately, the moment Andy finished that sentence, the person, in front of him, with a powerful domain exhibited a shameful situation. The mystic dragon was beaten until it was furious. Suddenly, it roared and breathed out its crimson flames. That time the flames were more ferocious than the previous 10 times. Sky was caught off guard and could not take out his shield in time. He was hit by the flames head-on. He screamed as his body turned into a huge fireball and flew away. Rhodey was stunned and could not help but murmur, "This, he seems to have lost." Andy angrily cursed. "Idiot. His opponent is the mystic dragon." "Well, in my opinion, the mystic dragon is not that great. It does not seem to be much stronger than Wuya." "Bullshit. If it was that giant snake, when it stands in that powerful domain, it would have shattered into pieces before the battle started." Andy shouted hatefully. "Also, be careful." The mystic dragon had finally noticed Rhodey. It suddenly roared and then it breathed fire out at Rhodey. "Don't block. Quickly run." Before Andy had even finished speaking, Rhodey had already jumped away. Although he was weaker than the mystic dragon, he was still quite agile. When Rhodey jumped out of the way, he saw the location he was standing at was already charred. "It just breathes out flames. What is so special about it?" Rhodey rolled on the ground and stood up. "Idiot. It is not an ordinary flame. It is a dragon's breath. If you even just touch it, your whole body will be burned to ashes. Be careful." When the mystic dragon saw Rhodey avoided its attack, it flapped its wings to create a gust of sharp wind. Rhodey felt a powerful aura charge at him. However, at that moment, he felt his body turn stiff and he could barely move. It was as if his whole body was being wrapped in a powerful aura. He fiercely bit his tongue. The sharp pain stimulated his alertness, but it was already too late to dodge. He used both of his hands to summon a light shield from his holy light. After that, there was a loud sound as Rhodey's shield was crushed. His body then flew out and crashed into the walls of the cavern. Rhodey felt like every single bone in his body was broken and he could not even move a finger. After coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, he felt a trace of pain in his chest while the rest of his body had turned numb. *T. Such power. It is much stronger than those huge monsters. Those were Rhodey's last thoughts before he fainted. Just before he fainted, he vaguely saw a figure popped out of the gravel and shot towards the mystic dragon. The figure was surrounded by a silver aura. The silver figure was like a shooting star, holding a long flaming sword. The large and small figures collided at each other and then Rhodey closed his eyes. He heard the continuous roars of the mystic dragon and then thought to himself, "This place will not collapse, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 128, Dragon Converter. Chapter 128, Dragon Converter. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Wuya's white linen robe was tattered and his hands were bloody as he tightly gripped his longsword. Despite slashing at Sphinx many tens of times, he was still unable to cut through Sphinx's curtain of light. After all, the lion was Protoss' mythological beast. Although its curtain of light was becoming dimmer, it still unwaveringly blocked the way. Wuya felt anxious with the thought that the Duke of the Tulip family had already gone in for half a day. However, Wuya knew that if he were to force his way in, there could only be two outcomes. The first would be Sphinx becoming exhausted and then Wuya could finally break through the boundary. The second would be that Wuya collapsed out of exhaustion. At present, the chances of Wuya collapsing first were much higher. However, Wuya would never give up. He had spent so much time and energy. He was finally so close to reviving His Majesty, the Mystic Dragon. How could he give up now? Woya gasped for breath. He only had single intention on his mind. That was the intention to fight. This time, Woya no longer rushed forward like the previous times. He held the dragon's fang longsword with 2 hands and glared at Sphinx as he slowly stepped forward. Before Woya could make that last strike, there was a loud trembling noise coming from the gate. The giant tree started to shake. Sphinx shouted, "Bastard! He is fighting again! That bastard human!" Woya did not understand what Sphinx was talking about, but he had already turned stiff with attention. It was because he also heard the roar that came from the gate. That was His Majesty, the Mystic Dragon. Has His Majesty awakened? Rhodey felt like he was suffocating. He could not help but push away the stones on his chest. Rhodey then shook his head and opened his eyes. He found himself buried under a messy pile of stones. He was unable to move his right hand. His right arm was most likely injured by the falling rocks. *T. Don't tell me, it's broken. Rhodey secretly cursed and pushed away the stones on his body with his left hand. Fortunately, the stones were small. Otherwise, without the fighting energy to protect him when he had fainted, the stones could have crushed him to death if they had been slightly larger. Rhodey staggered as he struggled to get up and found that his injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. He felt dizzy the moment he stood up, and it was as if his bones were not able to support his body. His legs weakened and he almost fell forward. His forehead was wet as blood continued to drip down his face. There were also numerous wounds on his body, especially his left leg that refused to move as commanded. Rhodey gritted his teeth as he endured the pain. His right hand could not move, so he used his left hand to hold the rubble and supported himself. At that moment, the gems in the cavern had already been scattered everywhere. Some of the gems had also already turned to powder. The mystic dragon was weak and collapsed in front. It was whimpering and seemed to be on the verge of dying. Blood flowed out of the cracked dragon scales. The dragon whimpered in a low moan and no longer looked angry. Its original fiery eyes had grown weak and had closed. Rhodey looked around, but he could not find Sky. He sighed as he had not expected the place to collapse due to the battle. The stone bells that were hanging on the ceiling had also fallen. The wall and the ceiling were filled with terrible cracks. With just the slightest movement, fragments of stones would crumble from above, and this made those who saw it feel uneasy. Rhodey carefully walked towards the mystic dragon. The mystic dragon suddenly opened its eyes and roared at Rhodey. Its roar was filled with deterrence and vigilance. However, its roar was very weak and could only intimidate. Rhodey sighed as he himself was on the verge of dying. Rhodey looked carefully and saw that the mystic dragon was severely injured. It had numerous wounds and cracked dragon scales on its body. One of its tremendous wings was also bleeding and there was a hole in it. The dragon was unable to stand up and could only lie down quietly while it bled. Will it die? Rhodey could not help but ask. Die? Andy's voice sounded out in his head. You must be kidding. This is the mystic dragon. If it could die that easily, do you think it would be sealed here? It is one of the most powerful life created by God and is immortal. Right now, it is seriously injured and exhausted. However, once it has regained a bit of strength, it would immediately move around actively. Rhodey then remembered the scene of the mystic dragon jumping out of the magma. He then gave a bitter laugh and said, "Well, I guess I should just hope that it does not recover. Otherwise, I would be dead." Andy suddenly laughed. "Boy. This time you are truly fortunate." "What? Dragon's blood." Andy's voice was as excited as a cat that had seen fish. "Dragon's blood is an extremely good thing. If you smear it on your body, you would be invulnerable." According to the legends, the sacred swordsmen and holy knights of the Roland continent liked to smear dragon blood on their weapons and shield as it was more effective than any other enhancement. Those weapons and shield would then be able to repel both physical and magical attacks. Rhodey glanced at the distant mystic dragon and smiled. "Do you mean that if I were to smear the dragon's blood all over my body, the mystic dragon would not be able to kill me when it recovers?" That being said, Rhodey walked up to the mystic dragon and said in a low voice, "Hey, mystic dragon, since you are not going to die and yet you are bleeding so much, then lend me some of your blood." The mystic dragon raised its head and roared. Rhodey was frightened and immediately retreated a few steps. After the dragon had finished its roar, it lowered its head. It no longer roared and could only snort through its nose, giving out a little bit of heat. Rhodey no longer hesitated and walked towards the mystic dragon. He took off his shirt and smeared the mystic dragon's blood all over his body. He could not reach his back, so he rubbed his back against the mystic dragon's wounds. The mystic dragon suddenly struggled a little and raised its head. It turned its head to Rhodey and roared loudly with its mouth wide opened. Rhodey was immediately alarmed and thought that he was doomed. This is Andy's fault. It is going to use its dragon's breath, and my bones would turn into ashes. Just when Rhodey was deep in his thoughts, the mystic dragon suddenly groaned painfully. It opened its big mouth to spurt out blood, instead of the scary dragon's breath. Rhodey felt as if a bucket of water was poured over him. He no longer needed to smear the dragon's blood over his body as he was completely soaked in the blood. The mystic dragon once again felt weak and lowered its head. However, its eyes were open as it unwilling looked at Rhodey. The dragon's blood that thoroughly soaked Rhodey's body had a nauseating stench. However, before Rhodey could vomit, he felt his wounds begin to itch. He looked down and saw that his injuries were starting to heal. The injuries all started to close up extremely quickly. In a short while, they were completely healed. This is amazing. Rhodey's eyes were wide open. This is even more effective than holy water. Of course. Boy, according to the legend, holy water is just magical water used as an offering to the gods. However, this is the blood of the dragon that challenged the gods. Rhodey closed his eyes. He started to feel warm and more comfortable as well as an itchy sensation all over his body. He could feel that he was regaining his strength. The pain in his chest had also gradually disappeared. He no longer felt like fainting from the pain when he breathed. How is it? Isn't dragon's blood good? Andy slowly spoke, there is something even better. Do you want it? What? Andy spoke with a strange interest, look at the mystic dragon. Its whole body is a precious treasure. Its scales can be used to make armor. When an armor made of the dragon's scales is compared to an armor enchanted by the greatest magician in the empire, the enchanted armor can only be considered as garbage. Besides that, there are also its fangs. You have already seen the sword made out of a dragon's fang used by Wuya. In the whole continent, you could not find a more powerful sword than that. In addition, there is the horn on its head, a bit weird, it is some kind of element that absorbs energy. It is definitely something good. As Andy spoke, his voice became odder. It was as if Andy was treating the mystic dragon as a lamb to be slaughtered. Andy paused for a moment and then he whispered to Rhodey, however, the biggest treasure is the mystic dragon itself. What do you mean? Boy, Andy's voice became serious. Do you remember your lightsaber? Lightsaber? Of course, Rhodey could remember it. The sword itself was very fragile, but when fighting energy was injected into it, the sword became an extremely sharp magic weapon. Rhodey remembered what Andy had said and what was written in Dondong's notes. The lightsaber relied on a strange gem on its hilt. The gem was something that could convert energy. Energy would pass through the gem, and the fragile sword would instantly become extremely sharp. What do you mean? Rhodey's mind stirred. Boy, right now, you are like that fragile lightsaber. If you want to become very sharp, this dragon is the best energy converting gem. You just need to get this dragon into your body. What? Put this dragon into my body? Rhodey suddenly jumped. Are you asking me to eat it? It is too big. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Dragon Converter, 2. Chapter 129, Dragon Converter, 2. Translator, Zenobi's editor. Eat it? Andy sounded helpless. I really wish I could stuff it inside your dumb head. Try and eat it. Idiot. You think it is some kind of livestock? The reason the mystic dragon is immortal is because its flesh is not normal. Its flesh was converted from energy. Using Master Dondong's words, it is an energy transformer. Energy transformer? Rhodey looked closely at the large monster in front of him and saw all the blood and scales. Are you saying that this dragon's body is created by using energy? But, even the fatty could only summon a shield and a hammer out of energy. Isn't it ridiculous for energy to be able to create flesh and blood? Andy sighed and replied, the conversion of energy is not so simple. For example, this dragon is now covered in wounds and is dying. However, once it regains a little bit of strength, it would immediately be able to heal itself. That is the effect of energy. Rhodey took a deep breath and stared at the large dragon in front of him. Then, this energy thing is really great. Andy then laughed. Boy, you really benefited a lot today. If you can turn this dragon into something like that gem on the lightsaber, you can become similar to that lightsaber. And what? Andy sounded proud as if his scheme had succeeded. Many years ago, Master Dandong had secretly traveled to the northern continent for an adventure. He was interested in dragons and had been researching them. Dragons are a topmost ranked mythological animal created by God. It was not much different from the other mythological beasts except for their saintly or demonic types. After Master had completed his research, he found a way to convert the energy of the saintly or demonic beasts. For this reason, he had collected a lot of magic stones that year. Unfortunately, all of his experiments failed. However, there was some progress for the dragons. If the method was not wrong, it should be possible to convert the dragon's energy. Master called this method the Dragon Transform Technique. Dragon Transform Technique? Andy's voice was very serious. Correct. Seriously speaking, this is just one of the energy converting methods created by Master. This method only works on dragons. Many years ago, Master had secretly caught a dragon to research it. Although the mystic dragon is the most powerful creature, it is still a dragon. This means that the method should work. Master was also very interested in the gods, but he never understood what was the meaning of gods. Now that I think about it, it is possible that the gods did not know how to kill a creature that is pure energy. As they cannot kill it, they could only seal it here. Perhaps, it is possible for Master's Dragon Transform Technique to make it disappear. Sky struggled from within the rubble. He felt like he was pinned down by something. That something was weighing down on his chest and made it difficult for him to breathe. He exerted himself and punched his way out. There was a loud exploding noise as a boulder of about 1,000 catty flew out. Sky then pushed away the rest of the rubble from his body and struggled to stand up. His body ached all over. His clothes, eyebrows, and hair were all burnt or singed. He sighed and whispered to himself, "How unlucky." After that, a white light appeared from his hands and wrapped around his body. Immediately, he appeared clothed in a new set of clothes. His eyebrows and hair also grew back rapidly. If a sorcerer were present, he would collapse from shock. That was because Sky had just used the strongest restoration magic, Reshape Origin. It was the same spell that had been used by the Black Veil Saint to heal Rhodey. The Black Veil Saint was terrifyingly powerful. Even then, she was exhausted by that spell because she could barely apply it. However, Sky used it so conveniently and effortlessly. Sky sighed and exclaimed, "Big Lizard. Are we still going to fight? Shall we have another round?" Sky suddenly paused as he saw a stunning scene. That kid stood in front of the mystic dragon. He stretched his left hand and gently pressed on its forehead. His eyes were still closed. His expression was solemn and serious, and he seemed to be whispering something. On the other hand, the violent mystic dragon was just lying there motionless. It no longer looked violent and seemed to be sobbing weakly like a gentle sheep. What is that kid doing? Is it a pacifying spell? Is he trying to tame the dragon? Is he crazy? This is not like training horses, cattle, or lions. This is a dragon. This is the most powerful dragons, the mystic dragon. As he thought of that, an even more surprising scene unfolded. The black dragon started to shine. The light became brighter and brighter until it was difficult for one to look straight at it. Even the figure of the dragon was hidden in the light and only its outline remained. The outline of the dragon then started to shrink, and was finally condensed into a stone, the size of a fist. Something is very wrong. The ball of light also became smaller as it was sucked in by the boy's left hand. Sure enough, the light soon disappeared. Sky's eyeballs almost popped out. That mystic dragon, that huge mystic dragon, such a huge monster just vanished right before his eyes. The mystic dragon that even the gods could not kill had just vanished. Sky could not help but gently bite his tongue to ensure his vision was real and that it was not a dream. Sky looked at the boy whose eyes were tightly closed and his left hand still stretched out. Sky then shouted as he rushed towards the boy. Rhodey stood there and could feel a lot of energy violently flowing in through his left hand. His whole left arm felt like it was being torn apart by the violent energy. He vaguely felt like his left arm was becoming bigger and heavier. He felt that his left arm was no longer his original one, and it seemed to have become 100 times bigger and 1,000 times heavier. When Rhodey opened his eyes, he saw that his left arm was still his left arm. It did not grow bigger. Rhodey then suddenly noticed a shadow flying towards him. As he was occupied, he stretched his hands forward to shield himself. There was a loud noise as Sky's obese body was thrown back like a flying arrow. He was thrown back more than 10 meters and crashed into a wall, creating a large pit several meters deep. Sky then climbed out of the pit, shook his head and dusted his body. He then roared at Rhodey, "Boy! What did you do? Where is that dragon? Where is that large lizard? Rhodey was still looking at his left hand in a daze. Hearing the roar, he looked up at Sky and slowly replied, I seem to have transformed it. Transformed? Sky stared at Rhodey as if a flower had just grown out of Rhodey's nose. He then jumped like a rabbit and shouted, Transformed? You transformed the dragon? What do you mean transform? How did you transform? Rhodey was at a loss. He raised his hand and carefully looked at it. Just transformed like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Rhodey staggered and fell down with a strange posture. Sky strode hurriedly to Rhodey but then remembered his earlier experience. He decided to stop several meters away from Rhodey. He looked at Rhodey, who was struggling on the ground, and shouted, Boy, what happened to you? You just said transform. What did you mean? Rhodey struggled to stand, but all this while his left arm felt as if it was pinned down by 1,000 boulders. The weight on his left arm not only made it difficult for him to stand up, he could barely lift his own arm. As a result, he was sitting on the ground with a strange posture that was leaning towards his left. He held his left arm with his right hand and, with great effort, lifted it up. What the hell? Rhodey cursed in a soft voice. He once again tried to stand up and subconsciously pushed with his left hand to support himself on the ground. He had only pushed just a little bit but heard a loud shattering noise. The ground below his body had cracked and the spot that was pressed on by Rhodey's left hand to support himself had sunk in. What the hell is going on? Rhodey screamed. How do I know? Sky stared at Rhodey. What happened to you? What did you do? Where is that dragon? What do you mean by transform? Rhodey gritted his teeth and stood up. He was sweating on his forehead out of exhaustion. He used his right hand to support his left arm so that he could stand upright. It was a very strange feeling. His right arm felt empty and light as usual. However, his left hand that had used the dragon transform technique felt unusually heavy. It was as if his left arm was suppressed by some powerful force. Andy had been laughing heartily all this while. He laughed so much that he was gasping for breath. Success! Success! Master's method is finally successful. Master's hypothesis is true. What? Don't tell me this method has never been tested? You made me do this without assurance? Rhodey exclaimed. Nonsense. Of course, it had never been tested. Have you ever heard of anyone transforming a dragon? That method was just Master's hypothesis. I did not expect it to actually work. Ha ha, the detestable skeleton gave another strange laugh. Rhodey did not know whether to feel happy or angry. Rhodey then saw Sky was still staring at him and he sighed. He tried to control his emotions and said, Mr. Sky, in simple words, I have transformed this dragon. In other words, this dragon is now inside my body. Sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Super Left Hand. Chapter 130, Super Left Hand. Translator, Zenobi's editor. While history was being made in the cavern, the battle between the snake and the lion had approached an end. Both Woya and Sphinx seemed to have reached their limit. One of them was the mystic dragon's ninth son, a mythical beast. The other was one of God's loyal guardian, a high-ranked mythological animal. At the moment, both of them were running out of energy. Woya's face, which was originally like cold jade, was starting to turn translucent. It was to the extent that his bones and blood vessels could be seen. The horrifying figure of half man and half skeleton could barely lift his dragon's fang sword. He just stared at Sphinx. Sphinx was still standing there, not moving. However, his roar no longer had any strength. The curtain of light had also turned dim and looked as though it would be broken by another attack. Wuya was also exhausted. He was unable to cope with another attack, as he had already used up the last ounce of his energy. You little snake! Are you still not going to give up? Sphinx shouted, you are already exhausted. Do you really intend to sacrifice yourself here? The mystic dragon is immortal, but you are not. Wuya panted as he grinned hideously. He stuck his sword into the ground and spoke in a strange voice, Sphinx. Aren't you exhausted as well? How much longer can you carry on with your energy? Today, I will chop off your head. After saying that, Wuya placed his hands close to his chest and sat down. He smiled and glanced at Sphinx for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes and mumbled in a language that nobody could understand. Suddenly, his clothes split open and scattered all over. A thin layer of scales gradually emerged on his naked body. The gray scales densely covered his body. It then spread to his neck and covered his face. Sphinx, do you think that I am at a dead end? Behold, the ninth son of the mystic dragon, Jormungandr. After that, Wuya closed his eyes again and his face contorted in pain. He then opened his mouth and gave a long and painful cry. You are shedding your skin again? Sphinx started to get nervous. Isn't this the ninth time? You are just a snake, you are not a real dragon. If you shed your skin the ninth time, you will die. Do you really want to die? Wuya did not reply but continued to scream in pain. The pain became even more severe as time passed. Finally, his skin started to make a weird and creepy sound. Stop! Stop, you snake! You are a snake and not a dragon. A mythical snake cannot shed his skin 9 times. Are you crazy? Sphinx roared as he shook his head nervously. Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and hissed. After that, the skin on his head started to peel and gradually spread to the rest of his body and revealed the soft and fair flesh underneath. All the bones in Wuya's body seemed to have disappeared, and his body twisted in a weird way. That kind of action was not what a human skeleton could do. The crack on his head was getting bigger, and a new head gradually wiggled out from the cracked skin on top of his head. Sphinx roared helplessly. He was just a guard. Although Wuya could not enter, he also could not leave the curtain of light. He could only watch Wuya work the dangerous magic in front of him. Sphinx suddenly noticed the unconscious Diane at the side. The already injured Diane was caught in the battle between Wuya and Sphinx. A shockwave from their fight had knocked her unconscious. Sphinx immediately shouted, "Hey! That person! Kara's people! Quick, wake up! Wake up now!" Perhaps it was the blessings of the gods. Diane gently frowned, her body trembled slightly and she slowly woke up. Sphinx continued to shout at her until she slowly opened her eyes. A trace of confusion could be seen in her eyes. The fellow from the Kara clan. Right now, that snake is shedding off its skin for the 9th time. If he succeeds, I will no longer be able to obstruct it. Now you must help me. Understand? Diane started to understand and struggled to stand up. She gasped for breath and asked, "What?" She turned around and saw Wuya's head coming out of the cracked skin. A layer of thin and terrifying scales could be seen coming out of his face. Its inner bright and red body was making a great effort to wriggle out. Ah! Diane was terrified at this spectacle and started to scream. Shut up! Foolish human! Sphinx roared loudly, "You must help me obstruct him. Go and hit him. Use your most powerful attack on him. The snake must not be disturbed while it is shedding its skin. You must stop him now." Diane clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails almost cut her palms. Listening to Sphinx's words, she gritted her teeth and gradually approached Wuya, who was molting. Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Diane. He gently opened his mouth and, with a whisper, shot out a knife. That knife was extremely fast. Before Diane could react, she was struck in the chest. Diane screamed as she fell backward. After Wuya exhaled, his body struggled faster, and the skin was starting to peel off faster. Sphinx continued to roar, but no matter how hard Diane struggled, she could not get up again. After some time, Wuya finally smiled coldly. The cold smile then turned into laughter. His laughter became louder and louder until the last layers of skin were peeled off. The more frightening thing was that the peeled-off human skin reverted back into the thorny scales of a snake. Finally, Wuya shouted loudly and slowly stood up in front of Sphinx. Wuya was naked and were covered with thick scales after his skin was completely peeled off. Even his cheeks were covered with black scales. His body emitted a violent pressure. Suddenly, Wuya pulled out the dragon's fang sword from the ground. The blade of the sword then immediately shot out a violent flame. That flame was much stronger than the ones he had wielded earlier. Sphinx! You are definitely going to die. Wuya sounded cold. You have forced me to shed off my skin for the last time. Although I do not have much life left after this, I am now twice as strong as I was earlier. The new me right now is enough to kill a mythological animal like you. Besides that, you are exhausted and do not have much power left. Let me see. How are you going to stop me now? Wuya took a deep breath and then suddenly shouted, "Go to hell, you stone-headed lion." Wuya moved like a meteor and suddenly appeared in front of Sphinx. His sword burned brightly as he slashed the curtain of light. The curtain of light immediately broke without a sound and the flaming sword continued to move as if it had never been blocked. The sword then ferociously slashed at Sphinx's head. Sphinx only had enough time to roar before its stone body broke and came crashing down. The Sphinx had turned into a pile of rubble. Wuya looked up to the sky and cried. His cry was filled with a mournful laughter. The flaming sword in his hands became even more intense. With one sweep, the rubble that was once the stone-headed sphinx had turned into dust. Wuya laughed coldly as he looked at Diane not far from him and said, "You of the Kara clan, when I come out, I will use your blood as a gift to His Majesty. Cherish the last moments of your life. When I revive His Majesty, his flames shall scorch the earth again." Just as Wuya was about to walk into the stone gate, he heard a languid voice. "Who the hell is so noisy out there? Hey boy, do you know him? Did he come here with you?" There was a loud explosion as the stone gate shattered. After that, the broken stones all flew out and a man with a large body stepped out. He was followed by a wobbly Rody. Rody's right hand was holding his left arm. He required great effort with every step he took. His face had turned red. He was leaning to his left and was walking awkwardly. When Wuya saw Rody, he was shocked for a moment. However, before Wuya could speak, the fatty had already started to ask, "Hey, you said something about His Majesty. Are you referring to that big lizard?" Wuya suddenly noticed that another person had come out from the stone gate and was at a loss. The Duke of the Tulip family coming out of the gate was expected. However, the fact that there was another person was beyond his imagination. "What big lizard? Who are you?" Sky did not reply and merely looked around. "Strange, where is that old lion? Where did he go? What are these broken stones on the ground?" Sky froze for a moment before jumping. "Oh. These stones were that old lion. How did he become a pile of broken stones? Did you kill him? You seem very powerful." Wuya coldly grunted and a thought flashed through his mind. Who cares about this man? First, kill him. The revival of His Majesty is paramount. Wuya moved like lightning. With a flash, he was already in front of the two of them. He immediately slashed them with the sword in his hand. Based on the Duke's original strength, Wuya knew that he would be able to cut him into two. However, someone reacted faster than Wuya could attack. Despite his figure, Sky had dodged extremely quickly. In his haste, he unintentionally went behind Rody. Rody did not react as quickly as Sky. Although he had been vigilant the moment he saw Wuya, Wuya was too fast for Rody. Just as Rody was about to dodge, Wuya's sword was already in front of him. Rody had hurriedly lowered his body to dodge. However, he had forgotten that his left hand was extremely heavy and lost his balance. He fell backward just in time for his left hand to be in front of him. He then heard a loud noise as a figure flew out. The figure flew a few tens of meters away and crashed into the woods. The crashing sound continued as the figure continuously crashed into more trees. The dragon's fang sword had dropped and was embedded into the ground. The flames coming out from the sword had also burned the grass on the ground. Rody felt his entire body shake but did not understand what had happened. He struggled to get up from the ground, and then he saw the dragon's fang sword stuck in the ground. Rody was at a loss when he looked at the scene. Diane was also shocked. She would not have believed it had she not seen that with her own eyes. She saw Wuya slashed Rody's left arm. She expected Rody to die from that. Even Sphinx, the mythological animal, was cut into pieces from that sword. However, at that instant, a fireball had burst out from Rody's left arm. That impact was so hard that Wuya flew tens of meters into the woods. Other than the left part of his clothes that was torn, the Duke of the Tulip family stood up looking as if nothing had happened. Rody looked at his left arm and could not help but ask, "What? What happened?" Sky, who was standing behind Rody, laughed. "So, this is it. This is really it. That big lizard is really in your body. The aura that you just emitted belonged to that big lizard." The fat Sky laughed as if he had just witnessed the world's most fun and interesting thing. While Rody was still confused, Andy, who had been laughing as well, finally stopped and said, "Boy. Look. Look at your left arm. Tear away your clothes and take a look." Rody ignored the skeleton's laughter and immediately tore away his left sleeve. The moment he looked at it, he immediately took a deep breath and whispered, "Huh? What is this?" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Mystic Dragon Purge. Chapter 131, Mystic Dragon Purge. Translator, Editor. A dragon. It looked like that mystic dragon, except that its head was much smaller, had been sketched into his arm. Its black body and skull looked so realistic. The wings looked like they would spread out and soar any instant. Even the flame from its mouth looked so real. The dragon was imprinted on Rody's arm. Rody gently stroked the skin with the imprint on his arm and did not find anything different from before. However, he vaguely felt some strange movements under the skin. Rody wondered if it was a psychological effect. A roar came from the woods as Wuya rushed out. He then looked at Rody with disbelief. Impossible, this is impossible. Wuya suddenly shouted, how could I be defeated by a human? How could the great Jormungandr lose to a human? With an angry roar, Wuya's aura became more and more violent. His whole body seemed to emit flames. He was so angry that he became irrational. Both his eyes had turned red, and his eyeballs were no longer visible, as if the eyes had become a pair of fireballs. Die! Wuya roared. His body floated in the air as he created 2 fireballs from his hands. He then shot them at Rody. The 2 fireballs flew like arrows towards Rody as they left behind trails of flame. Wuya did not stop there. He continuously created more fireballs and shot them all at Rody. Very interesting. Sky was excited as he jumped in front of the fireballs. His fat body acted as a barrier for Rody and blocked all the fireballs. His body was wrapped in a white light, disintegrating the fireballs and scattering the sparks. Wuya continued to rage and roar. Countless fireballs continued to shoot out, causing a series of non-stop explosions. Sky's figure could no longer be seen. Finally, the explosions stopped. Wuya's body shook as he had consumed too much power in that attack. His heart almost stopped when he saw the aftermath after the smoke scattered and dissipated in mid-air. Floating in the air was a dazzling white light ball. Sky spread out his hands to suspend the ball in the air. Sparks streaked from the surface of the light ball. Sky then laughed loudly. Interesting. You are good. You really have some abilities. Wuya's face had turned so red that it looked like he almost bled. He was desperate and had recklessly used his energy earlier. After all, he was not a dragon. Earlier, he had risked his life and used energy beyond his limits, placing an extreme demand on his body. He felt as if there were several forces in his body tearing him apart, and he could no longer control his energy. Wuya knew very well that he only had a large mythical snake body, but he was using the dragon beast's spiritual dragon transform. That was a crazy move. Now, if he loses control, he would explode and die. Also, that reckless attack had pushed him into a situation far beyond his ability to handle. Now, he could feel the power in his body becoming more violent, like a wild horse that's out of control. The fat man who was floating could not be human. That earlier attack was not something the mythological animals could endure. Ever since Wuya had used the spiritual dragon transformation, he became 2 times more powerful. With such power, Sphinx had been demolished in his earlier attack. However, the human had effortlessly withstood all his attacks. Wuya suddenly gave a cruel smile. His smile was ruthless and desperate. You all! Do you think you can humiliate me, the great Jormungandr? You are just lowly humans. I will show you the consequences. I will send you all to hell. Wuya suddenly took a deep breath. As he inhaled, the surrounding air moved rapidly. It was as if he was inhaling everything from the surroundings. Wuya opened his eyes and stared as his body inflated like a balloon. Rody and Sky were stunned as they watched Wuya's body become whiter and taller. Finally, Wuya grew to over 10 meters in height and was about as large as the giant monsters in the forest. However, his body was also covered in a mass of red lights and emitted a buzzing sound. Are you all ready? Humans, are you all prepared to die? His voice roared from the sky like the giant god of ancient times. Sky not only saw that Wuya had become large. He also faintly felt Wuya's aura becoming more and more violent. Wuya's energy continued to rise insanely. Finally, Sky had started to turn pale. He realized that Wuya's energy was becoming more unstable and uncontrolled. As Sky was proficient in domain force, he understood what this meant. That guy is betting his life. Sky had a strong domain and could be considered one of the strongest in the world. It was not a problem for him to fight with a legendary monster, but it would be an entirely different matter when fighting against a legendary monster with a suicidal mindset. At the end of the day, Sky was still a human. He did not have an immortal body like these mythological beasts and monsters. Besides that, the power of people with strong domain was only close to gods. They were not gods. Even a real god might have problems defending himself against the explosion of energy from this dying snake. The powerful Sphinx's death was a good example. If Wuya were to unleash his energy, it would be powerful enough to kill Sky. Sky could tell that Wuya was currently not weaker than the dragon he had been fighting for hundreds of years. An even more frightening fact was that Wuya was rational and intelligent. On the other hand, the mystic dragon did not show any signs of intelligence or wisdom and merely relied on instincts. It was merely a mythical beast that he fought for fun. Jormungand, Fong of the Pit, and the ninth son of the mystic dragon had finally demonstrated his most powerful moment. Although he was only the ninth son of the mystic dragon, he was conscious and had a sense of self. After breaking out of the seal placed by the gods, he had returned to being the terrifying monster that had fought alongside the mystic dragon during the war with the gods thousands of years ago. In comparison, the mystic dragon may have been Wu Ya's creator, but he was not revived properly by Sky. As a result, the mystic dragon had become a mindless mythical beast. It could not unleash its full power and was much weaker than the mystic dragon from the legends, as it could only fight by its instincts. Its power was probably only 1/10 of its original strength. Sky started to get tense. Although he was arrogant, he knew he must not be careless, especially against an opponent who was his equal. This monster may be only just as powerful as the dragon, but he knows how to fight intelligently. Wu Ya felt an intense pain course through his body. The severe pain threatened to wash away his last thread of consciousness. Wu Ya understood that the energy had reached the limits of what he could control. Wu Ya slowly opened his mouth and spat out in a low and clear voice. Yuan times. These words were as loud as thunder as they hammered on the eardrums of the people there. Sky then shouted, "What did he say? What language is that?" Diane, who was lying down on the ground, suddenly shouted a reply, "He is speaking in the dragon's language." "What?" Sky's eyes widened and asked. "What dragon language? What did he say?" Diane showed an agonized expression and said, "I don't know. I don't understand it. However, I could recognize that it is in the dragon's language. His words are probably a dragon's incantation. **T. Sky cursed. After living in that cave for several hundred years, he did not expect to meet such a powerful person the first day he walked out. Diane's expression became more agonized. Wu Ya's words in the dragon language were like needles piercing her heart. Sky took a deep breath. As he had a strong domain skill, he only felt extremely uncomfortable from Wu Ya's words. However, he did not feel any kind of pain, unlike Diane. He was about to spread out his domain to challenge Wu Ya when he heard a painful groan behind him. Turning around, he saw Rodi suddenly shout. Rodi's face was distorted as he pulled his hair and ears. Rodi trembled as if he had gone crazy, and his face was filled with pain. Sky went to Rodi's side and tried to pull him up. Just as he stretched out his hand, Rodi suddenly showed a trace of anger and had a stern expression. He then waved his left hand to ferociously knock away Sky's hand. Sky felt like he was hit by a powerful force and was knocked to the side. A thought flashed in his mind. **T. His left hand. Rodi suddenly roared loudly. His voice was like a dozen thunders and was loud enough to drown Wu Ya's words in the dragon language. When he roared, Diane felt like her head was being hammered and blacked out. Rodi's expression was distorted. He looked confused and at a loss. Wu Ya's dragon language had caused the mystic dragon in his body to stir. As the incantation continued, the dragon energy in Rodi's arm was aroused. Rodi could hear thousands of voices screaming in his mind. It was as if a large hand had grabbed his soul and pulled it out. Finally, he also lost consciousness. However, this was only what happened in Rodi's mind. For everyone else, Rodi now had a different appearance. With a twisted face, Rodi stood there and staggered. As if his body was out of his control, he stepped forward rigidly. His irises could no longer be seen, his eyes were now just two white spheres. Wu Ya had finally finished the incantation in dragon language and suddenly roared. Two hands stretched out into the air to create two large balls of light. He then brought his hands together to combine the two balls. Wu Ya then opened his mouth and breathed fire into the ball of light. Suddenly, the flaming ball of light flew towards Rodi. Rodi stood at his original position and did not seem to be conscious. He laughed wildly for one moment and then roared the next moment. The moment the ball of light was in front of him, Rodi stretched out his left hand and blocked it. He roared as his body was pushed back a few meters, dragging the ball of light in his hands as he went. A short distance away, Sky had gotten back up and was floating in the air. When he was knocked back by Rodi's left hand, he was thrown about 10 meters away. He had crashed through the bushes and onto the ground to form a deep hole. Before he could dust off the dirt and leaves from his body, he saw a scene that surprised him. Rodi suddenly threw back that huge ball of light that was bigger than his body. The huge Wu Ya cried out. He deflected the ball of light with his giant hands. The flaming ball of light crashed into the forest. A huge fiery explosion appeared at a distant point in the forest. The explosion had knocked down rows of trees. Rhodey then looked up and laughed heartily. He laughed crazily and slowly stretched out his left hand as though he was pulling something with it. Rhodey's laughter gradually stopped and a black aura had gathered at his left hand. The aura became denser and denser before it burst. After that, it transformed into a black flame. Black sparks started to appear as Rhodey showed a strange sneer. He then said something that Sky could not understand. Sky suddenly realized. This boy is speaking in the dragon's language. The following scene almost made Sky's eyeballs pop out. The black flames in Rhodey's hands became larger and more powerful. Finally, with a loud blast, a black fiery dragon appeared out of the flames in Rhodey's hands. The black fiery dragon opened its mouth and roared as it carried the black flames with it and shot towards Wuya. The black fiery dragon carried the black flames with it, and wherever it went, the grass and trees immediately turned to ash, without leaving any residue. Wuya gave a terrified roar. He just had enough time to put up a huge curtain of light in front of him when the black dragon with the black flames crashed into it. With a loud boom, Wuya's curtain of light collapsed. The black fiery dragon hit Wuya's body and passed right through it. Wuya gave a blood-curdling scream. His body grew slightly larger before exploding with a shower of blood. His large body was totally destroyed. Sky suddenly shouted, "SH*T!" Out of the corner of his eye he spotted Diane that was lying down on the floor. His body then flashed for a moment before he disappeared and then reappeared beside Diane. He covered himself and Diane in a white light before the explosion hit them both. The earth shook fiercely. Wuya had exploded and formed a crater that was 10 meters large. Within this crater, all the plants had already become ashes and could only be seen as a dark-colored dust on the ground. Rhodey stood in place and his face gradually became calmer. He then closed his eyes and slowly collapsed. Sky sighed as the light covering their bodies faded. He looked at the girl and then he looked at the crater. He took a deep breath and murmured, "My God. How did this kid become so powerful?" The girl at his feet suddenly trembled. She groaned and opened her eyes. When she saw Sky standing beside her, she screamed in fear and shrank back. Sky spat and hatefully said, "Little girl, if it was not because I saved you, you would not even have any bones left right now." Diane's expression slightly changed. She looked around and trembled. "Wu, where is Wuya? Are you talking about that big snake?" Sky pursed his lips and said, "Everywhere." "Ah." Diane's expression changed, and she started to scream again. "He has already turned to ashes," Sky closed his eyes and said, with an enigmatic look. When he saw Diane's blank expression, his enigmatic look faded. He then excitedly explained what had happened, but was shouting and dancing around at the same time. Yes. That was what happened. The dragon was this big, black color, in the end it caused this crater. Sky opened his arms and tried to form a circle with it. Diane's expression became heavier the more she heard, and finally, she became frightened. She trembled thinking of something terrible and after a while, she muttered in a low voice, "It's the mystic dragon. He has become the mystic dragon. He must have used the legendary dragon's most powerful magic. Mystic Dragon Purge." Diane's face turned pale. She suddenly clasped her hands together in front of her chest and murmured, "Great Kara. Is the reappearance of the mystic dragon the intention of the heavens? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, The Truth of Gods and Demons. Chapter 132, The Truth of Gods and Demons. Translator, Editor. Sky could not be bothered about why the girl was fearful. He looked at the two people near him. One of them had fainted and the other was half dead. Sky sighed and told Diane to stay put and not to go anywhere. He then re-entered the hole in the tree and went to the pond with the holy water. He summoned a ball of light to hold the holy water and then carried it out. As soon as he came out, he saw that the girl had already crawled to the side of the unconscious Rhodey. However, the girl had a strange expression. Something is wrong. She has a murderous expression. Sure enough, the girl lifted the dragon fong sword that was left by Wuya and fiercely plunged it down at Rhodey's neck. Sky gave a supercilious look inside. He then heard that girl scream, as she dropped the sword on the ground. Diane was thrown off and fell forcefully on the ground. "Idiot," Sky spoke as he slowly walked forward. After that, he laughed and said, "I must tell you that this boy had smeared the blood of the mystic dragon all over his body when he was in there. Now he is extremely powerful. He is probably the strongest human in existence. Even I am not as strong as him. A normal sword would not be able to harm him. This dragon fong sword might be capable of harming him, but you are too weak to use it. In your hands, the Dragon Fong sword is no different compared to a piece of scrap iron. Diane was speechless. She trembled as she looked at Sky with a face full of fear. Sky then squinted his eyes and smiled. Well, girl. Tell me. Why do you want to kill this boy? Diane's expression hardly changed. She did not dare to look at Sky's face and replied in a soft voice, I must kill him. He has now transformed into the mystic dragon. I cannot let him leave this valley alive. The Silver Moon clan follows the order of the true god Kara to guard this valley. We must absolutely not let the mystic dragon reappear in this world. Sky pursed his lips and asked, You speak of Kara? Are you one of Kara's clansmen? You all guard this valley? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Only you people believe in Kara's words. Diane raised her eyebrows. She wanted to refute Sky but she was not able to. Sky laughed and continued, you think I am wrong? In that case, let me ask you. Why are you all guarding this valley? According to the actual myths and legends, the mystic dragon was sealed here by Protoss. Kara was a mortal enemy of Protoss. Why are you helping Protoss guard this place? Diane froze for a moment. Looking lost, she replied, I don't know. However, this is the true god Kara's command, and it is absolutely not wrong. The great Kara is never wrong. Sky pursed his lips and thought to himself. Another stupid religious person. He then coldly said, You said that you're Kara. I mean, the Silver Moon clan guards this valley? In this case, can you answer my earlier questions? Others may not know the answer, but I know the answer to that question. Know what? Diane involuntarily asked. Sky laughed and asked back, Little girl, will you believe me if I tell you that your bullshit true god Kara is a liar and a despicable coward? Diane became angry and shouted, Shut up. You are being blasphemous. The great god Kara will smite you. Sky showed a meaningful smile as he mumbled, Blasphemous. I have not heard this word for hundreds of years. The last time I was called a blasphemer was by someone who worshipped Protoss. Now, even someone who worships Kara called me a blasphemer. Ha ha. His expression then changed and he coldly asked, Girl, let me ask you then. Those people that worship Protoss say that Kara is the devil. In your words, they have been blasphemous to your god every day. Why hasn't Kara smitten them with lightning? Diane was speechless. Sky suddenly laughed, Can't answer? Your mouth does not say it, but your heart is definitely puzzled. Ha ha ha. Are you starting to doubt? Your devotion to your bullshit Kara is starting to waver, right? Diane's expression changed drastically as she shouted, Shut up. Shut up. Sky laughed for a moment and then he said, Little girl, let me tell you the reason. He paused for a moment and then spoke in a profound voice, The truth is, your Kara and Protoss were associates. They were treacherous guys. However, because they were not satisfied with the division of the spoils, they became enemies. Diane cried out again and again, Nonsense. Nonsense. Don't believe? Let me explain to you. Sky showed a malicious smile and squatted beside Diane. He then stretched out his finger and drew two circles. Look. This is the northern Roland continent, and this is the southern Radiant continent. Girl, listen properly. I will now tell you the real history and truth of the God and Devil War thousands of years ago. Listen properly. Thousands of years ago, Protoss and Kara ruled the continents together. However, they were both gods. Protoss overlooked the Roland continent while Kara overlooked what you all know now as the Radiant continent. However, for some reason, Protoss created the mystic dragon. Sigh. This is what you call looking for trouble. Creation is fine. After all, humans were also created by God. There was nothing wrong with creating another creature. However, the strange thing was that the mystic dragon created by Protoss was special. In short, the mystic dragon was powerful. Sky's expression was serious as he continued, extremely powerful. It was so powerful that its strength was equal to the gods. Nobody knows the actual reason Protoss created such a powerful being. However, I suspect it is because Protoss was envious of Kara's territory. Protoss knew that he could not defeat Kara, so he decided to create a creature to help him. After that, the most amusing farce happened. The creation of the mystic dragon was successful and the mystic dragon was extremely powerful. However, it was too strong, and Protoss could not control it. Just think for yourself. Wouldn't it be terrible if you had created something to help you, but it betrayed you instead? Protoss was helpless and could not defeat the mystic dragon on his own. Finally, he had no choice but to ask Kara for help. Originally, Kara did not care as he and Protoss never saw eye to eye. However, the Mystic Dragon not only caused trouble at the Roland continent but also at the Radiant continent. Therefore, Kara decided to work together with Protoss to defeat that Mystic Dragon. Protoss had gathered his own mythological animals. There were the God of Light, God of War, God of the Sun. Basically, there were a lot of gods. Kara also gathered his own mythical beasts. The Mystic Dragon was not stupid. When Protoss created it, he followed the image of the dragon. As a result, the Mystic Dragon became the leader of the dragons. The Mystic Dragon then gathered the dragons and rebelled against the gods and Kara. It fought against Protoss and Kara for a long time. Although the Mystic Dragon was powerful, the other dragons were too weak. Those dragons may be powerful compared to humans, but they were extremely weak when compared to Protoss and Kara. Some of the dragons were unable to defeat the mythical beasts and mythological animals, and so, the Mystic Dragon searched for another method. Diane was already engrossed and could not help but ask, what was the method? Sky laughed as his two fat cheeks shook. He then whispered, creation. Sky took a deep breath and then he continued seriously, the Mystic Dragon was really extraordinary. Not only could he rival the power of the gods, he also had the power to create lives. He created 9 subordinates, known as the Mystic Dragon's 9 children. Initially, I did not know who that guy we saw earlier today was. However, I remembered the name Jormungandr. He should be one of the 9 children of the Mystic Dragon. His 9 children were powerful. Each of them was as powerful as the mythological animals and mythical beasts. That resulted in both parties fighting and the battle lasted for a few hundred years. Finally, Protoss and Kara had to work together to outdo the Mystic Dragon. In the end, they killed almost all of its 9 children. The Mystic Dragon survived but was also badly defeated. Legends said that Kara and the Mystic Dragon fought a duel in the sky. The battle was so ferocious that they almost pierced the sky. Kara and the Mystic Dragon both suffered severely. The Mystic Dragon was captured and Kara was badly injured. Your Kara wasn't just not a good person, he was also definitely not smart. He was obviously used as cannon fodder, dispensable, by Protoss, but he still fought recklessly with the Mystic Dragon. When the Mystic Dragon was caught, they also caught Jormungandr, the large snake. However, the Mystic Dragon was too strong and could not be killed. As a result, they decided to seal it and let it sleep forever. The place it was sealed in is this place. Jormungandr was then stripped of its sense of self-awareness and became a mindless mythical beast. He was then also thrown into this valley and became the servant of the gods. Wait, Diane was engrossed in listening to the story and could not help but ask, why is it here? This is the Radiant continent and is part of the true god Kara's territory. Why did they seal Protoss Mystic Dragon in Kara's territory? Sky smiled and replied, this? Let me tell you. This was an agreement between the two parties. If Kara were to help Protoss defeat the Mystic Dragon, Protoss would be willing to give up the Roland continent and would no longer bother about what happens in the world. That would mean that both continents would belong to Kara. Ignoring Diane's expression, Sky continued to laugh. However, Kara was too simple-minded. How could Protoss give up his own territory so easily? After all, the reason he created the Mystic Dragon was to help him fight against Kara. As Kara was injured after the reckless battle against the Mystic Dragon, Protoss took this as an opportunity. Then, the rest was almost just like what the legend of your Kara clan stated. Protoss brought his clansmen from the north to attack the Kara clan and occupied the Radiant continent. Unlike Protoss, Kara himself was dying, and he could not assist his clansmen. The result, in just a few decades, the continent in the south was occupied by Protoss, and your god Kara was defeated and captured by the northern gods. I do not know the specific details, but the Protoss teachings say that the god of sun, the god of war, and the other gods had used their greatest powers to vanquish the devil Kara. Finally, when Kara was gone, the Kara clan was also almost wiped out. Diane grieved as she heard about the history of her clan's extinction. Sky then waved his hands and happily laughed. What happened after that was really funny. Protoss was contented as long as both continents belonged to him and all the people in this world were his worshippers. However, the Protoss humans started to cause trouble. The people from both the southern and the northern continents started to cause trouble. Suddenly, Protoss worshippers divided into 2 factions. Both factions claimed to be the most devout believers and accused the other of distorting Protoss' will. A minor dispute like this could easily be solved by Protoss himself. But at that point in time, the gods were almost finished. First, he fought with the Mystic Dragon for several hundred years. Then he fought with Kara for more than 100 years. Some of the gods were dead, some injured and some hid themselves to nurse their wounds. Gods and humans were different. If a human were injured, he could recover within several months. If a god were injured, he would not recover for a very long time. Just like your Kara, he was injured after fighting with the mystic dragon and could not recover even after 100 years. Finally, in the 100 Years battle, Kara was killed by Protoss. By that time, Protoss' situation was similar to Kara's. The gods on his side were also injured and half dead. There were some gods who had actually died. As a result, the human world plunged into chaos. As I have said earlier, the two divided factions called themselves the true believers and accused the other of being false believers. The elders from both factions were also unable to contact their masters, causing panic among them. Since their gods could not speak and guide them, the humans started to fight. The war between the two factions, which started thousands of years ago, lasted till this day. Both the people from the northern Roland continent and the southern Radiant continent believed that they worshipped the true god while accusing the other of being heathens. I grew up in the Roland continent and later moved to the Radiant continent. I never liked disputes and never cared about gods or devils. However, I was interested in those exciting stories. I found a lot of information from the ancient secret scriptures of the northern gods and the southern gods. I had also investigated a lot of historical artifacts to piece together this story. Before I entered this mountain, Sky thought for a moment, shook his head and continued, I cannot remember, anyway, that was a few hundred years ago. Then, I followed the legend and found this mountain, and I wanted to see how powerful the mystic dragon was. I did not really care about all things in this world, except strange things. The continent in the north was divided into several smaller countries, but they still worshipped the same god. On the other hand, the continent in the south grew much more powerful. The Radiant Empire was then founded and expanded southwards. I believe that if the Radiant Empire was able to unite the continent, they would be able to fight the people in the north. Without waiting for the gods to recover from their injuries, the humans started another war. Truly chaotic times. Sky spat as he spoke. Diane was so fascinated by the story that she had forgotten to rebuke Sky for disrespecting Kara. After that, Sky sighed and suddenly spoke again. Now, I do not know what is going on in the outside world. Has the Radiant continent defeated the Roland continent? Do they have the same religion now? Diane opened her mouth, but before she could speak, they suddenly heard a gentle voice say, not yet. The southern continent is still the southern continent and the northern continent is still the northern continent. The two factions are also still there and continue to fight. However, the Radiant Empire that you mentioned is almost finished. Both Diane and Sky jumped up in surprise. They turned to look at the person who spoke. Sky then said, boy, when did you wake up? I did not even notice. Rhodey showed an agonized expression as he rubbed his head and replied, I have been awake for a while, but my whole body feels painful. I think my bones are broken. What happened just now? Where is Wu Ya? Did you fight him off? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Fatty leaves the mountain. Chapter 133, Fatty leaves the mountain. Translator, Editor. With the super strong Fatty with them, the journey back was smoother. All the large monsters and mythical beasts ran away after they were beaten up by Sky. Rhodey did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the large monsters that were 10 meters tall running away from someone shorter and fatter than himself. He had some regrets not leaving Sky back in the cavern. However, Andy told him that he absolutely must take Sky along, as Sky would be a great helper. How many people in this world have a strong domain? At first, the Fatty was not willing to leave. Rhodey did not understand why Sky would rather sleep in that cavern and not leave. Sky did not want to leave, especially after learning that the Radiant Empire was waging war everywhere. He did not want to see people kill one another. However, Andy thought of a way and made Rhodey secretly tell Sky about his adventures as an imposter of the Duke of the Tulip family. When Rhodey was only halfway through with what he intended to say, Sky's eyes lit up and then he whispered, very interesting. How could I miss watching such an interesting masquerade? He then had to break his vow to never leave the mountains. Sky was someone who loved strange things. Hundreds of years ago, in order to learn more about the legendary mystic dragon, he gave up his comfortable life and went into that valley. He then messed around with the mystic dragon for a few hundred years. Even after that mystic dragon was gone, he intended to stay in that cavern. He had no intention of leaving because the war and the killing in the outside world upset him. However, Rhodey's story piqued his curiosity and prompted him to leave. Rhodey did not understand why his body did not seem to have any strength. He had to rely on Diane to help him walk. Rhodey did not have a single injury on his body, but he felt extremely weak. Along the way, Sky used up all the energy he had conserved for several hundred of years to beat up the large monsters. However, Rhodey was pitifully leaning against Diane's body for support. All along the way, Diane looked at Rhodey with a strange expression. Her cold eyes made Rhodey feel strange. Finally, Sky took Diane to a side and told her directly, "Girl, I have already told you that you can't kill him. Forget your stupid mission. Even if that is the mystic dragon, from my point of view, it is just an overgrown lizard. Why are you glaring at the boy? Even if he has possessed the big lizard, if he were to cause trouble in future, I will just beat the crap out of him." Sky glared at her angrily, and soon, her intentions had disappeared. While all of that was happening, there was a falling out within the Flame Tribe. In the tribal meeting that day, they had all come prepared to quarrel in front of the tribal chief. The tribes that were arguing were simple-minded. They had spent the previous night thinking of various ways to scold and curse so that they could lambaste their opponents during the tribal meetings. However, on that day, they had found that the tribal chief had gone missing. The Flame Tribe started to panic. They searched for an entire day but could not find the tribal chief. The guards of the village gate also swore that they did not see the tribal chief leave. In addition, the guard who was guarding the tribal chief's room was struck unconscious by someone. Finally, Wu Yu, who was proficient in the Empire's language, found out that the Duke of Tulip family had also gone missing, leaving behind only his guard, Rant. The mountain people immediately surrounded Rant. They had always been hostile to the Empire, and now they believed that it was one of the Empire's plots. They decided to just capture Rant first. Rant was also a rash person. The moment he saw the surrounding people pointing their weapons at him, he was also prepared to fight. However, Rant thought about it carefully and knew that he would not be able to fight against so many people. Besides that, he was also worried about the young master's whereabouts. He then roared loudly, "Are you trying to bully me with so many people? Wasn't the mountain people supposed to be brave and strong? If you have the skills, fight me one-on-one." The mountain people did not understand Rant's words. Fortunately, Wu Yu was present and also influential within the tribe. Immediately, he called everybody to get their attention and then translated Rant's words. The mountain people were stunned. They then realized that they had 180 people on their side while their opponent was alone. That was really bullying and not the style of the mountain people. Several well-known warriors of the tribes then declared loudly that they would duel so as to not tarnish their dignity. Rant was tall and stout. He was a head taller than most of the mountain people. A lot of those mountain people were simple-minded. When they saw that Rant was towering above them, they did not dare come forward to challenge him. That was because if they were to lose, they would ruin the good name of the mountain people. However, there were still a few mountain warriors who were huge and sturdy. They were comparable to Rant. They were ready to challenge Rant. Immediately, the mountain people recommended a huge man to come out. That person first put down his bow. He then took off his fur jacket and revealed his muscular body. After that, he picked up a spear and readied himself in front of Rant. Rant did not bother being polite. How could such an untrained person be able to defeat him? In front of the other mountain warriors, Rant kicked that warrior out. He smashed into a side of the wooden wall and did not get up again. After that, a few more of the mountain warriors went up to challenge Rant, and they were also defeated. Rant could be considered a high-ranked warrior in the Empire. Mere muscular men would not be able to defeat him. Besides that, Rant had also shown mercy and did not use any fighting energy. After about 7 or 8 people were defeated, nobody else stepped forward to challenge him. That was not because the mountain warriors were timid. However, the reason was the warriors that Rant had defeated were the top warriors of the tribe. If even the strongest had already lost, it would be meaningless to step up and make a fool of themselves. The Flame Tribe felt helpless, but they refused to mob Rant. Otherwise, they would lose face for bullying Rant. The people from the other tribes had originally objected to the Flame Tribe from dueling with Rant. They were scolding and laughing at the Flame Tribe, who claimed to be the strongest of the mountain tribes, for being defeated by just one person from the Empire. Wu Yu had also become angry. Only the shaman of the Flame Tribe remained calm and ordered a group attack. Even if they would later be ridiculed by the other tribes, it would be better than making a fool of themselves right then. Rant saw the mountain warriors aimed their longbows at him. Rant knew that their arrowheads had been smeared with a special kind of drug. Rant had witnessed it before, even a bear would immediately collapse when shot by such an arrow. Rant was desperate and had given up hope. He knew that the final moment for him to show loyalty to the Empire and the Duke had come. It was at that moment that the situation changed. A mountain warrior ran in from outside in a panic. He ran to the shaman and shouted something. Rant did not understand a word he said, but the warrior's expression looked as if he had just seen a ghost. The more the shaman heard, the angrier he became. He cursed and then he brought everybody out of the village. The moment they reached the entrance of the village, they heard a loud crash as the thick gate of the village toppled down. Amidst the flying dust, they saw a large monster that was several meters tall. The mountain warriors doubted their eyes but eventually realized that they were looking at an actual giant. The giant held a huge hammer in its hands, and his roar was as loud as thunder. It then raised the hammer and smashed the wall in front of him. Half of the wall was totally smashed. The mountain people may be courageous, but after all, they were just normal people. When they saw the legendary monster of the mountains, they immediately retreated. After that, they looked carefully and saw some people sitting on the shoulder of the giant. Sky was riding on the shoulder of the monster as he laughed wildly. After that, he shouted, "Interesting. Why have I not thought of something so amusing before?" Sky proudly looked at Diane and Rhodey beside him. He then looked at the scared mountain people and commanded the large monster to walk forward. The monster did not understand Sky's language. He was just caught and forced to carry the three of them through the forest. The method Sky used to command the monster was simple. Whenever Sky had the slightest dissatisfaction with the monster, he would kick it. After getting kicked, the monster would scream and act obediently. Along the way here, Rhodey saw that the large monster was used like a horse inside. He really did not know whether bringing such an unruly person to the world was a good idea or not. Initially, they had wanted to use the secret entrance to return to the village. However, Sky lost his temper. He said that he had been exploring tunnels for hundreds of years. Since he had come out of the cavern, he refused to move through tunnels like a rat anymore. As a result, Sky caught a monster and left for the canyon, which was full of spiders. All along the way, Sky threw fireballs at the spiders. The spiders were burned and they fled. After leaving the canyon, he headed toward the Flame Tribe. From a distance, Sky saw Rant standing on a wooden platform in front of a wooden house and asked Rhodey, "Boy, is he your companion?" Sky noticed Rhodey nodding and then he kicked the large monster. The monster felt the pain and hurried towards Rant. Most of the mountain people fled. However, there were a few courageous people who picked up their bows and shot arrows at the large monster. The monster was Sky's toy and therefore, he would definitely not allow those arrows to hurt it. Before the arrows could reach the monster, they were blocked by balls of light emitted by Sky. Seeing these, the mountain people screamed, believing that the monster was the evil of the mountains. Rant was standing on a wooden platform which was on a higher terrain than the mountain people on the ground. He could see a person on the shoulder of the large monster waving at him. Recognizing the person as His Excellency the Duke, he immediately jumped down from the wooden platform and ran towards the monster. Sky fiercely kicked the head of the monster. The monster growled and then knelt down before fainting. Sky, Rhodey, and Diane then jumped down from the shoulder of the monster. The surrounding mountain people finally saw that the person who jumped down from the shoulder of the monster was the Empire's messenger. They became frightened and confused. Finally, Wu Yu regained his composure and shouted loudly, "Duke of the Empire! What are you doing?" Rhodey looked somewhat apologetic and said, "Sorry, we wanted to enter the village but the guards could not understand us. So, we had to force our way in." The other mountain people saw the monster kneeling on the ground and one of their own people talking to the other party. They then slowly and carefully approached as they held their weapons tightly. The mountain people were very noisy. In the midst of the noise, that wiser shaman walked up to Wu Yu and whispered something. After that, Wu Yu immediately asked, "Duke, where is our tribal chief?" Rhodey's face had an awkward expression and he did not know how to reply. He could not just tell them, "Your tribal chief was transformed from a monster and I have killed him." These mountain people had regarded Wu Ya as their god. If he had really told them that, they would end up fighting desperately. However, before Rhodey could speak, Sky stood out and answered, "Your tribal chief had entered that canyon and was killed by this monster. He was eaten. We have captured this monster to take revenge for your tribal chief." Sky had spoken quickly and impatiently. As a result, Wu Yu took some time to process and understand those words. When he finally understood Sky's words, he jumped and shouted, "Nonsense! Nonsense! How could the tribal chief die?" Wu Yu then relayed Sky's answer to the shaman in their language. The shaman was also shocked. The surrounding mountain people started to shout again. Sky impatiently pulled Rhodey and whispered, "Why waste time explaining to these people? They would always interpret it wrongly. Let's just take your companion and leave." Rhodey sighed and summoned Rant to come to him. At that time, the mountain people shouted in unison. They then aimed their bows and arrows at Rhodey and the others, who were standing in the middle. Wu Yu shouted again, "Duke! Speak! What happened? Rhodey thought for a moment and then he replied, Wuyu, I did not tell any lies. Your tribal chief is really dead. He died in the canyon. Before he could finish explaining, Sky pulled Rhodey's clothes and started walking away. Faster. There is no point talking to them. Their tribal chief would not return no matter what you say. Those mountain people tried to stop them. However, before the nearby warriors could shoot their arrows, they were taken and thrown away by Sky. The archers who were further away quickly shot their arrows. However, with Sky around, they were covered with a layer of protective light. Ordinary arrows would not be able to hurt them. They eventually fought their way out. The mountain people not only failed to stop them, they also failed to catch up with them. They left behind the large monster kneeling there. It did not matter whether the mountain people believed Sky or not. How they dealt with the large monster was none of his business. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Imperial Capital's Good News. Chapter 134, Imperial Capital's Good News. Translator, Editor. They traveled through the mountains for a few days. Although Rhodey did not know the way, with Diane, who was from the Silvermoon clan, being there, they would not get lost. However, their progress was so slow that Sky could not help but complain, if I did not have to stay with you all, I would have already flown out of this place. They soon left the mountains and followed the main road towards the Purple Leaf City. First, they arrived at the southeast barracks of the Southern Legion. With Rhodey, the Duke, around, naturally everything went smoothly at the barracks. They rested there for a while and then rode to the Purple Leaf City on horses. The soldiers had reported Rhodey's return to the city ahead of time. The Governor-General immediately came out to meet the Duke. However, Camus had left to visit the other barracks and was not in the Purple Leaf City. Diane had previously planned to leave the mountains alone and contact the Duke of the Tulip family to deal with Wuya. However, in a turn of events, her tribe's biggest enemy, Wuya, was killed by the Duke of the Tulip family. Besides Wuya's death, the fact that the mystic dragon was also now attached to the Duke's body was a more important matter. She must quickly return and report that to the elders of her clan. Rhodey finally saw the high walls of the Purple Leaf City in the distance, and the governors and local officials waiting to greet him at the gates. Rhodey sighed. His trip to the mountains was truly bizarre. The plans he had prepared in advance was not even used, and he even ended up killing the biggest threat of the Empire in the south. He also inexplicably discovered an extremely strong person as well as gained a dragon in his left arm. Rhodey had been feeling bitter about his left arm for the past few days. He was not sure what happened, but that day he had somehow killed Wuya in a crazed state. When he regained consciousness, he could barely believe it when Sky narrated the story to him. Rhodey could not believe that he had the ability to kill Wuya. Judging from Wuya's power, he believed that even 100 Rhodey would lose to him. However, after listening to Sky, he was compelled to believe what happened. Besides that, his left arm had also been feeling strange. That damn Andy. Rhodey sighed and felt uneasy. He could not contact Andy ever since he inexplicably killed Wuya. His connection with Andy was cut off like a snapped thread. In fact, Rhodey could only give a wry smile when Sky told him of the incredible attack that he had made on Wuya and the results of it, the attack that Diane called the Mystic Dragon Purge. His left arm still felt extremely heavy as if it did not belong to him. He could not move it unless he put a lot of effort into lifting it. Out of curiosity, Sky lifted Rhodey's left arm to assess the weight. He felt that it was not exceptionally heavy. There was not much difference from the arms of other people. It looked like only Rhodey could feel the effect of his hand being crushed by boulders. What made Rhodey helpless was that the Mystic Dragon Purge that he applied when he was unconscious had a strong side effect. Ever since he regained consciousness, he felt extremely weak. After so many days, he had still not recovered. Not only could he not recover the strength he used to have, he actually needed someone to support him when he walked. He had been a young and robust man, but now he was like an extremely sick person. The thing that made Rhodey feel even more helpless was that his body did not seem to have any problem. His body was still as strong and healthy as before, but somehow, Rhodey had no energy. He was not only unable to apply his fighting energy, he could not even lift the Dragon Fong sword. After converting the strongest dragon in existence, he was expecting some kind of positive results. However, he ended up half dead. At that moment, Rhodey would not be able to defeat even a single common soldier. In that regard, Sky was also clueless. After all, Sky had never heard of anyone who could totally absorb a dragon, especially the legendary Mystic Dragon. He was completely clueless even though he was a person that had already obtained a strong domain. When Sky examined Rhodey's body, he did not find anything wrong with his body, nor did he find any internal injury. In fact, Rhodey's fighting energy was so great that it had almost started to condense. However, despite Sky obviously feeling a powerful fighting energy inside Rhodey's body, Rhodey was unable to apply that energy. Sky shook his head and forced a smile. Nobody could understand this thing. I am still wondering how you absorbed the dragon into your body. Even if you say that it was just energy, how could your body bear the power of such a huge dragon? Even if the mystic dragon was much weaker than before and was just about Wu Ya's level, how could an ordinary human like you absorb that much energy? Rhodey touched his left arm and looked at the black dragon pattern on it. Rhodey did not know whether he should feel fearful or just at a loss. Walking into the city with these feelings in his heart, Rhodey did not listen to a single word the Governor-General was saying. The local officials were also there busily complimenting him, but Rhodey took it as if they were wasting their time. Sierra's Governor-General wondered to himself why the Duke seemed to have grown larger after his trip to the mountains. Besides that, he also wondered who was that fat man by the Duke's side. Is he the Duke's guard? Isn't this guard too arrogant? The Governor-General of the Empire came out to meet you all. His Excellency the Duke put up an air and did not get down of his horse. That is fine. However, how could a small guard like him dare act high and mighty too? The soldiers led them all the way to the Governor-General's mansion. Just as they entered the main entrance of the mansion, Sky sniffed and cheered, "Wine! Wine! This is the smell of wine!" Sky then rushed ahead without waiting for Rhodey to speak. Tasty-looking food and wine were placed in the main hall. In the middle of the hall was the golden wine barrel. Everything was just like the first time when Rhodey came to the Purple Leaf City, but this time, Camus was not around. They did not need to worry about anyone disturbing, like what happened the previous time. However, Rhodey was not in the mood for it. He looked at the Sierra's Governor-General coldly and said, "I am tired. I don't need all these." He then pointed at Sky and said, "Arrange a room next to mine for this gentleman. After that, clean up this place." The Governor-General felt awkward and turned stiff on the spot. However, Rhodey was not in the mood and did not care. Sky then casually pulled aside an attendant. He then pointed at the wine barrel and told the attendant, "Carry that wine barrel into my room." Rhodey silently went back to his room and shut himself in. He repeatedly called for Andy. Andy was the one who taught him how to convert the dragon and got him into that mess. It looked like only Andy could help him to recover. Feeling upset, Rhodey could not help but smash the wall with his arms. That created a loud banging sound, and a large hole was formed in the wall. Fortunately, the wall was made of the boulders from the south, and that punch did not break through the wall. Rhodey then felt a light feeling of pain in his hands and gave a wry smile. My left hand is now more powerful. However, I cannot use this power. Each time I lift my left hand, I have to use half a day's worth of energy. I feel like a child holding a large hammer. The hammer may be powerful, but the child is unable to lift that hammer. Feeling unhappy, Rhodey could not help but punch the wall again and created another depression. Rhodey had only punched twice, but he was already panting. He sat on the bed and gasped for breath. He had already run out of energy. Suddenly, he heard Sky shouted from the next room. "Boy! Have you gone mad? I was drinking wine, but your 2 punches caused the dust from the ceiling to fall into the wine." The following day, Camus returned to the Purple Leaf City. The first thing that Southern Army Regiment commander did was meet Rhodey. When they met, Camus was surprised to see Rhodey looking lifeless and depressed. Did the plan to enter the mountain not go well? Although Camus had a spy working as a blacksmith in the Flame Tribe, there was a turmoil at the tribe for the past few days. After Wu Ya's death, the tribe was on alert. The gates were closed the entire time and nobody was allowed to leave. As a result, the blacksmith also could not send out any news. Your Excellency the Duke, did things go well on the mountains? Rhodey raised his head to glance at Camus and saw him looking haggard. He also seemed to have more white hair. Presumably, Camus had overworked himself these past few days by running around to appease the soldiers and assign them tasks. Rhodey sighed and replied, "To be honest, we were not able to successfully implement the plan." Camus' expression immediately sank and he also sighed. Is that so? Is Wu Ya truly so formidable? Is the information of him attacked by assassin false? Or is it that he has already finished off those that opposed him? Were you not able to find any tribes that can be drawn to our side? Rhodey shook his head, and Camus found his facial expression strange. General Camus, truthfully speaking, although we were not able to implement our plan on this trip to the mountain, the final result still greatly benefits the Empire. Oh? Camus' eyes lit up. Rody nodded and then he continued, Wuya is dead. What? Even the experienced Camus jumped when he heard that. Wuya is dead? Camus stared at Rody. How did he die? How did he die? Rody laughed bitterly. This is rather complicated. I don't know the details, but the main point is that he was killed. As he continued to speak, his voice grew weaker as if he did not have any lung power. Camus was convinced when he heard that Wuya was dead. He was excited and did not notice that there was something suspicious about Rody's expression. Camus was pleasantly surprised. He walked up and down the room as he loudly said, This is a good opportunity. With Wuya's death, the Flame Tribe would be in turmoil. In this case, the Mountain Alliance is finished. The mountain people were born obstinate. Without a strong leader like Wuya, they would not be able to unify. As long as the mountain people are in a mess, there would be no threats to the south of the empire. However, he looked surprised and asked, Your Excellency the Duke, is Wuya really dead? Can you confirm this? How exactly did he die? I used the legendary Mystic Dragon's Mystic Dragon Purge and turned him to dust. Rody's heart spoke, but his mouth replied vaguely, This seems to be connected with someone from the Silvermoon clan. Most likely, they did it. Camus nodded and pondered for a moment. If it was the Silvermoon clan, it would not be surprising. This year, Wuya had destroyed an entire village of the Silvermoon clan and had made enemy with them. The Silvermoon clan is the largest tribe in the mountains. They probably have some powerful masters. However, it is a pity. We should contact and negotiate with them. I heard that they were a strange tribe who was not interested in the world outside the mountains. It would be favorable for the empire if we were to have their help. Contact, Rody laughed bitterly in his heart. In the beginning, I had contacted them. However, later, my body absorbed the Mystic Dragon, and now that girl from the Silvermoon clan thinks of me as the worst monster ever. If it were not because of Sky, I would most likely be dead right now. I don't think it is possible to contact and negotiate with them anymore. They would certainly kill me on the spot when Sky is no longer around. Camus looked at Rody's strange expression and asked, What's wrong? Pausing for a moment, he spoke again in a softer voice, Seth, what's wrong with you? You don't look too good. Rody sighed and replied, General Camus, I am fine. I sustained some injuries on the mountains and have not recovered yet. Rody spoke as if he was half dead. When Camus saw that, he secretly disapproved. He felt that the young Duke of the Tulip family was too weak. A real man should not be so weak even if he was seriously injured. Moreover, the Duke looked extremely healthy and walked normally. He certainly did not look like he was seriously injured. Camus frowned and was about to lecture Rody when they suddenly heard the rapid sound of footsteps. Rand strode into the room. He held an envelope in his hands and loudly said, Your Excellency the Duke. Letter. There is a letter from the Imperial capital. Rody froze for a moment and then he asked, What letter? Who is it from? Rand looked at the letter and replied, Your Excellency the Duke. The sender's name is not on the envelope. I do not know who sent this letter. A messenger from the Purple Leaf City gave it to me and said that it was from the Imperial capital and is from Your Excellency's home. From home? Rody shook his head. Nicole would not write him a letter as their discussions were secret and would be impossible to put on paper. If the contents of the letter were exposed, everything would be over. Shaking his head, he casually asked, What is written? Rand froze for a moment as he glanced at the letter. Rody reacted and saw a name faintly written on the folded part of the letter. The name written was Micah. Rody then thought, Why would Micah write me a letter? He became tense and remembered that Micah knew his true identity. He also did not know the content of the letter. My God, she would not mention anything about my secret, right? It is too dangerous. It would be terrible if the letter was lost or fell into someone else's hands. Rody quickly opened the letter and saw a line of elegant words. However, the handwriting seemed hasty and sloppy. The written words were, There are changes at home. Please pay attention to the news of the Imperial capital. Rody immediately stood up. He stared at the text with an uneasy feeling. There are changes at home? What does it mean? What does it mean by changes? Did something happen to Nicole? Rody felt worried and depressed. Perhaps, he could choose not to care about many other things, like risking his life in the mountains or fighting in the battlefields. However, Nicole's safety was definitely something of great concern to him. That news made Rody very restless. Camus noticed that Rody showed a strange expression after reading the letter and wanted to ask. However, considering that it was a letter from home, he did not open his mouth. After sending off Camus, Rhodey felt uneasy for the rest of the day. He was thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, so how would he know about the news in the imperial capital? He told his bodyguards to go to the Governor General's office and investigate if there had been any news of the imperial capital. However, nothing major seemed to have happened. Rhodey endured the first day, but on the second day, he lost his cool. He believed that Micah would not lie to him. If Micah said that something had happened, then something must have definitely happened. Early the next day, Rhodey gritted his teeth in determination and summoned Rant. He softly said, "Prepare yourself. We will immediately return to the imperial capital." Rant was shocked. His expression immediately changed and cried out, "Your Excellency the Duke! This will not do. You are now the special envoy of the South by the order of His Majesty. Without His Majesty's order, you cannot freely choose to return to the imperial capital." Rhodey shook his head without speaking. He actually understood what Rant meant. The Emperor dispatching him here was just for penal servitude. Giving Rhodey a title was just to make sure he stayed here. If he were to wait for His Majesty's order, he would end up waiting forever and never be able to return to the imperial capital. Rant was a rough person, but he understood that nobody could defy the Emperor. Even the greatest family of the Empire, the Tulip family, could not defy the Emperor. If those who were posted elsewhere were to return to the imperial capital without His Majesty's orders, they would be beheaded. Rant bitterly advised Rhodey, but Rhodey would not listen. To Rhodey, Nicole's safety was the top priority. Out of the blue, Sky walked in from outside. When he heard about returning to the imperial capital, he laughed. Good. Good. Good to return. I want to see what the Tulip family is like. What? The Emperor would punish you? If he dared to punish you, I will burn down his palace. Sky spoke without fear. Just when the three of them were making a fuss, there was an uproar and footsteps coming from outside. Immediately, the Sierra Governor General and a few other people entered. The Sierra Governor General tried to ingratiate himself and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, you look." Before the Sierra's Governor General could finish, a powerful voice interrupted. "Your Excellency the Duke, I have arrived." Rhodey looked outside and saw a majestic figure walk in. He wore a military uniform and carried a sword on his waist. He looked worn out from traveling, but nevertheless still full of vigor. That man was the commander of the Wolfang, Sieg. Rhodey was shocked as Sieg walked up to him and hugged his shoulders. He laughed and said, "Your Excellency the Duke. I marched all the way here and have finally found you. That damn military minister had been giving us so much trouble to delay us from coming to the south. However, I know that Your Excellency the Duke came to the south to prepare for war against the mountain people. If there is going to be a war, how can Your Excellency fight without us, the Wolves Fong?" Rhodey showed a surprised expression and said, "Commander Sieg, you." Sieg waved his large hand and laughed, "Your Excellency the Duke, don't worry. Even if the military minister tried to give us trouble, he could not do much. The military force is inclined towards us. Now the command has been transferred. The Wolfang have also transferred out of the Central Cavalry and now serve under Your Excellency. I learned that Your Excellency is preparing to fight in the south, so I quickly marched here. I have already dispatched and stationed the 20,000 Wolfang soldiers in the city." Rhodey was pleasantly surprised and laughed, "Good, but you are too late. There probably will not be a war." "Right." He glanced at Rant, who was still tugging at his clothes. He then remembered his intentions to return to the imperial capital and asked, "Commander Sieg, when you left the imperial capital, did anything happen?" Sieg froze for a moment and then he smiled. "That? I was about to say it. Your Excellency the Duke, there was a stir in the imperial capital the past few days. Something major had happened." "What is it?" Sieg gave a weird smile and continued, "This is information that came from the imperial palace. Apparently, His Majesty is going to marry a new concubine, that is." At this point, Rhodey shook his head. That was not what he was asking. He did not care if Abbas 11 wanted to marry a new concubine. He did not care even if Abbas 11 wanted to marry Jojo. After all, he did not have the slightest affection for Jojo. It would be great if she became the Emperor's concubine. Then, she would no longer disturb him. Sieg did not stop smiling as he slowly continued, "That is, the Tulip family's Miss Nicole." There was a moment of silence. "What?" Rhodey suddenly shouted violently. He jumped as if he was a cat that had its tail stepped on, and he almost hit the ceiling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Tagging Along. Chapter 135, Tagging Along. Translator, Editor. When Sieg saw the Duke going hopping mad, he was very frightened. The Duke's expression was distorted, and the fury could be seen in his eyes. Rhodey stared at Sieg as if he was his arch-enemy. The murderous look put a cold chill in his heart. Your Excellency the Duke. You? What about me? Rhodey roared. What happened? That bastard emperor dared to grab my sister. He had almost blurted out my woman, but fortunately, he changed his words. However, his anger did not diminish. Those words made everyone in the room jump in surprise. Saying bastard emperor was outrageous. Even those who thought the emperor was not a good person would just say those words in their minds and not out loud. Besides that, the Governor-General was just standing at the side, and he was an outsider. Sieg subconsciously looked at the Governor-General. However, before he could see the Governor-General's expression, Rhodey's eyes had turned red. Rhodey grabbed Sieg by his collar and he shouted, "Speak clearly. Tell me everything you know." Sieg started to panic. He was a soldier who would kill on the battlefield without even blinking. At the moment, however, he was filled with a sense of dread. Sieg realized that the Duke was extremely furious. If he did not answer the Duke properly, the Duke might kill him in his fury. The people around him were also frightened. That Sierra Governor-General then smiled and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, this. If your sister marries the Emperor, then it is glory to your family, you." Before the Governor-General could finish, Rhodey went up to him and kicked him out of the room. He then turned to Sieg and shouted, "Stop daydreaming. Speak." Sieg's paralyzed mind was shocked into action when he saw the powerful Governor-General being kicked out by the Duke. He quickly thought of what to say and replied, "Your Excellency the Duke, this is the biggest news in the imperial capital now. The news came from the imperial palace and it must be true. I traveled day and night, without stopping, so that I can quickly report this to you." Sieg stopped as he looked at Rhodey's oppressive expression. He had stopped speaking just in time, before the words "good news." After taking a deep breath, Sieg continued, "At the beginning of this month, His Majesty said he was going to marry another concubine. Everybody had thought that His Majesty wanted to marry Miss Jojo." Sieg stopped for a moment and secretly looked at Rhodey's expression. Seeing that the Duke did not have any notable expression, he felt reassured and continued, "Many people in the imperial capital knew that His Majesty adored Miss Jojo. However, a few elders of the imperial lineage objected. These elders opposed to His Majesty marrying Miss Jojo. Their reasoning was that Miss Jojo's usual attitude and conduct was not pleasing to their eyes. They felt that she is not dignified enough to be someone of the imperial lineage." What is the relationship between that and Nicole? How did it suddenly involve Nicole? Rhodey glared with wide eyes. Sieg showed a strange expression and then he continued, "Your Excellency the Duke, this is really not a correct question. His Majesty would definitely need to marry a new concubine. His Majesty is no longer young, but Her Highness the Empress has not given him a prince. The position of Crown Prince in the Empire is still empty. That is why His Majesty needs to marry a concubine. At first, His Majesty wanted to marry Miss Jojo. Miss Jojo's family status is also worthy of the royal family. However, the elders of the imperial lineage disliked Miss Jojo because of her conduct. Besides that, His Majesty's mother was anxious. She scolded His Majesty that they already have a hen that does not lay eggs and does not want another hen from the same family, in a figurative reference to the futility of the king marrying someone from the infertile queen's family. These words are not my words. Many secretly feel that Miss Nicole is the best candidate for the concubine position. Miss Nicole is young, beautiful, and smart. She is also the eldest daughter of the Empire's greatest family. The Tulip family has always been the pillars supporting the Empire and loyal. From all aspects, Miss Nicole is definitely the best candidate. The truth is, if Miss Nicole were to be born about 10 years earlier, Miss Nicole would have been the Empress." Rhodey gritted his teeth and his expression became more horrifying. "What did you say?" Sieg was at a loss. "Your Excellency the Duke. Why are you so angry? This is a good thing. Isn't it good that someone from the Tulip family becomes His Majesty's concubine?" Rhodey's glare made Sieg so frightened that he cringed and wished he could swallow his words. Rhodey looked furious. His face was flushed as he gnashed his teeth and asked, "Where is Nicole now? How is she right now?" "I don't know. Before coming here, I went to say farewell to Miss Nicole but I did not get to see her. Miss Nicole is now behind closed doors and does not step outside. She also did not want to meet any visitors. The past few days, there were also a lot of people in the imperial capital who visited her. When they heard that Miss Nicole of the Tulip family is selected to be His Majesty's concubine, they went to congratulate her. Rodi shook and let go of Sieg. He then gritted his teeth and walked up and down the room. Both Sieg and Rant showed a strange expression. They could not understand the Duke's reaction. The Emperor only wanted to marry his sister and not his wife nor his mother. Why did the Duke have an irreconcilable face? Sky was having fun listening to them from the side. He waited patiently for them to finish talking and then he turned to Rodi and laughed. Boy, so what now? It seems that the Emperor is also an interesting guy. Now that he wants to marry your sister, so I would feel embarrassed to burn down his palace. Ha ha ha. His words, marry your sister, was like pouring oil onto the fire. It made Rodi even angrier, and Rodi glared at Sky. Sky already knew that Rodi was an imposter. As a result, his words were meant to deliberately provoke Rodi. After a moment of silence, Rodi suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke, get ready. I am going back to the imperial capital. Sieg and Rant were stupefied and then both of them tried advising Rodi against it. It would be a crime if a dispatched general of an army returned to the imperial capital without the order of His Majesty. Sieg hurriedly asked, Your Excellency the Duke, why are you so anxious to go back? His Majesty will summon you when it is time for the wedding. Before he could finish, Rodi had already pulled out Sieg's sword and slashed at an empty space. He then said resolutely, I have decided to go back. If you are unwilling, just stay put here. I will go alone. Rodi then threw the sword on the ground and strode to the back. Sky laughed and followed behind Rodi while Sieg and Rant looked at each other speechlessly. At that time, the Sierra's Governor-General furiously ran in from outside. After being kicked out by Rodi earlier, the fat man felt dizzy and painful. He took a long time to stand back up. He was afraid to go back in when Rodi was still fuming in the room. Now that Rodi had gone out, he rushed back in and cursed, Duke of the Tulip family, I am the Governor-General appointed by His Majesty. How dare you hit me? I will definitely report you. However, when Governor-General saw Sieg's cold eyes he subconsciously stopped his barrage. Sieg coldly said, Governor-General, if you want to go against Our Excellency the Duke's wishes, it is best that you first measure your own capabilities. Our Duke had casually killed 2 garrison commanders in the northwest and one of them was a noble. After that, he killed even more imperial officials to quell the rebellion in Westwood. Is your neck harder than the necks of these people or even the warriors of the Great Moon Kingdom? Very good. You may wish to test it. His Excellency the Duke seems to have a lot of anger to vent today. Ignoring the cold sweat on the Governor-General's head, Sieg and Rant immediately chased behind Rodi. Old Man Allier could be considered the most well-known person in the vicinity of about several dozen miles. That was not just because he had opened the only inn in this vicinity. That fact, however, was truly fortuitous. Here was the artery of transportation of the empire. Merchants from the north and south gathered here. As there was only one inn here, his business was extremely good. The real reason Allier was well known was his temper. Even though the man was old, he was as irritable as a violent horse. At that age, he would still roll up his sleeves and grab a scimitar to risk his life. Who would dare be his business competitor? Any competitor would certainly fail. Everybody knew that Allier was in the cavalry of the Northwest Legion during his younger days. He was said to have killed numerous people on the battlefield. The rusty scimitar he carried all day was looted from one of the grassland barbarians. Competing with him the harsh way was also not possible because his son was a small captain in the town's garrison, and competitors would be afraid that he would bring his soldiers to visit their inns. Thus, Allier could securely run his business as nobody would dare to compete with him. However, although Allier was powerful, he was honest and proper. People from the north and south seemed to like staying at his inn. They would drink wine together, and when Allier was drunk, he would talk about his glorious days in the northwest. Now that the empire was declining, people liked to immerse themselves in the glory of the past. Those who came from other places also liked to listen to Allier talk about the past. Although he looked scary, he was a kind person as long as he was not provoked. That night, Allier was sitting in the courtyard drinking. He was sober and he was looking around. Recently, his business was not as good. Although his story had been told so many times that it had become boring, the guests still listened to him with pleasure. He knew that he was getting old and was forgetting a lot of details. There were not many guests that night. A few of the guests waited for him to tell his story, but he could not get into the mood. He was worried about a particular matter. His son was doing quite well at the garrison, and recently, he had heard that his son was going to be promoted. However, the garrison commander was very greedy. Although he did not say it, the commander's intention was clear. Allier may have opened an inn, but he was not very rich. However, the damn garrison commander actually hinted to Alie's son that he expected to be bribed with more than 100 gold coins. How could a garrison commander be so greedy? That plainly was daylight robbery. During those years when the late Duke was the commander of the Northwest Legion, nobody would dare act this way. People who took bribes would be beheaded. As he pondered, Alie gave a wry smile. The Empire was getting weaker. He had heard that there was a big battle in the Northwest, and the Northwest Legion had lost more than half its soldiers. If the young Duke had not brought the Lightning God's whip to save them, the Northwest would have been lost. May the Almighty protect the young Duke. The Tulip family is the last pillar of the Empire. As Alie let his imagination run wild, the sound of horses running could be heard. The sounds then stopped in front of his inn. Based on the sounds, Alie knew that the riders were highly skilled. This was because the horses had been galloping, but, when they stopped in front of the inn, there was no shouting or neighing. This was a testimonial to their riding skills. Alie walked out of the inn with a few of his servants and saw that a dozen robust men had already dismounted. They then handed over the horses to the servants of the inn and followed a young man in. Alie looked at them and thought that it was strange. From the way they walk, these people are soldiers. The old man would definitely not be wrong. The way an ordinary person walked and the way a soldier walked were different. Although they were in civilian clothing, they walked steadily with their heads held high like well-trained soldiers. At the very least, the murderous feeling emitted by their bodies were definitely real. Even the soldiers at the garrison did not have this kind of imposing aura. Alie was not only sure that they were soldiers, but he was also sure that they had been to the battlefields and had seen a lot of killing. There were more than a dozen of them. They seemed exhausted, as if they had traveled a long distance. However, they still looked resolute. These people are definitely soldiers. But where did they come from to have such quality? The old man felt uncertain. Such spirit is comparable to the elite bodyguard of the Duke during my time in the Northwest Legion. Are there still such elite soldiers in the Empire, today? Alie laughed as he thought of the time he went to the Imperial capital. He remembered seeing a few people from the Central Cavalry in the Imperial capital. The soldiers known as the Empire's strongest elites were so weak that he believed he could defeat a few of them alone if he were younger. Although he felt uncertain, he still enthusiastically greeted them. As he used to be in the army, he felt a certain fellowship with these people. He hid his irritable temper and made himself busy. However, the guests were strange. No matter where they went, they seemed to guard the young person in the middle. That young man was quite pleasing to the eye. He looked strong like a good officer. However, he did not have much vitality and looked gloomy. He had golden hair and looked like a noble. The nobles still have such a person? Don't they usually have a fat and despicable appearance? He was then aware that a few of the young maids were looking at the young officer. He could not help but cough twice. After that, he heard an ear-piercing laughter. Boy, look. Those girls are looking at you. Ha ha. Alie frowned. That fat person fitted the description of fat and despicable nobles. This dozen or more men ate in the halls, and it seemed like they would be staying for the night. As Alie watched them eat, he frowned. The young officer seemed to be a powerful person. The young officer and the fatty ate together while more than 10 of the other people stood watching them and did not even dare to sit. Poof. This officer does not seem to appreciate his subordinates. He does not seem like a good person. What a pity. However, Alie once again noticed something strange. The dozen of people standing guard did not seem dissatisfied. Even when they looked at the young officer, their eyes were filled with respect. The young man seemed to have thought of something. He took 3 quick bites of the inn's best roast lamb, and then put down his fork and knife. He then waved and asked to be escorted to his room. His subordinates seemed to be very careful and did not speak. They were afraid of provoking the young man. Sigh. Such a young noble. He gets everything he wants. What more does he want? His life is already much better compared to a normal civilian. The tallest brawny guard accompanied the young man and the fatty upstairs to their rooms. The remaining people finally sat down to eat. They suddenly became more relaxed as they talked and laughed. However, they were very careful. They only talked about casual stuff like how they were hurrying on their journey and that the meat tasted good. Although Alie was extremely curious and sat nearby to eavesdrop, he did not hear anything that could satisfy his curiosity. Occasionally, he heard them saying about riding without stopping for 3 days and 3 nights. Those words almost made the old man laugh. Riding without stopping for 3 days and 3 nights? This is impossible. Even an exceptional person would not be able to do so due to exhaustion. When I was young, the Northwest Legion were already exceptionally good. At most, we would only be able to travel nonstop, for 1 day and 1 night. Besides that, even when we marched in the army, we needed spare horses. These people rode for 3 days and 3 nights on one horse? Even their horses couldn't do it. If their horses were exhausted, how could they fight? Allier laughed to himself. He did not realize he had made the same mistake again. Those soldiers were not going to war. Why would they conserve the horses' energy? The horses were tired, which was why they stopped to rest. He looked at the people eating together on the table and pursed his lips. Youngsters these days like to brag a lot. 3 days and 3 nights? Do you think you are the lightning god's whip from those years? Allier then stood up and stretched his waist and told his servants to bring him another bottle of wine. As he recalled his heroic past, he could not help but drink a few more glasses of wine. He had already grown old and his capacity for wine was not as good as when he was younger. After drinking 2 bottles of wine, his face became hot and he became confused. Those guests sitting beside him were laughing and joking. They started to gather around him and requested him to tell about his past. The drunken old man could not help but open his shirt to reveal his muscles and scars. He spoke of those days when his team was ordered to launch a surprise attack on the grassland barbarians. As he spoke, his saliva flew everywhere. He was so agitated that he moved his hands in a slashing action as if he was slashing the barbarian. Some people even craned their necks to catch the story, ignoring the occasional spit in their face. As they listened, they applauded. As the old man was drunk, he started to exaggerate. Towards the end, he exaggerated his heroic deeds and actions several times more than reality. I cleaved the barbarian's shield into 2, then I cut off his head and kicked. He was speaking happily when he heard someone accidentally cough out his drink and started laughing. Allier froze for a moment and looked at the person who was laughing. It was one of that dozen of people. They were sitting and eating as they listened to him brag. Allier became angry. He had been telling stories of his heroism for so many years, and that was the first time in a long while that someone had doubted his story. Many years ago, one of the security soldiers did not believe in his story. As a result, that man was cursed and scolded so badly that he longer dared to provoke Allier. Young men, when I was fighting in the Northwest, you were still drinking milk. Hey! That boy over there. What are you laughing at? Is what I said so dubious? The old man shouted. The soldier who laughed shook his head and replied, Boss. I believe what you said. However, you said that you cleaved the barbarian's shield into 2. That part cannot be right. The Great Moon Kingdom's scimitar warriors do not use shields. Allier's face turned red, and he was unable to utter a single word in reply. How could he make a fool of himself in front of so many people? He decided to carry on the lie and asked, What do you know? The grassland barbarians who didn't use shields were just the ordinary ones. The ones that used shields were all skilled cavalrymen and high-ranked warriors. The soldier shook his head again and replied, This is even more wrong. All the high-ranked warriors of the Great Moon Kingdom are all leaders of the cavalry. They are born fierce and brave. As a result, they do not like to use shields. They also do not like to use strong armor to show off their valor. They often charge forward with only a leather armor. Those that wore serious armor or shields will be ridiculed as cowards. Allier angrily said, Are you saying I only killed cowards? What does a boy like you know? Have you been to the Northwest? Have you even seen those barbarians? I was in the Northwest Legion, and I had killed more than 17 people. More than 17. The person's face showed a strange expression, and then he exclaimed, In that case, your military merit was not low. In accordance with the rules of the Northwest Legion, those that killed 5 enemies would be rewarded with 50 gold coins. Those that killed 10 people would be rewarded with 100 gold coins and would be promoted as a small captain. During those days, killing about 17 people was enough to become the bodyguard of the regiment commander. The person's voice was full of respect, but it was like a thorn to Allier's ears, and it felt as if the man was mocking him. He knew that his military record showed that he only killed 2 barbarians. In fact, one of them was already dead on the battlefield, and what he did was to personally behead the dead man. The old man spoke angrily, a young person like he knows nothing. Do you think anyone could become a regiment commander's bodyguard? Then you must be a small captain. The man asked, not knowing that he was treading on thin ice. Allier could no longer hold his story. The people around him knew that he was just a cavalryman and not even a small captain. Now he could not even brag. Allier stood up and shouted, Little bastard, you know nothing. Your grandfather was talking about things years ago. When I was riding in the Northwest, you were not even born. After that, he pulled out his rusty scimitar and said, Have you seen this before? Let me tell you. This is the barbarian's weapon. It is the grassland's best scimitar. The other guests had been giving curious glances at the dozen people when they first came in. They had already considered those people suspicious. These guests started whispering among themselves when they saw those people and the old man having a debate. They happily watched the new incident like travelers who were always seeking for novelty psychologically. What that old man said had hurt the feelings of the young man. The young man then became angry and wanted to refute his story. A man beside him, who seemed to be the leader of the dozen men, then shouted, "Shut up! Have you forgotten His Excellency's order? Do not say any more." The leader was just a few years older than the others. At that moment, he had a serious expression. The man, who spoke earlier, then lowered his head and kept quiet. The leader then stood up and loudly said, "Boss, my companion is drunk and talked nonsense. Please do not be bothered by him." After that, he softly but firmly said, "Once you finish eating, go upstairs." At the same time, his men immediately put down their forks and knives and stood up. They then turned and walked towards the stairs. However, that young man was still a bit resentful. When he walked by the old man, he deliberately made a large movement and inadvertently pushed aside his coat. The old man was stunned at what he saw. Hanging below the coat was a scimitar. He could clearly see the pattern on the sheath of the scimitar, and there was a wolf head on the handle of the scimitar. The moment those men left to go upstairs, Allier felt relieved. As he had been in the northwest for many years, he understood the meaning of the wolf head on the scimitar. When the late Duke had learned how powerful the scimitars of the barbarians were, he deliberately established a new army that used scimitars. Their scimitars had a wolf head carved on the handle, and they were known as the Wolf Fang Army. At that time, the Wolf Fang were warriors selected out from the Northwest Legion. As a result, it could be said that the entire Wolf Fang army of 20,000 soldiers were elite cavalrymen of the Northwest Legion. The soldiers of the Northwest Legion regarded entering the Wolf Fang as the highest glory. However, the late Duke was later transferred from the Northwest Legion to become the commander of the Lightning God's Whip. The Wolf Fang also followed the late Duke and was transferred to the Central Cavalry. In other words, those young people were soldiers of the Wolf Fang army. They were the real Lightning God's Whip. Allier immediately felt dejected. He had just bragged about his military exploits in front of the most elite soldiers of the Empire. The young officer he had met earlier was probably a high-ranked noble. Perhaps, he was one of the commanders serving under the current young Duke. That was not someone he got to see in normal days. Feeling angry, Allier stopped talking about his story and stopped drinking. He dispersed everyone and went out for some fresh air. Allier unknowingly walked to the stables and looked at the dozen of sturdy horses. As he used to be a cavalryman, he understood horses. With one look, he could see that the horses were really good horses. Not only the cavalry of his son's local garrison, even the Northwest Legion during his time did not have such good horses. In addition, the officers of the Empire had been embezzling money. That was something that everybody knew. As a result, the horses used by the cavalries were mostly inferior. That was because there was a huge difference in prices between a good horse and a bad horse. The price difference naturally entered the pockets of those greedy officers. Allier could not help but walk up and gently stroke the horses' heads. It had been a long time since he last saw such good horses. While he was deep in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. There was a sharp object pointed at his back. As he was about to turn his head, he heard a voice, "Do not move." Allier immediately tightened up the muscles in his body. By virtue of experience, he could feel that it was a sword behind his back. That voice sounded a little vague. Despite the other party's effort to cover up, the experienced Allier could tell that the person was a woman. "Are you the owner of this inn? Why do you come out here to look at these horses? What are you plotting?" Allier suddenly twisted his body and moved one step away from the sword. He then turned around and tried to grab the other party. A man behind Allier gave a wry smile. As Allier turned around, he felt pain in his ribs. After that, he felt like he was paralyzed and could not move. As a result, not only he could not grab the other party, he also could not even see the man's clothes. The man who was still behind Allier laughed bitterly and spoke, "Speak honestly. What are you trying to do?" Although his back was facing the other person, Allier suddenly felt a cold pain throughout his body. The cold killing intent made Allier tremble. Allier gritted his teeth and answered, "I am not trying to do anything. I just wanted to see these horses. I used to be a soldier. When I saw these people, and they looked like soldiers, I felt curious and came out to look at their horses. This is an inn. It is not a scamming business." There was a moment of silence and then the voice spoke, "Well, I believe you. Suddenly, 2 gold coins flew out from behind him and dropped on the ground in front of Allie. Take these 2 gold coins. Use the best fodder for these horses. They will need to hurry through the journey tomorrow. After that, the man behind Allie no longer made any sound. Allie suddenly felt relieved. The murderous aura that made him grow tensed had disappeared. When he looked back, he did not see anybody, neither man nor woman. He felt himself grow soft in his knees when the cold wind blew against his cold sweat. He then looked at the shiny gold coins on the floor and bent down to pick them up. He felt confused as he looked at the heavy gold coins in his hands. Suddenly, he saw a shadow on the ground casted by the moonlight. Allie was so shocked that he could not help but look up. He saw a man standing on the roof of the horse shed. That man stood under the moon and his face was hidden in the dark. He wore gray clothing and carried a strange longbow. Allie was so shocked that he wanted to scream. The man suddenly stretched out a finger and placed it in front of his mouth. He then shook his head. Allie, after all, was someone who had been to the battlefield, so he immediately calmed down. He looked at the man standing on the horse shed. In the night, his clothes were fluttering, making him look like a ghost. The man pointed at the stables, and then he pointed at the gold coins. After that, he made a gesture. Allie's eyes lit up as he recognized the signal used in the army. It meant, feed the horses, tomorrow morning and travel quickly. He was stunned for just a moment, and with a flash, the figure vanished. This is one hell of a night. Allie thought to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Fierce Battle at Night. Chapter 136, Fierce Battle at Night. Translator, Editor. When Rhodey entered his room, Sky's lazy expression disappeared as he looked at Rhodey seriously. He slowly walked towards the corridor and smiled as he breathed in the cold night air. Boy, you are truly an interesting person, to have so many people stalking you all along the way. He slowly closed his eyes as if he were listening to the sound of the wind. When he opened his eyes, he whispered. One of them is that girl we met in the mountains. The other one is an interesting person. He seems to have been following us since we entered the city. Sky sighed as his smile faded. He then pursed his lips and said, Who cares, I just want to watch your masquerade. I want to see how you continue playing that interesting imposter. As long as I get to watch undisturbed, everything will be fine. After that, Sky slowly walked away. Rhodey sat in his room and watched the flickering flames from the candles on the wall. Frankly speaking, Rhodey did not want to stop and rest. If he could, he would immediately sprout a pair of wings and fly back to the imperial capital. However, even if he did not need to rest, his horses did. When he looked at his extremely exhausted subordinates, he had no choice but agree to their suggestion. However, what could he do when he returned to the imperial capital? To fight with the emperor over a woman would be laughable. Even if his opponent was not the emperor, what did he have that gave him the privilege? After all, at that moment, he was still Nicole's little brother. Rhodey stood in front of a mirror and looked at his handsome face, deep eyes, and blonde hair. It would be a lie to say that Rhodey had never been secretly delighted at having this handsome appearance. Rhodey was secretly delighted when his yin-yang face suddenly became handsome. But at that moment, he really hated this face. He hated the face that brought him countless power and glory. Even more so, he hated his identity. I just want to be me. I do not want to be Seth. I do not want to be the Duke of the Tulip family. I do not want to be her little brother. Rhodey thought as he forcefully rubbed his face. He rubbed his face in hope that his face would fall off. After that, Rhodey thought of Nicole. He remembered that night when he was at the stable of the Tulip family mansion, he saw Nicole crying helplessly in the shed, a gentle, helpless, young girl, a girl carrying the burdens of her family. There were those who said that once a person was caught in a relationship, it would be difficult to wake up. Because of a word she said, Rhodey was able to take the arduous training. Day in day out, he was like a horse under the whip of Instructor Carter to cultivate himself. Day in day out, he had to study a variety of strange things from the detestable scholars. Because of a word she said, Rhodey went to war without batting an eye. He was also able to draw his weapon and take the lives of his enemies. Because of a word she said, Rhodey had transformed from a simple juvenile to a famous killer general. However, that bastard emperor. That bastard who should have died 1,000 deaths. I am at the front line, shedding blood for the empire and in the mountains dealing with monsters like Wuya. From the northwest to the south, I have traveled thousands of miles and in exchange. This is my reward? Ha! Rhodey gave a tragic laugh and there was a trace of malice in his eyes. I will not be weak. Rhodey looked at himself in the mirror and spoke in a low voice. I will not be weak. In the Northwest, ever since hundreds of my companions had sacrificed their lives in exchange for my safety, I am no longer the same person as before. The Emperor? Rhodey slowly pulled out his sword. He ran his finger across the sharp blade edge, making a low crisp sound, and spoke in a cold voice. I don't care if it's the Emperor or the Empire. If you want to take away my beloved, I will not hesitate to fight back, even if it's me against the whole world. Even if it's a heavenly god or beast, I vow to destroy him with my sword. Rhodey did not notice that when he was agitated in saying all that, the black dragon imprint on his left arm started to wriggle. Dark quietly sat on the roof and looked at the moon in the sky as if he was meditating. He held his chin in his hands as he looked at the sky and gave a meaningful smile. How long do you plan on looking at me? He suddenly sighed. There was silence as if only the wind was replying. Dark then stood up and stretched before he lightly said, Go back. The wind is strong tonight, and the weather might change. He paused for a moment before he slowly said again, I do not know why you are following the Duke, and I do not know if your motives are the same as mine. However, I hope you do not have any ill intent. Whoever it is, for the next 10 years, those who wish to harm the Duke would first need to do one thing. He walked on the long gutter on the roof and calmly said, that is to walk over my dead body. After he said that, he slowly floated down from the roof like a leaf and disappeared into the night. The silence of the night was restored for one moment before it was once again broken by an ear-piercing laughter. A hoarse voice, with a strange accent, shouting out an inexplicable song. The river frogs croaked noisily. Croak. 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 Oh, how frustrating for the Lord. Gulp down with a mug of wine happily. Croak. 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 Oh, where did they go? That weird song was repeated over and over again and finally caused countless people to curse at him. The singer became more and more excited. He then started to sing louder and his tone got higher. One of the servants in the inn had an embarrassed expression. He looked at Allier and bitterly said, Boss, you see. Don't know what's wrong with that guy, so noisy, you see. Allier also showed a strange expression. He thought for a moment, then stomped his feet and spoke in a soft voice, Ignore him. Let him be. I cannot stop him from making noise. Sky held a bottle of wine in his hand and drank another mouthful. After that, he shouted that verse and drank yet another mouthful. He heartily sang and loudly laughed. Fascinating. Damn fascinating. I have not done anything so fascinating for hundreds of years. He then listened for a moment and said, The two small toads have really run away. Looks like my casual singing has scared them away. Wait a minute, suddenly, in a flash, the fat body disappeared from his place. That night, some clouds drifted and gradually covered the bright moonlight. A row of black-clothed figures appeared outside, near the low walls of the inn. They wore the same clothing. They had also wrapped their sharp swords in black cloth in case they reflect the light. Have you checked properly? One of them whispered in a hoarse voice. Another person from behind nodded his head. The man who spoke nodded his head and lightly said, Good. Master has given the order. The reward is 10,000 gold coins for beheading that boy. I don't need to say more about the rest. He has only brought a few bodyguards with him. However powerful they are, there is still a limit. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill all of them. That man from behind hesitated and asked, Are you sure? We went all the way to the Purple Leaf City, but we achieved nothing. We never expected this boy to secretly return to the imperial capital. Shouldn't we first report this to Master? If he secretly returned to the imperial capital, it is also a crime with a death sentence. Maybe we don't even need to raise our hands. Let us first tell Master Sameo and have him decide what to do. The first person who spoke looked back and gave an awe-inspiring gaze as he asked, Are you afraid? The young boy of the Tulip family is just a grade 4 swordsman. Don't tell me you are afraid? The person at the back replied coldly, Afraid? Poof. A grade 4 swordsman is not even worth my attention. However, Master has given strict orders that we must not make mistakes in this matter. Regardless of what happens, we cannot expose our identities. Aren't you afraid that you might cause trouble for Master? Hey, the person in front glared and continued, The chance to gain merit is right in front of you. If you are afraid, then leave. After that, the man's figure distorted and vanished in a puff of black smoke. Humph. Damn fellow. Let's see how you are going to fail. Idiot, does he really think this target is so easy to kill? I think that fatty beside him is suspicious. That person behind whispered inside. The other people looked coldly at him before they walked through the wall. If anyone were to see that, they would doubt their own eyes. Those figures did not jump over the wall nor used any other method. The green stone wall, in front of them, was like air to them. They casually walked up and went through the wall. Their bodies disappeared and reappeared on the other side. That man then gave a wry smile after he saw his companions walk in. A gang of people who do not know the difference between life and death. It takes a stupid leader to train stupid subordinates. His eyes then glinted as he gave a cruel laugh. Oh well, I might as well help you all. Leave that fatty to me. His flesh and blood looked delicious. That man smiled and revealed his white teeth. After that, he raised his black cloak and disappeared into the night. 2 Wolfang bodyguards guarded downstairs, just below Rhodey's room. Although it was in the middle of the night and they had been rushing for several days, they were still spirited and were on guard vigilantly. Suddenly, one of them showed a serious expression and whispered to his companion, "Can you smell it?" Yes, his companion seemed tense as he replied, "Seems like the smell of blood." Before he could finish his words, his eyeballs turned white and a clicking sound was heard. In the dark, a pair of hands had stretched out of thin air and snapped his neck. He then slowly collapsed next to the other guard. However, before he died, he had completed his duty. He had forcefully flung out his scimitar as a last-ditch effort. Clang! The scimitar fiercely flew out and hit the ground. The others upstairs were immediately warned. More than a dozen voices then shouted simultaneously, "What happened?" There were rapid footsteps as a few Wolfang soldiers converged from different directions in the corridor. They gathered into groups of 2s and 3s and formed a triangular formation. Everyone held a scimitar and rushed to the front. Shoot! Suddenly, a sound of something being shot could be heard in the dark. The shooting sound was uninterrupted. When the battle-hardened Wolfang soldiers heard that, they immediately realized they were in a bad situation. They then crouched and looked for shelter. Some hid behind the stone pillars on the corridor while others just laid down on the floor. However, they did not expect that the things being shot out were not arrows. There were a few muffled popping sounds and then a few trails of black smoke shot over at unparalleled speed. Those that tried to stay hidden could not protect themselves from the black smoke. The 3 Wolfang swordsmen that hid behind the pillars groaned and fell. The captain of the bodyguards whispered, "The opponents are magicians. Be careful." He paused for a moment and then commanded, "Wolfang, shoot." Although they did not have any bow and arrow, the remaining Wolfang warriors immediately stood up. They took their scimitars and flung them out. Several lights shot out as they flung their scimitars. As soon as their scimitars left their hands, they immediately raced from their positions. They understood that ordinary soldiers could not defeat magicians. Their only chance was to get close to the magicians as they were all warriors. Without a doubt, their training was strict and their tactics were correct. Unfortunately, their opponents were not normal magicians. In the dark, those men in black clothes did not expect that their opponents would suddenly rush over. They had just dodged the scimitars but their opponents were already right in front of them. The head of the black-clothed men then stood up and whispered, "Good. You guys are skillful." He revealed himself. He lifted his black cloak, revealing the blood-red lining and turned up the high collars. His silhouette was like a black lightning as he then rushed ahead. Before anyone could see what happened, the nearest Wolfang warrior cried out and fell down. In the dark, the air immediately reeked with a strong smell of blood. However, the lightning-like figure did not stop and continued to rush towards the next person. The other black-clothed figures also rushed forward. They were bare-handed but they rushed at an incredible speed towards the Wolfang warriors. Miserable cries started to follow. The ordinary soldiers were like infants and could not defend against these mighty, black-clothed figures. The soldiers felt themselves come into contact with their opponents. However, before they could act, they felt a severe pain at their necks and lost consciousness. As the uproar continued, the captain of the bodyguards immediately retreated and shouted, "Protect His Excellency the Duke! Retreat! Retreat!" Too late, a cold voice suddenly came from behind the captain. The captain's expression changed, and he reacted extremely fast, immediately using a backhand wave. Clang! There was a loud clash. He felt his sword slashed against something extremely hard and stopped there. The captain's heart sank. He had always been confident of his strength. He had desperately used all of his strength in that attack. He was even confident of splitting a rock into 2. The captain's hands felt a strange suction effect, then his strength inexplicably disappeared. He just had enough time to turn around and take a look. He noticed his sword was grabbed by a black hand and a pair of red eyes was looking at him. The figure then opened his mouth to reveal two sharp fangs, to sink into his neck. The captain was desperate and frightened. As he closed his eyes, he heard a light rustling sound. That black figure beside the captain suddenly trembled and uttered a sharp, loud scream. A wolf-fang arrow, with a burst of red light, had pierced through the figure. After a miserable cry, the figure disintegrated into a mass of black mist and disappeared. A tall figure jumped onto the roof with a huge long bow. He grabbed some more wolf-fang arrows from his back and started to shoot. He was fast like lightning and had shot 5 arrows in one breath. Besides that, 4 of his arrows had found their targets, with the last one being avoided by an extremely quick black-clothed person. Those shot by the arrow screamed and disintegrated into masses of black mist and disappeared. Dark saw that the black-clothed figures had started to react. They threw open their cloaks and, stretching out their arms, began to fly towards him. Dark drew his sword and cried out, "Wolf-fang! Quickly! Protect the Duke! I will handle this." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, Absolutely Won't Yield. Chapter 137, Absolutely Won't Yield. Translator, Editor. Dark retreated swiftly, racing up the slope on the steep roof. It all seemed so effortless as he seemed to be running on a flat surface. He then pointed his sword at the black-clothed man. "Who are you?" The black-clothed man's voice sounded sharp as he shouted, "How come you have blood-destroying arrows?" Dark's forehead started to have cold sweat, but he still sneered and replied, "Looks like I am right. You all are really vampires. What do you think of those arrows that I shot just now?" The black-clothed man burst out into laughter and replied, "What a joke. Are you relying on those blood-destroying arrows? You have not mastered the skill, and even if you had, you would only be able to deal with a few of my unworthy subordinates. However, I never expected that young boy of the Tulip family to have a person like you with him." He slowly stretched out his black claws and continued, "Boy, you used blood-destroying arrows, and that means you are the vampire's enemy. Tonight, you definitely must die." Dark laughed and shouted, "Nonsense! Let's see whether someone like you, who is neither man nor ghost, will die first, or if I will die first." Dark suddenly put his index finger in his mouth and bit it. He then dripped a drop of his blood onto his sword and silently chanted some kind of incantation. Suddenly, a red light emerged from his sword. The red light became more and more dazzling. Dark started to sweat more profusely, and he looked pale. The black-clothed man seemed to be afraid of the light. He hid behind his black cloak to protect his face. He then revealed his bloody red eyes and shouted, "Good! I had never thought that you were actually an exorcist. Looks like there is a big harvest for me today." "An exorcist? Ha, I have not heard this term in a long time." Dark laughed somewhat sadly. "Since you are an exorcist, then there is a better reason why I cannot let you live." Dark's voice sounded weak, but he still ferociously swung his sword and shouted, "Come on, old monster. Let's see if your claws are harder than my sword." After that, Dark rushed forward, and the sword in his hand swung like the wind. The black-clothed man seemed afraid of the red light from the sword and kept moving backward to evade. Occasionally, he was too slow, and when his cloak caught the red light, it immediately burst into a green flame. He cried out in alarm and retreated even further. Dark continued to shout as he swung his sword faster and faster, as if he was not concerned about his life. He attacked blindly and did not defend. However, the black-clothed man had already adapted and calmed down. He had ascertained that the exorcist was not very skillful. He only had average ability. He was initially shocked by the blood-destroying arrows. However, he had calmed down. With that speed, Dark would not be able to hurt him. Dark's breathing became heavier, and he started to slow down. The black-clothed man sneered at him and said, "Boy, you actually know how to use blood-destroying blood too. Ha, let's see how long you can last. Do you have so much blood to consecrate your sword? The longer you use this technique, the more blood you will consume. You better let go. Let me gently bite you once, and you will be freed. You must be having a tough time trying to hold on. Let me gently bite you. You will be freed. Will no longer need to suffer. You are quickly using up all your blood. Just let go." The man's tone became softer as he spoke with an evil glint in his eyes. Sweat gathered on Dark's forehead, and his movements became slower. He was as pale as paper and had already reached his limit. "Give up, my subordinates have already gone to kill the Duke of the Tulip family. Your actions no longer have any meaning, exorcist," the man spoke with an unusual intonation. Dark gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut your damn mouth." He ferociously bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood all over his sword. The red light from the sword became more vigorous. From afar, it looked like a red light was dancing in Dark's hand, forcing the black-clothed man to continuously retreat. That black-clothed man was busy dodging and could no longer use his words to confuse Dark. The man's eyes showed excitement and viciousness. He was in high spirits. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his back. He hurriedly dodged to the side. However, he was too slow and a dagger had pierced his body. He could see the blade protruding out from his chest. He cried out as he floated up into midair like a bat. After that, he angrily shouted, "Bastard! You actually dared to backstab me! Who is it?" He looked everywhere but he could only see the exorcist on the roof. Dark staggered and whispered, "Is that you? Are you the one that helped me?" A soft voice suddenly replied, "Don't worry. I have already injured him. Quickly retreat. Go and look for the Duke of the Tulip family. Something is strange about him tonight." Despite all the ruckus outside, he does not seem to have any reaction. Dark shook his head and said, "Leave quickly, whoever you are. Although I cannot see you, you must quickly leave. Leave before he notices you. Your attack will not kill him. Go and find the Duke of the Tulip family. You must make sure he safely escape." In the dark, the voice sounded urgent, "What? I had just stabbed through him." Dark smiled and looked at the flying black figure. "Stupid, have you ever seen ordinary people fly like that? Even a high-ranked magician cannot fly so easily. In other words, they are not human. You will not understand. Run quickly. Run before he finds you. I can only hold him back for a while. Find that fatty." "Shit. Where did that fatty go?" "Find that fatty, and you will be able to save the Duke." The voice replied in a soft voice, "I went to look. When you were busy fighting just now, I already went. However, that guy had disappeared." The voice could only say a little more before there was a long shout. Suddenly, the black figure in the air stopped. His pale face had turned green, and he revealed the fangs in his mouth. He grabbed the hilt of the dagger that was stuck on his back and then pulled it out, bit by bit. He held the dagger in his hand and looked at it. A long and cruel laughter echoed in the air. "Despicable person. Do you think this ordinary thing could kill me? You have angered me. You actually dared to hurt my noble body. You actually made me bleed. Exorcist. You should know the punishments for hurting our body." After that, the black figure's body then opened up. His black cloak turned into a pair of black wings that slowly flapped in the air like a real, giant bat. "Run! Quickly run!" Dark shouted. "Find the Duke and then quickly escape. If you cannot escape, find the nearest religious building to hide. This is the only way you can save your life." Dark once again pointed his sword to the sky and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the sword. The sword gently trembled and hummed as if it could not support anymore. Dark exerted himself and muttered, "Do you still not understand? They are not human, they are vampires." Dark then gave a desperate smile and said, "If you manage to escape, tell the Duke that the person who promised to wait for him for 10 years may not be able to keep his promise." After that, Dark's body suddenly soared a little bit. He held his sword and shouted. His body then shot towards the black figure in the sky. At that moment, Rhodey was sleeping. That night, after he making a vow in front of the mirror, he felt extremely murky. There seemed to be some kind of power boiling in his body. It was as if something was trying to break out of his body. He managed to calm himself down, but the energy in his body, which he could hardly control, seemed to have some kind of reaction. Masses of fighting energy were surging all over his body and seemed chaotic. Finally, Rhodey felt a powerful force trying to tear apart his heart. He shouted and spat out blood before fainting. Although he was unconscious, his brain continued to roar. He could hear thunder bombarding his ears. The endless thundering sound made him dizzy, and he felt like his head was about to burst. Not knowing after much later, he gradually regained a little bit of consciousness and found that he was no longer in the room. He felt his body shaking non-stop. Rhodey also felt extremely weak, as if someone had emptied his body. He even needed to take a long time just to open his eyes. Finally, Rhodey saw his surroundings and found himself being carried on someone's back. The person carrying him was the captain of his bodyguards. The captain was breathing heavily and seemed to have great difficulty. "What's wrong?" Rhodey's voice was weak. When the captain heard the Duke speak, he immediately whispered, "Your Excellency the Duke, you have finally woken up. Tonight, you fainted in your room. This is not the time for this. Your Excellency, someone broke in here trying to assassinate you. Your subordinates were desperately fighting them but were not able to hold out any longer. Now I am carrying your excellency to escape. Rhodey was surprised and his voice became louder. What happened? He looked around and saw that he had already left the inn. He was now surrounded by trees and grass. Where are the others? Rhodey whispered, but it seemed his tongue was not behaving accordingly. Before the captain could reply, an old voice said from behind, your subordinates were mostly killed. Your Excellency the Duke. Duke of the Tulip family. As that person talked, he walked up to Rhodey's side. Rhodey opened his eyes and found that person was the owner of the inn. That old man seemed to have mixed feelings, a bit of sadness and a bit of excitement. It looked weird to have two emotions mixed together. The owner of the inn, had already rushed to the side of the captain. He then faced the captain, who was carrying Rhodey as he shed tears. I did not know you were the young Duke of the Tulip family. No, this subordinate was formerly under the command of the late Duke. The inn you entered today is under this subordinate's management. Tonight, I came out to look when those villains attacked, then I realized something was wrong. If your guards did not risk their lives to defend and shouted to protect the Duke, I would not know that you are the young Duke of the Tulip family. As he spoke, Alier's tears continued to flow. He held a rusty scimitar in his hand. He then straightened his chest and said, this subordinate then followed your captain to protect your Excellency the Duke. However, the assassins are too skillful. We could not defend. Most of your subordinates were already killed in the inn. Those assassins killed everyone they saw. Most probably, there are not many still alive there. Rhodey was startled and he murmured. Dead, all dead. Rhodey did not know where he suddenly got the strength and shouted, let me down. The captain exclaimed, Your Excellency the Duke. Rhodey shouted again, stop. The captain trembled and could not help but let Rhodey down. Rhodey struggled to stand and then he took a deep breath. His eyes showed a deep gaze and then he whispered, everyone is dead? What about my friend? The captain whispered, I do not know. Tonight, I did not see him. Presumably, he is also. Rhodey shook his head and replied, he will not die. He paused for a moment and then he asked, tell me, what do those assassins look like? The captain whispered, those people, they are not like humans. The Wolf-Fang warriors were like babies to them and did not have the ability to fight back. They seemed to bite people's necks and drink their blood. Rhodey was startled and gave a wry smile. He showed a determined gaze and said, turn around, go back. What? The captain and the old man exclaimed, Your Excellency, this cannot be done. With your current condition, we cannot defeat them. Your subordinate's responsibility is to ensure Your Excellency's safety. We definitely cannot let Your Excellency risk your life. Rhodey emitted a murderous aura and coldly asked, have you seen the Duke of the Tulip family escape and defeat? Have you ever seen the Duke of the Tulip family desert his men and escape on his own? Rhodey's tone was as cold as ice. That captain could not help but tremble. Rhodey did not seem to want a reply. He faintly said, I have seen it before. I wrongfully did this once in the Northwest. I swore not to let this happen again. Go back. Your Excellency. The captain knelt down and softly said, Your Excellency. You shoulder a heavy responsibility for the Empire. The Empire can afford to lose a few Wolf-Fang soldiers, but the Empire cannot afford to lose the Duke of the Tulip family. Rhodey's body shook and his face showed a strange expression. He whispered so softly that only he could hear what he said, Duke of the Tulip family? The Empire has not had a Duke of the Tulip family for a long time already. Rhodey then gazed fiercely and said, even if there were millions of reasons, I am still a man. There are some things that obviously should not be done, but they must be done. He supported himself and struggled to walk 2 steps and suddenly shouted, Why? Why snatch away my energy? You have turned me into a powerless and useless person. With great effort, he pulled out his sword and ruthlessly held it in his hand. He sneered, if God wants me to be like this, then I purposely want to defy his will. Rhodey looked at the sky and roared loudly. With his head high and chest out, he struggled, step by step, back towards the inn. Literally, evil descendants of the Blood family. The only creature I know of that are people, can vanish, night fiend, and bites necks are vampires. The only other thing I found was a Chinese novel with a similar name about vampires and a particular breed of wormy vampires. 2. Yi Shui Pu Shui. By means of blood to destroy blood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Mad Genius 1. Chapter 138, Mad Genius 1. Translator, Editor. Come out. Come out, quickly. Sky spoke lazily. Still don't want to come out? If you do not come out, I will not be polite anymore. Do you think I can't catch a small bat? Sky pursed his lips and sat down. I will count to 3. 1. 2. You still don't want to come out? Really don't want to come out? All right. 3. Sky stood up, and he was becoming impatient. Are you anxious? A clear voice sounded from the depth of the woods. Going for a walk on such a beautiful night is truly pleasant. A tall and slim figure appeared from behind the trees. He was wrapped in a long black cloak. His face looked delicate and pale like a sickly person. When the moon shined on him, there was a very long shadow. He looked very relaxed and comfortable under the moonlight. You should be grateful to me. If I did not bring you so far away, how could you enjoy such a beautiful night scene? He gently smiled. Sky shook his head and replied, Forget it. How far have you taken me? How long was it? We have run for more than 100 miles. Where is there such a walk? At first, I was quite interested in toying with you. However, now, I am getting impatient. Sky waved his hand and continued, Come on, after dealing with you, I am going back to sleep. The man gently shook his head and lightly said, Dealt with me? Sigh. You. It is such a beautiful and elegant night, you must not utter such murderous words. Look, the man stretched out one of his pale and almost transparent fingers. Look at those flowers, they are so afraid of your murderous aura that they wilted. Sky was not agitated at all but instead waited for the other party to finish talking nonsense. He then laughed, You, little bat. Didn't you bring me in circles, the whole night, to draw me away? Now that I have already accompanied you for the entire night, you would no longer be able to escape even if you could fly. Oh, is that so? The man laughed, You knew I was drawing you away from your companions? Aren't you worried that our people would hurt them? Sky froze for a moment and then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. That man frowned and asked, Is it very funny? Fatty, it is really rude to laugh at others like this. Sky continued to laugh loudly and then asked, Do you really think that the few of you could hurt that boy? That man shrugged his shoulders and answered, Isn't it so? He is just an ordinary mortal. Even if he is a high-ranked warrior, so what? It is currently night time, and the night is our world. Sky shook his head. Wrong. You are wrong. Do you think that I am so stupid to just follow you running around? Let me tell you. I am extremely confident of that boy. Not to say only a few of you, small bats, even if the old bat was here, he could not even hope to injure that boy. Now even I do not have the confidence of getting rid of that boy. Oh? The man froze in surprise for a moment before laughing. Little bat, what are you laughing at? Sky glared at him. Why can't I laugh? The man closed his eyes. He then showed an intoxicated expression and continued, This is wonderful. That fool is finally going to die, but I do not even need to bear any responsibility. Is there anything more wonderful than this in the world? Ah, lunatic, Sky sighed. No wonder people said that your clan is crazy. Looks like they are right. Crazy, so what? After another soft sigh, the man's voice sounded peculiar. There are a lot of crazy people in this world, not to mention us, who are half man and half ghost. Fatty, even if nothing would happen to that Duke of the Tulip family, he definitely would not be able to fight so many of us. Even if he does not die, the same cannot be said for his men. Sky shrugged his shoulders and replied, What has this got to do with me? Their lives have got nothing to do with me. The earlier one dies, the earlier he gets detached. What is the difference if one dies a few days earlier or a few days later? The man sighed softly. Looks like I was wrong. You are even more cold-blooded than me. However, you may have forgotten. Those that were bitten by us will not die. Instead, they will. Stop. Stop. Sky shook his head. The more you speak, the more I feel like vomiting. I do not want to think about those fangs of your clan. At least, I will try not to think about it. Alright, that man's voice gradually became warmer. Strange Fatty, let's find a way to enjoy this wonderful night. Ah. Sky sighed. This is really preposterous one. Oh, not right, you are really a vampire. I saw that you are quite skilled. At first, I wanted to get rid of you along the way. However, you have actually learned how to use blood escape. So, I wanted to see what kind of genius your clan has. Hey, I guess you are about 200 years old? You actually learned blood escape. That is extraordinary. However, I am disappointed because you are like the rest of the elders in your entire clan, outright crazy. Oh. The man smiled and asked, in that case, what do you want, fatty? Sky glared back coldly and replied, what do I want? I want to twist off your neck. After that, his body suddenly dashed out. In the dark, there seemed to be an oppressive shadow pouncing on the black-clothed man. The man seemed to have already taken precautions. He gently rolled his cloak, and his figure then disappeared from the place. Sky immediately stopped and cursed, little bat, do you have any more new tricks? Why are you using this blood escape again? Do you really think I cannot catch you? Obediently stretch your neck over, so that I can twist it off. This will save us all the trouble. Sky suddenly laughed as he pointed at his ears. Little bat, did you notice? In just a short while, 4 of your companions had died. No, it was 5 of them. Ha ha. Are you feeling anxious now? A black figure suddenly appeared from above him. The figure, wrapped in a black cloak, was hanging upside down on a tree like a large bat. Why should I worry? After all, those who died were not my subordinates. It is better that they died. Let your Duke of the Tulip family kill them all. Why should I bother? Before the man could say any more, Sky's eyes lit up, he stomped his feet and launched himself towards the figure. The man gently smiled and his body disappeared again. Sky hit the tree branch above him with his head. The branch slowly fell to the ground. Damn, you used this trick again. Do you think your clan's blood escape technique is really invincible? Do you really think I have no other way to attack you? That's right, fatty. If you have any other methods, you would have killed me on our way here. The voice came from a branch a few meters away. The man smiled as he stood on a branch that was as thick as a finger. As the wind blew, his body swayed together with the branches and he looked like a ghost. How irritating. Sky coldly said, initially, I wanted to take it easy, but it seems you will not be convinced unless I get serious. Sky suddenly closed his eyes and his lips moved a bit. After that, his obese body also disappeared. Oh. Is this your method to catch me? An invisibility technique? The black-clothed man laughed and continued, do you think stealth is enough to catch me? Did you think that the Blood Clan's blood escape is just a stealth technique? Sky's voice sounded in the darkness. I don't care what you say. Isn't this fair? We both cannot see each other. Ha 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 ha. The black-clothed man smiled. Humans are truly humans. They are actually stupid. I admit that your stealth technique works as I cannot see you. However, the moment you talked, you were exposed. Ah. Towards the end of his sentence, the man suddenly exclaimed. The man forcefully fell off the branch, head first. He screamed as his body started to give out a black smoke. Before he landed, he already turned around and stood up in midair again. However, his elegant expression was gone. You actually dare to trick me? His eyes gradually turned red, and his mouth had a trace of blood. Despicable human. Sky laughed loudly and his body finally appeared beneath the tree. How? If you can lie to me, why can't I lie to you? You, little bat. This is just a simple stealth technique, together with a duplication technique, and you already cannot cope already. I heard that those who could master the blood escape within 200 years are geniuses. I am certainly a genius. The man smiled and spoke in a low voice, have you felt it? The human's aura is becoming bleak. Fortunately, there is no full moon tonight. Do you want to go back and take a look? Ha! You are really not afraid that I would wring off your head. One Jian can mean preposterous or something like what the hell. Individually, the word Jian would mean meat and Gue would mean ghost. On the other hand, 11 Shui Gui vampires could mean blood-sucking ghost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Mad Genius 2. Chapter 139, Mad Genius 2. Translator, Editor. The black-clothed man sighed. Fatty, what kind of person are you? I have probed for a long time, and yet I still cannot tell when in the mainland was there a guy like you. Are you someone from Protoss? Sky spat hatefully and cursed, you are the one from the Protoss. Even if the Pope stands in front of me, I will ignore him. Speak less nonsense and come down here. I will wring off your head and go back to sleep. Ha ha, the black-clothed man laughed, and then he showed a strange expression. Are you crazy? Wring off my noble head. This is truly an amusing joke. His eyes then glowed red as his low voice shrouded the earth. Show me your skill. The man then stretched his body and took a moment to grow a pair of black wings. He then soared into the air and opened up his arms as if he wanted to embrace the earth. Fatty, you should be honored. You are the third human who was qualified to have me taste your blood. With a long string of shrewd laughter, that man in midair flew down at a high speed towards Sky like a large bat. Just like light, he moved so quickly that he immediately appeared in front of Sky. Sky sighed and did not even attempt to dodge. Sky merely yawned and did not seem to be doing anything. Suddenly, there was a miserable scream. That guy from the Blood Clan boomeranged and flew out like a bird that broke its wings. He severely crashed into a tree. After that, the man fell head first and sprawled on the ground. Poor little bat, do you believe me now? Sky laughed. Your Blood Clan's ancient technique, the blood escape, is like a gateway. If you had just fled, I probably would not be able to catch you. However, you actually dared try to attack me. You are just courting death. Sky suddenly flashed. His posture did not change, but he had reappeared in front of the vampire. He then stretched out his big fat hands, grabbed the vampire by his neck and lifted his whole body. Follow me back. I am catching you because you are still useful to me. If more than a dozen of the subordinates of the young Duke are really dead, he will definitely find fault with me. Sky paused for a moment and then he continued in a soft voice, I am not afraid of him, but the damn mystic dragon purge is really not fun. As he carried the vampire in his hands, Sky shot out like an arrow and headed back in the direction they came from. Hey, boy. I do not know if you'll be happy or angry when you suddenly obtain a dozen vampire subordinates. This is certainly very interesting. Ha 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 ha. The more Sky thought, the happier he was. His laughter filled the air as he floated under the night sky. Rhodey had only taken 2 steps when the captain of the bodyguard and the old man, Allier, rushed over to him. One went to the left and the other to the right side of Rhodey and supported him. Do you two want to go together? Rhodey sighed. The captain spoke bravely, Your Excellency the Duke, the Wolf-Fang army does not have any soldiers who are afraid to die. He then looked at Allier and whispered, You do not need to follow us in court death. You are no longer in the army and this does not have anything to do with you. You have already put in a lot of effort tonight. It would be best if you find a place to hide. Allier jumped and shouted angrily, If you are not afraid of death, how could an old man like me be afraid of death? If you were to say this again, I will first teach you a bitter lesson. Aller then looked at Rhodey and said, I used to work for the late Duke. How can people who fight under the Tulip family's banner shame the name of the Tulip family? Today, I may be old, but I will still sacrifice my life to fight as well. Rhodey shook his head. He was going to say something but decided against it when he saw their determined expressions. The 3 of them journeyed back for a little while when they heard the sound of the wind in the sky. They looked up and saw a huge black figure flying over. A pair of black wings were flapping in the night sky like a legendary demon. The man in the sky saw Rhodey and the other 2 men. He suddenly shouted, and then he retracted his wings as he slowly descended. When the black figure approached them, Rhodey noticed that the figure was carrying a person. The person's eyes were closed and looked extremely pale. He seemed to have fainted. He was dressed in gray clothes and carried a longbow. The unconscious man was dark. The black-clothed figure finally touched the ground. He then gently tossed Dark aside as he looked at the 3 people with his red eyes. After that man chuckled and said, Good. I have finally found you. The boy in the middle, you must be the Duke of the Tulip family. If I were to kill you, Master Sameo will be very happy. The man then stretched out his black claws as he moved towards Rhodey. The man's legs did not move. They seemed stuck to the ground as he gently floated towards them. Rhodey looked at the man bitterly as he struggled to raise his sword. However, before Rhodey could react, the captain had already roared loudly and rushed forward. The captain had already dropped his scimitar much earlier. He was currently using a normal sword that he had hastily grabbed during his escape. However, he was still the captain of the Duke's bodyguards and was carefully picked out of Sieg's 20,000 Wolf-Fang warriors. His strength had already reached the level of a grade 3 swordsman. At that desperate moment, he slashed wildly and the sword created a wind filled with its energy. The black-clothed vampire gave a cold smile and stretched out his claw to catch the sword. However, the moment he touched the blade of the sword, he felt a burning pain in his hand. He immediately withdrew his hand and involuntarily retreated back a few steps. Looking down, he saw a small wound on his hand. The vampire became furious. Bastard! Tonight, you are the second person to injure my noble body. The captain of the bodyguards did not want to compromise. He took a deep breath and rushed forward unyieldingly. As he anxiously fought, he actually exceeded the strength of his level. Every slash came with a loud roar and spirited energy. He seemed to be at the point of almost achieving the critical level of fighting energy. Alie, who was at the side, had also quietly grabbed his scimitar and moved up. He took advantage of an opening and attacked the vampire. This caused the vampire to jump angrily. When the vampire fought with Dark earlier that night, he initially did not know that Dark was an exorcist. As a result, he was injured. Although the vampire finally won, he was already weakened. However, the vampire was arrogant. He believed that these were only a few mere humans and they could not defeat him. Thinking of earning merits, he had searched for Rhodey alone after defeating Dark. The vampire screamed. Alie occasionally slashed at him, and even if Alie actually cut him, he absolutely could not be mortally harmed. However, how could he allow a human with his ordinary sword to harm his noble body? It would be a great shame, even if it was just his gorgeous cloak that was torn. Finally, in his rage, he quickly stepped back. After that, the red color of his eyes became denser. He opened his mouth and suddenly burst out a sharp whistle. The whistling sound was so sharp it felt like the eardrums were being fiercely pierced by numerous needles. Those who heard the whistling sound felt like their heads were about to crack. The pain in the head seemed to drain out all the energy in their bodies. The captain and Alie staggered. Alie staggered and fell to the ground. The black-clothed vampire then rushed forward and kicked the captain away. He then grabbed Alie's neck and made up his mind to wring off that unworthy old man's neck. Suddenly a strong breeze blew and a bright light shot to his front. The vampire stretched out one of his claws to block. Kacho won. His hand was actually pierced through by a sword. The vampire screamed but only saw the Duke of the Tulip family looking at him. The sword was presumably thrown by the Duke. He had never expected a human to have so much energy. In his heart, the vampire thought that he had cultivated his body hundreds of years. Due to a sneak attack by the exorcist, he had gotten angry and had revealed his true body. Ordinary human swords could no longer hurt him. Even a grade 3 swordsman, like the captain of the bodyguards, who was considered a skilled fighter by the ordinary people, was powerless against him. However, that sword casually thrown by the young Duke of the Tulip family could actually pierce through his true body, which he had cultivated for hundreds of years. The vampire screamed and pulled out the sword that had pierced through his hand. In a rage and disregarding his pain, he charged at Rhodey. Rhodey gritted his teeth, as he knew that he was weak at the moment and was almost a disabled person. However, the only part that had power was his left hand, and the power was way above his expectations. Seeing that the other party had stretched his claws in front of him, Rhodey opened the palm of his right hand to protect his face. The vampire sneered, "Can you really block by using your hands? My claws can even penetrate a thick metal shield." However, the vampire was shocked when he tried to grab Rhodey's arm and body with his claw. He felt a violent pain in his arm. It was like he had grabbed something that was solid iron. When he exerted force, he felt like his fingers were about to break. A thought flashed in Rhodey's mind. So that is how it is. Rhodey knew that he had covered himself with the mystic dragon's blood. At that time, Andy had told him that even the blood of an ordinary dragon was already enough to make a human body so powerful that it could not be harmed by an ordinary sword. What more, if the blood was from the world's most powerful mystic dragon? Sky had also told him that when he was unconscious, Diane could not even harm him nor even leave a mark with the Dragon Fong sword. Rhodey would not believe that this person's claws were more powerful than the Dragon Fong sword. It was just a pity that he could not take the Dragon Fong sword with him to the Imperial capital, as he was too weak to hold it. When the black-clothed vampire used his pair of claws to fight with the captain, the ordinary weapon used was unable to hurt the vampire. However, the Dragon Fong sword might be able to. The vampire's claws grabbed Rhodey's arm, but he only managed to tear Rhodey's clothes. When he almost broke his 5 fingers, Rhodey had already clenched the fist of his left hand and severely punched the vampire. The black-clothed vampire was thrown back, flung into the sky. In the sky, he turned around to change direction, but he fell and crashed into a few big trees. Rhodey showed a tragic smile. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood and breathed heavily. In the distance, the black shadow below the big tree trembled and slowly stood up. You bastard. That was painful. The vampire wiped his mouth and then he jumped. You actually made me spit out blood. Damn bastard. I will drink your blood dry. I will crush your body. After finishing what he had to say, he immediately rushed towards Rhodey. Rhodey gave a long sigh and looked at his left hand. Even if his left hand had more strength, it would not be of much use against the monster in front of him. He could not gather his own fighting energy, and it looked like he was standing there, waiting to die. Shit, this is all Andy's fault. I was fine. Why did I go and transform the dragon? Rhodey sighed and closed his eyes. He gave a wry smile and said to himself, Nicole, looks like I cannot keep my promise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Proceeding North to the Imperial Capital. Chapter 140, Proceeding North to the Imperial Capital. Translator, Editor. The black-clothed vampire laughed as he closed in from afar. Rhodey suddenly heard a familiar voice. Get out of my way. Rhodey felt a strong force fiercely knock him to one side. After that, he saw something white shoot out. Under the moonlight, it reflected a soft white light. Just like that, the black-clothed vampire flew smack into that white thing, and suddenly, he screamed. It seemed as if he was burned as he retreated. He had a large and bloody open wound on his body. His clothes were in tatters and a black smoke was coming out of his wounds. There was a trace of water on his body. However, the water stains were like fire to his body. Wherever he went, a light smoke would emerge. The vampire shrieked miserably as he rolled on the ground. His bloody flesh continued to burn until his white bones could be seen. Rhodey was stunned for a moment and then he heard a familiar voice whisper, "Act quickly. I only took a little bit of holy water. Now is your chance." Rhodey finally realized that the voice belonged to that girl from the Silvermoon clan, Diane. Rhodey felt a gust of wind. Although he could not see her, Rhodey knew that Diane had already started to rush towards the vampire. Diane was still using her clan's special stealth technique. Rhodey saw that the vampire was stabbed twice, and immediately, a lot of scars appeared. He was seriously injured and was unable to protect himself. Diane's dagger attack left 2 deep wounds on his body. The vampire gave a bizarre cry. He endured the pain and suddenly fled. In a very short while, he was already high up in the sky, as he flew away in panic. Diane walked towards Rhodey and supported him. Her figure then gradually appeared. The surroundings had finally turned quiet. Rhodey looked at Allier and his captain, both lying on the ground. He then whispered, "Let's check their conditions first. And also, Dark. How is he?" Diane glanced at Rhodey and her face revealed a complicated expression. At that moment, Rhodey was seriously injured, and his men were also unable to fight. The fatty that had always stopped her was also not around. The troublesome Dark was also unconscious. If she wanted to kill the mystic dragon-possessed man, there would be no better chance than now. Even if she could not kill him, she could still bring him back to the mountains. Most likely he would be unable to resist. Even if his body was impenetrable to swords, the elders of the clan might have another way. However, that hesitation was just a passing thought. Diane gritted her teeth and walked to the captain of the bodyguards and Allier. She carefully checked their conditions and then went to check on Dark. After a while, she frowned and said, "Duke, your subordinate is all right, but the owner of the inn is on the verge of dying. He was pierced by the claws. As for that guy, I cannot see any injuries." Rhodey turned pale. With great effort, he struggled to Allier's side. He saw that the man's chest was badly mangled. He probably sustained the injury in the battle earlier. Allier was, by nature, a courageous person. He struggled to get up. At that moment, his face turned gray and his lips trembled. Obviously, Allier was going to die. Rhodey felt guilty and he knelt down. He leaned over and gently held Allier's hand, but he could not say anything. Allier suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, this old man had worked for the late Duke for the first half of his life. It was a great glory to be under the banner of the Tulip family. Today, to die for your Excellency is the greatest honor granted to me by God." Rhodey gloomily whispered, "Do you have any wish? You can tell me. I will definitely fulfill your wish." Allier's eyes reflected a certain brilliance. He forced a smile on his pained face and said, "Today, I die defending the Tulip family and have no more desire. But I still have a son. I beg your Excellency the Duke to allow him to stand under the banner of the Tulip family." Rhodey nodded. "Your wish, I will make it come true." Suddenly, Allier's face glowed and he used all his strength to shout out, "Long live the Tulip family." After that, Allier drew his last breath. Rhodey trembled and felt confused. He did not know whether to be sad or proud. He shook his head and whispered, "Tulip family. How many people think that dying like this is glorious? Is this name really so glorious?" He slowly stood up and whispered, "Who am I? Am I myself or am I the Duke of the Tulip family? If I am myself, then why are these people dying for me? If I were the Duke of the Tulip family, so, what I am considered as? What about Nicole? Nicole, thinking of that, Rodius' body suddenly shook and he felt a pain in his chest. He turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Diane looked indifferent, but she also sighed in her heart. Tulip family. What kind of magic does this name have? Why do the people of the Empire worship him like a god? Why did the dying man shout his name? Long live the Tulip family? Why is it not long live the Empire or long live the Emperor? Could it be that the Tulip family is more prominent than their empire, their emperor, and even their god? Diane sighed and went to support Rhodey. The captain of the bodyguards also struggled to stand up. Although he was covered with injuries and his longsword was tattered, he still tried to stand up straight. A burst of wind scattered the clouds in the sky and the fatty's figure gradually became clearer. As the fatty approached from afar, he finally saw, in the woods, several unstable people below him. He smiled and descended. When Rhodey saw him, his expression changed and asked, "Sky, where have you been the whole night?" Sky threw aside the vampire he caught. He clapped his hands and lazily said, "I just caught a small bat." This is him. When Rhodey saw the vampire in black clothes, he became furious. He suddenly grabbed the sword the captain was holding and slashed at the vampire on the ground. Sky reacted quickly. He pulled the vampire's leg and dragged him out of the way. Rhodey ended up striking the ground. Be patient. Be patient. Boy, you cannot kill this fellow. If he is dead, you would no longer be able to save your companions. I am telling you the truth. I already went back to the inn to take a look. Your subordinates were dead. This little bat that I caught is precious. If you want your subordinates to live again, it is better not to harm him. After listening to what he said, Rhodey no longer brandished his sword. He looked at Sky with surprise and then asked, "Did you say, my soldiers can be brought back to life?" Sky showed a strange smile. "I did not say brought back to life. I only said saved." Rhodey had a strange feeling when he saw Sky's smiling face. Why did the Sky and that old skeleton have such similar laughter? The inn was a mess. The corridors were filled with traces of fighting and there was broken masonry on the ground. Blood was splashed on the ground and even the roof of the inn was ragged. That was obviously a post-war scene. The dead Wolf-Fong soldiers were found at various locations in the inn. Some of the corpses' eyes were open, showing an angry expression, even when they were dead. The inn was empty. Most of the guests and all the servants had already run away in disarray. There were also a few that were killed by those vampires during the chaos. After some sorting out, the bodies of the dozen Wolf-Fong soldiers were neatly arranged in a row at the courtyard. Rhodey stood in front of the loyal soldiers and coldly looked at them. Don't you even feel a little bit sad? Diane could not help but ask when she saw Rhodey's cold expression. Rhodey glanced at her. His eyes were cold like ice and he replied in an equally cold voice, "I have already seen too much death." After that, Rhodey looked at Sky and asked, "Is there no other way?" Sky rolled his eyes and said, "Are you not satisfied? If they can become vampires, then you would have a dozen more powerful subordinates. Vampires are second only to dragons. They are much more powerful compared to the fragile humans. Tonight, you clearly witnessed this yourself. Your subordinates were all warriors. They were outstanding warriors in the human army. In the end, they were still easily killed by the vampires. These warriors were very strong. If they were to become vampires, their strength will be substantially increased." Rhodey interrupted him. "This is not what I meant. Don't tell me that I have to turn them into blood-sucking monsters just because I needed some powerful subordinates. I just want them to live. I do not wish to transform my companions into monsters." A sharp voice answered from the side, "We vampires are not monsters. We vampires are noble living creatures." Rhodey stared at him fiercely. The black-clothed vampire, that Sky had just woken up, was shocked, but he still laughed and said, "I did not kill your subordinates. However, the way you all look at us vampires is ridiculous. We vampires, the humans and also the dragons, are the higher organisms of this world. However, we are described as monsters because you humans fear us." Rhodey turned cold and replied, "Do you think I don't know about you vampires? Ordinary civilians may not know, but I definitely know." Rhodey paused and then he said in a low voice, 700 years ago, there was a war on the continent. That was the war between the people and the Kara clan. At that time, there were no vampires. After then, there was a human general named Count Dracula. He was originally a devout believer of God and fought against Kara's tribe for humanity. In the war, he fought at the front lines and earned a lot of merits. However, when he won the war, there were rumors everywhere. The rumors said that his army was defeated and he was killed in battle. His family and wife committed suicide when they heard that. When Count Dracula returned, he saw his dead wife. After that, he angrily asked the gods why a devout believer like him received that kind of ending. In the end, his spear to God's idol at the church. Blood started to flow all over. After that, he sided with the devil and used fresh blood to sustain life. He became an immortal vampire. Rhodey finished the story and looked at the vampire. He then asked, "Isn't this so? If the records of the teachings of God is not wrong, then you, vampires, are nothing but monsters that have been evolved from humans." Ha! Unexpectedly, the vampire did not have the slightest expression of fear. He looked at Rhodey in the eyes, smiled and said, "The teachings of gods, again with the teachings of gods. Those hypocritical fellows really dared to say anything to cover up the truth. Let me tell you. Ignorant human." The vampire's voice was not loud but was still filled with pride. "We, vampires, are masters of this world just like you humans. However, we, like Kara's clan, were subjugated by the despicable humans. We were the defeated race. We are not monsters. However, the beauty of our blood could never be obliterated." Rhodey was silent. He looked at Sky and then he looked at Diane. That's right. God's teachings were filled with lies. The story of the mystic dragon, the extinction of Kara's clan, the god and devil war. Now, the vampires? Will they live again? Rhodey asked in a low and weird voice. They will. Do they need to drink blood to live? The vampire looked at Rhodey and replied, "No, drinking blood is just our hobby and a way for us to continue our race. Drinking blood for a living is just the distortion by you humans." Rhodey nodded and looked at Sky. "How long can a blood-sucking vampire live?" The vampire rolled his eyes as if he was very dissatisfied with the blood-sucking words. Sky shook his head and replied, "Only God knows. By the way, this person in front of you is over 200 years old." Rhodey looked at the vampire again and said, "I do not want them to become blood-sucking monsters. I also do not want them to become monsters that people are afraid of. Do they really need to drink blood every day after they come back to life?" The vampire shook his head and replied, "Unless you want them to become more powerful. Other than that, there is not much difference between us, vampires, and you, humans. Our food is not much different as well." Sky suddenly laughed and added, "Other than garlic." Rhodey did not look at the vampire. He turned and walked into the room. He no longer came out. Sky stared at the vampire and said, "Little bat, why have you not started? You better not try anything funny in front of me." The vampire shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, I am a noble person and I actually get messed up by such a fellow. You asked to give this dozen of humans the first embrace. Did you think I was a prince-ranked vampire? I am only a 200 years young man, although I am a genius among the vampires." As the vampire was still mumbling to himself, Sky stared at him. He immediately kept quiet. At dawn, Rhodey stood outside the inn. Rhodey had insisted on leaving for the imperial capital. However, the dozen new blood vampires had not completely degenerated into matured vampires. Sky had to retain the captive vampire. Other than the powerful fatty, nobody else would be able to defeat that vampire. Even though Rhodey really needed to have the help of a superhuman like Sky to follow him to the imperial capital, he could not ignore the safety of his subordinates. The captain of the bodyguards was seriously wounded and at that moment was still unable to move freely. The captain tried to oppose the Duke's decision to continue his journey, but Rhodey had simply knocked him out. Dark was pale. He had used the blood-destroying blood technique to fight recklessly against that vampire and at that moment was badly injured. Rhodey looked at Sky and told him, "Fatty, I hope you did not lie to me. If these dozen men don't come back to life, I will come after you even though you had achieved domain force." Sky pursed his lips and showed a supercilious expression. Rhodey mounted on a horse and gently kicked it. He then whipped the horse and rode towards the north. Sky then turned around and facing the empty space on his side, he shouted, "Little girl of the Kara clan, aren't you going after him to watch the mystic dragon? Isn't that your mission?" There was no reply. Sky shook his head and said to himself, "It seemed like she has already gone. Shit. The Kara clan's stealth technique is very similar to the vampire's blood escape. Even an old man, like me, cannot see through them. Young people these days." Sky shook his head vigorously and forcefully kicked the vampire with one foot. He then shouted ferociously, "Little bat, get to work." The sun started to rise as a horse rode quickly towards the north. Rhodey looked gloomy. "Nicole, wait for me. I am coming back to you." Rhodey then thought of something and could not help but say in a low voice, "Even if he is the emperor, I will fight with all my might and I will drag him to hell to meet the devil." Diane's voice came from behind, "Why send him to meet the devil?" Rhodey's expression did not change. He knew that Diane would be following him and did not bother to look back. Although he could not see her, he could feel her following behind him. The devil? I actually ordered to create a dozen vampires. In the eyes of God's believers, I am already someone who worshipped the devil. A wry smile could be seen on Rhodey's mouth. If passers-by were to see the scene, they would think that they were daydreaming. This is because they would be able to see a young blonde-haired man riding a horse with a flirtatious woman with black hair standing behind him. The woman's black hair fluttered as she stood on the back of the horse as if it was a flat surface. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, 1 becomes 2. Chapter 141, 1 becomes 2. Translator, Editor. The imperial capital was bustling as usual. At the moment, Rhodey was slowly leading his horse. He was not inside the imperial capital yet. He was in a town on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The roads here were already much wider compared to the roads of the small towns in the south. After hundreds of years of usage, the limestone surface in the imperial capital was extremely smooth. There were a lot of pedestrians, and the commercial area was bustling. Rhodey took a deep breath. He was more used to the smell of the air here compared to the south. He carefully walked forward. His blonde hair had already been dyed black with medicinal liquid. However, Rhodey kept his head low and watched the surroundings out of the corner of his eyes. The magnificent city wall and a huge gate were in front of him. A team of armored soldiers with spears vigilantly watched the crowd. Rhodey immediately lowered his head even more and walked through the front gate with his horse. Fortunately, the war in the northwest was already over. Otherwise, the security at the gates would not be so lax. Rhodey sighed in relief the moment he entered the city. However, before he could calm down, he suddenly felt someone slowly following behind him. Rhodey immediately became wary. He had not yet figured out who was behind the assassination attempt on him at the inn. The captured vampire also said it was ordered by the leader of the vampires. However, Rhodey could not understand why he would be targeted by vampires. He presumed it may have been some disagreement between one of the old Tulip family members and the vampires in the past. This is something I plan to ask Nicole when I return. If Nicole does not know, old Mark might know something. He avoided the crowd and was carefully walking towards the Duke's mansion. Suddenly, a young boy walked in front of him and shouted, "Mr." Rhodey frowned and looked at the boy. The boy was dressed in worn-out clothes, and his face was covered in mud. He presumed that the boy was a beggar in the streets of the imperial capital. Rhodey was afraid of being recognized and continued to walk without stopping. There were many people in the imperial capital that could recognize him. When he had set off to the northwest as well as when he returned victoriously, almost everyone in the imperial capital came to watch the new Duke of the Tulip family. If he was recognized here, everything would be over. "Mr." The boy behind sped up and stopped in front of Rhodey. Rhodey sighed and whispered, "I don't have any change. Just take this." He took out a gold coin and threw it at the boy. The boy took the coin. Although he was happily surprised, he still did not move out of the way. He then produced something and handed it to Rhodey. "Mister, someone asked me to give this to you." "Whom?" Rhodey froze for a moment. He had a strange feeling as he looked at the roll of paper in the boy's hands. "What is this? Is this for me?" The boy nodded his head. "One man asked me to run here and give this to you. He gave me a gold coin as payment. You also gave me a gold coin. God really blessed me, today," the boy said excitedly. Rhodey became vigilant and asked, "Who asked you to give this to me? Where is that person?" "Right there." The boy turned around and pointed at an alley, but there was nobody there. The boy then showed a strange expression and said, "He was there just now." "What did that person look like?" Rhodey took the paper from him with one hand. "I don't know. He wore a cloak, and his head was covered. He looks like a foreigner." After he finished, the boy ran away, laughing happily. Feeling surprised, Rhodey walked into a small path with nobody around and unrolled the paper scroll. There was a simple message written with a pencil. "The home has been surrounded. Do not go home." The sentences were written in a hurry, and the handwriting was sloppy. After looking at the handwriting for a while, he felt that the handwriting was extremely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he felt that something was not right. He had secretly returned to the imperial capital and had just arrived, but someone had already sent him a note. Obviously, that person had watched him enter the city. Maybe, at that moment, that person was staring at him. Rhodey held the hilt of his sword and looked around. He was in a long alley with walls on both sides. Outside the alley was a lively street. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. He still could not help but want to go back to the Duke's mansion to take a look. Only the ghosts knew who sent Rhodey that note. Rhodey wondered if it was from one of the vampires. Since the vampires wanted him dead, they would hope that he would not go home. Rhodey shook his head. He was anxious about seeing Nicole as soon as possible. His anxiety got more intense as he got closer to home. He could not endure waiting any longer. Rhodey turned into 2 streets and saw that the mansion was getting closer. The moment he turned the corner, he would be able to see the front door of the Duke's mansion. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Mr." Rhodey looked back and saw a boy running towards him. This boy looked taller than the previous one. He panted as he ran over to Rhodey's side and took out a piece of paper. "A man asked me to give this to you." Rhodey was shocked. The boy handed over the piece of paper, turned around and ran away. "I know that you won't believe me. I will wait for you at Old Mark's house, tonight." Reading these words on the note, Rhodey immediately stopped. Most people did know about Old Mark's house in the city. Even Nicole did not know about it. He had only been there once before the expedition to the northwest. No matter who it is, since that person knows about this house, he is probably someone on my side. Most likely, this person is Old Mark himself. But why didn't he just come out and meet me? Rhodey thought to himself and no longer walked forward. He suppressed his urge to see Nicole, turned around and walked away. Old Mark's house was in an alley in the south of the imperial capital. Earlier, Rhodey had passed through that area. Now, he had to go back. He took the paths that were devoid of people. Finally, Rhodey looked at the buildings on both his right and left and confirmed that he was at the right place. He then stood in front of a medium-sized building. He nervously knocked on the door. There was no answer. He then knocked harder on the door. However, he did not expect that with a little bit of force, the door gently opened. The door was actually not locked. Rhodey frowned and carefully led his horse inside. He looked around and felt that the place had not changed. The 2 courtyards were quiet but messy. There were many fallen leaves on the ground, and it looked like nobody had swept the place for a long time. The crooked stone table that was split into 2 when Old Mark showed Rhodey how to use the lightsaber was still there. Rhodey felt something weird. He tied the horse to a tree and carefully walked towards the room. The door of the room was not locked and opened once it was pushed. Unlike the courtyard, the room was neat and tidy. The wooden table was also spotless. Rhodey looked at the kettle on the table, picked it up and shook it. There was water inside the kettle. This meant that someone was here. Rhodey then sighed and gave a wry smile. At least, Old Mark will not harm me. Rhodey was currently weaker than before. After traveling back and forth, he was already tired. His body felt weak, and he looked for a chair to sit down. Initially, Rhodey was worried, but gradually he was overcome by exhaustion. A voice suddenly came from beside him. "Are you tired? Rest for a while. I will tell you if someone comes." Rhodey gave a wry smile and said, "You are still following me. I feel awkward not being able to see you because you are using stealth." Diane calmly replied, "My mission is to follow you. You are now possessed by the mystic dragon. I must watch over you." Rhodey sighed and said, "So that you can kill me when you have the opportunity, right?" Diane remained silent and did not reply. Rhodey sighed and continued, "You will not kill me. All along the way, you had lots of opportunities to kill me, but you did not do so. Why are you lying to me?" Diane slowly appeared behind him. "That is because I am curious," she slowly said. "I am curious as to what was so special about you, Duke of the Tulip family, that so many people are willing to die for you. I am curious why so many people said that the glory of the Tulip family's banner was more important than their lives. Do you know? There was a man who fought desperately against the vampires. When he was in extreme danger, he did not think of how to escape, but instead, he regretted that he could not fulfill his agreement with you." Rhodey nodded and asked, "Is that it?" Diane laughed, "Is there anything else? We, the Silvermoon clan, are pious and respect the true god Kara. However, you and the Tulip family have won the loyalty of these people. Even the hunter that has been secretly following you here was the same. I thought that he was a very strange person. He is not the kind of pious person with beliefs. However, he was willing to give his life to protect yours. Rhodey gave a wry smile and said, "That is because you do not know what my agreement was with him." Diane did not reply but instead kept quiet. Rhodey sighed. He felt tired and frustrated. He was now the equivalent of a useless person. When he was journeying to the northwest, he was able to march a few days without resting. However, after he had absorbed the dragon's energy, he tired easily. The only thing he could rely on was the sword in his hands. However, he had also lost the ability to wield it. How was he supposed to fight the Emperor? How could he snatch back his woman? Perhaps I should ask Andy when I reach home. Rhodey's mind was confused as he thought of Nicole from time to time. Finally, Rhodey closed his eyes. At night, Rhodey was awakened by a harsh voice. Someone is coming. Rhodey opened his eyes and stood up. He heard footsteps coming from outside the room. The footsteps were unusually brisk. It was as if that person knew that Rhodey was already in the room. The footsteps did not stop and went directly towards the room. The door of the room was pushed open and a slender man walked in. He was really just like what the boy on the street described. The man wore a big cloak that covered his head. The man's face was also hidden in the shadows of the cloak. The man slowly walked in. He then calmly turned around and closed the door. After that, he looked at Rhodey and chuckled. "Not bad, your current appearance really looks like a duke." Rhodey frowned and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Are you the one who gave me the notes?" The man did not reply Rhodey and walked around Rhodey from a distance. He laughed and said, "Not bad. Looks like Nicole trained you very well. You look good. You have the spirit of a duke." If it was not said, no one would be able to tell that you are an imposter. Rhodey's expression changed when he heard those words. "Who are you? How do you know?" Rhodey was startled and asked, "Are you old Mark's friend? Did he tell you? Why did he tell you this?" The man laughed as if he was very happy and replied, "Ah, this is not good. Still so impatient. This is really not good. As the Duke of the Tulip family, you will experience a lot of important events, you must not be impatient. I guess that is your shortcoming. However, you look good. You look like a brave and fierce soldier. Why is your hair black? Did you dye it yourself? It is no wonder. You come back secretly, and you need to avoid being noticed by others. Who the hell are you?" Rhodey stepped forward and said in a cold voice. The man was startled for a moment, and then he continued to laugh. "You still can't tell who I am? My God," he then paused and spoke to himself, "it is no wonder. He had only met me once. But that is not right. Does he not look in the mirror every day? But he also only heard my voice once." After that, the man finally pulled down the cloak that was covering his head. He then smiled and laughed at Rhodey. His golden hair was like the sunlight, and he had a pair of deep blue eyes like a lake. His handsome face was that of a girl's dream lovers. Rhodey's eyes grew wide as he looked at the young man in front of him. "It's you, Seth!" Rhodey roared loudly. He looked like he was about to rush towards Seth. Seth's smile remained the same. Suddenly, his eyes moved and his smile turned strange. "The beautiful woman inside this room. Why have you not spoken? Are you not willing to let me have the honor of hearing your wonderful voice? Or perhaps you were too shocked by our earlier conversation?" Seth paused for a moment. He then gracefully bowed and said, "I am the heir of the Tulip family, Seth Rudolph, the Duke of the Tulip family. May I request this beautiful lady to give me her name? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.